Those who have killed know. Dealing with the body is the hardest part. Not only do I not handle the body, I even disguise myself to live as he did. I not only sleep with her best friend, but also flirt with the neighbor policewoman. All because I activated the future crime clarity system. As long as I complete the system's tasks, I can obtain the Fate gift box, thus gaining special abilities. At this moment, I'm wearing a black hoodie to cover my face, walking with my head down on the street. Xiaowei's voice echoes in my mind, "Don't be so nervous. Follow my route, and you'll definitely avoid all the surveillance cameras. Walk close to the wall ahead. I'm on my way to kill someone, how can I not be nervous?" I respond while following the instructions. System, can't you provide some kind of cheat item? Like a portal or something? What if I leave evidence and get caught by the police? We'd be doomed. Tonight's target is a practice body living in the Nanpu community, which isn't far from my place. It takes about half an hour on foot. Xiaowei replied, "What you're asking for isn't impossible. If you can successfully complete the task, you might get it in the Fate gift box later. As for the cheat item, isn't my existence itself a cheat item? I can tell you the locations of nearby people and objects, helping you avoid all surveillance and witnesses." Alright, half an hour later, I arrived at a green corner on the edge of the Nanpu community. I climbed through the gap in the fence. This area is a blind spot for the cameras. I nodded and was about to go in when I crouched down, my pupils dilating as someone walked by. I immediately crouched down and saw a figure emerge from the shadow of the stairs, smoking a cigarette and heading straight for the community gate. Once he left, I asked if he had noticed me. "Don't worry, ordinary people don't pay much attention to their surroundings. He completely overlooked your presence. You can go in now." I decisively stepped over the damaged area and entered the community. Building 3 is at your 11 o'clock direction. It's the 4th building along this road. Do you see it? I looked up, and the buildings appeared somewhat blurry under the night sky. I took a deep breath and, following Xiaowei's instructions, cautiously approached Building 3. Soon, I entered the building's entrance. Now, don't take the elevator, there are cameras inside. Walk right along the notice board, step over that pile of junk, and go up the stairs. I followed the instructions and entered the stairwell. Most residents use the elevator, so the stairwell had become a dumping ground for all kinds of discarded furniture and appliances, with cobwebs covering the corners. The property management in this community is so irresponsible. If someone called the fire department to report it, they'd probably face a hefty fine. Are you still thinking about this now? I'm just trying to ease my nerves. I touched the fruit knife in my pocket and walked up confidently. On the 7th floor, room 701, Lai Gao sat in front of his computer, scrolling the mouse, his eyes glued to the screen filled with pictures of cute girls. He thought, "I can't take it anymore," and remembered the little girl from downstairs, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Then, the doorbell rang, pulling Lai Gao back to reality. He cursed under his breath, looking very impatient. He stood up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole to see me standing at the door in a hoodie. He asked through the door, "Who is it?" I whispered, "Tongzi, I'm here to deliver." Tongzi is a vendor of color resources, known for affordable prices and high quality. Lai Gao often bought from him. This information was provided to me by Xiaowei. For the task target, one can retrieve their life history, but this ability only applies to the task target and cannot be used on others. Upon hearing this, Lai Gao's eyes lit up, lowering his guard. "Why is it delivered so early today? Isn't it usually after 10? As he spoke, he opened the door, glancing left and right, and asked, "Where's the stuff?" Looking at Lai Gao, who was so close, my heart raced. I tightly gripped the fruit knife hidden in my pocket. Although I had made up my mind, I still felt a bit hesitant. Lai Gao, growing impatient, urged me to hurry. "Stop dragging your feet." A flash of determination crossed my eyes. There was no turning back. The item was here. I pulled out the fruit knife and swiftly sliced across Lai Gao's neck, then quickly turned to avoid the splattering blood. Lai Gao felt a warm sensation around his neck and realized something was flowing out. His gaze was vacant as he reached for his blood-soaked neck. "What's happening? Why would someone want to kill me? I haven't made any serious enemies." Blood gushed out through my carotid artery. Lai Gao clutched his neck, but it was useless. His strength drained away in an instant, and his vision gradually faded to black. He finally collapsed to the ground. I stood by, watching Lai Gao's lifeless body, breathing heavily. I had actually killed someone. Although he would have committed heinous acts in the future, at this moment, he was saving innocent victims, yet he hadn't committed any crimes yet. Xiaowei's voice echoed in my mind, "Song Chen, we have no other choice, do we?" "You're right, I have no choice." I took a deep breath, gradually calming down. Was there anything else I needed to handle? No, there's nothing else. Your shoes were new ones you bought for your cousin when he visited, and they were left at your place. Your cousin's size is 2 sizes larger than yours, and the soles are worn down, so you don't need to worry about leaving footprints. Plus, all your body hair has been shaved clean. You're also wearing a wig, and you've avoided all the surveillance cameras on the way. You don't need to worry about the body on the ground. The more he did, the more traces he left. Right now, all you need to do is follow my instructions, avoid witnesses and return the way you came. I nodded in response. I completely followed Xiao Wei's instructions and began to head back. It was a tense but uneventful journey. Around 11:15, I returned to the old residential building where I was staying. As I approached my front door and took out my keys, suddenly, the door next door opened, and a young woman appeared, holding a black garbage bag. She nodded at me in greeting. She had just gotten off work. I was taken aback when I saw her in a police uniform. My composure slipped. Anyone who had just committed murder would feel unnerved upon encountering a well-known police officer next door. The female officer raised an eyebrow, saying, "You don't look so good. Are you all right?" I suddenly felt tongue-tied. Xiao Wei's voice echoed in my mind, "Song Chen, stay calm. He can't know you just killed someone. Don't show any signs of distress, act normal." I took a deep breath, adjusted my mindset, and smiled. "I'm fine, just a bit stressed from work lately, busy until late every day." As I spoke, I feigned curiosity and glanced at her police uniform, pretending to be surprised. "I didn't expect you to be a police officer." The female officer nodded and said, "I just received a notification that there was a homicide over at Nanpu Community, and I need to rush over for overtime. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out in uniform." She joked, "You're not scared to see me in uniform, are you?" I was shocked internally. Nanpu Community, wasn't that where I had just acted? Someone reported it so quickly? But I maintained my composure and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence to see you here." Having this officer living next door made me feel more at ease. Yeah, only bad people would be afraid of the police. "Well, you've had a long day at work. You should get some rest. I have to head to the scene." The female officer waved at me and turned to leave. I watched her disappear down the hallway, my smile fading. I opened the door and stepped inside to change my shoes. Would Xiao Wei notice the smell of blood on me and suspect me? I pressed my temples and sank onto the sofa. The guilt of killing, the fear of encountering the police, the sense of achievement from saving a child from harm, these emotions tangled in my mind, leaving me momentarily confused. She's a police officer, not a bloodhound. There's no visible blood on you, just a faint smell that has likely dissipated after being outside for so long. Humans can't detect it, so don't worry. I sighed, hoping you're right. Xiao Wei continued, "You have to trust me. With my help, you weren't captured on any surveillance and weren't seen by any witnesses, except on the way to Nanpu Community. Some pedestrians will definitely have seen you, but that's irrelevant. There's no direct connection to the case of Li Gao's murder. They won't remember a fleeting figure in the night. You should know that most homicides are either motivated by revenge or passion, or they could be related to financial disputes. There's always a connection between the killer and the victim, and the police will investigate along those lines. Given the current state of science and technology, the hardest cases to solve are random murders, where there is no connection between the killer and the victim, making it impossible to start an investigation. So instead of worrying about that, why not look forward to what the fate box might reveal? Speaking of the fate box, it encompasses everything. Every time you complete a task, you get a chance to open it. Let's open it now. As I finished speaking, a black box appeared on the table in front of me. I picked it up to examine it, and a few seconds later, the black cube vanished, revealing a black pill. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the pill was engraved with permanent double strength. My eyes twitched. That means my current strength of 80 kilograms would increase to 160 kilograms after taking it. That's right, and it's not just pure strength, it enhances your overall physical condition, including muscles, bones, and organs. This should be a huge help for you in future tasks. There are no negative side effects, right? "I guarantee it with the system, absolutely none," came the confident voice of Young Wei. I was too exhausted to complain and stared at the pill for 2 seconds. Then, I swallowed it in one go. The pill melted in my mouth, spreading a warm sensation throughout my limbs. It felt so good. I squinted my eyes and lay back on the sofa, quickly drifting off to sleep. Outside the caution tape at the base of Building 3 in Nanpu Community, a crowd had gathered. 2 staff members in white coats were carrying a body out of the hallway. This caused a stir among the onlookers. "A brutal crime," said a young police officer. "There are no signs of a struggle inside the house. The victim was likely standing at the door when their throat was slit, and there are no losses to the valuables inside. The victim opened the door voluntarily. We initially suspected was a revenge killing." Team leader Lin asked, "Have we retrieved the surveillance footage?" The The young officer nodded, based on the coroner's estimated time of death. We have retrieved the surveillance footage from 8 p.m. to midnight last night, including the hallway cameras from Building 3. It has been sent back to the station, and Brother Wang and the others are currently investigating. Lin Hong nodded, carefully avoiding the marks on the ground. She squatted at the door to observe closely. Based on the victim's position on the ground, the blood spatter extended over a meter away, remaining largely intact without any obstruction. This means the killer is either an experienced professional who knows how far blood will spray when the carotid artery is cut and thus avoids it, or they have rehearsed the crime countless times beforehand. In any case, it's highly unlikely to be a crime of passion. A young female officer approached and said to the team leader, "I found a large number of explicit images and photos of minors on the victim's computer. There are also some that appear to be taken secretly by the victim in a nearby park." Lin Hong nodded and said, "This increases the likelihood of a revenge killing. Organize and archive those images and photos, then investigate the victim's relationships, focusing on those who have daughters. This could be a key breakthrough." The young female officer replied, "I understand." Just as she turned to leave, Lin Hong called out to her, "10 bowls, come home for dinner tonight. Dad bought your favorite crayfish." The young officer paused in her steps. "There's a lot of work to do today, no time to go back for lunch." The spirit frowned and said, "Are you still mad at Dad?" The young female officer fell silent for 2 seconds before walking away. In the office, I sat at my desk typing away. A week had passed since I killed Li Gao. The next day I woke up, startled by my own strength. Everything I touched felt weightless. It felt like I could toss something away and send it flying out of the earth. This might be an illusion from my sudden surge in strength after all these days. I finally adapted to my new strength and no longer felt anxious about Li Dao's incident. Everything returned to normal. The sitting next to me leaned over and casually said, "Wei Sungguan, have you heard? There was a murder near where we live. A man was found with his throat slit at home. The identity of the murderer is still unknown." I paused my hands on the keyboard and said, "I saw that news. It's quite terrifying. I never thought such things could happen so close to me." Shai nodded in agreement, recalling how he used to see such cases in the news, feeling like he was just watching a story, only now it was happening right beside him. "That's when you truly feel that kind of worry." I reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, the police must have found some clues by now. They'll catch the murderer soon and bring justice for the victim." Sighed, "I hope so." A sharp voice cut through the air, and I looked over to see my boss, Sun Tongwei, glaring at me angrily, with his nephew, Sun Yixuan, standing beside him. Hearing the commotion, the colleagues around also looked over. I stood up and asked what was wrong, while Supervisor Sun Tongwei's face turned red with anger. "How dare you ask me what's wrong? The design proposal from Tianfang Culture, who do you think you're fooling? The design is rough, and the color coordination is off. You completely misunderstood the theme of our project. Most importantly, you actually sent something like this to the client without permission. Do you know how detrimental this could be to our company? Do you have any idea how much negative impact this could produce?" I explained to Supervisor Sun that there must be some misunderstanding. The design proposal from Tianfang Culture is still a draft. I haven't sent it to the client. You asked me to collaborate with Sun Yixuan to brainstorm, so I only sent the file to him yesterday. Sun Wenwei sneered, "Is that right, Sun Yixuan?" Sun Yixuan shook his head and said, "No, I asked Song Chen for the file yesterday, but he told me not to worry about the proposal and that he would take full responsibility." Sun Tongwei looked at me coldly and said, "Responsible? Can you really take responsibility? Who do you think you are? Just an ordinary employee, daring to act on your own." I calmly said to Supervisor Sun, "I never said such a thing. If this were in the past, I might have panicked in this situation, but now, having even taken lives, I am completely unperturbed." Sun Tongwei's face darkened. "You didn't say that? Are you implying that Sun Yixuan is framing you?" I replied, "That's not what I meant, but I did not send Wei Qingping's draft directly to the client. I did not send it directly to the client, nor did I tell Sun Yixuan that I would take full responsibility for the proposal." Sun Tongwei instructed, "All right, I see you're not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Sun Yixuan, pull up your chat records." Sun Yixuan nodded and went to the computer. After a series of operations, our email correspondence appeared on the screen, just as Sun Yixuan had said. Sun Tongwei shot me a sidelong glance and said sternly, "The evidence is solid. What else can you say? I will report this up the chain. Before that, you must apologize to Sun Yixuan while looking at the chat records on the screen." I suddenly found it a bit amusing. It was truly clumsy. Although Sun Tongwei and Sun Yixuan had never openly acknowledged their relationship, everyone knew they were uncle and nephew. Recently, there had been rumors in the company about cutting costs and optimizing a batch of employees, all to protect his nephew. Sun Tongwei used this trick to first tarnish the reputations of those in the same position as Sun Yixuan. If layoffs were to happen, Sun Yixuan wouldn't be the primary target. As for those email exchanges, I used my company email for work, with the account and password accessible to upper management. If Sun Tongwei wanted it, it wouldn't be too difficult. He looked at me and said, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and apologize to him. If your attitude is sincere, I might be able to say a few good words for you later." With so many people watching, if I apologized, it would essentially confirm the matter. I looked at Sun Yixuan, who said seriously, "Songchen, just admit your mistake. After all, nothing serious has happened yet. If Supervisor Sun speaks up for you later, maybe nothing will come of it." There was a lot of chatter around us. "This situation is too rough. How could one do something like this?" But it can't be said like that. There are chat records in the emails. Who knows if Song Chen is trying to take all the credit? I listened to the discussions around me. A slap landed on Sun Yixuan's face. Is this apology enough? The office fell silent instantly. Jai looked at me in shock, while Sun Yixuan was momentarily stunned by the hit. He was dazed for a long time. Meanwhile, Sun Tongwei's eyes turned red as he saw this and swung a punch at me, shouting, "You bastard." Halfway through, I firmly grabbed his fist. Sun Tongwei's expression changed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it an inch. I squeezed Sun Tongwei's hand and tightened my grip. "How about that?" Sun Tongwei's face turned pale from the pain. I let go and stared expressionlessly at Sun Tongwei. "Didn't you want me to apologize?" I felt my mindset shifting. It seemed like something strange was changing within me. Sun Tongwei felt like his arm was about to break. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. Please let go." He thought to himself, having expected me to be an easy target, but instead, he found I was as tough as a diamond. I pushed Sun Tongwei's hand forward with force and then let go. He fell straight down onto the ground, looking at me in terror. Sun Yixuan, holding his swollen face, took out his phone and said, "You hit me. I'm going to call the police." "What's all the noise about?" The door to the department manager's office swung open, and Manager Huang stepped out. Sun Yixuan immediately reported to Song Chen, "He hit me. Look at my swollen face. I'm going to call the police and have him arrested." Manager Huang glanced at us and quickly understood what had happened. Feeling a headache, hitting Sun Tongwei was his longtime subordinate. What Sun Tongwei was doing was likely tacitly approved by him. Even my company email account and password were inadvertently leaked by him. I thought it was just a minor issue, but I was so stubborn to cause a scene in front of so many people. Seeing Sun Yixuan wanting to call the police, Manager Huang couldn't sit still. If this escalated and more was uncovered, it would significantly impact him. Manager Wang sternly said, "This is nonsense. Internal matters should be resolved internally, not reported to the police. Put your phone away. However, regarding your injury, the company will compensate you according to workplace injury standards. You should go to the break room and rest for a while." Sun Yixuan was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do, given his education and abilities. If it weren't for his uncle Sun Tongwei's connections, it would have been nearly impossible for him to get into this company, so he naturally didn't dare to offend Manager Huang. Seeing Huang's reaction, Sun Tongwei also didn't dare to say much. He had messed this up himself. Manager Huang smiled at me and said, "Little Song, there must be some misunderstanding here. Don't worry, the company will investigate thoroughly and clear your name. In any case, the priority was to calm me down. Once this matter blew over, they would find a reason to let me go. I'm done, I won't do this anymore." Ignoring Manager Huang's shocked expression, I walked straight out amidst everyone's astonishment. I used to endure the exploitation of these parasites out of sheer survival necessity. Now that I am bound to the system, I no longer want to put up with this kind of humiliation. On the bus, I asked Xiao, "How often do you release tasks?" "I'm not sure either, it's released randomly by the system." I raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you the system?" "That's correct. But just like how you, as a human, can't freely control the functioning of your organs, there are many things in me that are inherently preset and beyond my control." I nodded and added, "Speaking of which, I still don't know what you really are. Were you created by future humans or by other civilizations in the universe?" Xiao Wei didn't know either. The information doesn't include that. "So how much do you know about our world? Can I rely on you for stock trading? Getting rich by buying lottery tickets or something?" "Sorry to disappoint you, but my understanding of this world is limited to your understanding of the world. The most I can help you with is to assist you in detecting the surrounding environment and providing detailed information about your targets while you carry out your tasks. But don't be discouraged, as long as you keep completing tasks, with the items you receive from the Destiny gift box, you will definitely be able to achieve your dreams." Leaning against the window, I watched the urban scenery rush by and suddenly felt that my decision to resign was a bit hasty. After returning home, I lay on the sofa and watched movies all day. Days like this, free from work worries and without the anxiety of phone calls coming in at any moment. Since graduating from university, I haven't experienced this in a long time. At around 9 p.m., I stood up and stretched. I've gotten tired of takeout these days, so I plan to go to a nearby food stall for a late-night snack. I quickly arrived at the food stall, found a random seat, and said to the busy owner, "Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of beef, 5 skewers of grilled gluten, and a spicy chicken." It's hot in summer, and the flames from the stall only add to the heat around. The owner was covered in beads of sweat. Working is for survival, and it's tough for everyone. I thought to myself, right now I'm out of a job and can't rely on the system to make money for the time being. I need to quickly figure out a way to make some money. But now that I have the system and powers that others don't, do I really need to do those menial jobs? As I pondered this, a familiar female voice called out, "Boss, I'll have a portion of spicy crayfish." I turned to see the female police officer who lives next door. The police officer greeted me with a light smile. "Hello, what a coincidence." I calmly replied, "Yes, it is quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here eating too." Song Chan remained calm and responded indifferently. This should just be a chance encounter. If the police had really found evidence against him, they wouldn't send a female officer to be by the side of a dangerous murderer like him. They would have swarmed in and subdued him. Speaking of which, as neighbors who have met so many times, I still don't know your name. The policewoman propped her chin and looked at Song Chen. With his head lowered, Song Chen picked up a skewer of beef handed to him by the boss and took a bite. "Song Chen, just as you've heard. And you?" "Lin Qiwan, late in being late at night." Lin Qiwan replied. Song Chen nodded. "Late in the day, late at night, a good name. I didn't expect you to be quite literary." Lin Qiwan's eyes lit up. Song Chen smiled. "Don't think I'm showing off." Suddenly, he felt that having this policewoman living next door might not be a bad thing after all. If he could build a good relationship with her, maybe he could gather some information about the police investigation on him in the future. "How could it be?" Lin Qiwan smiled and shook her head. "You don't seem like the kind of person who likes to show off, I can tell." "Thank you. So, what do you do for a living?" Lin Qiwan asked curiously. Song Chen took a sip of ice water. "Until today, I was a graphic designer. Now I'm just a jobless drifter." "You got fired? No wonder you looked so lost and lonely when I walked over to see your back just now," Lin Qiwan half-jokingly said. "You might have seen it wrong. I fired my boss instead." Song Chen's gaze flickered. "And you, is work going smoothly? I heard there was a murder case around here?" Lin Qiwan sighed. "The murder case you mentioned happens to be my recent main focus." Song Chen casually remarked, "Why, it sounds like things aren't going well from your tone. I can't disclose the specifics to you, but indeed, it's not going smoothly. The investigation has hit a dead end," Lin Qiwan said. "In this day and age, there are still such cases? With surveillance cameras all over the streets, the culprit can't possibly leave no trace at all." Song Chen's tone subtly revealed his skepticism towards the police. However, Lin Qiwan didn't take the bait and just shook her head. "It's not as easy as you think." "Alright," Song Chen stopped probing further. "It's better to be cautious. After all, compared to the professionally trained policewoman, he was just an ordinary person. If he inadvertently revealed something suspicious in his words, it could backfire on him." Later, the two changed the topic and chatted for a long time. When they were halfway through their meal, Lin Qiwan received a phone call. "Okay, I got it. I'll be right there." Lin Qiwan hung up the phone and said to Song Chen, "There's something urgent at work. I have to go now. Take your time eating." "Sure, take care on the way." Song Chen watched Lin Qiwan's figure recede and withdrew his gaze. Although he didn't glean any useful information, he could tell that the police currently had no leads on the case, so he was safe. "How was that?" "I told you that you can trust me, right?" Xiao Wei said triumphantly. Yes, you're the best." Song Chen took a bite of grilled gluten and casually replied. "Humph, of course. Wait, Song Chen, there's a new mission." "Oh?" Song Chen's gaze sharpened as he set down the grilled gluten in his hand. "Something's not right, this is too strange." Xiao Wei's voice sounded peculiar. "What's wrong?" Song Chen raised his eyebrows. This time the target of the mission is a 19-year-old girl named Qin Miaoshi. If you don't eliminate her in advance, she will kill a total of 36 people within the next month. 36 people? Song Chen was shocked. Killing 36 people in a month, that's more than one person a day. Unless it's a deliberate act like arson or some kind of mass harm incident, it's really hard to believe that a 19-year-old girl could kill so many people at such a high frequency. It's simply unheard of. The strangest thing is not this, but her personal resume information. On July 23, 3125 of the Dayin calendar, Qin Miaoxi stole Tao Zhao's hateful elephant beast blood crystal. On July 27, she met her online lover at the Fuku Cafe on Tianping Road, marked by a white rose, and lured him to the Keller Hotel to kill him, in order to use his blood as a sacrifice for the hateful elephant beast blood crystal to gain extraordinary power. Song Chen remained silent for a long time before saying, "Xiao Wei, are you malfunctioning?" "Unfortunately, I am not." "So, what are these hateful elephant beast blood crystal, blood sacrifices, and extraordinary powers you mentioned?" Song Chen felt a sense of unease creeping up within him. "I don't know either. As I mentioned before, my knowledge of this world is limited to yours, and the personal resume information of future criminals is generated by the system. In other words, our world is not as ordinary as it seems on the surface, and there are indeed some indescribable things? It seems so. That's bad news." Song Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted. If this were just an ordinary world, although he had to carry out the task of eliminating future criminals, with the assistance of the system and the props from the Fate Box, his future wouldn't be so bleak. But once these extraordinary things were involved, everything became precarious. After living for so many years, he was completely unaware of this. Today is July 25th, and the day after tomorrow is the day Qin Miaoxi is said to gain extraordinary power after sacrificing her online lover. Qin Miaoxi went on a mad killing spree of 36 people within a month after gaining the so-called extraordinary power, so this extraordinary power must be related to killing or enhancing personal combat abilities. If you are going to act, Song Chen, it's best to do it before that. Of course, but when it comes to the extraordinary, we must be cautious and not act recklessly. Song Chen got up, paid the bill, and left. Back home, he searched online for keywords related to the extraordinary, but all he found were either novels or game settings, nothing useful. If finding relevant clues were that easy, perhaps everyone wouldn't be so clueless about it. Song Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "Song Chen, have you figured out what to do?" Qin Miaoxi gained extraordinary power after sacrificing her online lover, so she should have been just an ordinary person before that, easy to kill. What concerns me is that she stole the so-called hateful elephant beast blood crystal from someone named Tao Zhao, which means the true owner of this hateful elephant beast blood crystal should be Tao Zhao. Therefore, I reasonably speculate that Tao Zhao is highly likely to be a person who possesses extraordinary power. Song Chen's eyes flashed. "Xiao Wei, the information provided by the system should be accurate and without misunderstandings or ambiguities, right?" "That's right. If the system data says that Qin Miaoxi stole from Tao Zhao, then it must be a genuine theft, not something intentionally allowed or set up. If Tao Zhao intended it, the corresponding data would also accurately reflect that." "That's impressive. If this ability could be applied to everyone, I could stand at the top of the world just based on information disparity alone." Song Chen sighed and shook his head. On the other hand, if Tao Zhao, as a person with extraordinary power, could still be successfully stolen from by an ordinary person, it means that the so-called extraordinary is not all-powerful, so there's no need to worry too much and cut off one's nose to spite their face. I have a preliminary idea now. Tianping Road used to be a bustling commercial street in Heshan City, but due to the rise of numerous commercial complexes in adjacent areas in recent years, coupled with intensified market competition and high rental costs, it has now declined, only regaining a hint of prosperity during holidays. Outside the Fuku Coffee House, on an open-air terrace, groups of customers sat under umbrellas, seeking refuge from the summer heat. Song Chen, wearing oversized sunglasses, sat in a discreet corner, observing the sparse crowd passing by. "Song Chen, he's here," Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. "I see him." Song Chen squinted his eyes, focusing on a young man in a black shirt holding a white rose, the same person Qin Miaoxi was supposed to meet today. Without Song Chen's intervention, this person would have been sacrificed for blood that night. "Xiao Wei, if we save this person and then take the hate elephant blood crystal from Qin Miaoxi, she won't gain extraordinary abilities and won't be able to go on a killing spree," Song Chen suggested. "That way, we can prevent murder and stop the tragedy from happening, right?" "Song Chen, you still lack enlightenment. The designated mission targets are inherently evil, with no possibility of redemption. Even without external conditions, they would eventually commit evil deeds. So, discard your excess sympathy. The only way to stop them is to physically eliminate them." After a moment of silence, Song Chen's gaze turned resolute. He stood up from his chair and walked towards the young man. If someone had observed him closely, they would have noticed his slightly peculiar movements. Normally, a person would walk directly towards their destination if there were no obstacles in between, as the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. However, Song Chen adjusted his direction multiple times, as if avoiding invisible obstacles. This was his way of evading the surveillance cameras under Xiao Wei's guidance. With his head down, pretending to play with his phone, Song Chen tried to avoid drawing attention to himself. Soon, he reached behind the young man. Sensing someone behind him, the young man turned his head, but before he could react, Song Chen delivered a blow to the back of his head. The young man blacked out instantly. Using his strength, Song Chen supported the man's shoulders, dragging him into a nearby alley as if they were close friends, concealing him under a newspaper to avoid detection and disruption of the plan. He then took the white rose brought by the young man and headed back to the coffee shop. Song Chen could have silently followed Qin Miaoxi, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate her discreetly, just like he did with Lai Gao. However, the situation had changed with the introduction of the uncertain factor of extraordinary abilities. Although the system could see Qin Miaoxi's profile, it had no information about Tao Zhao, who likely possessed extraordinary powers stolen by her, or the hidden elements beneath the surface world. Song Chen knew that he would inevitably deal with things related to the extraordinary in the future. Instead of being passive and reactive, he chose to take the initiative now, gathering intelligence and seizing opportunities, which was why he took the risk to meet Qin Miaoxi in person. Song Chen entered the coffee shop and immediately spotted his target for this mission, Qin Miaoxi. Despite having seen the photos provided by Xiao Wei, seeing her in person still amazed him with her beauty. The young woman wore a simple dress, her delicate fair skin glowing under the golden sunlight like pure roux kiln white porcelain. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Her attractive features carried a hint of mystery and aloofness, yet her demeanor exuded a subtle charm, evoking a sense of fondness in those who beheld her. Xiao Wei, are you sure this girl is our mission target? She doesn't seem like a deranged killer no matter how I look at her. Song Chen, judging people by their appearance is a big taboo. Based on the life of Qin Miaoxi, her soul essence is that of a super evil woman who loves disguises, enjoys playing with people's hearts, and takes pleasure in seeing others in misery and pain. You must not be deceived by her appearance. Don't worry, I'm just here to confirm one last time. Song Chen walked up to Qin Miaoxi and stopped in his tracks. Qin of the Siju River? Song Chen smiled as he called out Qin Miaoxi's online nickname. Qin Miaoxi put down the book in her hand, looked up at Song Chen, a hint of shyness flashed across her face, and softly said, Lin Hazenson? You finally made it. Sorry for keeping you waiting, had a little delay on the way here due to some matters. Song Chen sat down across from Qin Miaoxi. No, I just arrived as well. Qin Miaoxi waved her hand repeatedly, looked around, took the menu and handed it to Song Chen. Take a look. What would you like to drink? Just a latte for me. Song Chen casually glanced at the menu, pressed the service bell, and called the waiter to place the order. Qin Miaoxi lowered her head slightly, stirred the coffee spoon gently with her delicate hand. You are more handsome than I imagined. Song Chen smiled. You are much prettier than I imagined too. Thank you. Qin Miaoxi held the coffee cup, a faint blush appearing on her face. After a few seconds of silence, she blushed and said, Sorry, this is my first time meeting a friend online, not sure what to say. Song Chen scratched his head. Actually, it's my first time too, feeling a bit awkward for some reason. They glanced at each other and chuckled simultaneously. Qin Miaoxi and the online friend met in a game, and then Qin Miaoxi opened up and started chatting with Song Chen about the game. Song Chen was well prepared and handled the conversation with ease. During the conversation, Song Chen noticed that Qin Miaoxi's language skills were superb, always subtly praising and admiring him, showing a hint of admiration. If he didn't already know the true identity of the other person, he might have been floating by now, truly believing that the beautiful girl in front of him had fallen for him. After chatting for over an hour, they got up to leave. Qin Miaoxi insisted on paying the bill and playfully said, I'll treat you to this meal, you can take care of the fun later. Song Chen nodded with a smile. After leaving the coffee shop, Song Chen suggested going to a nearby amusement park. They queued up to play several rides, and when they were on the roller coaster, Qin Miaoxi screamed in surprise, her delicate hand holding onto Song Chen's tightly. Phew, this roller coaster is too thrilling, my heart is still pounding. After it ended, Qin Miaoxi's face turned pale, patting her chest. Suddenly, she realized she was still holding Song Chen's hand. Oops, sorry, I was just too scared earlier. Qin Miaoxi immediately let go of his hand, blushing like a startled deer. It's okay. Song Chen shook his head. When they came out of the amusement park, the black curtain had already enveloped the sky. They strolled through the streets, the night air filled with a cool and moist feeling, a gentle breeze carrying the faint fragrance of trees from a distance. The surroundings were quiet, only occasional sounds of insects chirping and rustling leaves could be heard. These subtle sounds seemed particularly clear in the silent night. Today was really fun, haven't relaxed like this in a long time. Qin Miaoxi looked at the starry night sky, a sweet smile hanging on her lips. Yeah, haven't been this happy since graduation. Song Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Yi. Qin Miaoshi suddenly lowered her head and softly called out the alias Song Chen had given her. I've realized. I've fallen for you. Actually, when we were chatting online before, I thought you were witty and humorous, caring about girls, and in reality, you must be a very outstanding boy. Seeing you today, it's true, even better than I imagined. Meeting someone you have feelings for is not a simple matter. Although it's not very good for a girl to confess her feelings first, even though it's only our first day meeting in person, but I don't want to miss you. So, would you like to be my boyfriend? Qin Miaoshi's voice trembled slightly, seeming very expectant and nervous. But if you could see her lowered face, you would realize that the expression on her face at this moment was not shyness from confessing, but deep malice. All the preparations for the blood sacrifice had been completed. Now all she needed to do was to bring this man back to the hotel and kill him. Then she could gain the same power as that person and become a sorceress. Although sorcerers achieved through blood sacrifices were considered the lowest kind, with limited lifelong achievements, even being called pseudo-sorcerers by some, for her, originally an ordinary person with no background, reaching this point was already the limit. The true inherited spells were something she could never obtain. Even if she could only be a mere ant in the circle of sorcerers, facing the ordinary people, she would be an entity they could never resist. The thought of being able to freely torture and play with those ordinary people in the future excited Qin Miaoshi. It was not in vain that she had been flirting with that Tao Xiaoyu for several months. With her stunning appearance, Qin Miaoshi believed that the man in front of her would definitely not refuse her. Upon hearing Qin Miaoshi's confession, Song Chen's face showed a look of astonishment. Then, Miaoshi, you are a good girl, but we are not suitable. Song Chen shook his head. Qin Miaoshi froze instantly. What the heck? She was rejected? Could it be that a man would actually reject her? Qin Miaoshi, who had never been rejected by a man before, felt an indescribable anger surging in her heart, wishing to immediately torture and kill the man in front of her in the cruelest way possible. But the blood sacrifice prohibition centered around the abhorrent beast blood crystal has been initiated. I must bring him back before midnight tonight, otherwise all my efforts over these months will be in vain. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that the blood sacrifice of the abhorrent beast blood crystal requires fresh heart blood from a 22-year-old male with 8 blood, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Qin Miaoshi was extremely angry. This Lu Yi in front of her was carefully selected by her, and there was no time to change targets now. She could only suppress the surging emotions, feign a sense of loss, turn pale, and say, "Is there something wrong with me? Tell me, I can change." "No, you are fine, the problem lies with me." Song Chen looked into the distance, his eyes revealing a hint of loneliness and reminiscence, and said, "It's a long story, would you like to walk with me?" Of course, Qin Miaoshi immediately replied. So, the two continued to walk forward. Along the way, Song Chen told a story of a tragic male lead from a drama he had seen somewhere. By the time he finished, the two had unconsciously arrived at a secluded grove with few footprints. "That's about it," Song Chen sighed. After listening to Song Chen's story, Qin Miaoshi couldn't wait to speak. "The past is in the past, we should look forward, shouldn't we?" She gently took Song Chen's hand, interlocking their fingers, and earnestly said, "Lu Yi, believe me, I will never betray you like your first love. We can definitely be happy together." "Oh?" Song Chen's face showed a smile that wasn't a smile. "Just like you won't betray Tao Xiaoyu?" Qin Miaoshi's pupils contracted, shocked. She instantly dropped all pretenses, took a step back, and looked at Song Chen warily. "Who are you exactly?" This person was clearly just a tool she had actively selected from the internet. How could he know about Tao Xiaoyu's matters? Song Chen calmly said, "You don't need to know who I am, just answer my questions obediently, and I will let you go." "Fine, I will cooperate," Qin Miaoshi said, while swiftly pulling out a dagger from her bag and stabbing it towards Song Chen. Joking aside, the other party clearly knew about Tao Xiao's existence. If she were to reveal her whereabouts to Tao Xiao, she would be doomed. Go to hell. Qin Miaoshi's beautiful and elegant face was completely distorted at this moment, filled with hostility. Had Song Chen not been warned in advance by Xiao Wei, how could he have been caught off guard? Prepared as he was, he grabbed Qin Miaoshi's wrist and twisted it forcefully. A slight crack came from the delicate wrist bone of the other party. Song Chen's expression was cold as he said, "I've said it before, as long as you obediently answer my questions, I will let you go. Why invite trouble upon yourself? Furthermore, you need not worry about me contacting Tao Xiao because I don't even know him." The pain radiating from her wrist made Qin Miaoshi feel Song Chen's immense strength that was incongruent with his physique, and the word warlock flashed in her mind. Only a warlock would possess such extraordinary power beyond that of ordinary people. Qin Miaoshi's face turned pale. If the other party was a warlock, then she would have no chance of winning at all, not even being able to escape. Having spent a few months with Tao Xiao, she knew all too well the vast difference between a warlock and an ordinary person. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Qin Miaoshi felt intense resentment in her heart. It should have been her who played around with others after becoming a warlock, so why was the situation always the opposite? But given the circumstances, since there was no way out, she had no choice but to cooperate in order to survive. She endured the pain and said hoarsely, "Fine, I'll talk." According to Qin Miaoshi's account, Song Chen finally caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the extraordinary world. Humans who possess extraordinary abilities are called warlocks. Warlocks are divided into multiple realms, with a huge disparity in strength between each realm. Qin Miaoshi only knew of the first three realms, namely Heartfire, Divine Illumination, and Illusion Mastery, beyond which she had little knowledge. There are two methods to become a warlock, and in either case, blood crystals are essential materials. The first method is the blood sacrifice prohibition method that Qin Miaoshi planned this time, while the other method involves using inherited secret spells to turn blood crystals into fuel, igniting one's heartfire to awaken extraordinary powers. Compared to the second method, the first method is extremely crude. Those who become warlocks using this method not only have weaker abilities compared to others in the same realm but also find it extremely difficult to make further breakthroughs, likely unable to progress far on the path of a warlock. However, despite this, many still choose to become warlocks using the first method. The reason being that the inherited secret spells required for the second method are mostly held by major powers and are considered absolute secrets. Even if ordinary people have the opportunity to come into contact with the world of warlocks, they cannot obtain the inherited secret spells. Therefore, the blood sacrifice prohibition method becomes the only choice. As for blood crystals, they come from a creature known as the Dread Beast. The Dread Beasts, terrifying creatures driven solely by instinct to kill, cannot be communicated with in any way. They randomly appear in various parts of the world through spatial rifts without warning. If encountered by ordinary people, it would be a nightmare. Similar to warlocks, dread beasts are also divided into multiple levels, namely harm, calamity, desolation, and catastrophe, each level further divided into minor, lesser, moderate, and major categories. It is said that a minor calamity level dread beast is on par with a warlock in the illusion mastery realm. The reason the world has been able to function normally until now is due to the continuous resistance by warlocks. Or rather, warlocks were originally born among humans to resist dread beasts. Every country in the present world is filled with numerous organizations of warlocks, large and small. These forces may have internal conflicts, open or hidden struggles, and even engage in battles to seize benefits from each other, but they generally maintain a basic consensus when it comes to combating dread beasts. When it is said to be basic, there are naturally exceptions, but Qin Miaoshi was not well informed about them. This knowledge, including the blood sacrifice prohibition method, was gleaned by her through subtle inquiries during her months spent with Tao Zhao. In front of Tao Zhao, she had always maintained an innocent and naive image, without any scheming. Tao Zhao was defenseless against her, which led to her stealing the Xingxiang beast blood crystal. "I've said what I needed to say, can you let me go now?" Qin Miaoshi covered her swollen wrist, looking pitifully at Song Chen. "Of course, I'll send you on your way now." Song Chen nodded, then quickly reached out, grabbing Qin Miaoshi's delicate white neck. You're not keeping your word." Qin Miaoshi was extremely frightened. "Eliminate evil, do what must be done." Song Chen's eyes lowered, devoid of any extra emotions, as he suddenly exerted force with his right hand. "No, I can't die, I still want to play and kill many humans. Qin Miaoshi struggled desperately, her small face turning red, but it was futile. After a dozen seconds, her vitality faded, and her limbs went limp. With her demise, all her charm vanished. This was the second person Song Chen had killed. Unlike when he killed Li Gao, he now surprisingly felt no emotional fluctuations. TSK, such a tragic end for a beauty. Her bones turned to powder, her blood staining the clothes. Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. "Strangling someone doesn't involve blood," Song Chen said flatly. "Well, as long as the atmosphere is set." "Oh, right, the task is done, and there's a fate gift box again, should we open it now?" "Go ahead." As Song Chen spoke, a black cubic box appeared before him. With a soft glow passing through, a shiny white card emerged. Seeing the card, Song Chen raised an eyebrow. The front displayed a vivid image of Qin Miaoshi, while the back read, "Mimicry Disguise Card?" "Wow! Song Chen, you're so lucky to draw such a good item. With this, you no longer have to worry about your true identity being discovered." "But why is it in the image of Qin Miaoshi?" "Probably because she was the latest person you killed. After all, you obtained this fate gift box thanks to her." "Is that so?" Song Chen remained non-committal. He reached out, and as his fingertips touched the card, it turned into countless light spots, rushing into his forehead and disappearing. "Song Chen, carefully sense it. The mimicry disguise card should be in your mind now. ready to be used at your will. I understand. Songchen focused his mind and indeed sensed the presence of the card in his mind. With a thought, he activated the mimicry disguise card. Countless bright spots spread from his forehead, quickly enveloping his entire body, transforming him into a luminous figure. Then, his body gradually changed, his height decreasing, his figure becoming slender. After a dozen seconds, the light spots dissipated. Song Chen's appearance had transformed into that of Qin Miaoshi. The only difference was that he was still wearing his loose male attire, looking somewhat awkward. The scene was quite eerie. Under the moonlight, two identical-looking girls, one lying dead and the other standing alive. Song Chen raised his hands and clenched his fists. Despite his arms becoming slender, his strength remained unaffected. This is too exaggerated, completely disregarding the basics. Song Chen spoke, and Qin Miaoshi's soft and sweet voice emerged from his throat. A product of the system, definitely top-notch. As long as it doesn't affect your own abilities, the mimicry disguise card can perfectly mimic the corresponding image. Even if you undergo a genetic test now, you won't differ from Qin Miaoshi. In future missions, Song Chen, you can use Qin Miaoshi's appearance without any worries. Even if you're monitored or recorded, it won't matter, as no one can find a dead person. Indeed, not bad, just this appearance is somewhat awkward. Song Chen felt a weight on his chest, a sensation he had never experienced before. It's a pity, it would have been better if the target of this mission was a man, but, compared to the help it can bring, this flaw can be overlooked. After all, there is nothing perfect in this world. Song Chen pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Wei, now that I have the ability to mimic disguises, we can modify the previous plan. I will continue living as Qin Miaoshi for a while, leaving some traces. This way, even if I disappear later, it won't be closely related to today's Song Chen. You're right. Although our previous plan was reliable, your approach leaves no room for error. Okay, decision made. Song Chen looked around and quickly found the shovel he had hidden in the woods. With his current strength, digging a hole was effortless. Half an hour later, Song Chen took Qin Miaoshi's identification card, phone, keys, and other personal items, changed into her clothes, buried her body in the pit, and maintained Qin Miaoshi's appearance as he confidently walked out of the woods. Is this the blood sacrifice restriction? At the Keller Hotel, Song Chen stood in the room prepared by Qin Miaoshi, looking at a complex pattern on the floor over a meter wide, drawn with a special luminous red translucent crystal at its center, emitting a faint light that slowly flickered. The light spread along the lines on the floor, extending throughout the pattern. Unfortunately, the energy of this Xingxiang beast blood crystal has been drained by the blood sacrifice restriction. Taking it now would be useless unless we find a suitable blood sacrifice target. Even setting aside morals, I would not become a so-called sorcerer using this method, Song Chen said calmly. In the future, the system will inevitably issue tasks targeting those powerful sorcerers. If I choose to become a fake sorcerer this way, my growth potential will be limited, and my future is doomed. To survive, I must find a way to obtain a true legacy spell. However, despite his words, the blood sacrifice restriction was still related to extraordinary knowledge, so erasing it directly would be a waste. After a few seconds of contemplation, Song Chen took a photo with his phone before starting to clean the floor. The moment he moved the Xingxiang beast blood crystal from the center, countless cracks instantly spread across it, turning it into a pile of powder within a second. Song Chen was prepared and not surprised. After cleaning up, he opened Qin Miaoshi's suitcase, finding bottles and jars containing chicken blood, cinnabar, and other materials used to make the blood sacrifice restriction. In addition, there was a small notebook with elegant handwriting detailing the specific procedures and insights. After ensuring he had everything and nothing was left behind, Song Chen left the room. At the front desk, Miss Qin, your checkout procedure is complete. You are welcome to come back anytime. The front desk staff handed back the ID to Song Chen. He took it, thanked them, and walked out. Song Chen, I found her current address in her personal records. Do you want to go there? Isn't she a university student? Doesn't she live on campus? According to the system's information, Qin Miaoshi was a sophomore at a local prestigious university. It was admirable that she had managed to keep her true identity and address hidden even after spending months with Tao Zhao. Yes, but she is a day student, living off campus alone. In that case, let's go. The more traces I leave as Qin Miaoshi, the less suspicion there will be on me, who has met her. Song Chen said indifferently. He took out Qin Miaoshi's phone, booked a ride using an app, checked her bank balance, a few thousand yuan, mostly transferred by her parents. Qin Miaoshi had a 2-year-old younger brother, but she didn't get along well with her family. After going to college, she rarely went home unless necessary. In her eyes, family was a meaningless concept. At a certain apartment building, Song Chen took the keys from Qin Miaoxi's handbag and opened the door to her room. Everything in Qin Miaoxi's room gave him a sense of minimalistic style, all neat and orderly, even the smallest details were spotless. Song Chen planned to stay here for a few days, wander around nearby when free, leaving behind some traces of life. When the time was right, he would change back to his own appearance and make Qin Miaoxi disappear. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Song Chen quickly fell asleep on the bed. Early the next morning, he was awakened by a knocking on the door. Song Chen immediately sat up, his gaze sharp. "Who is it?" Xiao Wei answered. "From the appearance of the person outside the door, it fits the description of one person in Qin Miaoxi's life, her college classmate and best friend Yu Shualan. Of course, the best friend title is wishful thinking on her part. In Qin Miaoxi's eyes, she was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Song Chen, open Qin Miaoxi's chat app and check. Song Chen took the phone, opened the chat app, and found dozens of unread messages and missed calls, most of them from Yu Shualan. Because Qin Miaoxi had set it to silent, he hadn't noticed them yesterday. Should I open the door? Of course, as Qin Miaoxi's classmate, she will be an important witness in the future. Leaving a normal impression now, even if she disappears later, the me who had contact with Song Chen before can likely be ruled out as a suspect. Song Chen turned off the phone and threw it on the bedside table, then got up and walked to the door, opening it. In front of him stood a beautiful girl with a princess-cut hairstyle and exquisite makeup, holding a phone and looking slightly anxious. "Shualan, why are you here?" Song Chen pretended to be surprised. Yu Shualan was taken aback, then rushed over and hugged him. "Miaoxi, you're okay. I sent you so many messages and calls, you didn't reply. I thought something happened to you." "Oh, really?" Song Chen calmly pushed her away, then walked to the bed, picked up his phone that he had turned off earlier, pointed at the black screen, and apologized. "I forgot to charge it yesterday because it ran out of battery. Sorry, Shualan." "Oh, making me worry for nothing." Yu Shualan pouted and walked over, glanced at Song Chen. "Why haven't you changed clothes and dressed up yet? It's already late. You didn't forget what day it is today, did you?" "Sorry, Song Chen, it was my oversight. I just saw from Qin Miaoxi's profile that she and a few classmates had planned to go on a road trip today." Xiao Wei's voice sounded. Song Chen's gaze shifted slightly, seamlessly continuing. "How could I forget? Didn't we agree to go on a road trip today? Then hurry up and change clothes. Suasua has prepared the car and is waiting for us," Yu Shualan said. "Got it. Wait for me to freshen up." Song Chen nodded, took a white shirt and jeans from the wardrobe, and walked into the bathroom. In a few minutes, he changed into the clothes and came out. "What, you're wearing this?" Yu Shualan frowned. "Come on, today we're going out with Suasua and the other handsome guys. You're not dressed appropriately at all. Forget it, let me pick for you," Yu Shualan said, walking to the wardrobe to choose. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she took out a set of dress. "This set is great. I've never seen you wear it before. Wear this today, it will definitely impress everyone." Song Chen looked at it. It was a set of clothing with ancient elements. "Shualan, isn't it a bit hot to wear this outfit now, or?" "Oh, just endure a bit of heat, as long as it looks good. Hurry up and change. I'll touch up your makeup after you change, guaranteeing you'll look stunning," Yu Shualan urged. Song Chen. "Susua, have Yu Shualan and Qin Miaoxi not arrived yet?" By the roadside, a few stylish young people stood beside an off-road vehicle. One of them, a girl in a red dress with a bright appearance, furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Susua, as called by her, was a gentle-looking young man with a slightly messy fringe. Susua glanced at his phone and said, "Shualan just messaged me, they should be here soon." As he spoke, another young man beside him excitedly waved his hand towards the bus stop diagonally across the road. "They're here, I see them." Everyone looked over and saw two beautiful girls walking towards them. Yu Shualan maintained her usual sophistication, wearing this year's popular slim short skirt, revealing two fair and tender long legs. Qin Miaoxi, on the other hand, was even more eye-catching. Her dark hair was tied with a black bow behind her head, and the collar of her ancient-style top and dark golden cloud-patterned horseface skirt accentuated her figure, making her look exceptionally slender, like a celestial crane, ethereal and independent. The delicate light makeup on her face couldn't hide the sense of aloofness in her eyes and brows. Everyone was amazed by their beauty. "Wow, Miaoxi, you look so stunning today, even more beautiful than those celebrities," a handsome young man praised with a smile as they approached. Qin Miaoxi's image was well crafted. In the eyes of her classmates, she had always been the diligent and studious good girl, not even skilled in makeup, like a pure and flawless white lotus flower. "Do Zhang, stop teasing me, it's all thanks to Shualan." Song Chen was well prepared, having Little Wei find the corresponding identities of these classmates from Qin Miaoxi's life experience, so he handled it with ease. "Song Chen, I think your acting skills are quite good too. You play the role of a young girl so vividly, I almost thought Qin Miaoshi had come back to life. Have you ever considered becoming a cross-dressing actor? Little Wei said in his mind. Song Chen, get lost. All right. Su Suo looked at the graceful and beautiful Qin Miaoshi and asked softly, Miaoshi, you didn't come to class a few days ago, did something happen? Song Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Qin Miaoshi's absence from school a few days ago was related to planning the blood sacrifice prohibition, so he couldn't tell the truth. He smiled faintly, nothing happened, just not feeling well, rested at home for a few days. Not feeling well? Are you okay? What did the doctor say? Su Suo looked slightly concerned. On the side, Guan-Isan, the girl in the red dress, saw Su Suo's expression and furrowed her brows. It's nothing, just a bit of hypoglycemia. I've been studying too hard recently for the language proficiency exam, kept forgetting to eat. Song Chen blushed and laughed, afraid Su Suo would continue to inquire, then added, forget about me, are we all here? Shouldn't we set off? Right, it's about time. If we don't leave soon, we won't make it to the hotel we booked for tonight. Do Zhang agreed. Wait, I want to use the restroom first. Miaoshi, will you come with me? It's just around the corner at the intersection ahead. Guan-Isan suddenly spoke, not caring whether Song Chen agreed or not. She directly linked her arm with his and walked towards the public restroom ahead. At the corner, Guan-Isan, who had just been very intimate with Song Chen, suddenly pushed Qin Miaoshi against the wall and looked at him coldly. Song Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Guan-Isan had discovered that he was not the real Qin Miaoshi? But then he thought it over and felt that something was amiss. According to Xiao, the transformation of the mimicry disguise card was fundamental, a thorough change at the physical level, not some kind of illusion or related to the extraordinary powers of the warlocks in this world. In other words, even if the person opposite was a real warlock, they shouldn't be able to see through his true identity. Thinking this, he remained calm, feigning a look of confusion and said, What's wrong, Isan? Stop pretending. Guan-Isan stared at Song Chen, her voice cold. Do you remember the club activity from half a month ago? You told me that day that there was an emergency at home and you left, but later I saw you on the street with a man, being all lovey-dovey. If it was just that, I wouldn't say much. After all, that's your own private life. Whether you're fake innocent or truly scheming, it's none of my business, but you shouldn't have set your sights on Suo. I warn you, stay away from Suo in the future, if you don't want all your dirty laundry to be known throughout the whole school. After Guan-Isan finished speaking, she glared fiercely at Song Chen, then turned and walked into the bathroom. Song Chen was speechless for a moment. It was just an emotional dispute and jealousy between girls. Thinking back, it was probably Suo's few caring words that caused discomfort to Guan-Isan. Considering the other party's age, it was quite normal. Song Chen certainly wouldn't hold any grudges against Guan-Isan for this. After all, what did Qin Miaoshi have to do with him, Song Chen? Moreover, what Guan-Isan said was the truth. The original Qin Miaoshi was indeed a green tea who was inwardly malicious and enjoyed playing with people's hearts. But it was somewhat funny for him, a man, to be threatened by a young girl over such a matter. When the two returned to the group, Guan-Isan had already regained her composure, showing no signs of anything unusual, and Song Chen didn't think much of it. Later, everyone got on the car one after another. Since it was a spacious 7-seater off-road vehicle, even with 6 people seated, there was still a vacant seat, not too crowded. Song Chen sat in the last row and when he stretched his legs, he felt something blocking them. Upon closer inspection, it was a metal drum, seemingly filled with some kind of liquid. The other boy next to him, Li Hong, explained, This is spare gasoline. The route we're taking today is quite remote, with no gas stations along the way. To prevent any breakdowns halfway, we prepared in advance. The trunk is full, so we had to put it here. Miaoshi, if you find it inconvenient, I can move it to the side for you. It's fine, no need. Song Chen shook his head. If it were his own height, the drum of gasoline would definitely be inconvenient, but for Qin Miaoshi's height, it was okay. With everything ready, Suo, as the driver, officially started the car and drove forward following the navigation. Do Zhang, Yu Shualan, and Li Hong were filled with anticipation for the journey, chatting excitedly, while Suo and Guan-Isan exchanged a few words here and there. Song Chen rolled down the window, feeling the cool breeze brushing against his cheeks, swiftly passing by. Listening to the words of these students younger than him, he felt as if he had returned to his own student days, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. One cannot possess both youth and the feeling of youth at the same time. Those carefree, exuberant times were gone forever, leaving only the shell called self. After driving for about an hour, the car had already reached the highway out of Heshan City, and the young people in the car were starting to feel a bit tired, quieting down for a moment. Li Hong, can you please not smoke in the car? It stinks. Yu Shualan covered her nose and mouth, waving her hand in disgust at Li Hong, who had just lit a cigarette. I opened the window. Li Hong muttered under his breath, but still extinguished the cigarette. Suddenly, Hwani-san in the front passenger seat spoke unkindly. "What's wrong with that car? Is it sick? What's going on?" Everyone turned to look. Just now, we were only 2 or 3 meters away from the car in front of us. The black car next to us was trying to cut in. "Look, it's coming over again." "Ah!" Accompanied by Hwani-san's scream, Suishua slammed on the brakes, but still couldn't stop in time. With a loud bang, the black sedan that forcefully cut in collided with us. Due to inertia, everyone felt dizzy. Only Song Chen managed to hold onto the handrail beside him tightly, unaffected. "Ouch, that hurts so much. What's going on? I feel like I have a bump on my head." Hiss. "Call the police, we must call the police. Who drives like this? It's practically attempted murder." The inside of the car was filled with cries of pain. Suishua shook his head, pushed aside the already deflated airbag on him, and turned to the others, saying, "Let's get out of the car first. It's not safe to stay in the car after an accident. Let's go to the nearby emergency lane." As soon as everyone got out of the car, they saw the door of the black sedan being opened, and a heavily tattooed, muscular bald man wearing sunglasses got out of the driver's seat. Seeing this kind of person, the students who were just about to confront him were suddenly at a loss for words. Instead, the man walked over with a grim expression. He glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "A bunch of brats, who was driving just now? Didn't let me change lanes, huh? Feeling comfortable now?" This was too unreasonable. Do Zheng couldn't hold back his anger, disregarding the man's identity as a tattooed tough guy. He retorted, "It was clearly you who forcefully cut in and collided with us. And now you blame us for not knowing how to drive? It's because of unreasonable people like you that the overall quality of society is deteriorating." The bald man narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Without saying a word, he silently turned and walked towards the trunk of the black sedan. "Song Chen, this person is the target of the mission." Song Chen, who had been quietly watching from the back of the crowd, heard Xiaowei's urgent voice in his mind. "The target of the mission? This bald guy?" Song Chen was somewhat surprised. The previous 2 targets had been informed several days in advance, and they had never met. He thought this pattern would continue, but the appearance of this bald tough guy undoubtedly broke that convention. Well, after all, there have only been 3 people in total. Even from a statistical perspective, the sample size is too small. It's not surprising that this situation has occurred. While Song Chen was contemplating, the bald man had already opened the trunk and pulled out a shiny machete. "Brats, you're dead meat." He looked ferocious, raising the knife and charging towards Do Zhang. Do Zhang, as a university student in an ivory tower, had never seen such a scene before and was petrified. "Song Chen, what should I do? Should I intervene?" Xiao Wei's voice was anxious. Yes, should he intervene? If he didn't, Do Zhang would undoubtedly die, but if he did, he would expose himself. Wait, expose what? He was currently in the guise of Qin Miaoshi, and Qin Miaoshi was already dead. In theory, as long as he wasn't caught on the spot, any actions he took in Qin Miaoshi's identity would have no consequences. Moreover, he had come off this time to leave traces of Qin Miaoshi behind, diluting the connection with his true identity. With the bald man wielding a knife, and with these classmates and the many eyes from the cars behind on the overpass watching, if Qin Miaoshi killed the man now, becoming a murderer, and then went into hiding, disappearing without a trace, wouldn't that be completely reasonable? He would no longer have any connection to his true self. Song Chen's mind was sharp. His eyes flashed, and in 3 quick steps, he moved to the front. At that moment, the bald man's long knife was aimed straight at Do Zhang's face, and Do Zhang could even feel the strong wind coming towards him. If this blow landed, he would undoubtedly die. In the nick of time, a slender, fair arm suddenly reached out from the side of Do Zhang's body, grabbing the bald man's wrist. "You!" The bald, burly man looked at the girl in front of him in shock. Despite her delicate appearance, her strength was unbelievable. He couldn't move his wrist as she grabbed it firmly. Song Chen remained calm, exerted force, and the bald man winced in pain as the machete slipped from his hand. Song Chen caught the blade with his other hand, then swish, the blade reflected a dazzling light in the sunlight, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, Song Chen swiftly struck the bald man's throat with the blade, splattering a few drops of blood on Qin Miaoshi's exquisite face, giving off a somewhat enchanting vibe. In a car behind them, a young anchor was casually live-streaming what seemed like a normal car accident, but when he witnessed this scene, he was left dumbfounded. The sparse barrage of comments on the screen was now completely overwhelmed by the unfolding scene. What the hell? What did I just see? I've already figured out tomorrow's hot search title. On the overpass, a girl in ancient costume counter-kills a tattooed tough guy. This is too unbelievable. Can such a thing really happen in reality? Don't you think this is illogical? How could that girl, with such slender arms, suddenly grab the strong bald man's arm, even snatched the knife and counterkill. I think this is just a publicity stunt, probably for some game or TV show. Exactly. It's so obvious it's staged, and yet some people believe it? Are you guys really that stupid? +1. I work in special effects, and I don't see any signs of manipulation in this video. Can't people naturally have super strength? You know nothing, I'm a sci-fi film director. Doesn't anyone think this girl is really beautiful? Leaving aside the heated arguments among netizens, Susua and a few classmates finally regained their senses. They all looked at Song Chen with incredulous eyes, feeling like their worldview was being overturned. The girl who had always given the impression of being gentle and fragile had actually killed someone in broad daylight? The huge contrast made them doubt if they were in the real world. Especially Guan, who had threatened Song Chen before, now felt a surge of fear, her face turning pale. She had actually threatened such a ruthless person before? Now Only Susua seemed relatively calm as he looked at Song Chen with a complex expression. Song Chen calmly wiped the blood off his face with his hand, his sharp eyes noticing the driver behind them calling the police. We must leave quickly, or we'll be in trouble when the police arrive. Song Chen muttered, scanning around before settling on the black sedan belonging to the bald man. Compared to Susua's off-road vehicle, the black sedan only had a slight dent on the left rear door, not affecting normal driving. Song Chen planned to use it to leave the overpass, find a place to hide, and then revert to his original appearance. However, as he opened the car door to get in, a sudden change occurred. A pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere in the blocked traffic behind them, followed by several hairy, over a meter-long insect-like legs protruding from it. On the screen where the young anchor was live-streaming, the barrage of comments flew by. What the hell is that thing? I told you it's special effects, a game live-stream promotion, right? Where did this thing come from in reality? What about those who argued with me just now? Come out and face it. This special effect seems a bit too realistic. Unlike the relaxed mood of the onlookers behind the screen, the young anchor's face had turned pale, his hands and feet cold, because he knew that what he was seeing was not some special effect, but a real entity. As the monster slowly emerged from the black crack, a suppressed and panicked atmosphere enveloped everyone. What is that thing? Stuck in the traffic, many people poked their heads out of the vehicles, incredulously staring at the sudden appearance of the monster. Soon, the creature completely emerged from the black crack, landing on top of a small family car on the ground with a loud thud. It was then that everyone could see it clearly. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged spider, but its body was a giant baby's head, with 8 hairy legs spread on both sides, eyes tightly shut, mouth opening and closing without a sound. Extremely eerie, exuding a sense of oppression. This oppression was not just psychological but a strange atmosphere descending upon the real world, making people tremble, filled with inner panic. Some even lost control of their bladder. After a moment, someone couldn't bear the terrifying atmosphere anymore, opened the car door, and ran back. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes wide, emitting a sharp baby cry, its 8 legs swiftly moving, stepping on the car roof with a thud-thud-thud sound, catching up to the fleeing humans within seconds. It swung its sharp forelimbs a few times, cutting the escaping person in half, with entrails scattered on the ground. Many others who were also preparing to escape witnessed this scene, their faces filled with horror, immediately halting their movements. On the emergency lane, micro-menace level terror beast, spider infant beast. Susua looked at the monster, his pupils shrinking slightly, suppressing his voice as he said, "Everyone, do not move, this creature will prioritize hunting its prey." Upon hearing this, Song Chen's eyes flickered. Susua actually knew about the existence of terror beasts, even their levels and habits. Looking at it this way, the other party's identity was probably extraordinary. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Song Chen gazed at the spider infant beast, his expression grave. The terror this beast instilled in him was insurmountable. Judging from its speed and attack just now, with his current strength, he was definitely no match for it, and would easily be torn to shreds. Yu Shualan, trembling, asked, "So, as long as we stay still, we'll be safe, right?" The series of events that had unfolded today had left her overwhelmed, her mind on the verge of shutting down. First, the car accident, then encountering a tattooed bald man who resorted to violence at the drop of a hat, followed by her best friend Qin Miaoshi suddenly turning murderous, and now even this kind of horror monster she thought only existed in movies and novels. Was this even logical? Yu Shualan's question echoed the thoughts of the others, all eyes turning to Susua, hoping for a definitive answer. Unexpectedly, Susua shook his head slowly, his voice deep, "Even if we don't move, it will still actively kill, just not as frequently." As if to confirm Susua's words, the spider infant beast scanned around, leaped from the car roof to the ground, and upon seeing a young woman in the driver's seat of a nearby car, it thrust its sharp forelimb fiercely. The glass shattered, a large hole appeared in the young woman's forehead, killing her instantly. The other two people sitting in the back of the same car witnessed this scene, terrified beyond measure, losing their sanity, pulling open the car door and running out. With a poochie sound, the two were impaled through by the spider infant beast's forelimbs, hanging like skewers. Staying still meant death, running meant death. The people in the other cars were terrified to the extreme, not knowing what to do. What is its maximum speed? Song-chan asked softly. Susua glanced at the black sedan beside Song-chan, shaking his head. If you step on the gas pedal and accelerate to the highest speed, you might be able to shake off the spider infant beast, but the problem lies in the time it takes from getting in the car, starting the engine, to accelerating. It would have enough time to kill you many times over. Then what do we do? We'll die sooner or later like this. Guan-Yi-san watched the spider infant beast continuing its slaughter not far away, feeling despair in her heart. Wait, Susua's face was sweating with nervousness, but overall, he remained calm. There should be government officials coming to deal with it soon. Government officials? Dojang was taken aback. Are you saying that the government has long been aware of the existence of creatures like this, and there is even a specialized department to deal with them? Susua, it seems like you recognized this creature from the beginning. Who are you really? Shoo, stop talking, the spider infant beast is approaching. If it notices us, we're done for, Susua whispered. The others fell silent. The terror beasts are divided into 4 levels of harm and disaster, each level further categorized into minor, moderate, and major. If Sushua's information is correct, then this minor threat spider infant beast is just the lowest level of terror beasts. Even the lowest level of threat is this powerful. Song-chan's expression was inexplicable. He was now in a very awkward situation. While others could wait in place for official rescue, he couldn't. Even if he was lucky enough to survive until then, he would be arrested as murderer Qin Miaoshi and thrown into prison. Even if the judge was his own father and ruled it as self-defense, during the time between the prosecution and the verdict, he would still be deprived of personal freedom. And if a task appeared at this time and he couldn't complete it, he would have to disperse with Xiaowei. Therefore, he had to find a way to leave here in advance. Xiaowei, does the Destiny gift box need to go through the process of opening the physical box? Can't we skip this step and get the item directly? Song-chan asked Xiaowei in his mind. He hadn't opened the Destiny gift box he obtained by killing the bald strong man earlier. Maybe there would be a tool inside to help him out of his current predicament. But with so many eyes watching, he couldn't hide it. If the Destiny gift box appeared out of thin air, it would be a big problem. This was his true trump card, it must not be exposed to others. Fortunately, Xiaowei gave Song-chan the answer he wanted. Why did there always have to be a physical box appearing before? Isn't it redundant? Well, it's the default setting, and it adds a sense of ceremony. Opening the Destiny gift box after completing a task feels different from getting the reward directly. Alright, I understand now. Hurry up and open that box for me. With time running out, Song-chan couldn't be bothered to listen to Xiaowei's nonsense. 2 seconds later, a semi-transparent pocket watch appeared in Song-chan's mind. Projection of the pocket watch of Wormsay Burnell can immobilize any object within 10 times its own size and within 10 meters of itself completely for 15 seconds. Unlimited uses, the projection will disappear when the time is up. Seeing the explanation provided by Xiaowei, a gleam of light flashed in Song-chan's eyes. Freeze that spider infant beast for 15 seconds, enough for me to get in the car and leave. But why is this item so fitting? Is it a coincidence, or help from the system? It wasn't the time to consider these questions now. Song-chan immediately prepared to use the pocket watch projection to immobilize the spider infant beast and then leave in the car. In a flash, a crazy idea suddenly surged in his mind. Why should he be so fixated on escaping? Using this pocket watch projection, did he have a chance to kill the spider infant beast? To become a true sorcerer, inheriting both the secret spells and blood crystals was essential, and once he could kill this spider infant beast, he could obtain one of the blood crystals. Song-chan's body trembled slightly, not because of the fear field released by the spider infant beast, but out of excitement. However, the spider infant beast was huge, and even if he immobilized it by conventional means, he might not be able to kill it within 15 seconds. Song-chan looked around, his brain working rapidly as a plan gradually took shape. He let go of the hand holding the door of the black sedan, moved swiftly to Li Hong's side, took something out of his pocket, and quickly ran towards the off-road vehicle he had ridden in before. Miaoshi, are you crazy? Come back, don't move, you'll be killed. Several classmates were horrified by his actions. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Song-chan remained indifferent and quickly approached the off-road vehicle. At this moment, the spider infant beast also noticed Song-chan, the only living being moving on the scene. Its 8 long legs swiftly swung, leaving small shallow pits on the ground with its sharp spikes. rapidly charging towards Song Chen. Song Chen remained calm. He got into the off-road vehicle and took out a metal barrel filled with gasoline from inside, opening the lid. She's going to. Susua guessed what Song Chen intended to do, shocked and pale. It was madness, too much madness. At this moment, the spider infant beast was only a few meters away from Song Chen, but he did not retreat but instead advanced, holding the gasoline barrel and charging straight at the spider infant beast. The two sides approached each other, and in an instant, the distance was crossed. Song Chen could even clearly see the sweat on the giant baby head of the spider infant beast, the unique panic field of the fearsome beast pressing down on him without reservation, causing his body hair to stand on end, his mind stretched to the extreme. The spider infant beast raised its forelimbs high, about to pierce Song Chen's body in the next second. Song Chen's eyes flashed, activating the projection ability of the Warm Zay Burnell pocket watch. The massive body of the spider infant beast suddenly froze. In that instant, Song Chen lit the lighter he had taken from Li Hong's pocket and threw it along with the gasoline barrel into the wide-open mouth of the spider infant beast. He dodged to the side, simultaneously releasing the spider infant beast from its immobilized state. This set of actions flowed smoothly like clouds in water, taking less than a second of the pocket watch's projection time. Others couldn't even notice the momentary stiffness of the spider infant beast. Boom! Hydrocarbon atoms and hydrogen oxide gases instantly filled the body of the spider infant beast, triggering a violent explosion reaction of high temperature and pressure, releasing endless heat energy. The spider infant beast expanded rapidly like a balloon, growing several times in an instant. Finally, countless cracks appeared on its surface. With a deafening roar, the spider infant beast was blown to pieces. Ding! A crystal-clear blood-red crystal dropped from the sky full of the spider infant beast's remains, making a crisp sound as it hit the ground. Not far away, a young anchor hiding in the car stared in astonishment at the scene, stuttering into his phone. Family, did you see that? This isn't some special effect, it's a live broadcast. He looked down at the phone screen, only to realize that his live broadcast had been cut off at some point. The young anchor let out a wail. Such an exciting scene hadn't been broadcasted, how much traffic would be lost? On the other side, Susua stared at the shattered remains of the spider infant beast, unable to speak for a long time. He was well aware of the difference between fearsome beasts and ordinary humans, thus the impact on him was greater. Even for a sorcerer who had just ignited their inner fire, without the assistance of a mysterious tool, it would be quite a challenge to kill a low-level fearsome beast alone, let alone an ordinary person. Although Qin Miaoshi had shown extraordinary strength before, Susua could tell that she was not a sorcerer, just someone with exceptional physical strength, perhaps gifted, but fundamentally still an ordinary person. To confront the fear field without fear, to challenge a fearsome beast with the body of an ordinary person, what courage, what determination. Miaoshi, what are you really? Susuo's eyes towards Song Chen were full of wonder. Song Chen emerged from behind the car, walked to where the blood crystal had fallen, picked it up, and then immediately got into the black car of the bald muscular man, stepped on the gas, and drove away. Less than 10 minutes after he left, a helicopter flew in from the sky. Song Chen drove for a while and then got off the highway from the nearest ramp. Following the traffic flow onto the main road, he found a place without surveillance, abandoned the car, and left. In an unnoticed corner, he removed his disguise, changed into the male clothing he had in his bag before. After taking a taxi, bus, and subway, he returned to his home. Song Chen lay on the sofa, exhaling deeply. Home was always relaxing. He took out the blood crystal of the spider infant beast from his pocket, raised it to examine it, and under the light, it reflected a charming brilliance. I never expected to accidentally obtain the blood crystal essential for becoming a warlock this time. Next, all I need is to obtain the inherited secret spell, and then I can become a true warlock. However, according to Qin Miaoshi, the inherited secret spell is something far more precious than the blood crystal, considered an absolute secret by various forces, and obtaining it may not be easy. Song Chen lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa with his index finger, contemplating his next plan. Susua, that guy is no ordinary person. He actually identified the name and level of that terrifying beast at a glance. Perhaps, I can get some clues from him. However, he definitely couldn't act in the near future. Susua, as the person involved in today's incident, would undoubtedly attract government attention. He had to wait for the storm to pass. Night fell. Song Chen sat in front of the computer, searching for the events that had occurred on the overpass today. As expected, there is nothing. Those dead people, destroyed vehicles, gasoline explosions, the spider infant beast's corpse. It was as if they had never existed, leaving no trace on the internet. What surprised Song Chen was that even the character he played, Qin Miaoshi, was not wanted by the police. He had openly killed the bald strong man in front of so many people, a real murderer with no room for retreat. Could it be because I killed that spider infant beast, so as long as it involves terrifying beasts or people, they will never appear in the public eye? Song Chen furrowed his brow, somewhat startled by his own thoughts. Why would the authorities go to such lengths to block information about terrifying beasts? Another day of spicy and sour shredded potatoes? You've been eating it for several days in a row. In the living room, Song Chen opened the takeout box, spreading the golden shredded potatoes over the plump white rice, emitting a tempting fragrance. I have no income now, funds are limited, so I have to be frugal. It had been over a month since the encounter with the spider infant beast. These days, Xiao had not assigned any new tasks, and life was as calm as water. Besides going to the gym for exercise every now and then, Song Chen had also enrolled in a combat training class to better utilize his strength. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for not being able to help you earn big money, sob. Xiao Wei pretended to cry. Stop messing around. Song Chen clinked his chopsticks, feeling that this guy was getting more mischievous. Tomorrow, I plan to observe Su Suo. Su Suo's identity seems unusual, and given what happened last time, wouldn't it be too risky to go see him tomorrow? So I only plan to observe from a distance. With your assistance, it should be easy to determine if there are people monitoring him. Moreover, it has been over a month. Although the spider infant beast has killed many people, it is ultimately just a low-level terrifying beast. If I'm not mistaken, the appearance of this level of terrifying beast is not a big deal for this city, and it's not worth the authorities investing so much effort to investigate everyone. I will contact him only after ensuring it's safe, Song Chen said calmly. I understand. Halfway through the meal, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. It's your neighbor, the female police officer, she's alone, Xiao Wei said before Song Chen could ask. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and checked the time. It was already past 10 in the evening. Why would Lin Chi come to see him at this late hour? Although their relationship had become closer since they had dinner together at the food stall last time, and they would exchange a few more words when they met, it was still the first time she had come to his door so late. Song Chen got up to open the door and saw Lin Qiwan wearing a round-neck shirt, with long black hair cascading down, revealing fair collarbones. She exuded a strong smell of alcohol, with rosy cheeks and a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. Good evening, neighbor. I've come to drink with you. Do you mind? Lin Qiwan tilted her head, looking at Song Chen with a hint of mist in her almond-shaped eyes. Song Chen, she seems drunk. He, you're still single, right? Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Shut up. Aren't you supposed to be a righteous system? Why do you keep making inappropriate villainous remarks and laughing so lecherously? Song Chen retorted in his mind. I'm just joking, Xiao Wei said with a hint of grievance. No jokes allowed. Fine. Xiao Wei pouted. Song Chen felt that Lin Qiwan might have encountered something unusual, as her sudden visit was out of character. Even though they were neighbors, it was quite unusual for a single woman to come to a single man's house late at night just to drink, especially since they weren't that close. After a moment of silence, Song Chen nodded and stepped aside to let Lin Qiwan in. Lin Qiwan put on slippers, walked around the living room, and remarked, I didn't expect your place to be so clean, breaking my impression of a single man living alone. I'm allergic to dirty things. Song Chen walked to the coffee table and casually pointed to the sofa, have a seat. Lin Qiwan noticed the shredded potatoes on the coffee table and said with interest, spicy shredded potatoes? I love them too. Our tastes are quite similar. With that, she sat on the sofa, took out the snacks she brought, and handed a bottle of beer to Song Chen. Here, eat and drink. Song Chen opened the can, took a sip, and asked Lin Qiwan, did something happen to you? Lin Qiwan froze, looked straight at Song Chen, and after a while, she said, how did you know? I am indeed not very happy. Lin Qiwan curled up her legs and sat hugging her knees. Just as Song Chen was about to ask her what was wrong, he saw her body tremble slightly, and she suddenly burst into tears. The emotions of this drunken person were truly like a roller coaster, changing at the drop of a hat. Lin Qiwan buried her head, her voice muffled, I've been transferred from the criminal police team. I'll be a regular community police officer from now on, dealing with trivial neighborhood disputes all day long. Song Chen understood. So that's why she was drinking like this. Did you make a mistake? Or offend someone? Song Chen picked up a piece of green pepper and pork stir-fry that Lin Qiwan brought. It tasted delicious, with a spicy and tender flavor bursting on the tongue. Lin Qiwan shook her head, I neither made a mistake nor offended anyone. It was my father who had me transferred. Your father? Yes. Lin Qiwan hugged her knees, stared blankly ahead, and said, my mother passed away when I was 6, and my father raised me single-handedly. So in my heart, my father is the person I admire the most. I've always wanted to be like him, to become an outstanding police officer. For years, I studied hard every day, and finally, my hard work paid off when I was admitted to the police academy. But when I told my father about this good news, he flew into a rage, even tore up my acceptance letter, vehemently opposing my decision to go to the police academy. At that moment, I was really confused, not knowing what all my years of perseverance were for. I worked so hard to share my achievements with him, but he treated me with such an attitude. Later, I figured it out. Becoming a police officer was already my dream. Even if my father opposed it, I had to stick to it. And as if by coincidence, after graduating from the police academy, I was actually assigned to the same police station as my father, becoming an ordinary police officer under his command. Speaking of this, Lin Shiwan smiled self-deprecatingly. At that time, I was still thinking that I finally had the opportunity to prove my abilities to my father, to let him know that his opposition to me back then was a mistake, and that I could become an excellent police officer like him. I never expected. Has your father never talked to you about why he opposed you? Song Chen pondered for a moment before asking. He did, more than once. He told me that being a police officer is very dangerous, and he didn't want me to be in such danger, Lin Shiwan said lightly. But I don't think that's the real reason. While being a police officer may have more risks than other professions, it's not to the point of being extremely dangerous, not enough to justify him cutting ties with his own daughter. Song Chen narrowed his eyes, instantly reminded of something. Lin Shiwan was right. Normally, even though being a police officer is a riskier job than most, a father wouldn't go to such extremes when faced with his daughter's dream. Unless Lin Shiwan's father knew things that ordinary people didn't, like the existence of fearsome beasts, warlocks, and other supernatural beings. It wouldn't be surprising for someone in a high position in the police force to be aware of such information. If that were the case, everything made sense. Ordinary people are too fragile when faced with extraordinary things, with almost no chance of survival once involved, and police officers are precisely the high-risk group that comes into contact with these things. Lin's father didn't want his daughter to meet an untimely end one day, so it wasn't surprising for him to take such extreme measures. As for why, he didn't explain. It was clear. Just look at how the recent incident involving the spider infant beast was completely sealed off. The Yun Nation government is extremely vigilant against the spread of such information. Unless it reaches a certain level, even family members and colleagues are prohibited from disclosing it. Song Chen, do you think my life is just a joke? Lin Shiwan looked at Song Chen with tearful eyes. I don't think so, Song Chen said lightly. No matter how others treat you, you are just working very hard to achieve your dreams. To be honest, Song Chen didn't know how to comfort Lin Shiwan, as he wasn't good at comforting people. Is that so? Lin Shiwan muttered softly to herself. After a long while, she wiped away her tears, turned her crying into laughter, stood up, and opened her arms to Song Chen. I understand now. Thank you, Song Chen, for listening to me and allowing me to talk so much. Come here for a hug. Song Chen was stunned. A hug? What's wrong with this girl? Crying one moment, laughing the next, and now suddenly wanting a hug out of nowhere? Is this how drunk people behave? Isn't she afraid he might be a bad person? Lin Shiwan, you're drunk. I'll take you home, Song Chen said, getting up and walking towards the door. When he opened the door and turned back, he found Lin Shiwan already asleep on the sofa. Song Chen suddenly felt that Lin's father was right not to let her continue as a criminal investigator. With this level of vigilance, even without encountering supernatural things, there was a high possibility of falling victim to criminals someday. He couldn't believe how cautiously he had interacted with her before. Song Chen, what should I do? What else can we do? Just cover her with a blanket and let her sleep. Song Chen shook his head helplessly. The night passed, and it was early morning. Sunlight seeped through the curtains into the living room, falling on the woman lying on the sofa. Lin Shiwan woke up groggily, sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked around in confusion. It was obvious that this wasn't her home. Are you awake? The door beside her opened, and Song Chen walked out holding a glass of milk. Lin Shiwan blinked, memories of the previous night flooding back like a tide. Remembering her embarrassing behavior, Lin Shiwan blushed. How should I say this, actually? She stammered to Song Chen for a while, not saying much, and finally said in frustration, sorry, I drank too much last night. I'm not usually like that. Song Chen nodded, I understand. Just got a bit drunk. It's normal. Don't worry, I won't say anything out of line. Thank you. Lin Shiwan fell silent for a while, not sure what she was thinking. She glanced at the blanket on the table, stood up from the sofa. I'll head back now. Sure, take care. Lin Shiwan passed through the entrance, opened the door, and arrived at her own doorstep just a wall away, entering her home. Inside, the curtains were tightly closed, no lights on, dimly lit. She leaned against the wall with her hands behind her back, gazing up at the snow-white ceiling, lost in thought. Afternoon. Crane Mountain University. Song-chan carried a single shoulder bag, dressed in casual sportswear, walking on the campus roads. The youthful atmosphere of the campus, it's truly nostalgic. Although he had only graduated a little over a year ago, it felt like a long time had passed, almost to the point of forgetting some details from memory. Crane Mountain University was where Chin Miaoshi, Suwa, and a few others studied, the top university in Crane Mountain City. Song-chan missed the entrance exam by 10 points and regretted it. "Excuse me, could you help me pick up the ball?" As he passed by the basketball court, a basketball rolled to Song-chan's feet, and a tall guy inside the court called out to him. Song-chan picked up the ball, the familiar touch reminding him of his time on the school basketball team. He thought about showing off a long-distance shot, but considering his purpose for coming, he simply returned the ball without any fuss. He needed to keep a low profile, avoiding drawing any attention. Song-chan continued walking with his head down. "Song-chan, it's up ahead, Suwa's classroom building for this afternoon's class, where Chin Miaoshi used to attend classes with them." Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. Song-chan stopped in his tracks, found a bench nearby, took out a textbook from his backpack, pretending to read. Song-chan asked, "Is there anything unusual nearby?" "No, within my perception range, apart from the regular security on campus, there's no one else observing secretly, no hidden cameras either." As expected. Just as I thought. The incident with the spider infant beast was a minor matter for the entire Crane Mountain City. The authorities wouldn't make a big deal out of it. That's good, my next action should have minimal risks. However, for safety's sake, I need to confirm one last time. After waiting downstairs for over half an hour, Song-chan saw Suwa emerging from the crowd. He casually stretched, blending into the crowd. It wasn't until Suwa entered the dormitory building that he pretended to have something to do and left. "How is it? Is anyone protecting or monitoring Suwa?" "No, at least within my detection range, there isn't." Song-chan had asked Xiao Wei before, and its effective detection range was 100 meters radius centered around him. If someone was secretly watching Suwa, it would likely be within this range, otherwise, whether for protection or surveillance, it would be inadequate. Very well. With this confirmed, Song-chan turned and walked away. After leaving the campus, he took out an old phone, inserted an anonymous SIM card he bought from a card dealer, composed a text message, entered Suwa's number stored in Chin Miaoshi's phone, and clicked send. He chose not to use Chin Miaoshi's phone directly because he was concerned that even though the government hadn't publicly disclosed Chin Miaoshi's murder, they might still be internally monitoring her phone number. "Song-chan, what if Suwa doesn't go?" "He will go." Song-chan was very confident. The way Suwa looked at him that day when he was pretending to be Chin Miaoshi, it was not the usual admiration between classmates but something deeper. "Hee, I just love your confidence, Song-chan. Stop teasing me." On the other side, Su returned to the dormitory, sat at his desk, took out his phone, and opened a photo in the album. The resolution of this photo was not high. It didn't look like the quality captured by this brand new smartphone, but more like a picture taken and saved by an old-fashioned phone many years ago. Su looked at the photo, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Suddenly, a text message popped up. "Su, I want to see you. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, East G District, Baiyang Road, Dongli Children's Park. Can you come?" Su's gaze shifted down, and the signature of this text message was none other than Chin Miaoshi. Night, Dongli Park. The lively park during the day was now silent, with only a few lonely street lamps standing straight, emitting orange-yellow light, attracting small insects hovering in the summer night. Su walked into the park and immediately saw the quiet girl sitting on the swing. The girl was wearing a short-sleeved sweatshirt and jeans, with a ponytail, her skin so fair it seemed to glow, contrasting sharply with the dim surroundings. Su's face lit up with joy as he approached. "Miaoshi, long time no see." Song-chan raised his head, looked at Su, and smiled lightly. "Long time no see, Su, you look good." Su stared at Song-chan for a moment, then sat down on the swing next to him. "They are looking for you, it's dangerous for you to be out like this," he said, lowering his head. "Who are they?" Song-chan gripped the steel cables on both sides, exerted a little force with his feet, and the swing began to sway slowly. "The police, and people from the Investigation Bureau. Although there hasn't been any public movement, you are already on the official internal wanted list," Su said softly, looking at the ground. Song-chan asked, "What is the Investigation Bureau?" Su replied, "It's a department in our cloud country specifically responsible for handling supernatural matters, including tracking people like you who have been involved with dread beasts. From what you're saying, It seems like you've already assumed that I am aware of the existence of those supernatural things, Songchen said, planting his right foot on the ground, leaving a faint trace on the gravelly soil, stopping the swing's movement. Su chuckled and said, I'm not stupid. Normally, someone who hasn't come into contact with dread beasts, even if they manage to kill one with external help, wouldn't dare to easily touch the things left behind by it. But you, Miaoshi, without hesitation, took the blood crystal, which says a lot. I see. Songchen jumped off the swing, stretched lazily, then turned to Su, saying, since you know I'm wanted, why did you come to see me? Remember, I'm a dangerous murderer. And if it's an official internal wanted list, how did you get the information? Su remained silent for a while, not directly answering the question, but asked, Miaoshi, do you remember Longjia Elementary School? Songchen nodded in confusion. Of course, that's the school I attended as a child. But Su, how would you know? Suddenly, as if recalling something, his face was filled with astonishment. Su, could it be that you are the little coconut from back then? Miaoshi, you still remember me after all. Su looked very happy, his gaze towards Songchen softer than before. Back then, my parents were always away, there was only the nanny at home, and the other classmates at school found my solitary and eccentric personality off-putting, unwilling to play with me. Only you were willing to chat with me, accompany me. Su looked up at the night sky, lost in memories. Songchen, luckily you made me carefully review Qin Miaoshi's life experience, otherwise I wouldn't have discovered that they had a connection from their childhood, Xiao Wei said in his mind. Songchen watched Su immersed in memories and couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy towards him. On the surface, as he said, when everyone isolated Qin Miaoshi, he was there for him. The truth was that Qin Miaoshi intended to give him hope first, then despair. Qin Miaoshi had planned to pretend to be nice to Su, make him trust her, and then mock and betray him harshly. She looked forward to enjoying the extreme pain on his face when the time came. Unfortunately, before she could carry out this plan, Qin Miaoshi suddenly moved due to family reasons. So, the image she left with Su was only the beauty of childhood. Of course, Songchen would not tell Su about this. After all, the real Qin Miaoshi was already dead, and at this moment, he was Qin Miaoshi. How could he say anything unfavorable to himself and let the other party immerse in the beautiful childhood memories? That day, you suddenly disappeared, never showed up at school again. I waited for a long time, and later found out that you transferred. Su sighed. Sorry, at that time my parents moved because of work, and I hesitated, afraid to tell you and make you sad. So I never said anything in the end, Songchen said softly, with a hint of apology in his tone. It's almost what I guessed. Su nodded, took a deep breath, grinned, and said, well, the past is the past, at least we have reunited now, right? You asked me why I knew you were wanted but still came to see you, that's the answer. So, now I'll answer your second question, about how I got the official internal information about you being wanted. I've mentioned before, my parents were often not at home when I was a child, because they both were sorcerers under the Investigation Bureau, frequently going on various missions. In an operation many years ago, my parents sacrificed themselves to save another comrade. The person whose life was saved by my parents is now the head of the archives at Hashan Investigation Bureau. I call him Uncle Lu, and over the years, Uncle Lu has taken great care of me. Su stopped speaking at this point, but it was enough. Whether it was information about fear beasts, sorcerers, or the official internal non-public wanted notice about Qin Miaoshi, it was all revealed to him by the head of the archives, Uncle Lu, to repay the debt of gratitude to Su's parents. So, that's how it is. Songchen sighed. Su also got off the swing, stood in front of Songchen, and looked at him, saying, So Miaoshi, do you need my help this time you came to find me? Songchen nodded, saying, Because you showed familiarity with fear beasts that day, I wanted to ask you if there are any clues about inheriting secret spells. Exactly. Su didn't seem surprised at all. When you took the blood crystal that day, I had some guesses. He paused, then continued, to obtain the secret spells, one must join those major forces, and we are the largest force in Yunghua, which is the government. Songchen frowned slightly. Are you suggesting that I join the government's investigation bureau? But I'm already wanted internally as a murderer. What I'm about to say is precisely about this. Su's expression turned solemn, his tone becoming serious. Before that, Miaoshi, you have to answer me. Do you really have a reason that you must become a sorcerer no matter what? Yes, I must become a sorcerer, no matter what, Songchen said without hesitation. Songchen, is Su's plan really reliable? After finishing the conversation with Su and returning home, Xiao Wei expressed concern. If he didn't lie, I think it's worth a try, Songchen said, taking out a semi-transparent object from his pocket that felt cool to the touch, like a cold skin mask. This object, resembling a face mask, was a mystical tool called the illusionary mask. When worn, it would transform into a completely different face that matched the wearer's body shape, including altering the voice spoken. This was the only extraordinary item left to him by Suwa's parents. Regarding the concept of mysterious artifacts, it was also Suwa who popularized it to Song-chen. Due to time constraints, Suwa did not go into details, only telling Song-chen that mysterious artifacts are extremely important for sorcerers, essential props to maintain their combat effectiveness. Especially for sorcerers at a low realm, lacking a mysterious artifact is like a tiger without teeth, greatly reducing their combat power. Suwa's plan was simple. He would have his uncle Lu, the director of the archives, create a fictional identity file for Song-chen wearing the illusion mask, thus qualifying him to become a trainee at the investigation bureau. This plan could be described as extremely bold. Normally, trainees at the investigation bureau, if not all, are mostly selected from university students. The department responsible for recruiting new personnel within the investigation bureau would pre-select a group of outstanding students, confirm their family background, social background, and everything else is in order, inform them in the name of the government about the existence of extraordinary things, and give them the choice of whether they are willing to join the investigation bureau. If the person refuses, their memory will be erased, and they will return to their daily routine. If they agree to join, they will become trainees at the investigation bureau, and if they pass the final assessment after training, they can obtain the inheritance secret spell. Uncle Lu, as the director of the archives, was not just sitting in the office managing documents. Any changes in personnel information, storage or retrieval of files, all required his personal approval, indicating his significant authority. Within the investigation bureau, he was already considered part of the leadership. If he was willing to cooperate, then this plan might actually succeed. The question was, would the other party be willing? Would they really risk their own future for the sake of a life-saving favor from years ago? For now, I can only take it step by step. Even if it doesn't work out, I have obtained a mysterious artifact. Song-chen, disguised as Qin Miaoshi, held the illusion mask and stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. He gently covered his face with the illusion mask, and after a few seconds, it distorted and transformed. Qin Miaoshi's face disappeared, replaced by the delicate face of another girl. With a thought, Song-chen removed the disguise, reverting to his original appearance. After a few seconds, the illusion mask also changed, revealing the handsome face of a stranger in the mirror. This is truly a good item. With this, my true identity will be even more secure in the future, Song-chen nodded in satisfaction. However, considering that the illusion mask belonged to the extraordinary system of this world, there was a risk of being exposed, so in situations where identity needed to be hidden, he still had to rely on disguises. The core was the original form, the disguise was the second layer, and the illusion mask was the third layer. The power of the white moonlight is truly terrifying. Oh, speaking of which, Suwa is also pitiful, not only deceived emotionally but also tricked out of such a precious mysterious artifact. When Qin Miaoshi was young, she deceived him, and when she grew up, she continued to be deceived by those pretending to be Qin Miaoshi. This child seems to have lived in lies all along. Song-chen, doesn't your conscience ache? Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. Song-chen stared at his reflection in the mirror, his gaze obscure. Seeing Song-chen's unusual mood, Xiao Wei awkwardly said, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, Song-chen, I apologize to you. Song-chen shifted his gaze away from the mirror, turned and walked out, coldly saying, I'm just an ordinary person. Ha? I'm just an ordinary person, Song-chen repeated. The next afternoon, Song-chen received a call from Suwa, saying that his uncle had agreed to help, asking Song-chen to send a photo over. On the 1st of next month, Song-chen could bring the prepared fake file to the investigation bureau and report as a trainee. Song-chen noticed that Suwa's tone was not quite normal, as if he was suppressing some strong emotions. He speculated that Suwa's interaction with his uncle was not pleasant. It was highly likely that the uncle was unwilling to help. Suwa's persuasion was in vain, and it was only through the leverage of the favor from years ago that he finally agreed. Of course, this is just speculation, and Song-chen doesn't care about the specifics. In the following days, Song-chen continued his previous lifestyle, spending his time between the gym and combat training classes, aside from eating and sleeping. Perhaps due to his exceptional physical condition, Song-chen's combat skills improved rapidly, earning praise from his coaches. Late one night, in an abandoned warehouse. 3 kings with an ace, I win, pay up, pay up. At a smoky poker table, a young man with red hair and a cigarette in his mouth threw his cards on the table, excitedly demanding money from the other 3. Damn, how come it's you winning again, so unlucky, I'm done playing. Yeah, Turkey, how much money have you won from us tonight, I'm almost out of my pants. The red-haired youth grinned and said, oh well, when luck's on your side, there's nothing you can do. Besides, why worry about this little money? We'll sell those goods later, and we'll all make a fortune, right? That's true, some of these goods are of excellent quality. When Tiger comes later to settle the accounts, I'll challenge you to another 300 rounds. Ha, deal. In a corner of the abandoned factory, 7 or 8 children were tied up with ropes, their mouths gagged, lying weakly on the ground, the very goods mentioned by the red-haired youth. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the warehouse door. Well, speak of the devil, Gangzi, go open the door for Tiger. The red-haired youth gestured with his chin. Why don't you go yourself, you lazy bum? Gangzi grumbled as he got up and went to the iron door of the warehouse, pulled out the bolt, opened the door, only to find not Tiger but a handsome young man in a black trench coat standing there. Gangzi was stunned. Who are you? Songchen looked past Gangzi, straight at the red-haired youth turkey at the poker table. Hey, I'm talking to you. Gangzi, looking displeased, reached out and touched Songchen's shoulder. Songchen glanced sideways, raised his hand and twisted Gangzi's arm. Ah! Gangzi felt a sharp pain in his hand and couldn't help but scream. Damn, someone's looking for trouble, brothers, get your weapons. The red-haired youth flicked his cigarette butt, stood up abruptly, and pulled out an iron rod from under the table. The other two did the same, and the 3 youths brandished their iron rods and charged at Songchen. Overestimating yourselves. Songchen's eyes turned cold, he let go of Gangzi's hand, dodged and kicked Turkey in the chest. Turkey felt a sudden blur in front of his eyes, then a sharp pain in his abdomen. A huge force sent him flying backward, rolling on the ground several times before stopping, his stomach churning, vomiting a burning stomach acid, too painful to even scream. His body curled up like a cooked river shrimp. At the same time, the other two swung their iron rods at Songchen. Songchen caught one of the iron rods, yanked it away from the person's hand, then struck the other person with it. With a crisp sound, the other person's arm went numb, and the iron rod flew out of his hand. Songchen kicked both of them away, joining Turkey. You. Gangzi, holding his injured right hand, stared in disbelief. Ignoring him, Songchen walked straight towards Turkey, who was struggling to get up, and stopped in front of him. Turkey wiped the liquid from his mouth, glaring fiercely at Songchen. You're dead, wait till Tiger comes. Before he could finish, a loud slap landed on his face, making him dizzy, ears ringing, a tooth falling out, his face visibly swelling. Wait for Tiger to come, what then? Turkey still refused to back down, slurring, wait for Tiger to come, and you're dead. Songchen raised an eyebrow, truly a ruthless character who would later kill a dozen people, yet even in this state, he remained defiant. He flashed a chilling smile and grabbed a steel rod, smashing it down on his left hand. With a crisp sound, the redhead youth's left hand fractured. You beast, I'll kill you. Bang, bang, bang. Songchen struck 3 more times, rendering the redhead youth's limbs useless, lying on the ground like a dead fish. Finally, Songchen lifted the iron rod, aiming at the redhead youth's head, high above. At that moment, the redhead youth finally felt fear, looking into Songchen's indifferent eyes, knowing that he truly intended to kill him, so he quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong, please spare me. Too late. Songchen's iron rod came crashing down heavily, the redhead youth's head bursting open, silenced. Ding dong. Mission complete, Songchen, you have another destiny gift box to open. Xiao Wei's voice rang out. Just like last time, open directly in my mind, no physical items. Alright, let's see what comes out this time. Oh, this is quite interesting. A golden polyhedral die appeared in Songchen's mind, marked with numbers from 0 to 9. Destiny die, after the user rolls the die, they can specify a change in the probability of an event related to themselves occurring. If the die rolls a 9, the event has a 90% chance of happening. The specified event must be something that could naturally occur, like you can specify a 90% chance of breaking a bone from falling, but you can't specify causing an earthquake from falling. Roll records cannot be saved, and if rolled consecutively, the latest number will overwrite the previous one. Limited to 10 uses. This thing is like a weapon of causality. Songchen was amazed. He grew more curious about what kind of existence could create such a system and so many incredible items. But this thing also has a major flaw. The results are random, and with only 10 chances, I can't use it on probability events as they happen. To avoid wasting it, I must roll a number first and wait for the right moment to use it. Songchen, I have an idea, not sure if I should say it. Go ahead. We're short on money, right? What if we use this destiny die to roll a high probability number, then specify the probability of you winning the lottery jackpot? Even if it's just 2, 3, or 4, it's still much higher than 1 in several million, right? Since we have to roll in advance, why not try it now? Okay. With a thought, Songchen held the destiny die in his hand. Any items obtained from the destiny gift box could be taken out or stored in the mind at any time. He gently tossed it to the ground. The golden dodecahedron die rolled, and the final number revealed was 0. 0? This is too unlucky, isn't it? Song-Chin raised an eyebrow, said nothing, put away the die, and turned towards the children trapped. No, I'll try again. I don't believe this. The next one must be a big number. Xiao Wei wailed in his mind. Stop it, this die only has 10 chances. We can't waste them like this. Song-Chin bent down and untied the ropes from the children. Big brother, are you here to save us? A little girl with big, dark eyes asked Song-Chin. He nodded, then took out a phone he found on the redhead youth and handed it to the little girl, saying, after I leave, call the police and tell them you were kidnapped by human traffickers. Let them track this phone signal, understand? I got it, big brother. The little girl's voice was sweet, her eyes shining with a clever light. It's him, Hugu. At the entrance of the warehouse, there was a commotion. The 3 people who had slipped away when the redhead youth was killed had returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket, smoking a cigar, with a scar on his face. Tiger Brother glanced at the redhead youth lying dead on the ground, then at Song-Chen, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Kid, which road do you come from? Are you being a little too unruly? Everyone knows my reputation, Tiger Brother. How dare you kill my men? Song-Chen ignored him and instead pointed to a box behind the warehouse, telling the children beside him, go hide behind there. If I don't call you, don't come out. Okay, big brother. The little girl immediately agreed, pulling her companions to run to the back. Only then did Song-Chen turn back, walking towards Tiger Brother, and said slowly, I not only want to kill your men, but I also want to kill you. Tiger Brother, enraged, sneered, kid, do you think you're impressive just because you can fight? Let me tell you, times have changed. With that, he pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Song-Chen. Seeing the gun in Tiger Brother's hand, Song-Chen remained calm and unruffled. Before embarking on the mission, he had read in the redhead youth's background that Tiger Brother had once executed a traitor from their gang with a gun, so he had anticipated that Tiger Brother would be armed. Song-Chen's original plan was to immobilize Tiger Brother with Wenzel Burnell's pocket watch projection and then kill him directly. However, now he had a better idea. Use the fate dice to change the probability of Tiger Brother hitting me when I dodge next. The result of the fate dice just now was 0, meaning the probability of Tiger Brother hitting him next would also be 0. Ignoring the menacing gun in Tiger Brother's hand, Song-Chen walked straight towards him. Kid, you're looking for death, go to hell. Tiger Brother's face twisted into a smirk as he pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise, the bullet spiraled out of the barrel at supersonic speed, tearing through the air towards Song-Chen. However, from the onlookers' perspective, they only saw Song-Chen slightly tilting his head, and scathed. What? Tiger Brother squinted his eyes. He was confident in his marksmanship, especially at such close range. He wouldn't miss, but somehow. You're lucky, kid, but luck won't always be on your side. Die for me. Tiger Brother spat out his cigar, holding the gun with both hands, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 6 gunshots echoed in the warehouse. In theory, Song-Chen should have been riddled with bullets by now, but he had no injuries at all, calmly walking towards Tiger Brother. The 6 bullets seemed to have only slightly moved his figure, nothing more. How? How is this possible? Tiger Brother's smile froze, replaced by fear. The natural human fear of the unknown. Tiger Brother couldn't understand why, despite aiming perfectly at the kid, he couldn't hit him, as if the kid could effortlessly dodge all the bullets. But was that even possible? You, go kill him. Tiger Brother, seeing Song-Chen getting closer, finally panicked, urging his men. However, having witnessed the inhuman side of Song-Chen, his men had no courage to rush forward and sacrifice themselves. Instead of advancing, they turned and ran for their lives. What's more important than self-preservation when facing such a terrifying opponent? Damn it, a bunch of cowards. Tiger Brother cursed and also turned to join the fleeing crowd. Song-Chen's eyes narrowed. He exerted force under his feet, and like an arrow released from a bow, he charged forward. None of you will escape, tonight, you all will die. Inside the warehouse, screams continued without end. 10 minutes later, the warehouse door was pushed open, and Song-Chen, dressed in a black windbreaker, walked out calmly. The blood on him was not much, and under the cover of black clothes and the dark night, it was even less noticeable. Song-Chen, today's target is only that redhead young man. There's no need to kill the others. I've said it, I'm just an ordinary person. I've heard you say that 3 times already. What does it mean? When faced with threats, ordinary people feel fear. When faced with benefits, they feel tempted. When faced with injustice that they can do something about, they try to help. So don't label me with some high moral standard of when to do what. People like me, ordinary as can be, with enough temptation, can easily turn into villains at any time, just like those I've killed. Do you understand what I mean? Sort of. Think about it more. Not long after Song Chen left, several police cars arrived and found the children in the warehouse. With Xiao Wei's guidance, Song Chen avoided the surveillance on the way and safely returned home. Even though his appearance at the moment was a false face conjured by the illusionary transformation, it was better not to be caught on camera. In a world with extraordinary abilities, the waters run deep, and those who act recklessly with a bit of power might meet a gruesome end. Early the next morning, Song Chen rolled the dice again. This time, the result was 5, meaning a 50% chance. Song Chen, hurry and buy a lottery ticket. A 50% chance of winning the jackpot is already super high. Xiao Wei urged eagerly. Song Chen, unhurried, had breakfast before heading to the nearest lottery store. He had never paid attention to lotteries before and only learned about the different types and ways to bet from the store owner, which left him feeling dizzy. Not interested in delving into it, he let the owner recommend the most popular lottery and randomly chose a number. The owner said that if his number won, he would get a prize of 1 million, which after deducting 20% tax, would still leave him with 800,000. A few days later, Song Chen checked the lottery official website and saw his exact number in the first prize list. A 50% chance, and he hit it. Prepared in advance, Song Chen felt surprisingly calm inside, almost devoid of any real sensation. It was Xiao Wei who was extremely excited, even though the money meant nothing to it, showing an inexplicable joy. Song Chen, now you can drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Xiao Wei's tone was cheerful. Sudden wealth easily attracts attention and envy. If it were the ordinary world I knew, it would be fine, but in this world of extraordinary powers, one must act cautiously. Ah, that's so boring. Song Chen, when will you be able to live freely as you wish? When I become strong enough that no one can threaten me anymore. A few days later, Song Chen went to the lottery center to claim his prize. When the 8 million was deposited into his account, he finally felt something real. From then on, he achieved financial freedom. He deposited the money in the bank, earning nearly 700 in interest daily, totaling over 20,000 a month. Song Chen sent 100,000 to his parents who stayed in their hometown, telling them it was a bonus from the company for them to take care of themselves and buy clothes and shoes for his sister attending junior high in town. It wasn't that Song Chen was unwilling to give more, but he didn't want to worry his parents any further. In the blink of an eye, the end of the month arrived. On that day, Song Chen disguised himself as Qin Miaoxi and met with Suasua, receiving the forged ID and various documents from Uncle Lu in the archives room. Qin Yuqiu, a student at Moyang University? Song Chen looked at the information, raised his eyebrows and said, if I remember correctly, this university is one of the key universities in the promotion project. Uncle Lu actually has a way to insert fabricated files in such a level of school. Miaoxi, you should know that the investigation bureau has very high authority. The investigation bureaus in each city are directly responsible to the imperial cabinet, basically overriding all local administrative departments. Uncle Lu, as part of the leadership of our Haishan Investigation Bureau, holds more power and connections than you can imagine, Su Shua said. I see. But Su Shua, are you and Uncle Lu okay? Song Chen pretended to ask with concern. Why do you say that? Su Shua obviously didn't expect Song Chen to ask like that, his expression somewhat complicated. Song Chen pursed his lips and said, last time we talked on the phone, I felt like your tone was off. Is it because of me that you and Uncle Lu had a disagreement? Su Shua fell silent for a moment, then sighed lightly and said, I didn't plan to tell you, Miaoxi, but since you've noticed, I won't hide it. To accomplish this matter, it's not easy for Uncle Lu either. It requires bearing great risks and using a lot of connections. He wasn't willing originally. It was because of the life-saving grace of my parents years ago that I forced him to do it. After this matter, he and I are considered even. Although Su Shua's expression was calm, Song Chen could imagine the turmoil in Su Shua's heart. What was originally a beautiful uncle-nephew story was broken forcibly by him. If it weren't for him, Su Shua should have been able to live the life he wanted under the protection of Uncle Lu. At least, no one in Haishan City would dare to trouble him, living a worry-free life. But now, the benefits brought by the grace of his parents were all taken away by this stranger who intervened. He was truly despicable, thought Song Chen, but he put on a self-blaming look on the surface. Qin Miaoxi's delicate face frowned slightly as she murmured, Su Shua, I'm sorry. It's okay. Su Shua shook his head, interrupting Song Chen, saying, this is my own choice, it has nothing to do with you. Song Chen fell silent. Alright, it's getting late, go back and rest, familiarize yourself with the information, don't give yourself away, Su Shua said in a relaxed tone, turning away and waving to Song Chen before disappearing into the night. Ah, poor child, being played around in circles, Xiaowei sighed, then changed the subject. But Song Chen, you're getting more skilled at playing a girl. Your facial expressions are more vivid than before. As a guy who has lived for over 20 years, wouldn't it feel awkward? Those who achieve great things are not bothered by trivial matters. This is just a small episode on the path to becoming stronger. Makes sense. Several days later, downtown, Tianhe Building. Lobby reception. Hello, I'm here to complete my employment procedures. Song Chen took out a document from his bag and handed it to the reception. At this moment, his appearance was a mimicry disguise as Qin Miaoshi, then transformed using the mirage face into the appearance of Chen Yuqiu, as stated in the fabricated file. This building is the headquarters of the Heshan City Investigation Bureau. Song Chen was quite surprised when he first found out, thinking that the investigation bureau would be with the city government, but it turned out to be in the bustling downtown area. Of course, to those unaware, this place appeared to be just a very normal foreign trade company. The receptionist took the document, checked on the computer, then smiled and said, Miss Chen, please proceed to the conference hall on the 20th floor. Okay, thank you. After nodding in gratitude, Song Chen found the elevator and went up to the 20th floor. With a ding, the elevator door opened, revealing a spacious corridor with marble flooring and an inspection gate in front. On each side stood 4 fully armed soldiers, and several surveillance cameras with red lights flashing were mounted on the ceiling. Song Chen was taken aback by the situation. His mind raced as he realized he was now playing the role of a female college student who had not yet entered society. A hint of timidity appeared on his face. Chen Yuqiu, right? Don't be afraid, this is just our unique welcome ceremony, a young man in a suit and glasses beside the elevator said with a smile to Song Chen. The young man held a tablet in his hand, displaying a photo and information of Song Chen's false identity, Chen Yuqiu. I'm here for the new recruits training at the Bureau of Investigation, it should be here, right? Song Chen pretended to be timid. That's right, you're in the right place. You're a bit late, almost everyone else has arrived, the young man said casually. Song Chen quickly explained, sorry, I got stuck in traffic on the way here. It's okay, it's not past the designated time yet. The young man waved it off, finding the pretty girl in front of him quite cute. But time is running out, the session inside should be starting soon, hurry up and go through the procedures to get in. With that, the young man let Song Chen pass through the security gate, then picked up a piece of green jade from a small table next to him and handed it to Song Chen. What's this? Song Chen took the jade, puzzled. This is the sensory jade developed by the Mystery Bureau. It's not very useful, just a redundant item. Holding it for a minute can sense whether the holder has ignited the fire in their heart, or if they are concealing mystical objects on them. Because there were antisocial elements trying to sneak in and cause trouble before, so this step was added. To be honest, this thing is only useful to a certain extent. The young man said indifferently, but Song Chen's heart sank suddenly, falling to the bottom of a valley. He hadn't ignited the fire in his heart to become a sorcerer, but he did have a mystical object to alter his appearance, the illusionary mask. What's going on? Why didn't Su Suo ever mention this step to him? Did Uncle Lu deliberately conceal it, or did Su Suo discover that he wasn't the real Qin Miaoshi and intend to harm him? The latter seemed unlikely. He knew Qin Miaoshi's life in detail and was very cautious when interacting with Su Suo, so Su Suo shouldn't have a reason to find out. And the former didn't make sense logically. If he was caught here, wouldn't Uncle Lu, who helped forge his identity, also be held accountable? No, it's definitely not right. It's over, Song Chen, let's get out of here quickly. Get out? How? This is the training base of the Bureau of Investigation. Who knows how many talented and extraordinary people are lurking in the shadows. Even if I use up the 2 props in my hand, I may not be able to escape from this building. Song Chen answered in his mind. The dice of fate could only specify a specific event, not an abstract concept as a whole, such as escaping from this building, which would have countless obstacles in between. Otherwise, he could directly specify an event like become the strongest in the next 10 years. What should we do then? We can't just stay here and wait to die. As time passed second by second, Song Chen was also tormented internally. He had to make a decision before the 60 seconds were up. Should he choose the risky escape or stay and take a gamble? Just as time was about to run out and Song Chen was about to act, a figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. It was a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a sharply defined face. He walked quickly towards Song Chen, grabbed his hand, and casually tossed the sensory jade onto the table. Yuqiu, the session is about to start. Why are you still dawdling here? Come with me quickly, he said, pulling Song Chen's hand and leading him forward. The young man beside them, seeing this scene, felt a bit awkward. Director Lu, Miss Chen's test hasn't been. Director Lu glanced at him and said, Xiao Ma, this is the daughter of an old friend of mine. Let's skip some of the complicated steps. By the way, about your request to transfer to the logistics department last time, Lao Jin and I mentioned it to the director. You should get ready for it. Upon hearing this, the young man's face lit up with joy, expressing his gratitude repeatedly without mentioning a word about Song Chen. Director Lu nodded faintly and continued walking forward with Song Chen. As Song Chen looked at the other person, everything became clear to him. The Lu uncle from Su Suo must be this person. The other party had planned this scene in advance, but for some reason didn't inform him beforehand. After they walked through the corridor filled with surveillance cameras, Uncle Lu released his hand and said lightly, "You don't seem very surprised?" Song Chen shook his head. "I just find it somewhat unreasonable. If I couldn't wait for you to come to my rescue and surrendered or escaped beforehand, wouldn't you be in trouble, Uncle Lu? After all, this identity was given to me by you." Since the other party had reached this point and stopped pretending, it indicated that there should be no surveillance or eavesdropping here. An ordinary person without professional training or extraordinary powers actually had the courage to counterattack the spider infant beast. Such a person couldn't lack composure. Moreover, even if you get into trouble, I have ways to distance myself from it. If you didn't have the experience of counterattacking the spider infant beast, even if Su Suo's kid begged me, I wouldn't have agreed. Uncle Lu snorted, "I don't know what kind of spell you cast on that kid Su Suo to make him go this far for you." Song Chen didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a solid wood-carved door. Uncle Lu stared at Song Chen with a stern expression, "Go in by yourself. Remember, what I can do for you ends here. No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, you are not allowed to involve me or come looking for me, understood?" "Understood." Song Chen nodded. Uncle Lu's expression softened slightly. "I hope you can pass the final assessment successfully. Don't get eliminated right at the beginning, wasting that kid's efforts." With that, he turned and left. Song Chen watched Uncle Lu's back and remembered Su Suo saying they had settled their matters. Now, from Uncle Lu's tone and attitude, it seemed that Su Suo's words weren't as final as he thought. The relationship between this uncle and nephew seemed even more complicated than he had imagined. But compared to their relationship, the sentence Uncle Lu just said weighed heavily on his mind. Don't get eliminated right at the beginning? Song Chen knew about the final assessment, but what did it mean to be eliminated at the beginning? Could it be that this training process was actually a continuous elimination process, and only those who made it to the end were qualified for the final assessment? And only by passing the final assessment could one obtain the inheritance spell. Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly, another unexpected turn of events. However, since things had come to this point, he could only take it step by step. At least he now had an opportunity. Gathering his thoughts, Song Chen pushed open the intricately carved wooden door in front of him. The room was bustling with people, resembling more of a school gymnasium than a meeting hall, with at least a few hundred individuals standing around. Although it was called a meeting hall, it lacked chairs except for a podium at the front. Song Chen's arrival drew some curious glances, but soon lost interest and stopped looking at him. After all, besides being slightly more attractive, he didn't have anything special about him at the moment. Those selected by the internal recruitment personnel of the Investigation Bureau were generally outstanding individuals different from the average person, not easily swayed by mere looks. Even if someone found him attractive, they wouldn't rudely stare. Those who couldn't distinguish the occasion wouldn't have been chosen in the first place. Some people in the room were whispering in groups, while others stood alone, exuding a cold demeanor. Song Chen found a quiet corner and observed the crowd silently. After a while, the minute hand of the clock above the hall pointed to 12. Accompanied by a chime, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man in a suit, with a very proportionate figure, walked in through the side door at the front of the hall. As soon as he entered, the slightly noisy hall instantly quieted down, almost to the point where you could hear a pin drop. It wasn't that everyone was particularly self-aware, but rather that this man exuded a kind of oppressive atmosphere, like animals facing a natural enemy, causing bodies to instinctively tense up. Song Chen's eyes flickered slightly, giving him a feeling similar to when he saw the spider infant beast on the overpass that day. No, it was even more oppressive than that feeling. The man walked to the platform, scanned the audience below, and spoke in a deep voice. "My name is Xiao Gu. You can call me Instructor Xiao. I am the overall person in charge of your upcoming training. As you can see, I am a sorcerer." Xiao Gu reached out, and a lump of metallic substance appeared out of thin air above his palm, like a floating blob of mercury, constantly changing shapes. Many in the audience were seeing the true power of a sorcerer for the first time and couldn't help but widen their eyes in excitement. Speaking of which, Song Chen was also seeing it for the first time, but due to having already encountered more magical system props, Xiao Gu's display didn't surprise him as much. I believe you have already been informed by our staff that there are supernatural sorcerers and fearsome beasts in this world. And this is the power of mystique possessed by sorcerers. Every sorcerer who ignites the fire in their hearts will awaken and can only awaken one kind of mystical power. Mystical powers vary from person to person, with no set rules to follow, and no systematic classification. It can be said that a sorcerer's mystical power is like a fingerprint for ordinary people, nearly unique. For example, even if they both possess the power to control flames, there are subtle differences in their cores. But because of this, the methods of low-level sorcerers themselves are quite monotonous, lacking flexibility, unable to cope with various complex situations, hence the existence of artifacts. Xiaogu's ring finger on his right hand flashed with a light, and a thick broadsword suddenly appeared, held in his hand. Artifacts come in a variety of types, for healing, defense, attack, trapping enemies. In short, their purpose is to compensate for the sorcerer's own limited methods. Of course, no matter how good the artifact is, it is still an external object. The core of a sorcerer remains the power of mystique. Xiaogu looked at the countless young people below with shining eyes, knowing that he had successfully brought out their enthusiasm, nodding in satisfaction. With a thought, he retracted the power of mystique and the long sword artifact, cleared his throat, and continued, I know some of you may think that becoming a trainee of the Investigation Bureau means joining the Bureau. I can tell you here and now, that idea is completely wrong. This training session consists of 3 elimination rounds and 1 final assessment. Among the 368 people standing here today, at most only a dozen or so will truly stay and become our colleagues. The rest will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, there was a commotion in the audience. With so many people, only a dozen or so could stay. Wouldn't that mean the probability of passing is less than 1 in 10? Moreover, Xiaogu used the term elimination. Where there's elimination, there's competition, meaning that everyone present is a potential competitor. People's expressions suddenly varied, the previously relaxed atmosphere vanished, and the atmosphere in the hall became subtly tense. Song Chen noticed that some people who had been standing together had slightly distanced themselves. Quiet down. Next, I will announce the content of the first screening elimination round. Xiaogu's voice echoed through the hall via the microphone, and the restless crowd immediately perked up, listening intently, afraid of missing a single word. The first round of elimination is a survival competition in the mountains and forests. You will be scattered into a deserted deep mountain forest, where you must survive for 3 days. After 3 days, the top 100 participants with the highest number of gold coins will pass the selection. The so-called gold coins are a special prop we have made, hidden in any location in the forest for you to find on your own. Once the competition starts, each of you will receive food and water enough for 1 day. You can choose to team up or go solo. If you team up, all team members will be placed in the same location. Also, unless taken from within your own team, any gold coins stolen from other teams will be considered invalid. During the competition, non-lethal attacks and competition for resources are allowed, but intentional killing is strictly prohibited. If found guilty of intentional killing, you will be immediately disqualified, handed over to the authorities, and face criminal charges. Before the competition, each of you will be equipped with a communication watch. If you feel unable to continue, you can press the distress button on it, and we will send help immediately. However, Xiaogu paused, giving everyone a deep look before continuing. However, once you press the distress button, it means you are giving up the competition. Regardless of the reason, you will be eliminated. After that, he gave them 30 seconds to digest the information before asking, do you have any questions now? Immediately, someone raised their hand. Instructor Xiao, how many total gold coins are there? How many coins does one need to advance? Xiaogu replied, this is something you need to discover on your own. It's part of the competition, and I can't answer that now. Next question. Another person asked, Instructor Xiao, is there a limit to the number of people in a team? Xiaogu answered, no, if you can convince everyone, you can even form a team with over 300 people. The person then inquired, are the gold coins found by a team counted together? No, the settlement is still based on individuals. Teaming up only ensures you start in the same location, Xiaogu replied. More hands went up with questions, but Song Chen stood in the corner, observing as people continued to question Xiaogu. He pondered on what this competition truly tested. Surviving in the wilderness for 3 days with only a day's worth of food and water meant that after 2 days without sustenance, contestants would likely lack the energy to search for gold coins, almost guaranteeing elimination. It was clearly designed to encourage competition among participants. Since teaming up was allowed, solo participation seemed unlikely unless one was confident in facing multiple opponents or simply reckless. Song Chen had the ability to do so, but he preferred not to reveal it too soon. Firstly, he had entered under false pretenses, and displaying extraordinary strength might lead investigators back to the incident with Qin Miaoshi on the overpass. Secondly, this was only the first round of elimination, and the contents of the following 2 rounds were unknown. Revealing his strength prematurely would undoubtedly raise suspicion and hostility among others. If they joined forces against him, it would be disastrous. Therefore, joining a team was necessary. Although Xiaogu mentioned no limit on team size, Songchen speculated that each team would likely not exceed 10 members in the end. Since the number of gold coins and the frequency of finding them were unknown, the final settlement would still be based on individuals. This meant that if a team grew too large, there was a high chance that when time ran out, some members would not have received any gold coins. This imbalance, where everyone contributed effort but not everyone received an equal share of the rewards, could potentially lead to chaos. Stepping back, even if the distribution is fair, how can one ensure that their team members are among the top 100 in case of a large number of participants? Many detailed issues need not be listed one by one. Everyone present is intelligent and should easily realize the impracticality of large-scale teaming up, making small teams of 10 or even 5 individuals inevitable. This not only tests teamwork but also individual communication skills. After all, even in a small team, if the issue of distributing coins is not handled properly, it will lead to disbandment. Moreover, individuals will be hunted down by other teams, making it impossible to win in this competition. Of course, combat skills in fights and survival abilities in the wilderness are also essential. The final settlement for individuals eliminates the possibility of freeloaders, as even within the same team, coins cannot be allocated to someone who hasn't contributed. In conclusion, this competition tests a person's comprehensive abilities. After over 10 minutes, all questions from the crowd were answered. Following Xiaogu's signal, several staff members carrying boxes walked out from a side door. Xiaogu said, "Next, please line up to receive your communication watches. I will give you 1 hour to discuss team formation." Regarding how to determine the team list, there is a software on the communication watch that allows you to add each other. The operation is simple. At your age, you should be able to figure it out without much explanation from me. Of course, this is only for teen use. During the competition, you cannot use the watch to communicate. As Xiaogu's voice fell, everyone automatically lined up, including Songchen. Soon, everyone received their communication watches. Seeing this, Xiaogu pointed to the clock above the hall, indicating the importance of time, then left with a few staff members, leaving the hall to over 300 trainees. Time was precious, and people began observing each other, forming groups of 2 or 3, searching for excellent teammates. The hall quickly filled with the noise of conversations. Songchen also moved through the crowd, looking for suitable teammates. For the first elimination round, he wanted to conserve his strength as much as possible, so he needed a teammate with exceptional combat skills. I have won the National University Martial Arts Championship in free combat. My personal combat ability is top-notch. Teaming up with me is definitely the right choice. Xiaowei flashed a bright smile, showing off his white teeth, to the young man in a white shirt and glasses in front of him. He had noticed earlier that this young man had been attentively listening to Xiaogu's speech, adjusting his glasses from time to time, a glint of wisdom shining through the lenses. Based on his experience of reading novels and watching animations for many years, such a character must be an indispensable strategist in the team. Xinhaosi looked at Xiaowei, feeling a bit puzzled. He had decided to give up the competition and return home after listening to Xiaogu's explanation. With only about 10 out of 368 people passing the final assessment, wouldn't it be better to go home and get a good night's sleep? He wondered what it was about him that caught the attention of the Bureau of Investigation. He was just a shut-in after all. This guy who called himself Xiaowei was also puzzling. Did he really have some hidden talent that even he didn't know about? Actually, Just as Xinhaosi was about to truthfully inform the other party that he didn't have any special skills, a clear and melodious voice, as pleasant as a nightingale, came from the side. "Hello, I'm Chen Yuqiu. May I join your team?" Xiaowei and Xinhaosi turned to see a slender and graceful girl, with a lovely face, smiling at them. She was wearing jeans, a simple t-shirt, and white sneakers, exuding a lively and competent aura. Xiaowei scratched his head and said, "Well, it's not impossible, but do you have any strengths? Something that can give our team an advantage in the competition." Is my sixth sense considered a strength? I have a strong perception of things, like how I spotted you in the crowd at a glance. If I'm not mistaken, you must be really good at fighting, right? Chen Yuqiu rested her index finger on her chin, her eyes innocent and pure. "Ha, you figured me out." "Yes, I am the champion of this year's National University Wushu Sanda Championship. Most people wouldn't stand a chance against me." Xiaowei laughed heartily, then nodded seriously, looking at Songchen. Indeed, Shen Yuchio, you do have some skills. Let's team up. Shinhouse on the side twitched his mouth. Big brother, are you serious? Your calloused fists, thick neck, and trapezius muscles clearly indicate you practice combat sports. But this girl named Shen Yuchio is really cute. Even if we're destined to be eliminated, having an adventure with such a cute girl doesn't sound bad. What about you, Shinhouse? Will you join us? See, shall we? Looked at Shinhouse again. I'm in. Shinhouse adjusted his glasses, his eyes hidden behind the reflective lenses. Great, with talents like you, our team will surely pass the selection together. However, see, shall we? Scanned the group, his expression slightly serious. 3 people are still too few. The largest team already has 10 members, and even the smaller ones have 5 or 6. If we only have 3 people, we'll be at a disadvantage in direct confrontations. We need to find at least 2 more people. Songchen glanced at Si Xiaowei. This guy isn't all brawn and no brain. He still has basic observation and analytical skills. The 3 of them moved through the crowd, searching for suitable teammates. It's unclear if Si Xiaowei possesses a unique charisma, but they quickly found 2 willing participants. The 2 individuals were a man and a woman named Cheng Jun and Zhou Hanyan. Cheng Jun was a geography enthusiast with a profound understanding of terrain, while Zhou Hanyan had nursing experience and basic combat skills for self-defense. After a brief introduction among the 5, they linked their identities through communication watches. Half an hour later, the 1-hour time limit given by Xiaogu was up. Just as everyone was preparing to move to the next stage, white mist suddenly sprayed from above and around the hall, quickly enveloping the area. Those who inhaled the mist collapsed to the ground. The remaining people panicked and gathered in the center where there was no mist. What's happening? Cheng Jun from Song Chen's group looked a bit panicked. What should we do? Song Chen, this mist was released by a mechanism in the hall. It's likely the work of the Investigation Bureau. Xiao Wei communicated with Song Chen mentally. Meanwhile, Shinhouse remained calm and spoke up, don't panic. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Investigation Bureau's doing. They're using this method to knock us out, and by the time we wake up, we'll probably be at the competition venue. What? It's starting already? I thought we had a few more days. Exactly, and they didn't even give us a heads up to prepare. Cheng Jun and Zhou Hanyan complained. Shinhouse glanced around the ceiling, then checked his communication watch, whispering, let's keep quiet. The Investigation Bureau might be observing everyone's reactions through this sudden attack and grading us accordingly. Cheng Jun and Zhou Hanyan's faces changed upon hearing this and immediately fell silent. Song Chen looked pensive as he glanced at Shinhouse. A thick white mist covered the spot where the 5-person team stood, and in the mist, they lost consciousness. When Song Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself indeed in a forest as Shinhouse had said. The sun was high up, the surrounding trees lush and dripping with moisture, casting dense shadows. The air was a bit dry. Song Chen tapped his groggy head and stood up. Around him, his teammates like Si Xiaowei lay a few meters away, still unconscious with closed eyes. Song Chen noticed that his clothes had been changed into a sturdy black tactical outfit, with a backpack on his back containing 3 palm-sized fluffy bread rolls and a 330 milliliters bottle of mineral water. This was indeed only enough for a day. Song Chen, you're awake. Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry, a girl helped change your clothes, so those stinky guys didn't see anything. Song Chen, did you float away thinking I couldn't hit you? Dare to tease me so casually? I was just joking. Don't do it again next time. Oh, by the way, even if I was drugged, you should have seen the whole process of us being transported. Where are we now? Song Chen looked around and saw a vast expanse of greenery in the distance, with the sun shining fiercely in the sky, making it hard to believe they were underground. We are now on the 11th floor underground of Tianhe Tower, Xiao Wei said softly. The 11th floor underground of Tianhe Tower? Song Chen's pupils dilated. He looked at the magnificent endless mountain scenery in the distance and the scorching sun in the sky, finding it hard to imagine this was underground. It's true because we came down in an elevator. The farthest views and even the sun in the sky are just props, using a sophisticated image technology that can deceive the eyes, probably involving extraordinary items. Props. But even if the edges are just props, the actual movable space should be quite large, otherwise it couldn't accommodate over 300 scattered people. It's really impressive. Song Chen sighed. He turned around, looked at the 4 still unconscious people, walked to see Xiao Wei's side, squatted down, and gently shook his body. Captain, wake up, we're here. Si Xiao Wei remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of waking up. Song Chen raised his right hand high, smack. A loud slap landed. Ouch, 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 ouch. Si Xiao Wei woke up abruptly, springing to his feet like a carp, stunned when he saw the surroundings. This. Song Chen spoke behind him, Captain, we've arrived at the competition site. This information about the 11th floor underground of Tianhe Tower came from Xiao Wei, naturally not to be revealed to others, as it wouldn't help them win the competition. Chen Yuqiu? See, Xiao Wei finally noticed Song Chen and the other three on the ground, relieved. Everyone's here, that's good. Song Chen suggested, Captain, let's wake them up quickly and discuss our next move together. Okay, see, Xiao Wei was about to act when a look of doubt suddenly crossed his face as he gazed at Song Chen. Shen Yuqiu, did you just hit me? Song Chen remained calm. No, Captain, you probably had a nightmare. Is that so? See, Xiao Wei touched his face, feeling a bit hot. Yes, Captain, don't overthink it. Other teams have probably already started moving, we don't have time to waste. You're right. See, Xiao Wei nodded vigorously and began to act. With their efforts, Jin Haoxi, Cheng Jun, and Zhou Hanyan also woke up quickly. The five sat on the uneven ground, forming a circle. See, Xiao Wei spoke first. Let's share our thoughts. Should we go for food first or search for gold coins? Jin Haoxi adjusted his glasses and said, I think our top priority should be to secure enough food for 5 people to last 3 days, because no one knows how long it will take to find the coins. The little food we have in our backpacks won't be enough for both girls to fill their stomachs. If we go look for the coins first, in the end, whether we find them or not, we'll end up without food. By the time we think of snatching food, we might be too exhausted. See, Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Makes sense. But snatching food means there will be intense conflicts. Zhou Hanyan frowned. What if they refuse to give up? We can't just beat them to death, can we? It's hard to control the force if a fight breaks out. And don't forget, if someone really gets hurt, we could end up in jail. Jin Haoxi raised his right hand, pointing to the communication watch on his wrist, and said, Remember what Instructor Xiao said? Song Chen's eyes lit up. He said if we can't hold on or if there's danger, we can press the distress button on top, and they will send help immediately, but it also means losing the competition qualification. We can use this to eliminate others and get food. He looked at Jin Haoxi with admiration on his delicate and pretty face. Jin Haoxi, you're amazing, your thinking is so quick. Of course, Song Chen was pretending. In fact, as soon as Xiao Gu finished stating this rule in the hall, he had already figured out how to use it. His goal in joining the team was to advance without revealing too much about himself. His current performance was to encourage others to take more initiative. Jin Haoxi blushed imperceptibly and waved his hand. I'm not that great, it's just a matter of time before these things are discovered. Also, about what Zhou Hanyan said earlier, if someone really gets hurt, we'll go to jail. I need to correct that. Under the sunlight, a glint reflected off Jin Haoxi's glasses. Instructor Zhao's exact words were if it's determined as intentional murder, you'll be disqualified on the spot. Looking at it the other way around, if someone dies accidentally during a scuffle, it's not considered intentional murder, so no one is held responsible. As for how they determine if it's intentional, that's not our concern. After Jin Haoxi finished speaking, everyone pondered. I have an idea. Cheng Jun raised his hand and said, we don't necessarily have to snatch food from other teams. Remember, this is a mountain forest area, there must be wild fruits, mountain springs, and even wild animals. We can search for these foods and avoid high-risk conflicts with other teams. Zhou Hanyan seemed awakened, excitedly saying, yes, we can search for wild resources in the mountain forest. Such a vast mountain surely has something edible, or else the ecological chain wouldn't function properly. Song Chen felt a bit of a headache. If this were a real mountain forest, Cheng Jun's idea would be feasible, but this was the underground of Tianhe building, an artificial setting. Where would the ecological chain come from? However, he couldn't directly point this out. After some consideration, he said, I don't think it's a good idea. Since the investigation bureau set these rules, it's obvious they want us to compete against each other. I doubt they would leave such a loophole. Zhou Hanyan immediately retorted, this might not be a loophole, perhaps it's a deliberate lifeline they left for us? It depends on whether we can figure it out. Song Chen shook his head. My intuition tells me there are no wild foods in this mountain forest. Intuition? Zhou Hanyan sneered, not bothering to argue with Song Chen, and instead turned to see Xiao Wei, saying, Captain, you decide. Should we take the high risk and snatch food directly from other teams, or should we search for wild food in the mountain forest? See, Xiao Wei looked at Zhou Hanyan and Cheng Jun, then at Song Chen and Jin Haoxi, scratching his head. He didn't expect such a big difference in opinions on the first matter. After pondering for a while, he said, the choices made at the beginning of the competition have far-reaching implications, affecting whether we can advance smoothly. Since this is such an important matter, I can't decide alone. Let's vote. Raise your right hand if you want to go and snatch food from other teams now, and raise your left hand if you want to search for wild food in the mountains and forests. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. See, Xiao Wei appeared carefree on the surface, but he was actually quite shrewd. It was evident from the conversation that Chung Jun and Jo Hanyan shared the same opinion, while Chin Haosi and Song Chen were in agreement. Even if the vote resulted in a tie, the final decision would still rest on his vote. Yet, he still proposed the voting format. Clearly, he didn't want to appear dictatorial and wanted to share responsibility for the decision. However, Song Chen thought there was no issue with such thinking, he would have done the same. After a few seconds, all four raised their hands. As expected, the voting result matched the predictions perfectly, with a tie. The four pairs of eyes turned to Si Xiaowei, who hadn't raised his hand yet. Si Xiaowei looked at Chung Jun and Jo Hanyan, then at Chin Haosi and Song Chen, and said, "Chen Yuqiu, you mentioned that your intuition is strong. This time, I'll trust your instincts." With that, he raised his right hand. 3-2, in favor of those who wanted to snatch food first. Song Chen thought to himself, this guy clearly leans towards snatching food first, yet he shifted the decisive factor onto me. He's cunning. Could he have realized that I woke him up with a slap? Outwardly, he displayed a sweet smile and said, "Don't worry, my intuition has never been wrong." Since the other party seemed to trust his intuition so much, he would have to make good use of it in the future. Despite not being very happy with the voting outcome, Chung Jun and Jo Hanyan had no choice. After all, going solo outside the team was a dead end. Jo Hanyan's gaze towards Song Chen became increasingly displeased. She truly detested the words intuition. Si Xiaowei stood up, looked around, and said, "Since we've decided to snatch food first, it's time to choose a direction to head in. Which way do you think is better?" Jo Hanyan glanced at Song Chen and sarcastically said, "Someone here has a strong sixth sense and must know where people are." Song Chen pretended not to notice her sarcasm and, after confirming from Xiaowei that there were no people nearby, earnestly replied, "Hanyan, although my sixth sense is sensitive, it's not clairvoyant. I can't directly know." She seemed a couple of years older than him, so calling her sister was appropriate. Jo Hanyan snorted and remained silent. Chung Jun stepped on a large rock, shielded his eyes from the sun, gazed into the distance, and pointed in a direction, saying, "Judging from the soil, air quality, and terrain around here, there might be a water source over there. Since we don't know where people are, it doesn't matter which way we go. How about heading in this direction? We might encounter people on the way to snatch food and find a natural water source in the mountains and forests." Si Xiaowei nodded, "Makes sense. What do you all think?" Jo Hanyan naturally had no objections, and Chin Haosi and Song Chen also agreed. Although Song Chen knew they wouldn't find a water source here, as Chung Jun said, they had no leads at the moment, so any direction was worth exploring. After reaching a unanimous decision, the group officially set off. Despite the sun shining brightly, there was lush shade covering the path, and the dry soil on the ground made the journey not too difficult. Their footsteps rustled on the fallen leaves. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chung Jun suddenly furrowed his brow and said, "Something doesn't feel right." "What's wrong?" the others asked in confusion. Chung Jun looked around and said, "Don't you all think it's too quiet here? We've been walking for so long, yet we haven't heard a single bird chirp or insect buzz, which is completely illogical." The others had no experience surviving in the wilderness and subconsciously overlooked this point. It wasn't until Chung Jun mentioned it that they realized the eerie silence surrounding them. In a real mountain forest, this situation would indeed seem strange, but Song Chen knew they were in the underground facility of the Investigation Bureau. As an artificial landscape, it wasn't surprising. Perhaps it's the work of the Investigation Bureau. They've driven away all the animals and insects in this mountain forest, creating a pure trial ground for us. In any case, let's stay alert. This is not something we can currently explore. Chin Haosi adjusted his glasses and said, "You're right, let's keep going." Si Xiaowei nodded. The group continued on, passing by a cliff and walking another 100 meters. Suddenly, Song Chen paused, hearing Xiaowei's voice in his mind. "Song Chen, there are people ahead, a team of 6, heading your way. What's wrong, Chen Yuqiu?" Si Xiaowei noticed Song Chen stopping and asked. Song Chen's gaze was serious. "There might be people ahead." "People?" Si Xiaowei was puzzled, looking towards the road ahead covered by dense forest, with no signs of movement. Jo Hanyan scoffed. "Where would people come from? Don't tell me it's your sixth sense again?" Ignoring her, Song Chen earnestly said to Si Xiaowei, "If we intend to seize their food, we better set up an ambush in advance." After a moment of thought, Si Xiaowei asked, "How many of them are there?" Jo Hanyan couldn't believe it. "Huh? Captain, do you really trust her? If Chen Yuqiu's feeling is wrong, we won't lose anything, but if it's true, having the advantage of an ambush is significant," Si Xiaowei said, then turned to Song Chen. "I can't determine the exact number, but they probably won't be too far from us." Song Chen shook his head. "Since the numbers are similar, we can fight. If they are ordinary people like you guys, I can handle 2 or 3 on my own. Chin Haosi and Cheng Jun, each of you take 1. If there are extras, Jo Hanyen and Chen Yuchio, you two girls, delay them. If not, assist us from the side. Any questions? Si Xiaowei calmly gave orders. The arrangement was very reasonable, and no one questioned it. Songchen glanced at Si Xiaowei, feeling that this person was like a different person when serious. Was his previous carefree demeanor just a facade to relax the vigilance of those observing them in secret? Soon, the five of them found cover, concealing their figures and quietly awaited the possible appearance of the other team. Si Xiaowei and Qinhaosi were on high alert, while Chang Jun, although skeptical of Song Chen's sixth sense, also kept a close watch. Only Zhou Hanyan remained unconvinced. However, when after 2 minutes, there was suddenly a commotion ahead, followed by voices, her expression turned into one of intense disbelief. Jinge, we've searched this tree in the ground for a while now, but haven't seen any coins anywhere. Don't worry, the competition lasts 3 days. We're just getting started. You're right. In the dense forest, the voices of 2 men could be heard faintly, and gradually, 6 figures emerged. Si Xiaowei, hiding behind a large tree, was certain this was close to what he had anticipated. He signaled the others not far behind him, and as the approaching group drew nearer, he suddenly leaped out, aiming a punch at the leader. Oh no, it's an ambush. Faced with the sudden punch, Jingu hurriedly raised his arms to defend himself. Unbeknownst to him, Si Xiaowei's true target was the distress signal button on Jin Ji's wristwatch. With a smirk, he reached out and forcefully pressed the button. Jingu suddenly realized with horror, but it was already too late. Beep, the alert sound from the communication watch rang out. You have pressed the distress signal button, please wait in place, the rescue team is on the way. Then, a circle of light pillars appeared around Jingu, enveloping his entire being. He tried to break free, pounding on the light pillar which rippled like water but did not shatter. He couldn't get out, and others couldn't touch him, not even his voice could escape. Jingu has actually been eliminated. Damn it, everyone must make sure he doesn't press the watch button. The other few people, seeing this scene, looked grim and immediately guarded their communication watches carefully. Si Xiaowei squinted his eyes, realizing that it wouldn't be so easy to casually press the opponent's distress button next. Let's go together. The remaining 5 members of the opposing team rushed forward, aiming to surround Si Xiaowei. At this moment, Song Chen and the other 3 rushed out. Qinhaosi and Chang Jun each dealt with one person, while Song Chen and Zhou Hanyan joined forces to hold off another. The remaining 2 were left for Si Xiaowei to handle. This way, the situation was exactly as they had planned before. Si Xiaowei, facing 2 opponents alone, still held the upper hand, his every move filled with a special rhythm, making it difficult for the 2 opponents to barely defend themselves. The fight between Qinhaosi and Chang Jun was not as impressive, more like a street brawl with pulling and pinching. I don't want to fight women, both of you step aside. Facing Song Chen and Zhou Hanyan was a young man with a crew cut in his early 20s, his face grim as he spoke to the 2. Although these 2 girls were both beautiful, he had no intention of admiring them at the moment. The competition had just begun, and their team captain had been ambushed and eliminated, which was really bad. It seemed that the 2 of them together couldn't beat the leader of the opposing team. If they didn't hurry to help, their team would be in danger. No, our task is to hold you back. Zhou Hanyan, though a bit nervous, did not step back, and Song Chen also expressed the same with his actions. Damn it, then don't blame me for being rude. The crew-cut young man shouted angrily and charged towards the 2. Zhou Hanyan, having learned combat skills, reacted swiftly, dodging the man's attack and sweeping her leg towards his lower body. However, the man seemed prepared, sidestepping to avoid her strike and then throwing a punch towards Zhou Hanyan's head. The crew-cut young man was obviously trained as well, his punch fierce and powerful, potentially causing a concussion if it landed. Zhou Hanyan tried to evade, but for some reason, her body stiffened slightly, unable to move. In that split second, she had missed the opportunity to dodge. With widened pupils, Zhou Hanyan watched as the punch was about to hit her when, at that critical moment, Song Chen rushed forward and took the blow with his own body. Cough. Song Chen was hit in the back and staggered forward. Chen Yuchio, are you okay? Zhou Hanyan held onto Song Chen, asking nervously. I'm fine. Song Chen shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. If he were truly as fragile as he appeared, taking that punch would have been much worse. However, his physique remained enhanced from previously taking the double-strength pill, so the impact was just a drizzle to him. Nevertheless, he didn't show any signs of being unaffected, instead deliberately displaying weakness and pain. Because this scene was orchestrated by him, Zhou Hanyan could have dodged earlier, but she was immobilized for half a second by the projection from his Wenzel Benel pocket watch, causing her to miss the chance. He staged a damsel in distress act to change Zhou Hanyan's attitude towards him, preventing any actions from her that could be detrimental to him. Sure enough, Jo Hanyan looked at the young girl in her arms with a complex expression. Before, I clearly didn't treat her well, even mocked her in every possible way, but she actually didn't hold a grudge, and in a critical moment, she used her body to protect me. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jo Hanyan's face was full of guilt. Songchen struggled to stand upright, anxiously saying, I'm fine. Hanyan, quickly stop him, he's going to rush over to attack the captain. Jo Hanyan turned her head and indeed saw that buzzcut guy running towards Si Xiaowei. Damn it, how can I let you succeed? Jo Hanyan gritted her teeth, immediately chased after him, with Songchen following closely. The buzzcut guy was once again entangled by the two. This time Jo Hanyan put all her strength into avenging the punch from earlier, with Songchen assisting from the side. The buzzcut guy was unable to deal with the two girls for a while. At this moment, the situation on the field was gradually becoming clear. Si Xiaowei, facing two opponents alone, although seemingly dangerous, was precise and effortless with each move. As time passed, he finally seized an opportunity in one attack, grabbing one of their arms and forcefully pressing the distress signal button on the communication watch. It's over. The person's face turned pale, knowing they had been eliminated. Similar to Jingu, accompanied by the prompt sound of the communication watch, a beam of light enveloped him. The remaining person, seeing the situation was unfavorable, tried to turn and run. Si Xiaowei wouldn't let him escape, taking a few large strides to catch up, landing a punch on his back, causing him to fall and then pressing the distress button on his hand. At this point, 3 out of the opponent's 6-person team had been eliminated, while Si Xiaowei's team remained unscathed. Si Xiaowei's gaze swept over the remaining 3 people, first coming to Song Chen and Jo Hanyan's side, dealing with the buzzcut young man, then going to handle the 2 opponents of Qin Haoxi and Cheng Jun. The field suddenly fell silent, the dejected figures within the 6 beams of light unable to make a sound. Phew! We were able to eliminate them smoothly this time, thanks to having the captain. Cheng Jun, hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his forehead. Qin Haoxi adjusted his crooked glasses leg with his hand, squinting as he said, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting, I thought you were just boasting. Si Xiaowei shook his head and said, don't just praise me, the biggest contributor this time is still Chen Yuqiu. If she hadn't sensed in advance that another team was approaching, allowing us to set up an ambush early, we wouldn't have won so easily. Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Song Chen with curiosity and admiration. Song Chen smiled awkwardly, everyone has intuition, I've just been more sensitive since I was young, I don't know why. I'm sorry, Yuqiu, it's my fault for being so ignorant towards you before. Jo Hanyan walked over with a look of apology. Song Chen shook his head, it's okay, Hanyan, even I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, don't worry about it. With that, he smiled brightly. Yuqiu. Jo Hanyan was deeply moved. What a good girl she was, why did she act so strangely towards her before? She hugged Song Chen, woo, Yuqiu, you're so kind. The other 3 boys, seeing this harmonious scene, all showed knowing smiles. After a while, Cheng Jun walked over to one of the light circles, poking it with his finger, and said, but how do we get their food from the bags back? We can't enter these light circles. Qin Haoxi adjusted his glasses and said, don't worry about that, since the investigation bureau designed this elimination mechanism, when their people come to take away the eliminated ones, these bags will definitely be left for us. I see, I hope they come soon. Cheng Jun said. Si Xiaowei sat on the ground, took out water from his backpack, took a sip, and said, there's no rush for this, we just finished a battle, we also need to rest for a while. It's still early today, others won't easily eat the food. Song Chen, something is rapidly approaching your 11 o'clock direction. Song Chen just broke free from Jo Hanyan's embrace when a hurried voice echoed in his mind. What's that? His expression changed, and he looked warily in the direction Xiaowei mentioned. Seeing Song Chen's reaction, the others were also stunned, then immediately realized what was happening and became alert. It's hard to describe this thing, it's like before Xiaowei could finish, a rustling sound came from the dense forest. Then, a creature with round eyes, pointed ears, a long nose, and 2 sharp front teeth in front of its mouth, as big as a leopard, slowly emerged from the woods. Giant rat? Tianhe Building, underground floor, observation hall. In front of the spacious hall was a huge screen displaying an overhead view of a mountain forest with hundreds of green dots moving around, occasionally turning red. In the middle of the hall, dozens of staff members were sitting, attentively staring at their screens. The quality of this batch of trainees seems average. Some of my rookies are so clueless, they choose to avoid other teams and focus solely on finding gold coins. Probably thinking they won't die of hunger in 3 days as long as they find enough coins? So foolish, I wonder how the HR department saw potential in them, a short-haired male employee complained. Beside him, another person chuckled, don't be so harsh, most of them are young students, being naive is normal. Speaking of which, my team is doing fine. The young leader has strong martial arts skills, and the team cooperates well. But what surprises me the most is a girl in there. Let me see what her name is. Oh, Chen Yuchio. This girl's intuition is extraordinary. She can sense movements beyond visual range. The short-haired male employee exclaimed, to achieve this level. Could she be a natural psychic? There's a possibility, but it seems a bit off. We need to observe more. Even if she doesn't reach the level of a natural psychic, she's not far off, a great talent. And she's willing to shield her teammates, even though their relationship isn't that harmonious, shows her good character. The short-haired male employee sighed. If she really is a natural psychic, coupled with the seasonal green dew from the first half of the year, our Hashan Investigation Bureau will produce 2 natural psychic warlocks in a year. Those guys in the neighboring Punan city will be so jealous, huh? Natural psychics are so rare, they can't be easily found. Let's not get our hopes up too high. By the way, what rating do you plan to give that girl? For now, I think she deserves a B grade, but the competition has just begun. We'll have to see how she performs in the future. Wait, they've encountered a pseudo-beast. The short-haired male employee looked surprised, somewhat sympathetically saying, that's so unlucky, they barely started, and they've encountered a pseudo-beast without finding the pseudo-artifact. They might be wiped out now. The person next to him looked serious. Now, this is the real test. What on earth is this? In the forest, except for Song Chen, the other 4 members of the group were all dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the giant rat. They had never seen such a creature before. Shin Haosi looked grim. Could this be what the Investigation Bureau calls a fear beast? As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3's faces changed. In the Bureau's description, the fear beast was an incredibly terrifying presence that ordinary people couldn't contend with. They would easily be killed by it unless they were warlocks. Song Chen furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. This giant rat gave him a strange feeling. It was like a fear beast, yet not entirely. Compared to the spider infant beast he had encountered before, this giant rat's oppressive aura was much weaker. Of course, it's not to say that this giant rat isn't terrifying, but compared to the oppressive aura brought by the spider infant beast initially, the fear field emitted by this giant rat felt diluted, like it had been watered down. However, the spider infant beast was already the lowest level fear beast. No fear beast would be weaker than it, unless... Song Chen's eyes flashed as he thought of a possibility. On the other side, Chung Jun was puzzled. This is the competition venue prepared for us trainees by the Investigation Bureau. How could a fear beast possibly enter? Si Xiaohui's expression turned cold. In such a vast expanse of mountains and forests, the Investigation Bureau can't possibly seal it off completely. It's not unimaginable for 1 or 2 to slip through the cracks. We just have to say we're unlucky to encounter one. So what do we do now? Should we press the distress button directly? If this is an oversight by the Investigation Bureau, even if we press the button, we shouldn't be eliminated immediately. As ordinary people, we can't possibly be a match for a fear beast. Zhou Hanyan was starting to panic. No, Si Xiaohui said, have you forgotten? Xiao Gu said that once the distress button is pressed, it means giving up the competition. Regardless of the reason, you will be eliminated. Among these reasons, it obviously includes the situation we are facing now. How could this be? Zhou Hanyan looked conflicted. Joining the Investigation Bureau was a dream come true for her. The scene when the Bureau's recruiters came to her was still fresh in her memory. Beyond the ordinary world of daily life, there existed such a magnificent and extraordinary world, and the door to this world had opened a crack for her. As long as she worked hard, she could step into it. Having seen the sky, how could she be content with having her memories erased and returning to normalcy? In an instant, Zhou Hanyan's gaze turned resolute. I've decided to give it a try. Unless we're truly in dire straits, I won't press the button. What about you guys? Si Xiaohui, that's the spirit. Chung Jun, if you all say so, what else can I say? Shin Haosi, it's just a rat. I'm not scared at all. Then why are your legs shaking? Zhou Hanyan glanced at Shin Haosi's slightly trembling legs. It's not my fault, it's the terrifying aura emanating from this creature. I can't control it, Shin Haosi explained. Although the fear field of this giant rat was weak, it still existed. The effects varied for those not immune to fear. Among the 5 present, it goes without saying for Song Chen, who had faced the fear field of the spider infant beast in order to obtain the blood crystal, that this giant rat's fear field was negligible. As for the other 3 besides Shin Haosi, although they felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts, they could still forcibly suppress the negative emotions with their willpower. Shin Haosi smiled bitterly. Actually, I've been afraid of rats since I was a child. I'm scared even of ones as big as my palm, let alone one as big as a leopard. The others could understand after hearing this, as most people have something they fear. Some fear insects, some fear snakes, some fear furry things. People without any fears do exist, but they are rare. Shin Haosi was just unlucky. By the way, have you all noticed that this giant rat hasn't attacked us yet? Song Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, his expression serious. But it seems to be getting more agitated. Everyone focused their gaze and saw the giant rat's pointed ears twitching incessantly, its head swaying left and right in the area where the five were, its sharp triangular claws restlessly scratching the ground, leaving marks. Jo Hanyan's face lit up with surprise as she said, "Pay attention, its eyes don't seem to be fixed on us." Before Jo Hanyan could finish her sentence, the giant rat's massive body suddenly charged towards her position. The giant rat, despite its bulky size, was surprisingly fast, kicking up a cloud of dust as it swiftly approached Jo Hanyan. Although Jo Hanyan had spoken decisively just moments ago, facing such an extraordinary monster for the first time left her momentarily paralyzed with fear, her mind going blank as she forgot to dodge. Fortunately, she was close to Song Chen, who pushed her away just in time. Even so, she was grazed slightly, sent flying and crashing to the ground. "Jo Hanyan, are you okay?" Si Xiaowei asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Jo Hanyan replied, rubbing her swollen arm as she got up from the ground. "Just got a slight graze on my arm, nothing serious." She looked gratefully at Song Chen. "Thank you, Yu Qiu, for saving me once again." Before Song Chen could respond, the giant rat planted its front paws on the ground, halting its movement, leaving a straight skid mark before turning to face them, its head swaying, eyes vacant, and sharp ears twitching. "It looks like it's blind. I understand now. It relies on hearing to locate prey. It didn't attack us earlier because we were talking, and it couldn't decide whom to target first. It only attacked when it ran out of patience. So, everyone, let's not make any noise from now on." As Song Chen spoke, he moved towards one of the light pillars, and at the same time, the giant rat charged towards him. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Song Chen swiftly dodged, and the rat crashed into the light pillar, creating faint ripples without any damage. The rat seemed unharmed and perked its ears to listen to its surroundings. "This light pillar doesn't have a reactive force?" Song Chen stood to the side, controlling his breathing, making no sound, silently contemplating. He had planned to use the light pillar to try to harm the rat, but it seemed his plan had failed. However, its attack seems very straightforward, just head-on collisions. If they had something like gasoline from before with high damage potential, killing the rat wouldn't be difficult. But now they were unarmed, at best they could pick up a stone from the ground, unsure if it could penetrate the rat's defenses. Seeing how Jo Hanyan was nearly incapacitated by a mere graze, a direct hit would undoubtedly cause severe injury, leaving them no choice but to press the distress button and be eliminated, with no other possibility. In gaming terms, they were all fragile with just one hit point, while the rat's attack was very high, and its health bar was invisible. Si Xiaowei cautiously picked up a stone from the ground and threw it far away to create some noise. However, the rat just shook its head, not falling for the distraction. Although it couldn't see, it seemed to have a unique mechanism to discern its prey. Tricky. Now, they dared not communicate verbally, only exchanging anxious glances, hoping the rat would leave on its own. However, after 10 minutes passed, it continued to linger, showing no signs of leaving. The group inwardly despaired. Song Chen, deep in thought, remarked, "Xiaogu said that after pressing the distress button, they would immediately send rescue, but it's been so long, and no one has come." Indeed, it's confirmed now. The Investigation Bureau has been monitoring us in real time. This underground area of the Investigation Bureau is secure, with no chance of fearsome beasts sneaking in. This peculiar giant rat must be a creation of the Investigation Bureau, part of this competition. Since the defeated team didn't have any critically injured members, to avoid disrupting the competition, they have delayed sending help. I'm afraid they will only appear once we and this rat reach a conclusion. In that case, in a moment of decision, Song Chen acted. His body suddenly ran in the direction the squad had come from, shouting, "This won't work, I'll find a way to distract it, you take the opportunity to leave." At the same time, he said to Xiaowei in his heart, "Xiaowei, help me observe the giant rat's attack trajectory." Understood. The giant rat made a squeak sound, its short limbs moving quickly as it chased after Song Chen, reaching him in just a few seconds. Squeak! The evil rat pounced. Its sharp triangular claws gleamed, and if it had hit, it would have caused serious injury. However, Song Chen seemed to have eyes on his back, bending down to let the giant rat miss its attack. Squeak squeak! The giant rat's dark, lifeless eyes showed a hint of human-like anger, using its ears to locate Song Chen and continue the pursuit. The man and the rat chased and fled, disappearing from the sight of the other four. Jo Hanyan was shocked. "Yu Qiu, she actually chose to sacrifice herself to give us a chance. This kind of thing should be done by me, a guy. How can we let a girl do it? Damn it, I'm useless." Qin Haoxi angrily punched a nearby tree. See Xiaowei looked serious, shaking his head. No, only she can do this. If it were you, facing that giant rat, you wouldn't have been able to dodge its attack. You would have been down after the first hit. So what do we do now? Chung Jun asked. See Xiaowei pondered for a moment, firmly stating, follow, but keep a safe distance, see if we can find an opportunity to save her, if not, we retreat. We can't waste the chance she sacrificed for us. The other three nodded in agreement. Song Chen swiftly navigated through the dense forest. In order to maintain his cover, he didn't unleash his true speed but kept a slightly superior speed compared to an average girl of his age, which was not too exaggerated. However, since his sixth sense had been demonstrated before, he no longer concealed his abilities, constantly having Xiaowei inform him of the giant rat's attack trajectory. Due to constantly dodging rolls, branches, and thorns, his snow-white skin was marked with bloody scratches. Before long, he saw the cliff where the squad had passed by earlier. Due to the speed difference, even after multiple failures, the giant rat was getting closer to him in its relentless pursuit. Finally, he stood at the edge of the cliff. Below was a sparse green forest. The giant rat was less than 10 centimeters behind him, with no way to avoid it. Song Chen's lips curled up, and he leaped forward. Come on! He forcibly turned his body, shouting loudly, trapping the giant rat with his feet. Squeak squeak! The giant rat, already charging towards him, couldn't stop under the inertia and traction, being flung towards the cliff. When Si Xiaowei and the others arrived, they witnessed this scene. Yu Qiu! Zhou Hanyan screamed heartbreakingly. Cough cough! Song Chen coughed twice, propping himself up and getting up from the ground. Around him were broken branches scattered all over. His sturdy black tactical suit had several tears. After falling from the cliff, he landed on a dense tree, with many branches breaking underneath him, cushioning the impact, so he wasn't seriously injured. This was not due to luck but because he had used the fate dice. Jumping off the cliff had an 80% chance of only causing minor injuries. Luckily, I rolled a high number last time. If it had been a middle value like 4 or 5, I wouldn't have been able to pull off this move today. Song Chen looked around and saw the giant rat lying on the ground, head first, limbs twitching weakly, emitting faint squeak sounds. Ha! Song Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that from the wound on the giant rat's head, it wasn't blood flowing out but a golden liquid. Could it be? Song Chen's eyes lit up as he tiptoed over to the giant rat. He poked around with a stick, observing for a while until he was sure the rat had lost its ability to attack. He picked up a rock nearby and smashed it fiercely on the rat's head wound. With a few hits, the rat's short legs kicked once and then fell silent. Turning the rat over, Song Chen continued to smash the area where golden liquid was oozing out until with a crack, the rat's skull split open. He reached into the rat's head, feeling around until his eyes brightened. Quickly pulling out his hand and opening it, he saw a faintly glowing round coin lying in his palm. So, this is what they call a coin. Could it be that all the coins are inside these imitation monster bodies made by the Investigation Bureau? Then this competition is too difficult. Song Chen frowned. Only with the ability of the fate dice could he use the terrain to kill the rat, making it almost impossible for others to replicate. Killing an imitation monster would undoubtedly require sacrificing many people. Even if it only took 1 coin to advance, 100 people would have to kill 100 monsters. Could this really be a task that these newbies without any special abilities could complete? Anyway, I now have a coin in hand, giving me an advantage. Just as Song Chen was about to leave, he saw the rat's body rapidly decaying and shriveling in a matter of seconds, losing all its luster. He lightly kicked it with his foot, and it scattered like a pile of burnt ashes. Looking at the coin in his hand, he pondered. Could it be because of this coin? Song Chen put the coin into his backpack and walked along the bottom cliff, looking for a path to return to the top and meet up with his 4 teammates. After a short walk, a cave mostly covered by vines caught his attention. It was pitch black inside, devoid of any light. Song Chen picked up a stone and threw it inside. After a few echoes, there was silence. Interesting. Song Chen pondered for a moment and decided to explore inside. He went back to where he had landed, picked up some small and large branches, broke some into splinters, sharpened the others into sticks with a stone, and started a fire by drilling wood. After a few minutes, the high temperature at the center ignited the splinters, and a flame appeared. Song Chen carefully lit the stick, creating a makeshift torch. The torch wouldn't burn for long, so he quickly lifted it, parted the dense vines, and entered the cave. As soon as he entered, the temperature dropped significantly, and a cold air hit him. He followed a winding path, the torch's light flickering on the rocky walls, casting alternating shadows. The cave was spacious inside, with uneven walls, and the further he went, the more moisture he felt in the air. After walking for a while, Song Chen heard the regular sound of dripping water ahead. He quickened his pace, turned a corner, and was greeted by a vast cavern. In the center of the cavern was a sizable pool with a faint mist floating above it. A bright lotus flower grew in the middle of the pool, framed by large lotus leaves. Next to the pool stood a stone stele with some inscriptions. Song Chen approached and read, "At the bottom of the pool lies a sword to slay the lotus demon." Lotus demon. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. The reference seemed too obvious, pointing directly to the lotus flower in the center of the pool. Song Chen, someone has found the cave entrance outside, and they seem to be preparing to come in, Little Wei's voice echoed in his mind. Oh, Song Chen's mind raced, a smile playing on his face. They've arrived just in time. He looked around, picked up a stone from the ground, and vigorously struck the words engraved on the stone tablet, quickly damaging them beyond recognition. He then smeared some dirt from the stone wall over the damaged words, concealing any signs of recent tampering. Next, he took out the gold coin he had obtained from killing the giant rat from his bag, aimed at the lotus leaf in the pond, and threw it, landing the coin precisely on the leaf. Song Chen waited for a few seconds, relieved to see no reaction from the lotus. He found a corner in the cave to hide, extinguished the torch, and slipped inside. After a few minutes, a commotion came from the entrance. A team of 5 entered the cave, led by a woman holding a flashlight. Flashlight? Where did she get that from? Song Chen, who was observing in secret, was puzzled. The backpacks provided by the Investigation Bureau only contained 3 fluffy loaves of bread and a bottle of 330 milliliters of drinking water, no flashlight at all. It seems that there should be many places in this competition area where you can obtain props. While Song Chen was pondering, one of the members of the team of 5 excitedly spoke up. Jingrong, look quickly, is there a gold coin on the lotus leaf? The speaker was a short-haired young man who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, referring to Jingrong, the woman with the flashlight. Jingrong shone the flashlight over, and indeed, a shimmering circular object lay there. Well done, Xiao Chu, you have sharp eyes. A square-faced young man next to the young man patted his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Hee, my eyesight is 5.3. Xiao Chu boasted. It's really not easy. After searching for so long, we finally have a harvest. Another slender woman sighed. Yes, let's not talk about it for now to avoid unnecessary delays. Jingrong, let's quickly take the gold coin. The last young man, a short one, said. No rush. Jingrong remained calm and composed. She shone the flashlight around, finally landing on the stone tablet next to the pond. Let's go see what's on that stone tablet. The words on it seem to have been damaged, and nothing can be seen clearly. The short-haired young man leaned in front of the stone tablet, trying to discern it carefully but to no avail. The short young man was clearly impatient, urging, let's not worry about this stone tablet for now. It might be that some mountain people were buried here before. Let's quickly take the gold coin. Jingrong shone the flashlight around again, ensuring there was nothing unusual around. Then she looked at the gold coin on the lotus leaf, her gaze calm. Then let's go get the gold coin, but I'm not good at swimming. Who wants to go? I'll go. I was on the school's swimming team. The square-faced young man volunteered, swiftly removing his black tactical suit, revealing a streamlined muscular body, and jumped into the mist-covered pond, swimming towards the lotus in the center. His swimming posture was very standard, and his speed was fast. In just a moment, he reached the large lotus leaf. The square-faced young man reached out his arm and grabbed the gold coin. Got it! The people on the shore showed excited expressions. After being here for so long, they finally got the first gold coin. However, just as the square-faced young man was about to swim back, a sudden change occurred. The previously calm water surface suddenly churned, and with a splash, the bright lotus flower seemed to be grabbed from below, sinking into the water in an instant. In its place emerged a monster that was bright red all over, with 4 tentacles and a tail, resembling an octopus, rising from the water. The bright lotus flower was actually its tail decoration. The monster's tentacles were several meters long, each shimmering with a faint fluorescence, intertwining with the mist around, creating an eerie and terrifying scene. What the hell is this thing? The square-faced young man turned his head, terrified, and swam with all his might towards the shore. Just as he was about to reach the shore, a tentacle shot out like lightning, instantly wrapping around his ankle, dragging the square-faced young man uncontrollably backward. Help! He shouted in terror, frantically paddling with his hands, trying to break free from the tentacle's grip. Hold on to me. Jingrong on the shore snapped out of her initial shock at the sight of the monster. She crouched down and grabbed the struggling square-faced young man. Surprisingly, the monster's strength was beyond expectation, and Jingrong, holding onto the square-faced young man, was also being dragged along. Don't just stand there, let's go together. The other 3 were about to help when the monster's other 3 tentacles shot out, lashing at them, sending them flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. The next moment, these 3 tentacles turned and lunged towards Jingrong. Jingrong remained calm, tightly holding onto the square-faced young man with her right hand, drawing a dagger from her waist with her left hand, slashing at the 3 incoming tentacles. A cold light flashed, leaving a scar on each of the 3 tentacles. The crimson octopus, in pain, retracted its tentacles, including the one holding the square-faced young man. Seizing the opportunity, Jingrong pulled the square-faced young man ashore. "Jingrong, I'm sorry, I panicked and dropped the gold coins into the water." The square-faced young man apologized profusely. "Now is not the time for that, let's leave quickly." Jingrong's words were abruptly cut off as she stared directly behind the square-faced young man. "What's wrong, Jingrong?" The square-faced young man froze, turning to see a sight that made him gasp in horror. The crimson octopus kept rising from the water, revealing a humanoid body with legs but no arms below. As it stood up completely, the water only reaching its waist, with the huge crimson octopus being just its head. "Damn it!" The square-faced young man was dumbfounded, realizing, it's a terror beast. This must be the terror beast that the investigation bureau mentioned. It's not something us ordinary people can handle. "Jingrong, should we just press the distress button directly?" "No," Xiaogu said that no matter the reason, once the distress button is pressed, it's considered elimination. Jingrong remained composed and cold, saying, "Anyway, let's find a way to escape." Before she could finish her sentence, one of the humanoid octopus monster's tentacles suddenly attacked. Jingrong pushed the square-faced young man aside, dodging the attack, and shouted to her 3 teammates who had been knocked away by the tentacles, "Honglan, Zhengping, Fuyu, can you still stand up?" "Cough, I can. No problem. Not only can I stand up, I can run too." The 3 responded one after another. "Good, now let's all run with all our might. We'll meet outside the cave entrance," Jingrong said, then took the lead, sprinting towards the exit of the cave, with the others following closely behind. Just as the 5 of them were about to run out of the cave, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. Looking back, they saw the humanoid octopus-headed monster emerging from the water pool, chasing after them, its 4 tentacles waving in the air and attacking. "Fuyu, take out your dagger and cut off its tentacles," Jingrong ordered the short-haired youth. Earlier, they had found some props in a wooden hut in the forest, and 2 daggers were assigned to her and the short-haired youth. "Fuyu." "Understood." Fuyu shouted, pulling out the dagger, suppressing his fear, and slashing at the tentacle. The sharp blade cut through the tentacle's outer skin, splattering Fuyu's face with golden blood. Before he could react, the monster, in pain, went berserk, wildly swinging its 4 tentacles, sending Fuyu flying. "Fuyu!" Jinglong's expression changed, about to run to help Fuyu. At that moment, caught in the reflection of the flashlight, she actually saw a figure swiftly running out of a corner of the cave, with a splash, diving into the empty water pool. In Jingrong's mind, a sudden flash of insight struck her, connecting the dots between the gold coin and the destroyed stone tablet, her face turning grim. "I've been fooled." On the other side, Song Chen, who had dived into the water, swam straight to the bottom of the pool. The water was not deep, and soon he reached the deepest point where a black sword was stuck in the mud. "It seems this is the sword mentioned on the stone tablet that can slay the Lotus Demon." Song Chen calmly pulled out the sword, feeling a tingling sensation like static electricity spreading from his palm to his whole body. He felt every muscle in his body filled with a surge of energy. Normally, Song Chen, alone, wouldn't have been able to obtain this sword. According to the plan, a team should have arrived, discovered the inscription on the stone tablet, devised a strategy with someone attracting the Lotus Demon's attention, and another retrieving the sword from the water to defeat the demon. Unfortunately, he had intercepted the process. Jingrong's team was unaware of the inscription's content and what needed to be done. Song Chen quickly found the gold coin dropped by the square-faced youth at the bottom of the pool, picked it up, and swam towards the surface. As soon as he surfaced, he saw Jingrong's team in a precarious situation. 2 of them had activated the distress signal on their watches, enveloped in light beams, while Jingrong, the short-haired youth Fuyu, and the square-faced youth were struggling. "I'm sorry, Jingrong, I can't hold on anymore." Just as Song Chen climbed ashore, the square-faced youth finally succumbed to the Lotus Demon's attack and activated the distress signal. Jingrong dodged the demon's tentacle attack, spitting out blood. She was in a sorry state, bruises covering her body under the black tactical suit, nearing her physical and mental limits. "Damn it! If it weren't for that person's scheme." Jingrong's gaze froze as she caught sight of a figure emerging from the water. It was a girl in close-fitting clothes, holding a long sword, who calmly glanced in their direction upon reaching the shore, then walked to a hidden corner to change clothes. "That sword!" Jingrong's eyes flickered as she shouted to Song Chen, "Save me! I'll give you food and supplies." Song Chen paid no attention to her plea, methodically dressing in the clothes, and then, holding the sword in his left hand, he walked leisurely towards the Lotus Demon. The so-called Lotus Demon was just like the giant rat, a fabricated terror creature created by the Investigation Bureau, nothing compared to a real terror creature. With the power emanating from the black sword, Song Chen temporarily enhanced his body to a high degree. Confident in defeating this fabricated terror creature, he didn't need to hide anything even if the bureau was monitoring in real time. Song Chen's pace quickened, turning into a sprint, then he leaped high into the air. The lotus demon noticed Song Chen's attack, twisted its body, and its 4 tentacles lunged straight at him. Drawing his sword with his right hand, the blade shimmered as he sliced through all 4 tentacles. The lotus demon howled in pain, making a strange noise. As Song Chen landed on the ground, he relentlessly slashed at the demon's feet, causing it to stumble and fall with a resounding crash echoing in the cave. With a few leaps, Song Chen reached the octopus head of the lotus demon, raised the sword high, and thrust it down fiercely. The hard skull couldn't withstand the sharpness of the sword as it plunged deep. The struggling body of the lotus demon ceased all movement, lifeless. This power. Song Chen looked at his hand, feeling the energy from the long sword contained within. It's truly intoxicating. Unfortunately, it was merely external. Once he parted from the sword, the power would vanish. No matter, it won't last long. Once I obtain the inherited spell and become a sorcerer, I will be able to wield my true power. Song Chen's gaze shifted to the head of the lotus demon oozing golden blood. This time, he didn't need to struggle like he did with the giant rat. With a swift strike of the sword, he effortlessly split the skull open and retrieved the golden coin inside. Thank you for saving us, Jingrong approached, handing over food from her backpack and the items they had found earlier to Song Chen. As agreed, I'll give you the food. She looked at the delicate-faced girl before her with a complex expression, knowing full well that her display of bravery was solely due to the power of the sword she had obtained from the Tandi. Built upon the foundation of their team diverting the Lotus Demon and 3 members being eliminated. But now, faced with the current situation, she could do nothing but blame herself for not observing carefully enough and losing the game. Agreed? What agreement? Song Chen raised an eyebrow. Jingrong looked puzzled. Didn't I say that if you saved me, I would give you the food and items? You misunderstood. I killed the Lotus Demon solely for the gold coins. It had nothing to do with our agreement, and besides. Song Chen smiled. Eliminating you all means the items are mine. With that said, he swiftly grabbed her arm, pressed the distress button on the communication watch, and a beam of light descended, pushing Song Chen outside. He paid no attention and proceeded to eliminate the square-faced youth. Empowered by his black long sword, they were powerless to resist. The reason for his actions was clear: to reduce competition. If these 2 sought his gold coins and learned about his extraordinary sword, they might spread the word and gather others to attack him once they were out, causing unnecessary trouble. It was easier to eliminate them now. Inside the beam of light, Jingrong glared angrily at Song Chen, continuously hitting him to show her fury. Ignoring her, Song Chen played with the 2 shiny gold coins, found a place to sit, and waited for the investigators from the bureau to collect the eliminated participants. After about 10 minutes, 5 people in work clothes with masks on their faces entered. Without a word, they headed straight to the 5 beams of light, took out a device resembling a phone from their pockets, operated it, causing the beams to disappear, and the people inside to faint. The masked individuals dropped their backpacks on the ground, picked up the participants, and orderly walked outside. Throughout the process, not a single word was spoken. Song Chen knew this was to maintain fairness in the competition and not disrupt it, so he refrained from engaging in conversation. What intrigued him was the principle behind the beam of light after pressing the distress button. Initially, he thought it was the energy stored in the watch that emitted the beam, but observing the masked individuals made him consider that the watch was merely a locator, and the entire competition area was the energy source. It wasn't purely extraordinary. It seemed like a fusion of the extraordinary and technology. It seems that what I learned from Qin Miaoshi and Su Suo was just the tip of the iceberg in this world. Song Chen stood up, gathered all the food and items left by Jingrong's team, packed his bag full, and hung the black long sword on his left waist. He left the cave. The bright light outside took some time for his eyes, accustomed to the darkness, to adjust. Now that I have the extraordinary long sword and enough food, my safety is assured. There's no rush to find Si Xiaowei and the others. Before joining the team, his main goal was to advance through the elimination rounds without revealing his true strength. Now that he had the long sword, it didn't matter whether he exposed himself or not because the power the long sword brought was much stronger than his own. Currently, the most important thing should be to continue collecting coins, eliminate opponents as much as possible, and ensure that his ranking is at the forefront. Song Chen made up his mind and walked away. What bad luck. Yeah, how could things go so wrong? It's all your fault for not keeping watch properly, causing us to be ambushed. You're talking nonsense. They have crossbows. Even if all 4 of us were awake, what good would it do? We wouldn't be able to escape, right? So, we're unlucky. Not only did we lose a teammate during the day, but others have found weapons, and we're still empty-handed. In the dense forest, Xiaowei and his 3 companions walked with their hands bound, followed by 6 young men and women, some holding crossbows, others carrying long knives, escorting the 4 ahead. Stop arguing, it gives me a headache. Zhou Hanyan spoke up to stop Chung Jun and Qin Haoxi's bickering, her brows furrowed in worry. Instead of talking nonsense now, it's better to worry about how Yuqiu is doing. At these words, Chung Jun and Qin Haoxi fell silent. Chen Yuqiu jumped off the cliff to divert the giant rat monster, hoping that if she pressed the distress button and got eliminated, it would be fine. But they didn't see any light pillars below at that time, so either she was fine, or... You should know that although the competition prohibits intentional killing, accidental deaths are still possible. Thinking of this, Zhou Hanyan felt a faint ache in her heart. Such a good girl, willing to sacrifice herself to save others, even risking her life to give her teammates a chance. If something happened to her, she would never be at peace. Xiaowei said in a deep voice, although we haven't spent much time together, I can tell that Chen Yuqiu is a very smart and independent person. Since she chose to jump, she probably had confidence. Maybe she's in a better situation than us right now. Well, we can only hope for that. Chang Jun sighed and added, speaking of which, what do these people escorting us want? We've given them food and water. Why don't they just eliminate us now? Xiaowei shook his head. Half an hour later, the trees ahead gradually thinned out, revealing an open space in everyone's sight. Boom! The ground shook, and at the edge of the clearing, a tree fell with a crash. What's this? Xiaowei's pupils constricted as he saw a monster with small wings, resembling a lizard dragon, frolicking on the open ground, destroying the surrounding trees. His gaze shifted to the center of the clearing, where there was a platform with a pair of colorful shining gauntlets. Could it be? Xiaowei vaguely understood why they were brought here, his face turning extremely ugly. Among the 6-person team escorting them, an ordinary-looking boy stepped forward, glanced at the 4 of them, and said, right now, I need you to help me distract that terror beast. Sorry, classmates, I know this is a bit much, but this is the rule of the competition, survival of the fittest. Perhaps it's because you've been slack, or maybe it's just bad luck, but that's how things are. He shrugged. Xiaowei calmly asked, if we help you, can you let us go afterwards? The boy shook his head and said, we won't deliberately let you go, but if you agree to my request, when we act later, you can find a chance to escape. If you disagree, you will be eliminated now, with no hope. As for the reason, I believe you already know. That's how this competition works. The more people we eliminate, the more spots for promotion open up. After we let you go, who knows if you might find something good and surpass us. So, what is your choice? Xiaowei lowered his head, waited for 2 seconds, and replied, I understand. I will help you divert this terror beast. Very well. The boy nodded, approached them, and untied the ropes binding their hands. The boys' team had the advantage in numbers, with 2 small crossbows aimed at the 4 of them, so they dared not make any sudden moves. As long as the crossbows didn't aim for the head, they wouldn't kill, but a shot to the body would render them combat ineffective, forcing them to press the distress button unless they wanted to give up. Go, the boy said. The group turned towards the direction of the terror beast, and Qin Haoxi furrowed his brow, asking Xiaowei, Captain, do we really have to help divert this terror beast for them? Xiaowei replied, do you have any other ideas? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Haoxi suggested, diverting is an option, but if we divert the terror beast, then we should also get what's on that pedestal. You mean? Qin Haoxi pushed his glasses and said, exactly. The 3 of us will divert the terror beast, and you go take that colorful gauntlet. Those people already have weapons like crossbows and long knives, and they still want to get their hands on this gauntlet. It shows its extraordinary power. Maybe it's the mysterious artifact that Instructor Xiao mentioned. If we can get it, we might have a chance to turn the tables. Xiaowei pondered and asked Zhou Hanyan and Cheng Jun, what do you think? It's possible. No problem. Xiaowei nodded, alright, let's act when we get closer. Understood. The 4 of them hesitated for a while, then, upon Xiaowei's command, the other 3 picked up stones from the ground and threw them towards the pseudo-lizard dragon, while Xiaowei swiftly hid behind a tree, concealing his figure. The lizard dragon was lured by the 3, roared in anger, flapped its small wings frantically but couldn't take flight, moving heavily towards them. It can't fly? Qin Haoxi raised an eyebrow, noting that this lizard dragon was much slower than the previous giant rat. If it couldn't fly, the threat was significantly reduced. Qin Haoxi instructed Cheng Jun and Zhou Hanyan, go into the forest and hinder its movements. Alright. On the other side, Xiaowei saw the lizard dragon being led away and immediately dashed out of the forest towards the pedestal where the colorful gauntlet lay. With a few large strides, Xiaowei reached the pedestal. When he was just a meter away from the gauntlet, an arrow whizzed past him from the side. His heart skipped a beat as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow grazing his back. Feeling a sharp stinging pain on his back, Xiaowei touched it and found a shallow blood mark where the arrow had grazed him. This is clearly beyond the range of those light crossbows. Xiaowei looked up and saw a girl holding a crossbow similar to the boy from before, aiming another arrow at him, sneering and shouting, "Jiangqi had already anticipated your move. If you don't want to be eliminated, get off the pedestal now." Xiaowei's expression darkened as he realized that the opponent's team was not 6 but 7 members. Although he was closest to the gauntlet, being targeted by the 7th person's crossbow meant that even if he tried to grab it forcefully, he would surely be shot. Pressing the distress button then would render everything meaningless. Xiaowei caught a glimpse of the team leader Jiang Qi approaching the clearing and had to make a decision. He rolled to the side and jumped off the pedestal, running towards the forest. Leaving now still offered a slim chance of escape. The scorching flames jetted out in a column, startling Qinhaosi and his companions into quick evasion. "Oh my, this lizard dragon can actually breathe fire?" Cheng Jun's left sleeve caught fire, and he rolled on the ground to put it out. Zhou Hanyan and Qinhaosi were also covered in ash, about to help him up. However, the lizard dragon was closing in, its mouth wide open, sparks gathering within, ready to attack again. Cheng Jun gave a bitter smile and said to the two, "It's too late, you guys go first." With that, he pressed the distress button, a pillar of light rose, separating them from the outside and blocking the dragon's fiery breath. Damn it! Losing another teammate, Qinhaosi and Zhou Hanyan looked unwilling but had to keep running. Just as they took a few steps, the dragon's attack struck again. The searing sensation came from behind, chilling Qinhaosi to the core. "It's over." Just as he was about to press the distress button, a loud boom sounded behind him, accompanied by the dragon's roar. Qinhaosi and Zhou Hanyan turned in astonishment to see the leader of the team that had grabbed them earlier, the plain-looking boy Jiang Qi, with colorful knuckle dusters on his hands, radiating light, landing a punch on the dragon's head, knocking it down. "Ha, this power is incredible." Jiang Qi laughed heartily. "Indeed, this must be the mystic weapon that Instructor Xiao mentioned." The two were dumbfounded, knowing the knuckle dusters were powerful, but not to this extent. However, the lizard dragon wasn't defeated yet. It got up, spewing flames at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi dodged the fiery breath, closed in on the dragon, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Despite the dragon's somewhat sluggish movements, its defense was strong, tough-skinned and resilient. Even after taking numerous hits from Jiang Qi, it showed no signs of weakening, still vigorous and fiercely attacking Jiang Qi. "Quick, let's get out of here while we can." Qinhaosi regained his senses, signaling to Zhou Hanyan, who immediately understood and prepared to leave. "But, where do you think you're going?" Someone approached from a distance, a crossbow aimed at them. At the forefront of the crowd, Xiaowei had his hands bound, followed by Jiang Qi's team. "As expected. Captain, you couldn't escape either." Qinhaosi shook his head with a wry smile. Seeing Jiang Qi wearing the colorful knuckle dusters, he knew his plan had failed, so seeing Xiaowei captured wasn't surprising. Xiaowei spoke solemnly with his head down, "I'm sorry for failing as a captain and not leading you through the competition. It's okay, I had already anticipated this outcome. After all, I only joined in the beginning for." Qinhaosi stopped midway, shaking his head, "Forget it, there's no point in saying this now." Zhou Hanyan stood silently on the side. Her main concern now was not whether she could advance but whether Chen Yuqiu was safe. Boom! Another loud noise rang out as Jiang Qi landed another punch on the lizard dragon's head, knocking down a tree not so thick. This time, the dragon's defense finally broke, a wound splitting open on its head, golden blood oozing out. Golden blood? Jiang Qi narrowed his eyes, a flash of insight crossing his mind. So that's it. He swiftly moved to the dragon's head, ready to finish it off. At that moment, a figure dashed out from the woods at high speed, a dagger gleaming with cold light, aimed at Jiang Qi's chest. Startled, Jiang Qi leaned back to dodge the dagger, simultaneously kicking forward with his right foot, hitting the assailant's chest. The person staggered back several meters, leaving 2 marks on the ground with their feet. Jiang Qi looked up to see a boy with acne all over his face, holding a dagger shimmering with dark light in his right hand. Jiang Qi stood up, raised his fists, and said, "This fear beast is my prey." The acne-faced boy smirked and said, "What's yours is mine, don't play dumb. Whoever digs out the gold coin owns it." With that, he once again charged towards the lizard dragon. Jiang Qi, of course, wouldn't let a ripe opportunity slip away. He swung his fists and launched a fierce attack on the acne-faced boy. Jiang Qi's boxing gloves packed a powerful punch, but they didn't enhance his speed much. On the other hand, the acne-faced boy wielded a dark dagger, his speed incredibly fast, evading most of Jiang Qi's attacks. Instead, the acne-faced boy skillfully found openings to leave a few scars on Jiang Qi. Of course, at this moment, with them both wielding fake artifacts, their physical abilities had greatly improved, beyond ordinary measures. A few minor injuries wouldn't affect the overall situation, and the outcome was still uncertain. Is this the extraordinary world? Jo Hanyan watched the two men battle, clenching her fists. She was so close to the extraordinary, yet, unfortunately, she was destined to be eliminated and unable to step through that door. As time passed, their fight intensified, the battlefield shifting, not even noticing the lizard dragon, previously knocked down by Jiang Qi, sneak away. It wasn't until a painfully loud roar echoed that they turned their gaze. Upon seeing it, both Jiang Qi and the acne-faced boy were greatly shocked and enraged. A girl with a long sword had the lizard dragon under her foot, beheaded it with a swift strike, and dug out a gold coin, shining brightly under the moonlight. Yucho? Jo Hanyan was overjoyed. Song Chen not only was unharmed but seemed to have obtained a mysterious artifact, just like those two. I knew you'd be fine, that's great. Si Xiaowei and Qin Haoxi were equally excited. They thought they were already doomed to be eliminated, but now there was a chance for a turnaround. Si Xiaowei felt a pang of shame in his heart. Despite being the team leader, he always relied on Chen Yuqiu, a girl, to solve crises. He was truly incompetent. Song Chen nodded with a smile. Although he hadn't deliberately sought out these teammates, while searching for the imitation fear beast and other teams, he inadvertently found the path back to the clifftop. After a busy day and some fruitful gains, he was drawn here by the commotion. Unexpectedly, he had gained an advantage. On the other side, Jiang Qi glanced at the acne-faced boy, his eyes flickering, and said, "Hey, let's stop fighting. Since the gold coin has been taken, why don't we team up to eliminate that girl? At least we might secure an extra promotion spot, what do you say?" The acne-faced boy smiled, "Sure. Good, let's go together." Jiang Qi finished speaking and charged fiercely towards Song Chen, with the acne-faced boy following closely behind. Song Chen watched the two, his expression calm, as his right hand slowly brushed the hilt of the long sword hanging on his left side. Oh no, those two are teaming up against Chen Yuqiu. Qin Haoxi's face turned serious. Jo Hanyan anxiously said, "What should we do? We need to find a way to help Yuqiu." Si Xiaowei shook his head, "We don't have a mysterious artifact, there's nothing we can do." Jiang Qi's teammates also stared intently, watching the battle of the three wielding mysterious artifacts. "You attack her head-on, I'll find an opportunity to ambush her from the shadows and try to take her out quickly," the acne-faced boy said to Jiang Qi. "Okay," Jiang Qi nodded. The acne-faced boy vanished into the nearby dense forest. Jiang Qi then charged head-on towards Song Chen. His colorful boxing gloves cut through the night sky with a brilliant light, like a rainbow bursting through the air with great momentum. Too rough. Facing Jiang Qi's attack, Song Chen remained calm, not showing any signs of panic. He lightly stepped, his figure elusive and unpredictable, like a floating leaf on water, agile and hard to grasp. Drawing his long sword, it didn't clash head-on with Jiang Qi's boxing gloves but instead redirected the force. The colorful boxing gloves packed a powerful punch, and Jiang Qi relied heavily on this, with no skill between moves, only brute force. On the other hand, Song Chen had been wielding the black long sword all day, having experienced multiple battles with the imitation fear beasts and other enemies, becoming quite familiar with the use of the black long sword. Jiang Qi's attacks kept missing, his frustration growing, and his assaults becoming more intense. "Why don't you fight me instead of just dodging all the time?" he shouted. "As you wish." Song Chen once again evaded Jiang Qi's attack, leaning slightly forward, rooted his feet in the ground, then pushed off forcefully. A tremendous power surged from the depths of his leg muscles, flowing through his veins like a flood, accompanying the rise and fall of his qi and blood. He seemed like a charged cannonball, releasing all his energy in an instant, thundering forward with immense force. Due to his relentless attacks earlier, Jiang Qi was completely unprepared for defense at this moment. His chest took a solid hit from Song Chen's Iron Mountain Lean, spewing blood as he was sent flying over 10 meters, rolling up a cloud of dust on the ground. In a life-and-death battle, Jiang Qi would have long been beheaded by Song Chen's sword. At that moment, a figure that had been lurking for a while suddenly dashed out from the woods, a dagger gleaming with cold light aimed straight at Song Chen's back. "I've been waiting for this moment. Regardless of who takes out the other, there will be a loss of strength and a slackening of spirit. By striking suddenly now, I can surely eliminate two threatening opponents." The acne-faced youth smirked, his figure swift under the dark gleam of the dagger, swiftly reaching Song Chen's back. In the next second, he could eliminate his target. However, clang! In a flash, Song Chen's long sword drew an elegant arc in the air, accurately blocking the acne-faced youth's dagger. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the silent night sky. How is this possible? The acne-faced youth was shocked, not expecting Song Chen to react so quickly and counter so accurately in such a short time. He tried to push forward with force, but Song Chen's sword stood firm like a mountain, impervious to his efforts. Song Chen remained calm, not answering. Unless the opponent had invisibility, without Xiao Wei monitoring the surroundings, attempting to ambush him was futile. With a shake of his long sword, Song Chen deflected the dark gleaming dagger, then raised his foot and kicked forcefully. Wow! The acne-faced youth spat out blood, feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, involuntarily flying backward and crashing into a large tree. Bang! The tree shook violently as the youth curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, blood staining his mouth. He struggled to get up, but Song Chen's sword was already pointed at his throat. You've lost, Song Chen said calmly. In truth, these two were not unjustly defeated. They were students who had never experienced real combat before and had only recently gained extraordinary powers. Unlike Song Chen, who had practical battle experience early on, had killed someone with his own hands, had Xiao Wei's vision assistance akin to cheating, and had even dealt with a real fear beast with the help of external forces and system items. Although they were only at the lowest level, they were not comparable to these imitation fear beasts in the competition. If these two had cooperated from the beginning to fight against him, they might have posed a challenge. But that was clearly impossible. Just 5 minutes ago, they were enemies, joining forces only because Song Chen had suddenly snatched their spoils, attracting their hatred. The acne-faced youth's face turned pale as he looked up at the sword-wielding girl before him. She was extremely beautiful, and the moonlight cast a cold filter over her, giving her a chilly and noble aura. I concede. The teenage boy with acne struggled to speak, his voice hoarse and weak. He was defeated, utterly and completely, with no room for resistance, filled with unwillingness in his heart. He had thought that by obtaining the mystic artifact in the competition, he would be unbeatable, even abandoning his useless teammates. But to his surprise, failure came so suddenly. With a sigh, he pressed the distress button, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Song Chen turned to Zhang Qi, only to find him unconscious, so he pressed the button on his behalf. On the other side, Si Xiaowei, Zhou Hanyan, and Qin Haoxi were also stunned. Zhou Hanyan exclaimed, "Oh my, Yuqi is actually this strong? Could it be because Chen Yuqi's mystic artifact is stronger?" Si Xiaowei speculated. Qin Haoxi shook his head and said, "Based on my analysis, to avoid disrupting the balance, the strength of the mystic artifacts in this competition should not differ too much. Otherwise, one person could find a powerful mystic artifact and dominate the entire field, rendering the competition meaningless." In other words, Chen Yuqi is inherently strong. Si Xiaowei's eyes gleamed. Qin Haoxi shrugged. Perhaps she has a natural talent for combat. Zhang Qi's remaining teammates, seeing the situation was unfavorable, had already slipped away. Even without Zhang Qi, they still had 6 people left. If they could find another mystic artifact, there was still a chance to pass the competition. Everyone is okay, that's great. Song Chen came to his 3 teammates, smiling. We should be saying that to you. After you jumped off the cliff, we didn't see the elimination beam, and we were worried about you. Zhou Hanyan held Song Chen's hand, concerned. I was lucky, caught by a tree, didn't get hurt, and even found this. Song Chen raised his sword, smiling. He paused and added, it's just a pity that I saw Cheng Jun's beam on my way here. Si Xiaowei sighed, shaking his head. There was nothing we could do, everyone did their best. After a short wait, the investigators from the bureau came to take away the eliminated participants, leaving behind all the spoils. As a result, the 4 members of the team suddenly possessed 3 fake artifacts, a black long sword, colorful knuckles, and a dark dagger, significantly increasing their overall strength. Over the next 2 days, the team continuously hunted pseudo-beasts and eliminated other teams, almost without any rivals. In these 2 days, we have killed 15 fear beasts in total, earning 15 gold coins. How do you all think we should distribute them? At night, everyone sat around the campfire, and Si Xiaowei spoke up. Zhou Hanyan said without hesitation, we achieved such great results all thanks to Yuqi. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated by Zhang Qi's team that night. So I think Yuqi should be in charge of the distribution. I have no objections to whatever she decides. Qin Haoxi nodded in agreement. That's right. We were able to hunt fear beasts so easily because Yuqi alone obtained 3 mystic artifacts. In any aspect, she is the biggest contributor and should be the one to distribute them. Alright, since everyone agrees, the distribution of these gold coins will be up to you, Yuqi. Si Xiaowei handed the bag filled with gold coins, making a crisp metallic sound, to Song Chen. Song Chen took the bag, pondering briefly. From his observations over the past 2 days, the distribution of the imitation fear beasts in the entire competition area was not dense. It was unlikely that even 100 people would be able to get gold coins. As long as they had 2 or more, it should be enough to ensure advancement. Any more would not have much practical significance. Si Xiaowei, Qin Haoxi, and Zhou Hanyan were all decent people, and after his deliberate performance, they all trusted him. If they could pass the competition together, they might be able to use each other as pawns in the future. Most importantly, Song Chen speculated that in this competition, the amount of gold coins obtained was not the most important factor. The overall performance, teamwork with teammates, and personal dedication were also essential elements that could not be ignored. Because this was ultimately an official institution selecting talents, organizational skills and coordination were absolutely the key points of assessment. Song Chen smiled and said, "In that case, I'll take 6 coins, and the remaining 9 coins can be split among the 3 of you, okay?" "No problem," all 3 immediately agreed without any hint of dissatisfaction. At midnight, as the watch rang with a long tick, the consciousness of the 4 individuals simultaneously became blurry and eventually lost consciousness. "Song Chen, wake up!" A voice called out in his mind, and Song Chen opened his eyes, sitting up. Bright lights shone on the white ceiling, and many people lay scattered around on the floor. In front of them, a huge screen covered 3/4 of the wall. Lowering his head, Song Chen noticed that he was now dressed in a pure white outfit, with sturdy fabric and several sci-fi colored decorative stripes on the collar and cuffs. The extraordinary black long sword from before was also nowhere to be seen. Along with it, the powerful force that had filled his body had also disappeared. "Xiaowei, what happened while I was unconscious?" Song Chen asked in his mind. "After you lost consciousness, the staff from the investigation bureau transported you from the competition venue, which is the underground 11th floor of this building, to here. Now you are on the 30th floor, and there are a total of 100 people in this room. I speculate that they have all passed the competition," Xiaowei replied. Song Chen looked up and quickly spotted Si Xiaowei, Qin Haoxi, and Zhou Hanyan. Surveillance cameras blinked with red dots in all 4 corners of the room. People lying on the ground began to wake up one after another, and soon the room became noisy. Song Chen joined Si Xiaowei and the others, chatting casually for a few moments. With a ding, the previously dark screen lit up, displaying white text on a black background. "Congratulations on passing the competition. Now announcing rankings and scores." The black text disappeared, revealing a large table. First place, Chen Yuqiu, received 8 gold coins, score, A+. Second place, Luo Xiuqi, received 9 gold coins, score, B+. Third place, Dong Wanyu, received 12 gold coins, score, C. Fourth place, Wang Yao, received 5 gold coins, score, B. Fifth place, 100th place, Wei Bin, received 0 gold coins, score, D-. In addition to names, the table also included a photo of each person, so everyone quickly matched the names to the faces. As the first place winner, all eyes immediately focused on Song Chen. "The first place is actually such a beautiful girl? I noticed her when she reported that day. I thought she was just pretty, nothing special. I didn't expect her to get first place. What's with these scores, ranked in A, B, C, D order? Xiao instructor didn't mention this before. Also, wasn't it said that only the top 100 with gold coins could pass the competition? How come those without gold coins in the rankings also advanced? Yeah, and the second and third places have more gold coins than Chen Yuqiu. Is there some kind of manipulation going on?" The noisy discussions filled the room, with people either curious, amazed, or suspicious, all casting their gazes towards Song Chen. Standing beside her, Zhou Hanyan was excited and hugged her. "Congratulations, Yuqiu, you're actually the first place." Qin Haoxi smiled and said, "Yuqiu is so strong, it's not surprising she got first place." Si Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Song Chen smiled back. He had intended to keep a low profile, but unexpectedly, the investigation bureau actually came up with a ranking after the first round of elimination. Well, as long as the bureau doesn't discover his forged identity, there's nothing much to worry about for these trainees. With Xiaowei and the system props by his side, he is confident he can surpass everyone. While Song Chen was contemplating, the door of the room was opened, and Xiaogu stepped in, his terrifying aura causing everyone to instinctively make way for him. He walked to the front, glanced at everyone, and said, "The ranking is based on the total amount of gold coins and ratings. As for the ratings, it is a hidden setting of this competition, observing your overall performance in the game. If it were revealed in advance, there would be an element of performance involved, making it impossible to see your true self when facing danger. Do you understand now? Instructor Xiao, I have a question." A handsome young man raised his hand and asked, "I believe I have performed exceptionally well in the competition, yet my rating is still only upper grade B. So, may I ask?" The young man looked deeply at Song Chen and continued, "What exactly did Chen Yuqiu do to receive an upper grade A rating?" Song Chen also looked back at him. This person was Luo Xiuqi, ranked second. "You want to know what Chen Yuqiu did?" Xiaogu narrowed his eyes, took out a controller from his pocket, and tapped on it a few times. The screen with black letters on a white background changed, displaying several high-definition videos. Xiaogu opened the first one, showing the scene where Song Chen shielded Zhou Hanyan from an attack with his own body. Chen Yuchio's overall performance in the competition was outstanding. I have selected these few as her highlights. Firstly, in a critical moment, she instinctively chose to bear the attack for her teammate. In the video, Zhou Hanyan was about to be hit on the temple by an enemy's fist when Song Chen suddenly threw himself in front, taking the blow that could have led to elimination. After the video ended, although many people thought having such a teammate was fortunate, it was still far from enough for an upper grade A rating. Xiaogu remained silent and played the second video. Facing extraordinary monsters she had never encountered before, she willingly acted as bait to distract the pseudo-beast for her other teammates, even jumping off a cliff with the pseudo-beast with a determination to die. Fortunately, she landed on the dense foliage below and was unharmed. In the footage, Song Chen jumped off the cliff with the giant rat. Witnessing this scene, everyone was visibly shocked. While many could potentially shield a teammate from an unknown attack, sacrificing one's life for a slim chance for a teammate was something only a few could do. Wait, Instructor Xiao, what is a pseudo-beast? Isn't it a terror beast? Luo Xiuqi frowned and asked. Xiaogu smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, what you encountered in the competition were merely pseudo-beasts modeled after terror beasts by the Research Institute. Even the weakest true terror beast cannot be compared to them. Don't underestimate terror beasts because of this. This statement immediately caused a stir. So, such terrifying monsters are not even real terror beasts? Oh my, if it weren't for the mystical weapon, we would be completely outmatched bare-handed, not even opponents. Are they really just pseudo-beasts created by the Research Institute? Heavens, how much more terrifying are the real terror beasts? Luo Xiuqi's eyes lit up as he asked, Instructor Xiao, then the mystical weapons we obtained, are they also just pseudo-weapons modeled after real mystical weapons? Xiaogu nodded, you guessed it right. Genuine mystical weapons are extremely rare, and many official sorcerers find it hard to obtain one, so how could they be given to you trainees who have not yet passed the final assessment to play with? Alright, let's continue with what we were discussing earlier. Xiaogu proceeded to play the third video, showing Song Chen obtaining the black longsword in the cave and slaying the lotus demon. After Chen Yuchio got separated from her teammates, she managed to obtain the pseudo-artifact longsword that the team was supposed to acquire together, and she killed the pseudo-beast single-handedly. At this point, many people were already starting to admire Song Chen. Luo Xiuqi furrowed his brows, lips tightly pressed together. Xiaogu released one last video, showing Song Chen holding the longsword under the moonlight, facing off against two others wielding pseudo-artifacts, effortlessly winning the battle against the two. She's too strong, her reaction speed is beyond my imagination. No wonder those two lost. Yeah, that move to block the dagger, how did she react so quickly? Doesn't anyone think she's beautiful? The girl under the moonlight. She's like a peerless swordswoman, so cool. Shut up. You're just a two-dimensional thinker. What's wrong with being two-dimensional? Most of the people present had either personally possessed or seen pseudo-artifacts before, knowing that the power of pseudo-artifacts in the competition was almost the same. Chen Yuchio's ability to easily win against two opponents single-handedly undoubtedly stemmed from her strong combat awareness, surpassing others. After all the videos were shown, Xiaogu said to Luo Xiuqi, so, do you still think she doesn't deserve this top score? Luo Xiuqi remained silent. Xiaogu then looked at the others and asked, does anyone have any doubts about the rankings this time? No one spoke up. Xiaogu continued, very well, the second round of eliminations will begin in 3 days. You can rest for now. After leaving, someone will guide you to the dormitories. Someone raised their hand and asked, in the meantime, are we not allowed to leave? You can, but that's a privilege reserved for the top 10 in the rankings. Only they can apply to go out. The rest of you can only go out if you pass the final assessment, get eliminated, or voluntarily withdraw, Xiaogu explained. The person put their hand down disappointedly, as they were ranked 74th. Song Chen walked through the crowd towards the exit, attracting the gazes of many. However, most of the looks turned into admiration, appreciation, and admiration. Hello, Sister Yuchio, I'm Wang Chang. Can I team up with you next time? Yuchio, I'm Zhang Zhe. Let's team up for the competition in 3 days. I can do anything, Countless people approached to strike up conversations. After all, everyone wanted a powerful teammate who was willing to sacrifice for the team and looked good. But there were also discordant voices. No matter how strong she is, it's all thanks to the power of the pseudo-artifact, not her own strength. What's there to be proud of? She might be exposed in the next round of eliminations. A tall woman with a cold demeanor said. She was Dong Wanyu, ranked 3rd. Before Song Chin could respond, a boy angrily retorted, Dong Wanyu, you cunning woman, do you have no shame? How did you get those 12 gold coins? Aren't you guilty at all? If I hadn't reacted quickly and slipped away, I would have been duped like Zheng He and the others. Dong Wanyu sneered, the rules only state that taking gold coins from other teams is invalid. It doesn't say anything about not being able to take your own team's gold coins. You guys are just foolish, who's to blame? After hearing this, the crowd pondered. It turned out that Dong Wanyu's comprehensive score was dragged down because she had taken her teammates' gold coins. Despite having 12 coins, she only received a mediocre rating, even lower than the 4th-ranked Wang Yao. Seeing her expression, the boy sneered, don't pretend like you don't care. You must be regretting it now. If you had known how important the comprehensive score was, you wouldn't have stolen your teammates' gold coins. Now you've got a mediocre rating, and everyone knows your true colors. Dong Wanyu's face darkened. Indeed, as the boy said, her attempt to gain an advantage had backfired. Damn it, it's a pity that I let him slip away at that time. Dong Wanrong regretted deeply. Listening to the two arguing, Song Chin kept walking outside, not even pausing his steps. He didn't want to waste his energy in a place like this. Miss Chen, this is your dormitory. A staff member pushed open the door, revealing the room inside. Luxurious and magnificent, like a presidential suite. Song Chen, are you sure this is my dormitory? Yes. Do all trainees receive this treatment? The staff member shook his head. No, only the top 10 before each elimination round can enjoy this. It's the organization's way of encouraging you. I see, I understand now. Night, inside the dormitory. Song Chen finished showering, lying on the comfortable and soft bed, sinking deeply into it. It feels like floating on clouds. This bed must be expensive. He squinted, enjoying the feeling. Song Chen, although I don't want to ruin your good mood at this time, but there's a mission, and it's not an ordinary one, Xiao Wei said in his mind. Song Chen raised an eyebrow, sitting up from the bed. Go on. Fortunately, he had obtained the first place in the elimination round, which allowed him to apply for going out. Otherwise, if he wanted to leave Tianhe Tower, he would have to give up his trainee status. This time the target is Shi Liangjun, male, 27 years old, an early-stage pseudo-warlock in the Heartfire realm. Song Chen had already learned about pseudo-warlocks from Qin Miaoshi. Pseudo-warlocks didn't mean they were fake warlocks, but rather formal warlocks achieved through blood sacrifice restrictions. Compared to true warlocks achieved through inherited secret spells, pseudo-warlocks were slightly weaker in power and potential at the same level. This distinction was not commonly used, mainly by those proud of their true warlock identity to differentiate themselves from pseudo-warlocks. Anyway, for ordinary people, there was actually no difference between the two, as both were individuals who possessed extraordinary powers beyond their control. He's actually a formal warlock. Song Chen furrowed his brows slightly. All the tasks the system had given him before were targeting ordinary people, so this was the first time he had to deal with a warlock. What is his secret technique? Does he have any mystical tools? Is there any organization backing him? With his current personal strength, he was definitely not able to confront a formal warlock head-on. He could only attempt to use the system's items combined with external forces, just like when he killed the spider infant beast. Shi Liangjun's secret technique is the ability to turn his body surface into metal, making it difficult for ordinary bullets to harm him. Based on his life history, he probably hasn't obtained any mystical tools yet, but he is indeed affiliated with a small organization called Green Flame. He usually lives and works together with his partner and lover, Luan Wega, and the two are almost inseparable. Luan Wega is also a warlock? What is her secret technique? Luan Wega's secret technique is danger perception. She can sense and locate the source of danger a few seconds before it arrives. It's a bit tricky. However, in the end, the target is just an early-stage warlock in the Heartfire realm. Although I'm not a match for them head-on, I know their abilities inside out. If I use heat weapons when they least expect it, I might still succeed. Song Chin closed his eyes, pondering deeply, and fell into a deep sleep after formulating a rough plan. The next day, he went to the Bureau of Investigation to request leave. While registering, he happened to see Luo Shouqi, who had questioned him yesterday. Luo Shouqi was taken aback when he saw Song Chen, hesitated for a few seconds, then walked over and said, Chen Yuqiu, hello. Song Chen didn't know his intentions, smiled lightly, and replied, hello, is there something you need? I'm very sorry for doubting you yesterday. Since we both have to apply for going out today, can I invite you to dinner to apologize? Luo Shouqi's expression was sincere. I didn't take yesterday's incident to heart. In that situation, it's normal to have doubts. Song Chen first forgave generously, then pretended to be a little embarrassed, saying, it's just that I have urgent matters to attend to outside, so I can't go to dinner with you. After saying that, he quickly added, "Don't overthink it, I don't have any issues with you, it's just that I'm really busy." Luo Xiuqi's ability to rank second in the competition definitely showed some skill. Different from Dong Wanru's sarcastic remarks towards him, since this person took the initiative to be friendly, he didn't reject the gesture, maybe he could benefit from it later. Seeing Song Chen's attitude, Luo Xiuqi couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill towards her. Clearly, he was the one who initially doubted her, yet she was the one taking care of his emotions, completely different from what he had imagined, almost like two extremes compared to Dong Wanru, who came in third place. She was truly a kind girl. Luo Xiuqi smiled, "It's okay, we can talk about it next time." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they completed their formalities and left the Tianhe building to attend to their own matters. Zhang Santong was a well-known gang leader in Nanlu Street, working under various gangs in the area for many years. Skilled at sensing the winds of change and being adaptable, even though the gang leaders changed several times, he remained as steady as a rock. Within the local circle, he was jokingly referred to as the ever-changing leader of the flowing waters. When Song Chen was in college, she had encountered him several times in the nearby internet cafes. From Zhang Santong's mouth, she could gather clues about the underground black market, as she planned to buy some firearms there. Those were the days. Song Chen strolled along the old streets of Nanlu Street, the shops on either side showing signs of the passage of time. The streets were sparsely populated, and the occasional cries of vendors seemed out of place. He turned into a narrow alley he knew well, eventually stopping in front of an inconspicuous yet always bustling internet cafe. There was a mix of cigarette smoke, instant noodles, and youthful hormones in the air as he pushed the door open. The dimly lit internet cafe echoed with the sounds of keyboard typing and game effects. Song Chen quickly spotted Zhang Santong sitting in the corner, smoking a cigarette and rapidly typing on the keyboard. He was now disguised as Qin Miaoshi, with a mask on his face and wearing a baggy hoodie to conceal his figure. "Come on, you're so damn noob, can't even beat the opponent, what good are your hands for, uninstall the game already." Zhang Santong, with his stubbled chin, was angrily berating his teammates over the microphone when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Removing his headphones, he turned to see a girl with her face covered by a hood and mask standing behind him. "Santong, I need your help with something," the girl's voice was sweet. Zhang Santong paused for a moment, then squinted his eyes, looking Song Chen up and down before a playful smile crept onto his lips. Where did this little girl come from, looking to play a game without an account, or wanting to chat with Big Brother? Lowering her voice intentionally, Song Chen said, "Santong, I want to inquire about the black market." At the mention of this, a hint of wariness flashed in Zhang Santong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and lightly chuckled. "This information won't come cheap for you. What do you plan to offer in exchange?" "I can offer anything, Santong. Can we talk about it over there? It's crowded here." The girl's voice was shy as she gestured towards a corner near the restroom. Zhang Santong's eyes lit up. "Heh, of course, let's go." Even though the girl in front of him concealed her face and figure, the delicate and fair hands that were revealed indicated that she was a sheltered young girl who hadn't faced much hardship. As a seasoned gangster who had been in fights for years, how could he be worried about what this fragile girl could do to him? They arrived at the corner. Zhang Santong gazed at Song Chen with a fiery look, reaching out to touch her. Smack! A loud slap left Zhang Santong dizzy. Before he could react, he felt a cold, sharp dagger against his neck, making his hair stand on end. "I ask, you answer, got it?" The girl's voice was no longer as sweet as before, but rather extremely cold, her emotionless eyes fixed on Zhang Santong. "You." Zhang Santong's pupils trembled, realizing he had made a mistake this time. He swallowed hard. "I understand." 10 minutes later, Song Chen left the internet cafe. Amidst the colorful and bustling streets, a handsome man in a windbreaker, tall and slender, carried a black travel bag in one hand and a large violin case on his back as he walked out of a bar. The man was Song Chen. After reverting to his original appearance using the illusion mask, he arrived at the underground black market location that Zhang Santong had informed him of, to conduct a transaction. Duyun country was a gun-free nation, making it difficult to acquire firearms, but not impossible. As long as there was money, everything was negotiable. Song Chen purchased a sniper rifle and a kilogram of trinitrotoluene explosive for a sky-high price of 1 million. In the neighboring Blue Stone country, this amount could have bought much more, but unfortunately, this was Duyun country, a gun-free state where the cost of smuggling weapons far exceeded their actual value. Following Xiaowei's tracking of Shi Liangjun, Song Chen arrived at an ordinary residential area. Outside the residential area was a busy pedestrian street with residents coming and going. Song Chen discreetly blended in, making his way to the building where Shi Liangjun resided. "How's the situation?" "It seems like this is the gathering place of Shi Liangjun's organization, Green Flame." Apart from Shi Liangjun, there were 6 others, including Luan Wega, all of whom were formal warlocks. One of them even possessed a mid-stage Heartfire realm artifact, making them quite formidable. Song Chen frowned, realizing that it would be impossible to act here. He couldn't possibly take on so many formal warlocks alone, even if he exhausted all his fate dice and one's a Burnell's pocket watch. Then I'll wait for an opportunity. I still have 2 days, and during this time, Shi Liangjun will definitely leave. Song Chen left the residential area and found a discreet corner nearby to wait. It wasn't until noon the next day that Xiao Wei informed him that Shi Liangjun had finally left, accompanied by his lover Luan Wega. Song Chen followed the two discreetly, relying on Xiao Wei's real-time tracking of Shi Liangjun's location, ensuring he wouldn't lose them. Shi Liangjun and Luan Wega strolled along the streets, stopping at a cafe in the afternoon. Song Chen surveyed the surroundings and his gaze landed on a hotel across from the cafe. After some thought, he found an empty corner, transformed into the appearance of Qin Miaoshi, and boldly entered the hotel through the main entrance, heading straight for the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor. Since Qin Miaoshi was already wanted internally, using this identity to cause trouble seemed fitting. Upon reaching the top floor, Song Chen used a secure passage to reach the rooftop via the stairs. He had prepared to forcefully open the rooftop door, but to his surprise, it was only latched shut, with a padlock hanging decoratively to the side. This saved him some effort as he opened the door and stepped onto the rooftop. Song Chen looked around and found a panoramic view, overlooking the cafe opposite, clearly seeing the entrance and back door of the cafe, as well as Shi Liangjun and Luan Wega's seats. In the middle, there was a sturdy water tower several meters wide, with a solid cement base on the ground. He opened the black travel bag, took out the trinitrotoluene explosive, and taped it to the left side of the rooftop door. Then, he took out the sniper rifle from the bag, assembled it following the online tutorials, adjusted the scope, and carefully checked the firearm's condition. In the cafe, Shi Liangjun and Luan Wega sat by the French windows, enjoying the food with content expressions. Liangjun, see, I told you the pastries here are delicious. Luan Wega smiled brightly, her eyes filled with tenderness towards Shi Liangjun. Shi Liangjun nodded gently, a hint of indulgent smile playing on his lips. He set down his coffee cup, reached out to lightly tap Luan Wega's nose, and said, "Indeed delicious, your recommendations always suit my taste." Soft jazz music floated in the cafe along with occasional whispers from other tables, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Shi Liangjun spoke, "By the way, Wega, do you know what we are trading with the Blue Rose people this time?" Luan Wega shook her head. "Usually, for important matters, doesn't the boss discuss with you first? This time, you don't even know?" "The boss just told me to be cautious, deliver the item to him immediately upon receiving it, without specifying what it is." Shi Liangjun sipped his coffee. Luan Wega's expression changed. Could it be related to that incident? That day, before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened suddenly, her face paled, and she exclaimed, "Danger!" Alarms blared in Shi Liangjun's mind. He immediately activated his power, igniting his inner fire fiercely. A metallic sheen spread across his body within half a second. With a loud crash, the large French window shattered abruptly. An orange bullet hit his already metallicized temple, compressing into a flat copper block instantly, losing its penetrating power and falling to the ground with a crisp sound. Smoke rose from Shi Liangjun's temple. Although the bullet didn't cause a fatal blow, he wasn't unscathed. The metal surface cracked, revealing a shallow dent in his temple, hinting at the flesh and blood beneath. The atmosphere in the cafe froze instantly. All customers and staff gazed in astonishment, not understanding what had happened. Shi Liangjun and Luan Wega reacted swiftly, their expressions a mix of shock and anger as they realized they had become targets of an assassination attempt. "Who is it? Is it the Blue Rose turning on us?" Shi Liangjun pondered, standing up to shield Luan Wega from the direction of the gunfire. "Wega, find a safe place to hide, inform the boss immediately." "I'll take care of this sniper," he declared sternly. Daring to betray the green flame, they will pay the price. Shi Liangjun's eyes glinted with determination. Not an ordinary couple, Luan Wega understood that in such a situation, as a non-combatant, she would only be a burden. Without hesitation, she agreed and provided valuable information. "All right, my power tells me the enemy should be positioned above the building across the street." With that, she took cover behind Shi Liangjun and half-crawled to the cafe's kitchen. Another gunshot rang out, hitting Shi Liangjun's forehead, but like before, it wasn't fatal. Yet, he still felt a piercing pain. "Damn it, I'll make you pay." Shi Liangjun seethed with anger, his inner fire burning fiercely. The black metallic sheen on his body deepened, the shattered area slowly regenerating. Clutching his head, he dashed out of the cafe, crossing the street. Enduring several sniper shots, he burst into the lobby of the hotel across the street. disregarding the shocked onlookers and swiftly heading upstairs. Seeing Shi Liangjun enter the hotel, Song Chen's eyes darkened. Though mentally prepared, witnessing the opponent survive even sniper shots left him somewhat shaken. The true power of a sorcerer. I will obtain it sooner or later. Song Chen looked towards the iron door on the rooftop, tightening his grip on the bomb detonator in his hand. Song Chen, Shi Liangjun is almost here. Xiao Wei's voice sounded tense. Shi Liangjun didn't take the elevator but raced up the stairs, his body enhanced by the power of his inner fire, allowing him to ascend multiple steps in a single stride, moving swiftly. Song Chen remained calm and composed, walking to the other side of the cement base of the central water tower and concealing his figure. With a loud bang, the heavy door was pushed open, and Shi Liangjun's figure appeared. Trying to run? Shi Liangjun frowned, and at that moment, an astonishing heat accompanied by a violent impact came from his side. Boom! The so-called king of bombs, Trinitrotoluene, exploded violently beside Shi Liangjun, engulfing him in flames instantly. Smoke and flames billowed, debris scattered everywhere, and thick smoke shrouded the area near the door. Song Chen hid behind the cement pillar, keeping a close watch through Xiao Wei. Trinitrotoluene was not only tremendously explosive but also a highly toxic substance. Even if it didn't kill Shi Liangjun instantly, its toxicity was enough to cause severe harm. However, the voice that came from the thick smoke made his heart sink. Whoever you are, you're doomed today. Shi Liangjun emerged from the dense fog, his eyes bloodshot, his metallic skin resembling a half-burnt branding iron, once smooth surface now rough and in some places broken, revealing bloody red muscles. After scanning the rooftop, he immediately locked onto the cement base where Song Chen was hiding and swiftly charged towards it. He still has this kind of physical ability? Not good. Through Xiao Wei's observations, Song Chen saw Shi Liangjun's actions clearly. Seeing him still able to move so quickly after being blown up like that made him feel a sense of unease. The experience of killing the spider infant beast last time seemed to have made him underestimate the true power of a sorcerer. However, it was understandable. After all, last time, he killed the spider infant beast by throwing a whole can of gasoline into its belly, causing it to explode internally, resulting in much greater damage than an external attack. Moreover, Shi Liangjun's own secret technique was the enhancement of his defensive metallized skin. It wasn't surprising that he wasn't killed by the trinitrotoluene bomb in one hit. Song Chen had intended to save the projection of Wenzel Benel's pocket watch as much as possible, as there were less than 14 seconds left. But now, it seemed unavoidable. He rolled to the side, pulled out the gun he obtained from Tiger Brother of the human trafficking group, and fired several shots at Shi Liangjun's head. Shi Liangjun crossed his arms, shielding his head like an iron shield, blocking the bullets fired by Song Chen. The bullets hit the metal layer, making a crisp sound but failing to penetrate the strong defense. Through a gap, he finally saw the person who was trying to assassinate him. A delicate-faced but cold-looking girl. Most importantly, a normal person? He was actually ambushed by just a normal person without extraordinary powers? He was brought down to this state by a mere ordinary person? Damn ant! Shi Liangjun's fiery power burned fiercely, his extraordinary power as a sorcerer spreading throughout his body. He bent his knees, springing low like a metal foot, creating several fine cracks on the ground with a loud bang, and shot towards Song Chen like an arrow released from a bowstring, leaving almost an afterimage in the air due to his incredible speed. Shi Liangjun raised his right hand into a fist, aiming to strike Song Chen's head. In this critical moment of life and death, each second seemed infinitely prolonged, the air solidified, and even breathing became unusually heavy. Between life and death, there was only a thin line, yet Song Chen remained remarkably calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, the projection of Wenzel Benel's pocket watch was activated. Shi Liangjun's movements came to an abrupt halt in an instant, as if a pause button had been pressed on a movie scene. What's going on? He was shocked to the core, his body seemingly restricted by an irresistible force in every way, unable to move even his eyeballs, only his thoughts unaffected. Something was wrong, this was not right. Could this be the secret technique of this woman? But she was clearly just an ordinary person. And how could she unleash a secret technique without any extraordinary power fluctuations? If the other party is a stronger opponent than him, why bother using a sniper rifle to deal with him? While Shi Liangjun was racking his brains, Song Chen seized the opportunity and arrived at the previous sniper rifle location. Despite his best efforts, he still took 8 seconds, leaving only 6 seconds on his watch, not enough time to run to aim at another location. Song Chen raised the sniper rifle and aimed at Shi Liangjun's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The orange bullet whistled out of the sniper rifle barrel at an astonishing speed, cutting through the air and directly hitting Shi Liangjun's head, which was frozen by the watch projection. Shi Liangjun tried his best but couldn't move an inch, only able to watch helplessly as the deadly bullet flew towards him. By now, the metal layer on his head that had been shattered before had been repaired, but now the bullet hit again, erupting with a deafening sound in his ears, splattering blood and metal fragments. A shallow pit appeared on his forehead, faintly revealing his white skull. Damn it, move! Shi Liangjun's mental state had reached a frenzy, but his body remained motionless. There were only 3 seconds left on the projection of the watch. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Song Chen pulled the trigger, the second bullet following the trajectory of the first, hitting Shi Liangjun's forehead again, shattering the metal covering his forehead completely, scattering white skull fragments and fresh blood, staining his face and the surrounding air pink, revealing the pink brain tissue inside. Now, only one more shot was needed to completely deal with Shi Liangjun. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sensing his exposed brain, Shi Liangjun almost fell into madness. In the split second when the watch projection effect disappeared, Song Chen pressed the final trigger, the bullet flying towards Shi Liangjun's exposed brain tissue. Move, move, move. In the moment of life and death, the watch projection effect finally ended completely, and Shi Liangjun's head slightly tilted before the bullet hit, avoiding the already exposed brain tissue, hitting a few centimeters beside it. Blue smoke dispersed, the bullet fell, clinking. Shi Liangjun gasped heavily, looking ecstatically at his hands. He had narrowly escaped death. He glared fiercely at Song Chen. You damn bastard, I'll skin you alive and make you beg for death. With that, he charged towards Song Chen. We're dead, we're dead, we're dead, we're doomed now. Xiao Wei's voice was panicked. With Song Chen's current physical fitness and strength, once Shi Liangjun got close, he would be killed in 1 or 2 seconds. Not necessarily. Song Chen looked at the ferocious Shi Liangjun approaching, his gaze calm. He still had one last card to play. At this point, there's only one gamble left. With a thought, Song Chen summoned the dice of fate in his palm, then threw it to the ground, the result being 6. Quickly picking it up, he threw it again, this time getting a 9. Before he could pick it up, Shi Liangjun was already upon him. Die! His metallic right fist carried a chilling fist wind as it slammed towards Song Chen's head. At this critical moment, Song Chen forcefully threw Tiger's pistol aside. With a loud bang, a bullet accidentally fired from the dark barrel hit Shi Liangjun right in the exposed area of his forehead, shattering the brain tissue inside. With his brain shattered, Shi Liangjun's eyes lost their vitality in an instant, his body losing its strength and collapsing to the ground. This is... Xiao Wei was somewhat stunned. Song Chen calmly picked up the dice of fate and stored it back in his mind. If he had aimed directly at Shi Liangjun with the pistol, not to mention whether his untrained shooting skills could hit such a small hole on the opponent's head while moving, Shi Liangjun himself would have been cautious and blocked with his hand. So, this last chance could not be wasted so easily. With the speed of Shi Liangjun, he only had time to roll the dice twice at most. The fate dice ranged from 0 to 9, with a total of 10 faces. Rolling the dice twice would result in 100 possibilities, excluding the 81 possibilities where 9 does not exist. In other words, the probability of rolling a 9 in 2 throws is only 19%. This probability was small, but he could use the result of the first throw to determine the result of the second throw. So, when he rolled a 6 the first time, he used this result to specify that the second roll would be a 9, giving him a 60% chance, enough to take a gamble. Fortunately, he won the bet. Using this 90% probability from the second roll, he aimed to hit Shi Liangjun's forehead after throwing the gun. As Shi Liangjun died, his internal fire ceased, the metallic layer on his body faded, revealing normal skin color. Song Chen walked up and fired a few more shots at his head to ensure he was truly dead before stopping. Suddenly, sirens wailed in the distance, and as Song Chen squinted, he saw 2 police cars heading their way at the end of the street. So fast. From the moment Song Chen fired until Shi Liangjun was killed, less than 10 minutes had passed, and the authorities had already responded and sent people to handle the situation. Song Chen could guarantee that the people in those police cars were not just ordinary officers, there must be members of the investigative bureau. After all, when Shi Liangjun used his secret technique, people in the cafe witnessed it, and such extraordinary events would surely prompt the authorities to involve the investigative bureau. He wondered how the bureau would handle the aftermath. How would they deal with so many witnesses? As he pondered, Song Chen walked downstairs, opening the latest fate gift box in his mind. Sword mastery talent? When using sword weapons, you will feel divinely assisted, as if each sword strike follows the path of the Tao, increasing all attacks by 50%. Song Chen raised an eyebrow. When he used the black long sword in the first round of elimination, he found it quite handy. Today, he drew the same sword again. Could it be that he indeed possessed some talent in swordsmanship? All attacks with sword weapons had a 50% increase, and it was permanent. Although not as miraculous as Fate Dice or Wenzabunier's pocket watch, in the long run, this would definitely be a super useful enhancement to his combat abilities. Song Chen deactivated his camouflage in the unmonitored stairwell, reverting to his true form, then used the illusion mask to transform into a handsome man. He descended quickly and arrived in the bustling lobby. Due to the intense noise from the roof, many guests had gathered here, seeking an explanation. Ignoring them, as he was about to leave the hotel, a sudden change occurred. A light wall blocked his path. Looking up, he saw a hemispherical light screen enveloping the entire hotel, cutting off external sounds. This familiar scene immediately reminded him of the light pillar that appeared when he pressed the distress signal button on his communication watch during the elimination round. The response from the investigative bureau is too quick this time. Song Chen's expression turned serious as he saw 5 people in police uniforms getting out of the 2 cars parked at the entrance, led by a cold-faced young man. None of these 5 individuals concealed their aura as sorcerers, and their powerful presence instinctively quieted everyone in the lobby, especially the leader, who gave Song Chen a feeling as if he had encountered Xiaogu. What realm is this? Heartfire late stage? Or Mirror God realm? Song Chen silently retreated into the crowd, keeping a low profile and showing no signs of abnormality. A terrorist attack has occurred here, and we are temporarily taking over. Without our permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Please stay where you are and do not move. The young man at the forefront raised an identification card emitting a strange fluctuation, causing everyone present to unknowingly fall into a state of confusion and subconsciously obey the young man's words. Song Chen, wake up! Wake up! Song Chen almost fell into this state, but was luckily awakened by Xiao Wei's loud voice. What is that thing? It can make people unconsciously fall into a hypnotic state of obedience. Song Chen slightly lowered his head, dared not look at the card again, and maintained the same confused expression as the people around him. The young man said, Pang Jun, investigate all the people present in the hotel guest list, see if anyone with a blue rose has infiltrated. Ruan Lang, Yin Kejia, and Shen Jingshang, the 3 of you go upstairs to search, make sure they don't escape. Yes, Vice Captain Gong. The 4 men acknowledged. Song Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had entered as Qin Miaoxi's appearance and had not registered his identity. Although he now appeared as a stranger, if discrepancies arose in the list, he would definitely be considered a suspicious person, which would be troublesome. However, he couldn't act rashly now. The aura emanating from the vice captain made him wary, far beyond what someone like Shi Liangjun could match. Even if another Shi Liangjun appeared, he wouldn't be able to restrain them with his pocket watch projection. Ultimately, the gap between ordinary people and sorcerers was too vast. Without the system item, he wouldn't stand a chance. Pang Jun approached the front desk, said something to the hotel staff, who nodded in confusion, then operated the computer to print out a list. Pang Jun checked the people present against the list. Song Chen, what should we do? Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Song Chen's eyes lowered as his mind raced. Suddenly, a roar came from the sofa on the left side of the lobby. Damn it, those bastards from the Green Flame dare to betray us, then let's all die together. Boom! When Pang Jun checked a middle-aged man, he and 2 others attacked fiercely, shattering the expensive sofa with a violent shockwave, sending foam and feathers flying. Vice Captain Gong's eyes flashed as he swiftly approached. I knew you couldn't stay calm. Pang Jun, protect the others first, get them out. Vice Captain Gong took out a deck of cards from his pocket, threw it upwards, and the cards connected to form 3 long whips, each suit shimmering with extraordinary power, striking towards the 3 men. It's a mysterious weapon. The 3 men, feeling threatened, unleashed their full power to intercept the attack. Meanwhile, Pang Jun guided the hypnotized ordinary people to evacuate. Although the 3 men tried to use the crowd as hostages, Vice Captain Gong repeatedly stopped them. Song Chen followed Pang Jun outside with the crowd. Once everyone was out, Pang Jun hurried back inside to support Vice Captain Gong. Song Chen had Xiao Wei observe the surroundings, ensuring no one paid attention to them. He slowly retreated to the edge, blending in with the crowd, away from the chaos. No wonder the Bureau of Investigation arrived so quickly this time. It wasn't my attempt to assassinate Shi Liangjun that attracted them, but the Bureau itself had an operation today. The middle-aged man said the Green Flame people betrayed them, and Shi Liangjun is one of them. There seems to be some unknown dealings between them. One thing is certain, someone from these 2 factions must have leaked information to the Bureau of Investigation. But these matters were of no concern to Song Chen. His goal was simply to kill Shi Liangjun and complete the system's task. The second round of elimination would start the day after tomorrow, so Song Chen wasn't in a rush to return to Tianhe Tower. He boarded a bus and headed to an address. Su Shuo was worried that he would be wanted internally and have nowhere to stay, so after obtaining Chen Yucho's fake identity, he helped him rent a house. Song Chen arrived near the destination, found an uninhabited place, first transformed into Qin Miaoshi using mimicry disguise, and then transformed into Chen Yucho using the illusion mask. This was, of course, to prevent Su Shuo from discovering any flaws. At the moment, he didn't want to lose this tool yet. Song Chen changed his clothes and said to Xiao Wei, "This mimicry disguise is useful, but changing clothes every time is a bit troublesome." "Well, it's because your mimicry disguise card is of Qin Miaoshi, a young girl. If it were a similar-sized adult male, it wouldn't be so troublesome." Song Chen remained non-committal. Compared to the convenience brought by the mimicry disguise, this little trouble was nothing at all. Building 7, Unit 502 in Happiness Community. Happiness Community was an old but well-maintained residential area, with tree-lined paths and neatly arranged 6-story buildings. The afternoon sun filtered through sparse clouds, casting a warm and peaceful atmosphere on the mottled walls. Song Chen arrived at the door of Unit 502 in Building 7 and found the room key under the doormat as instructed by Su Shuo. Upon opening the door, Song Chen's mouth twitched. All he saw was shades of pink wallpaper, pink sofa, pink table. Su Shuo really put in effort. He still remembers that Qin Miaoshi loved pink the most when she was young. "He's such a devoted man," sobbing. "It's a pity that his white moonlight has been ruthlessly replaced by you, and you've become the villain, Song Chen." Xiao Wei's voice echoed in his mind. "Song Chen, shut up." Poof. Song Chen quickly surveyed the room. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, not large but fully equipped with clothing, shoes, various daily necessities, even a first aid kit. He washed away the dust and fatigue, then lay down on the pink bed in the bedroom and fell asleep. Although he didn't sustain any serious injuries in the assassination of Shi Lianjun, it left him mentally exhausted, requiring rest to replenish his energy. In the evening, Song Chen woke up, changed clothes, and went out to buy food nearby. The sky drizzled lightly, and Song Chen, like other pedestrians, walked along the street holding an umbrella. A car sped past him, splashing rainwater reflecting neon lights, wetting his jeans. Song Chen remained silent and continued to the supermarket to buy food before heading back. Suddenly, Xiao Wei's voice sounded in his mind. "Song Chen, Luo Xiuqi is near you." Luo Xiuqi? Luo Xiuqi, who ranked second in the first elimination round, had invited Song Chen for a meal to apologize when he applied to go out, but Song Chen declined. A hint of vigilance flashed in Song Chen's eyes. What is he doing around here? It shouldn't be tracking him. After leaving Tianhe Tower, he had Xiao Wei investigate, and there was no one following him. Moreover, he had changed his appearance several times, making it impossible for Luo Xiuqi to track him. It must have been a chance encounter. He's injured, being chased, and seems to be in a difficult situation, quite critical. Chased? By sorcerers? No, judging from their physical abilities and methods, they seem to be just 3 ordinary people. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chen said to Xiao Wei, "Tell me his location." Luo Xiuqi could stand out in the first competition, so he must have outstanding abilities. If he could save him and owe him a life-saving favor, it might come in handy in the future. Following Xiao Wei's directions, he quickly arrived at a nondescript alley nearby. Under the cover of night, he hid outside and saw 3 men in black suits wielding knives, attacking a young man in his 20s. 3 men attacked ruthlessly, aiming for vital points. Although Luo Xiuqi was agile, he was outnumbered and unarmed, sustaining numerous wounds in the melee. "Who sent you? Shang Yingxi? Or my dear brother Luo Hang?" Rain mixed with blood blurred Luo Xiuqi's vision as he narrowly dodged a slash at his neck, glaring angrily at the 3 men in suits before him. They remained silent, intent on ending him mercilessly. As time passed, Luo Xiuqi's movements slowed, and his injuries multiplied. "Song Chen, aren't you going to help him?" Xiao Wei asked, puzzled. Song Chen replied calmly, "Wait a little longer. He still has some strength left. I'll save him when he's truly in mortal danger. The gratitude he'll feel then will be greater." Xiao Wei whispered, "Song Chen, you're getting more and more wicked." Song Chen said, "The dragon slayer will eventually become the evil dragon." After 2 more minutes, Luo Xiuqi was on the brink of collapse, about to be fatally wounded. Suddenly, Song Chen's eyes gleamed. "Now!" Gasping for air, Luo Xiuqi felt his strength draining rapidly. He never imagined his life would end in this dark, narrow alley. It was absurd, truly laughable. After becoming a trainee at the Investigation Bureau and gaining access to that world, he was now facing this tragic fate. Luo Xiuqi longed for the power he wielded during the forest competition with the fake artifacts. With that strength, he could easily overpower these 3 men. But with each mistake due to his weakening body, a ruthless dagger gleamed coldly, aiming for his neck with no room for escape. "It's over." Luo Xiuqi closed his eyes, filled with regret and resentment, accepting his inevitable end. Just as he teetered on the edge of death, a pink umbrella sliced through the sky like silent thunder, striking the hand of the man wielding the dagger at his neck. Startled, the man in the suit cried out as the dagger flew from his grasp. Luo Shochi opened his eyes to see a girl in a loose pink coat rushing in. Her delicate face was cold, her gaze focused, and she swiftly confronted the three men in suits without a word. The girl's movements were swift and precise, like the wind. With a swift punch, she knocked down one of the men before the others could react, sending him crashing to the ground like a sandbag hit by a giant hammer. The remaining two men, now alert, raised their knives to attack Song Chen. Dodging skillfully, Song Chen swiftly countered with a powerful elbow strike to the chest of one man, shattering bones with a crisp sound, rendering him unconscious. The last man attempted a surprise attack from behind, but Song Chen's agile spin and a swift leg sweep sent him tumbling to the ground, unconscious. In a matter of seconds, the three armed men lay defeated. This was only a fraction of Song Chen's true strength, otherwise, the outcome would have been far more severe for them. While he was no match for a sorcerer with extraordinary powers, against ordinary men, he was overwhelmingly superior. Turning to the stunned Luo Shochi, Song Chen smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting both the calm of victory and concern for Luo Shochi's plight. "Are you okay?" The girl's crisp and agile voice was gentle yet powerful, like a beam of light piercing through Luo Shochi's heart's gloom. "I'm fine, but why would Chen Yuqiu?" Luo Shochi was still somewhat dazed, having just escaped from a life-or-death situation, leaving him unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Strong, too strong. Undoubtedly the first in the competition. Even without the extraordinary pseudo-artifacts in the competition, she was still so strong. Luo Shochi looked at the girl not far away, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his heart. But most of all, he knew it was gratitude. The debt of saving a life was as heavy as a mountain. Song Chen bent down to pick up the umbrella on the ground, opened the fastener, shook off the stains, opened it up, walked to Luo Shochi's side, and shielded him from the rain's onslaught. "My house is nearby. I was on my way back from the supermarket when I heard some commotion here and came to take a look, never expected it to be you." Song Chen pointed to the plastic bag he had left at the entrance of the alley. Luo Shochi nodded, "So that's how it is. And you? How come those three were chasing you?" Luo Shochi was about to speak but was interrupted. The girl furrowed her delicate brows slightly and said, "Your injuries are quite severe, and it's raining. If the wounds get infected, it would be terrible. Let me take you to the hospital." "No," Luo Shochi immediately retorted. He hesitated, as if there was something difficult to express, his lips stammered, "The people chasing me are powerful. If I go to the hospital, they will definitely find out, and they will come after me again. That's not a solution either." Song Chen looked troubled, lowered her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly brightened up, raised her head and said, "I have a first aid kit at home. Why don't you come to my place first? I'll help disinfect your wounds to prevent inflammation." Luo Shochi was taken aback at her words, scratched his head, and said, "Isn't that inappropriate? It's late, and I'm a guy going to a girl's house." Song Chen smiled gently, "What's the big deal? We are training colleagues. Maybe we'll work together at the Investigation Bureau in the future." "Thank you, Chen Yuqiu." Luo Shochi felt touched in his heart. "It's nothing. By the way, how should we deal with those three? Should we report to the police?" Song Chen looked at the three men in suits on the ground and said softly, "If we report it, we have to claim that you defeated them. I don't want my ability to fight to be exposed to the authorities." "Luo Shochi, do you understand my concerns?" After speaking, the girl's clear autumn eyes fixedly looked at Luo Shochi. If the person in front of her was ungrateful, she wouldn't mind getting rid of him along with the three men on the ground. "You saved my life. If you don't want others to know, I can guarantee with my life that I won't tell anyone." Luo Shochi nodded firmly. "As for those three," Luo Shochi looked at the three men in suits with deep hatred in his eyes and said, "Reporting to the police won't help. The people behind them will bail them out in a few days. I've asked the Investigation Bureau before, and they won't intervene in cases involving ordinary people, so I want to kill them." "Kill them?" Song Chen sounded surprised. "We are training at the Investigation Bureau. In the future, we will be under the authority. If we are found out doing such a thing, not only will our bright future be ruined, but we might even face execution." Luo Shochi spoke in a low voice, "It won't be exposed. There are no surveillance cameras here, and besides you, there are no witnesses. The rain will wash away all evidence. I have no social relationship with them, and the people who sent them won't voluntarily report to the police. As long as we keep quiet, no one will know. Even if we are eventually discovered, I will take full responsibility for all consequences. This whole thing has nothing to do with you." After speaking, he looked expectantly at Song Chen. This time, it was Song Chen's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect Luo Shochi to be so extreme. It seemed that he indeed harbored great resentment towards the three men in suits and their backers. However, this is also good. With this leverage, I can make better use of the other party in the future. A murderer, people always kill. If you insist on doing this, I won't stop you. Song Chen pretended to ponder for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Chen Yuchio. Luo Shochi sincerely thanked him, then walked to the three men in suits, picked up the dagger, and slit their throats. Happiness Community, Building 7, Unit 502. Come in. Song Chen opened the door, took out a pair of slippers from the entrance shoe cabinet, and handed them to Luo Shochi. Luo Shochi took the slippers, saw the scene inside the room, and his expression revealed a hint of strangeness. Chen Yuchio, who acted so decisively, surprisingly had such a girlish heart, decorating the house as a pink ocean. Song Chen remained composed. Sit on the sofa for a while, I'll get the first aid kit. Okay, thank you, Luo Shochi said. After a while, Song Chen brought out the first aid kit from the room. Song Chen said, let me disinfect and dress your wounds. Take off my coat and your clothes. Because Luo Shochi's own clothes were torn and bloodstained, to avoid drawing attention on the way, Song Chen let him wear his loose coat. Luo Shochi hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Maybe I should do it myself. After all, it's not appropriate for men and women to be so intimate. What old-fashioned thinking is this? Are you going to ask all female nurses to avoid you when you go to the hospital? Some wounds are tricky to deal with. You might worsen them if you do it yourself. Song Chen looked puzzled. You were so ruthless when you killed earlier. Why are you hesitating now to take off a piece of clothing? Hurry up, delaying further might cause your wounds to get infected. All right. Blushing, Luo Shochi took off his clothes, revealing well-defined muscles with dozens of scars scattered across his upper body. Some scars protruded with flesh and blood oozing slowly. Song Chen, without hesitation, gently wiped these wounds with cotton soaked in hydrogen peroxide. Watching the girl earnestly treating his injuries in front of him, Luo Shochi caught a whiff of fragrance, making his cheeks even redder. Xiao Wei asked, Song Chen, are you doing this on purpose? Song Chen chuckled inwardly, of course, it's intentional. Haven't you seen how deeply Su Sua loves Qin Miaoshi? Men can give everything for the women they love. Besides, this Luo Shochi seems capable, and judging from his few words to those three men in suits, his background seems complicated. If I can make him fall for me, wouldn't that be another good pawn? Ah, Song Chen, you've changed. You've completely changed. How can you be so wicked? Song Chen calmly said, according to the system's mission pace, I will definitely encounter stronger warlocks in the future. If I don't want to die, I have to do everything to become stronger. Now that I have this external advantage, why not use it? Or do you want to disappear with me? Xiao Wei fell silent. Luo Shochi, of course, couldn't hear the conversation between Song Chen and Xiao Wei in their minds. At this moment, besides his blushing cheeks, even his heartbeat quickened. The girl's face was less than 10 centimeters away from him, and he could even see the tiny hairs on her skin like gelatin. After some time, Song Chen finally disinfected all of Luo Shochi's wounds and applied bandages. All done. Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. Put on your clothes. Thank you. Luo Shochi lowered his head and silently put on his clothes. Song Chen poured a cup of hot tea in front of him and sat on the nearby sofa. Can you tell me why those people were chasing you? After a moment of silence, Luo Shochi spoke. Do you know about the Shangyun Group? Song Chen nodded. I've heard of it. It's one of the top conglomerates in Hushan City, mainly engaged in manufacturing industries such as chemical fiber, textiles, and refining, and it seems they have also ventured into real estate in recent years. The current chairman of Shangyun Group, Luo Hongtian, is my father, and I am the eldest son of the Luo family, Luo Shochi said in a low voice. This time Song Chen was truly surprised. He had guessed that Luo Shochi's family background was not simple, but he hadn't expected it to be so exaggerated. It's worth noting that Shangyun Group can rank among the top in Hushan City, so even among all the enterprises in the country of Duyun, it could easily make it into the top 500, truly a giant in the capital world. Luo Shochi continued slowly, revealing the secrets of the wealthy family. Actually, there's nothing much to say. It's just a cliché story of a wealthy family fighting over inheritance. My mother passed away early, when I was still in elementary school, and my father then married my current stepmother, Zhang Yingxi, and had my younger brother, Luo Hang. Song Chen noticed that when Luo Shochi mentioned the names Zhang Yingxi and Luo Hong, there was a deep-seated resentment in his tone. These two are skilled at deception. They played the role of a virtuous wife and good younger brother in front of my father and me for nearly 20 years. As a result, my father trusted them greatly, not only allowing them to participate in the group's operations and management but also, after Luo Hang came of age, letting him share some of my power, supposedly to ease my burden. But unexpectedly, this mother and son pair, with ambitious hearts, after my father fell seriously ill, actually attempted to get rid of me and take over the entire Shangyun group. Luo Shochi clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Don't get too worked up, or your wound will start bleeding again. Have some water. Songchen handed the water glass to Luo Shochi. After he took it, he tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled, and said, "But I remember last week, I saw news about the chairman of Shangyun Group attending some ribbon-cutting ceremony at an event. Did his condition deteriorate so quickly?" Luo Shochi took a sip of water and sneered, "Of course, it did. Because what turned my father into that was an extraordinary power. My father was originally very healthy. He would regularly check his health and engage in appropriate exercise. If this trend had continued, he could have easily lived another 40 to 50 years. But that pair couldn't wait that long. After gaining my father's trust and power, they used the group's resources to contact a certain extraordinary organization, exchanging money for their intervention, causing my father to contract an incurable disease, making it look like a natural death. A man as healthy as my father suddenly being diagnosed with a terminal illness and rapidly deteriorating, of course, raised suspicions in me, so I had my confidant investigate them. Unfortunately, they caught on. Originally, they wouldn't have acted against me so quickly, at least not until some time after my father's death. But my secret investigation made them feel threatened, so they decided to eliminate me first, no matter the cost. The investigation bureau is my last resort. As long as I can pass the remaining 2 elimination rounds and the final assessment, I will officially become a member of the investigation bureau. By then, that mother and son duo won't be able to touch me anymore, and I will have enough time and opportunity to seek revenge on them. Perhaps because Songchen owed Luo Shochi a debt of gratitude for saving his life, coupled with the recent turmoil in his heart, he blurted out all his secrets and plans. "I see." Songchen sighed, pretending to drink water as he covered his eyes with lowered eyelashes, hiding his uncertain gaze. He put down the glass and said softly, "For safety's sake, don't leave today. Rest in the guest room at my place tonight, and tomorrow we'll go back to the investigation bureau together." Songchen paused, then added, "If you don't mind." Luo Shochi changed his previous resentful look when describing the mother and son, and quickly said, "Of course, I don't mind. I'm just worried it might affect you. After all, there are differences between men and women. If we stay in the same room overnight, and word gets out, it wouldn't be good for your reputation." "You don't need to worry about that. I don't know anyone here, so no one will gossip." Songchen waved his hand, smiling. "Besides, I don't care about those meaningless things. Just relax and stay here." Changing the subject, he added, "But if you think I'm only doing this to take advantage of your status as the young master of Shangyun Group, then feel free to leave. I won't stop you." "No, how could I think that?" Luo Shochi hurriedly explained, "You were so capable and my lifesaver. If I have any conscience, I wouldn't think like that. And just by watching your performance in the first elimination round, I know you are a truly considerate, noble-minded, and kind-hearted girl." Hearing this, Song Chen's eyes dimmed slightly, a hint of complexity flashing through. "If I were truly kind-hearted, I wouldn't have let you kill those 3 men in suits. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You've been through so much, you need to eat something good. The groceries I bought from the supermarket got wet in the rain. I'll go buy some food again." With that, he stood up and walked towards the door. "Xiaowei, Song Chen, what are you pretending to be now?" Song Chen, a character must be consistent to avoid loopholes. If I accept the label of being kind-hearted now, perhaps under the emotional debt of saving his life, Luo Shochi won't see any issues. But he's not a fool, and upon careful consideration in the future, he will definitely find it discordant. So, I must deny this label using the method of seemingly having some untold stories of my own. "You are too scheming. You are too naive." On the sofa, Luo Shochi watched Song Chen's back thoughtfully. He pondered, "It seems that Chen Yuqiu also has some unknown past, but since she's unwilling to talk about it, I won't ask. There will be opportunities in the future." When Song Chen was changing shoes, Luo Shochi approached. "How about we just order takeout? You've already helped me with my wounds and now you're buying groceries and cooking. I feel bad about it." Song Chen lowered his head, slipped his feet into his shoes, and said, "Takeout isn't healthy. I'll be back soon, it's just a small matter." Without giving Luo Shochi a chance to refuse, Song Chen left. This time, there were no more accidents, and Song Chen quickly returned with the groceries. He entered the kitchen and started cooking. Yes, Song Chen could cook. Back in the countryside, when his parents were busy working and had no time to cook, he used to cook for his younger sister. His culinary skills were not bad. During this time, when Luo Shochi wanted to help, Song Chen refused, citing that the patient shouldn't move too much. Luo Shochi returned to the living room, watching the girl in a pink apron bustling in the kitchen, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced such genuine care from someone. "Chen Yuchio," he murmured softly, his gaze gentle. Song Chen didn't prepare anything fancy, just a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, but it greatly impressed Luo Shochi, who was used to luxurious delicacies. After dinner, they chatted for a while before retiring to their rooms. Luo Shochi lay in the room with pink wallpaper, unable to sleep for a long time, drifting off only in the early hours of the morning. As daylight poured in through the curtains, he opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, recalling where he was. He heard faint sounds outside the room and got up from the bed. In the living room, he saw Song Chen sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of soy milk and watching the morning news. The girl was wearing cartoon pajamas, her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, the pale golden sunlight sprinkling on the tips of her hair, adding a touch of gentleness and tranquility to her. "Are you awake?" She seemed to be chewing on something, her round face resembling a hamster. Luo Shochi was momentarily stunned, then replied, "Good morning." Song Chen pointed to the table. "I bought you some clothes, a toothbrush, and soy milk and fried dough sticks. Go brush your teeth first and then eat." "Okay." Luo Shochi nodded, went to brush his teeth in the bathroom, then sat on the sofa next to Song Chen, eating the fried dough sticks. "Speaking of which, I wonder what tomorrow's elimination match will be. If it's like the first round, a survival competition in the mountains and forests, then you, Luo Shochi, will be at a disadvantage, considering you still have so many wounds that haven't fully healed," Song Chen remarked as they ate. Luo Shochi took a bite of the fried dough stick and said softly, "The second round probably won't require physical strength or intense competition." "Oh, how do you know?" Song Chen raised an eyebrow. "How do you think I qualify to become a trainee at the Investigation Bureau?" Luo Shochi looked out the window into the distance, saying meaningfully, "There are many things in the world that cannot be kept completely secret. No matter how strict the rules are, there are always people who take risks for their own benefit." "Are you saying you have an information source within the Investigation Bureau?" Song Chen asked. Luo Shochi didn't hide it. "Yes, I caught the attention of the recruitment staff within the bureau by using the information he provided me, and that's how I qualified as a trainee. However, that person's level is not very high, he only knew the general idea, and he's not aware of the specific content of the 3 elimination matches." Song Chen believed Luo Shochi's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told him this in the first place. After breakfast, they changed into their clothes and headed to Tianhe Tower. Although the second round of the elimination match wouldn't start until the next day, they still had a whole day off, but to avoid the risk from Luo Shochi's stepmother, they decided to return early. Taking the bus and then the subway, with Song Chen by his side, Luo Shochi felt particularly reassured. In the early afternoon, the two safely arrived at Tianhe Tower and went back to their dormitories. "Xiaowei, Song Chen, your acting skills with Luo Shochi are much better than with Su Shua." "Yes, because his value is much greater than Su Shua's. You see, just becoming a warlock doesn't guarantee a worry-free life. To continue getting stronger, various resources are essential. My 8 million from the lottery probably won't be enough, while Luo Shochi's Shangyun Group is a true financial giant. I might have to help him stage a play of avenging the legitimate eldest son in the future." Song Chen chuckled softly. "The Princess Ji of the Blue Stone Kingdom will meet with our country's 3rd prince at the state guesthouse on the 5th day of next month. According to our reporters, this meeting aims to strengthen the friendly relations between the two countries and deepen cooperation and exchanges in various fields such as economy, culture, and technology." As an important representative of the Blue Stone Kingdom, Princess Ji's visit not only reflects the high importance the Blue Stone Kingdom places on its friendly relations with our country but also heralds the opening of a new chapter of cooperation between the two sides. During the meeting, both sides will exchange views on international and regional issues of common concern. At night, Song Chen lay on the dormitory's large bed, watching the news broadcast on TV. The country he was in, Duyun, and the neighboring Blue Stone Kingdom both adopted a dual monarchy system, with the head of state being a hereditary monarch with real power, cabinet members appointed by the monarch, the government accountable to the monarch, and the parliament exercising legislative power but the monarch having veto power. Capable princes and princesses usually hold important positions in government departments to develop their abilities as potential successors, like the 3rd Prince of Duyun, who currently also serves as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The bureau is directly responsible to the cabinet, which is appointed by the monarch. I suppose these royal members must also be powerful sorcerers. With the resources of a whole country at their disposal, Song Chen found it hard to imagine their level of power. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound was heard. "Who is it?" Song Chen didn't get up to check. Instead, he asked Xiao Wei. Wearing a badge on the chest, it should be a staff member from the bureau. After a brief thought, Song Chen came up with a possibility, got up from the bed, and opened the door. Outside stood a young man with glasses, looking like he had just started working not long ago. He seemed slightly surprised at the sight of Song Chen, then said, "Miss Chen, hello, I am Jiang Yuanfeng, assistant to Director Liu of the archives. Director Liu asked me to invite you to his office." "Alright, please wait for me to change clothes." Song Chen closed the door, walked to the wardrobe, and selected various outfits that were prepared in advance. "Song Chen, why is Director Liu looking for you now? Didn't he say last time that he didn't allow you to look for him, so why is he looking for you now?" Song Chen replied calmly in his mind, "What else could it be? Don't forget that I openly entered that hotel yesterday disguised as the wanted internal fugitive Qin Miaoxi, caused a commotion on the rooftop, and even killed a sorcerer." With Director Liu's position in the bureau, he couldn't possibly be unaware of this news. "I see, so he wants you to be more restrained, not to act recklessly outside? We'll find out soon." After a moment of contemplation, Song Chen finally chose an innocent-looking white dress from the wardrobe. "Song Chen, you are indeed eccentric, choosing to wear a skirt instead of pants voluntarily. Humans are ultimately visual creatures. When facing an opponent that is unbeatable no matter what, one can only try to appear harmless and weak. To survive, these are just minor details. That actually makes sense." After changing into the dress, Song Chen reopened the door and gave a slight smile to Jiang Yuanfeng waiting outside. "Sorry for the wait, let's go." Jiang Yuanfeng looked at Song Chen, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. "Alright, please follow me." Jiang Yuanfeng led Song Chen for about 10 minutes, passing through 2 checkpoints that required a work pass, and arrived in front of a black elevator. Inside, he pressed the button for the 50th floor. The elevator ran smoothly, and after 30 seconds, with a ding, the elevator door opened. Before them was a corridor paved with dark metallic tiles, and Song Chen followed Jiang Yuanfeng around many corners until they stopped in front of an office. Jiang Yuanfeng said, "Here we are, Director Liu is waiting for you inside." "Okay, thank you." After thanking Jiang Yuanfeng, Song Chen opened the door and walked in, closing it behind him. The office was very spacious but minimally decorated, with only a desk placed directly in front. Director Liu was sitting behind it, engrossed in some documents. "Director Liu, you wanted to see me." Song Chen took a few steps forward and spoke softly. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended upon him, as if a 1,000-pound mountain was pressing down on him, making it almost impossible to stand. "Qin Miaoxi, you have gone too far." Director Liu slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as if he could see into one's soul. He set aside the documents, stood up, circled the desk, and walked towards Song Chen step by step. "Director Liu, why do you say that?" Song Chen was trembling under immense pressure. It was too powerful, far exceeding Xiao Gu and the deputy of the palace guard. What realm was he truly in? Director Liu stood in front of Song Chen, staring into his eyes, and said coldly, "Do you think that with the relationship with Su Sua, I will always protect you, allowing you to do as you please?" "Director Liu, I didn't." The pressure on Song Chen intensified, making it difficult for him to speak. "Didn't?" Director Liu snorted coldly. "Do you think you can commit murder in the city center? Dare to use a sniper rifle or even explosives on a hotel rooftop? I had no choice." "No choice? Then tell me, how were you left with no choice? Are you in contact with the Blue Rose organization?" Song Chen's expression was complex. "I'm sorry, Director Liu, I have my reasons and can't say." Director Liu's eyes flashed with a hint of severity as he grabbed the delicate neck of the young girl, saying, "Do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" Song Chen struggled to breathe, his expression pained, his already pale face turning even paler, devoid of color. Yet he still didn't speak up. After a dozen seconds, Director Liu released his grip, along with the oppressive aura he exuded. Song Chen collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Director Liu's expression returned to calm as he glanced at Song Chen, walked back to his desk, and said, "You are quite remarkable. As an ordinary person, not only did you kill the spider infant, but now you've added a sorcerer. Although both relied on external forces, your courage and luck are indeed admirable. However, remember, luck won't always be on your side. The Bureau has escalated the wanted level 4 Qin Miaoxi internally. Your illusionary mask is a very clever concealment artifact, but that doesn't mean no one can see through it. If you don't want a tragic end, it's best to behave for a while." Song Chen struggled to stand up and weakly said, "Understood, thank you, Director Liu. You may go." Director Liu waved his hand. "Yes." Song Chen respectfully bowed before turning to leave. Director Liu watched Song Chen's back, lightly twirling a strand of hair between his fingers, a glint of cunning in his eyes. From his investigation, Qin Miaoxi's life had always been ordinary, showing nothing particularly outstanding except for the identical appearance. He couldn't see any resemblance between the daring and reckless person before him and the Qin Miaoshi he knew. The ability to change one's appearance is not impossible, but genes cannot be faked. Director Liu opened a drawer containing 2 small glass vials, each holding a strand of hair. These were taken secretly from Qin Miaoshi's parents. You better truly be Qin Miaoshi, or else. Song Chen left the office, and Jiang Yuanfeng, who was waiting outside, said, "Miss Chen, you're out." "Yes, please take me back." Song Chen smiled. "Sure, follow me." Jiang Yuanfeng noticed Song Chen looked a bit weak but pretended not to see it. It was best not to know anything about superior matters. On the way, Xiao Wei expressed concern. "Song Chen, are you okay?" "I'm fine. How did you know Director Liu wouldn't do anything to you just now?" "What if?" Song Chen calmly replied, "Even if he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't do it in his office. Besides, as a talent like me, he wouldn't bear to kill me. There are many factions within the bureau, and I came in with a forged identity, naturally aligning with him. As a person who faces extraordinary things with courage even before becoming a sorcerer, I will be of great use to him in the future. And with Su Sua's relationship, he won't easily kill me." "I see, but why did he take a strand of your hair in the end?" "He took a strand of my hair?" "Yes, when he grabbed your neck, he used some kind of power to quietly take a strand of your hair." Song Chen pondered for a moment, then chuckled softly. "It seems he must suspect my true identity, thinking I might not be Qin Miaoshi but someone who has taken her place, wanting to use my hair for genetic testing." Xiao Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "Then there's nothing to worry about. The mimicry disguise card alters at the genetic level, so even if he goes for testing, the conclusion will only be that you are Qin Miaoshi herself." Song Chen nodded. Xiao Wei had explained this to him when he first received the mimicry disguise card, so he remained calm. Jiang Yuanfeng accompanied Song Chen back the same way they came. 20 minutes later, Song Chen returned to the dormitory. "Thank you for your hard work. Please go back." Song Chen and Jiang Yuanfeng thanked and closed the door. The next day, at 6 in the morning, someone came to inform Song Chen to participate in the second round of elimination matches. Song Chen wore the pure white outfit he had on at the end of the first round of eliminations and followed the staff to the competition venue. The spacious venue was filled with machines resembling nutrient pods from science fiction works. The machines were silver gray, with numbers marked on the sides in sequence. Above the machine body was a transparent observation window through which intricate pipelines filled with a faint white light could be seen. The walls surrounding the venue were in a soft beige tone, reducing the coldness of technology. At the forefront was a large screen occupying a third of the wall. "Wow, this is so futuristic. Has our country's technology advanced to this level? Isn't this a hibernation pod from a sci-fi movie? Let me count. Exactly 100 machines, corresponding to 100 people. So what are we competing in today? Who knows, they will announce it shortly anyway." When Song Chen arrived, there were already many people in the venue, chatting and whispering among familiar faces. "Yu Qiu, over here," a familiar voice called out. Song Chen looked up to see Zhou Hanyan, see Xiao Wei, and Qin Haoxi. He smiled and walked over, chatting with them for a while before the ceiling lights dimmed slightly, and Xiao Gu walked in from outside. He stood at the front and said to everyone, "It has been 3 days since the first round of eliminations. I believe you have all rested well. Now, I will explain the content of the second round of eliminations to you. This competition does not require you to compete against each other. Whether you pass or not depends entirely on your own willpower. The 100 machines you see now are called body strengthening pods. Once you enter, a spiritual elixir will be infused into the pod, which can enhance your physique and lay a solid foundation for you to become a sorcerer. However, the pain caused by this spiritual elixir is unbearable for ordinary people. If you can't bear it, you can press the stop button inside the pod at any time. It's on your right-hand side and easy to reach. Of course, if you pass out from the pain, the device will stop automatically. The first 50 to stop the enhancement will be eliminated, while the last 50 will advance to the next round. Although staying within the first 50 will ensure advancement, I still advise you to stay a bit longer inside. Because this spiritual elixir, which can enhance your physique and increase the probability of becoming a sorcerer, is not only extremely expensive outside, but also due to its nature, can only be used once in a lifetime. Every second you spend inside will strengthen you a bit more, so make good use of this opportunity. Now, do you have any questions? After Xiao Gu finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Someone raised their hand and asked, in the past, what was the average time for advancement? Xiao Gu replied, from past experience, usually if you last over half an hour, you can make it into the top 50. Another person asked, what is the longest record? The longest record. Xiao Gu's eyes flashed with reminiscence and amazement. was from a natural spiritual perceiver in the first half of the year. He persisted for a full 2 hours and 6 minutes. The crowd gasped. Advancing in half an hour was common, yet that person endured for over 2 hours, more than 4 times the usual duration. Excuse me, instructor, what does it mean to be a natural spiritualist? Someone noticed this term. The so-called natural spiritualists are individuals who possess certain innate talents that ordinary people do not have from birth, and have reached a certain level of ability. Even before becoming a sorcerer, they may already possess some extraordinary powers. At this point, Xiaogu casually glanced at Songchen. In the first competition, this girl not only took first place but was also marked by the observers as a potential natural spiritualist. He continued, these individuals often have a faster cultivation speed and stronger mysteries than others after becoming sorcerers. They also find it easier to break through bottlenecks. However, such talents are rare. In our Hushan Investigation Bureau, we have recruited only one person throughout the whole year. Alright, if there are no other questions, let's begin. Now, based on the rankings from the previous round, everyone should enter their designated strengthening pods. Upon hearing this, Songchen bid farewell to see Xiao Wei and the others, heading towards his designated number 1 strengthening pod. Next to the number 1 pod on the right, there stood Luo Xiuqi, showing no signs of anything unusual. Is your wound alright? Songchen furrowed his brows, expressing concern. Although you don't have to compete with others, you were already injured. Will it be more difficult for you to endure using this spiritual elixir than for others? Luo Xiuqi remained indifferent, saying, at this point, there's no other way. I can only do my best. Songchen sighed lightly. Seeing everyone in position, Instructor Xiao gave the command, now, everyone lie down in the strengthening pods and wait for the process to begin. As he finished speaking, the doors above the strengthening pods slowly opened automatically. Songchen nodded at Luo Xiuqi, encouraging him, then lay down in his number 1 strengthening pod. The surface felt cold and hard beneath him, but there was a soft pillow under his head, providing some comfort. After a short wait, the pod's door began to close. Once tightly sealed, small holes around the pod started releasing a colorless transparent liquid, gradually submerging Songchen. He had expected the liquid to stop at his nose and mouth, but it continued until the entire pod was filled, leaving no air inside. Strangely, Songchen didn't feel any difficulty breathing. Instead, the liquid entering his lungs seemed more comfortable than normal air. With a beep of an electronic sound, the intricate circuits crisscrossing his body lit up. The strengthening and competition had officially begun. Songchen lay in the strengthening pod with his eyes closed. In the first few minutes, the spiritual elixir soaking his body felt as if it were non-existent, like stagnant air. Then, a tingling sensation, as if being gently brushed by soft feathers, slowly emerged. As time passed, this tingling sensation penetrated his skin, as if a faint electric current seeped into his body. Deep within Songchen's unseen flesh and blood, the spiritual elixir began to take effect. Minor internal injuries were healed, muscles became firmer and stronger imperceptibly, and bones seemed to subtly rearrange, becoming more resilient. Everything felt so natural and harmonious, nurturing without a sound. Strange, didn't Instructor Xiao say it would be very painful? Why do I not feel anything? Could it be that the time has not come yet? Songchen asked Xiao Wei in his mind, check how the others are doing now. After a few seconds, Xiao Wei replied, someone has already come out of the strengthening pod, and the others who haven't come out yet all have contorted expressions, including Luo Xiuqi next to you. It's like a painful expression as if they've been constipated for half a month, wanting to relieve themselves but unable to. Songchen, can you not use such disgusting examples? Xiao Wei said in a slightly aggrieved tone, I just thought it was a more vivid description. Songchen didn't argue with Xiao Wei but instead pondered why everyone else seemed to be in pain while he was unaffected. Soon, he thought of the answer. Double strength pill. It was what he had obtained after opening the Destiny gift box for the first time. As Xiao Wei had mentioned, the double strength pill not only enhanced pure strength but also improved overall physical fitness. With this foundation, he naturally faced the spiritual elixir with more ease than others. However, Songchen speculated that his calmness would not last forever. Beyond a certain limit, he would also feel pain like everyone else. After all, he only surpassed others in physical fitness but fundamentally remained immortal. Songchen had Xiao Wei calculate the time, and after about half an hour, Xiao Wei informed him that almost half of the people had already come out of the strengthening chamber. This meant that even if the remaining people gave up immediately, they could still advance. But for Songchen, everything was just beginning. A slight tingling sensation finally emerged, spreading densely from head to toe. Yet, this was well within Songchen's tolerance. As time passed, more and more people emerged from the chamber. After an hour, the majority had left the chamber, leaving only a few chambers tightly closed. Those who came out looked at the remaining chambers with complex expressions. Having experienced it themselves, they knew how excruciating it was to endure the strengthening process inside, a hellish pain as if thousands of sharp needles were piercing their nerve endings every second, just the thought of it making them break out in a cold sweat. Many people didn't give up by pressing the button but fainted from the pain. Maintaining consciousness and not giving up under such agony seemed inconceivable to them. Xiaogu stood at the forefront, his gaze fixed on the chamber numbered 1, filled with anticipation and excitement. The girl named Chen Yuqiu had been previously identified by the observers as a potential natural spiritualist, but it was only a possibility. However, if she could endure in this chamber for over 2 hours, no, just 1.5 hours, she would be confirmed as a natural spiritualist with 100% certainty. It was known that natural spiritualists, also known as Jade Body Seeds, had the opportunity to advance to the 4th realm of warlocks, the Jade Body realm, after passing through Heartfire, Illumination, and Void Mastery, provided they did not die prematurely. Xiaogu was burning with excitement. He was only in the late stage of Heartfire realm himself. Not to mention the Jade Body realm, even the Void Mastery was a distant and untouchable existence for him. If he could discover a Jade Body Seed, it would definitely be a significant addition to his resume. That bastard Zhao Liangji was in charge of training newcomers in the first half of the year. It's been a whole half year, and he's been boasting to me every day about that natural spiritualist he found, Ji Qinglin. Now, it's finally my turn for this unexpected stroke of luck. Come on, girl, my future depends on you. Inside Chamber 1, unbeknownst to him, Songchen had unknowingly shouldered Xiaogu's future and was still enduring the pain. As time passed, Songchen began to feel the pain quite noticeably. However, this level of pain was still bearable for him. The enhancement of physical fitness brought by the double-strength pill not only made him appear at ease in the initial stages of facing the spiritual elixir but also became a solid support for him to resist deeper levels of strengthening at this moment. His already extraordinary physique continued to elevate slowly. Finally, except for Song Chen, the last person outside reached their limit. The door of Chamber 2 was opened, and Luo Xiuqi sat up from inside. He saw everyone looking at him with admiration, and, at the adjacent Chamber 1, Luo Xiuqi was first surprised, then smiled as if it was only natural. After all, it was her who had endured for so long, and that was remarkable. On the large screen at the front, divided into 50 slots according to the time rankings, the only empty slot at the moment was the first one. Although it hadn't been displayed yet, everyone knew that this slot belonged to the girl named Chen Yuqiu in the first strengthening chamber. When Xiaogu saw that an hour and a half had passed and there was no sign of Songchen coming out of the strengthening chamber, he was ecstatic. Steady, to endure this long, Chen Yuqiu must definitely be a natural psychic. Some were happy, but of course, some were not. Like Dong Wanyu, who had mocked Song Chen after the first competition. She looked incredulously at the silent first strengthening chamber, feeling very puzzled. Why? How can she endure it? That level of pain is simply unbearable for humans. Is there really such a big gap between me and her? Although Dong Wanyu also successfully advanced, her ranking was only 31, far from her excellent third place in the first round. Si Xiaowei, Zhou Hanyan, and Qin Haoxi silently cheered Song Chen on, hoping he could hold on longer. As time passed with the various thoughts of the onlookers, it slowly and steadily reached 2 hours. No way, it's been 2 hours and she hasn't come out yet. Could she have died in there? How is that possible? If the person inside loses consciousness, the door would have opened automatically. I don't think you were paying attention to Instructor Zhao's explanation. Instructor Xiao mentioned that the longest record so far is 2 hours and 6 minutes. In other words, if Chen Yuqiu can hold on for another 6 minutes, won't she break the record? The speaker gasped. Are we going to witness history today? As the time on the big screen ticked away, when the minutes digit jumped to 7, there was a commotion throughout the venue. She broke the record. She really broke the record. Instructor Xiao said the previous record was held by a so-called natural psychic, and now Chen Yuqiu has surpassed his record. Does that mean Chen Yuqiu is also a natural psychic? To be in the same period as such a genius, I really don't know if it's our luck or misfortune. But she should be coming out soon, right? Amidst the discussions of the crowd, inside the first strengthening chamber, Song Chen had indeed reached his limit. The spiritual elixir seemed to permeate every cell in his body, under the effect of the strengthening chamber, crazily exerting its medicinal power, enhancing his physical strength while bringing him unprecedented pain. His body felt like it was being pierced by countless tiny needles at the same time, every inch of his skin burning and freezing, two completely opposite extreme sensations intertwining to create an indescribable torment. Song Chen felt his consciousness about to fade. This was the brain's self-defense mechanism. When a person endures unbearable pain, it chooses to shut down forcibly. But Song Chen did not want to stop there because he could feel that every second he persisted now, his body was being strengthened. Such a rare opportunity, he didn't want to give up just like that. Xiaowei, do you have a way to keep me from fainting? Xiaowei hesitated and said, I do have a way, but intervening in the real world requires a huge amount of energy. Even if I use up all the energy you've accumulated from completing tasks before, I estimate I can only support you for a few more minutes. Song Chen, that's within my expectations. Isn't your energy meant for critical moments like this? Come on, when you sense that I'm about to lose consciousness, keep me awake immediately. Xiaowei, okay, I understand. Several seconds later, Song Chen reached his limit. In the moment he was about to faint, Xiaowei forcefully used reserve energy to keep him awake. Ha! Why don't I feel pain anymore? Song Chen discovered that the pain brought by the spiritual elixir had completely disappeared. Of course, it's all thanks to me. Since I've been intervening with your brain, I've also blocked your sense of pain. For the next 5 minutes until the backup energy runs out, you can relax comfortably. Thank you, Xiaowei, you are truly my good system. Now you know how good I am, right? Be gentler when you talk to me usually, don't always shut me up. Alright. Meanwhile outside, why hasn't she come out yet? It's been 2 hours and 11 minutes, this is outrageous, isn't it? It's truly unbelievable. Everyone was stunned, looking at the one reinforcement chamber where Song Chen was as if they were seeing a monster. However, Xiao Gu was trembling with excitement. The longer she holds on, the better. It shows that Chen Yuchio's talent is even stronger than that of Ji Qinglin. Finally, after another minute, when the time reached 2 hours and 12 minutes, the cover of the one reinforcement chamber finally opened. In the gaze of everyone, a beautiful girl slowly sat up. She was slender, with 3,000 green silks cascading down like a waterfall, reflecting colorful light under the spotlight, enhancing the delicate beauty of her slightly pale face. However, no one present would associate the word delicate with the girl in front of them. To endure such pain for so long, she could be considered to possess an iron will compared to any of them. As Song Chen stepped out of the reinforcement chamber, his photo and name appeared in the first slot on the large screen. First place, Chen Yuchio. 2 hours and 12 minutes, far exceeding the second place by 1 hour and 19 minutes, breaking the highest historical record of the Hushan Investigation Bureau. Xiao instructor restrained his excitement and walked up to Song Chen, staring at him seriously for a while, his smile almost unable to contain his joy. Chen Yuchio, you are excellent, truly excellent. Song Chen probably had an idea of Xiao Gu's performance, mainly because of the so-called natural psychic title. But unfortunately, he was not. The sixth sense he displayed in the first elimination round was Xiaowei's observational ability, and this time he could endure for so long because of the double strength pill he had taken earlier in Xiaowei's help. He was just an ordinary person himself. Of course, Song Chen wouldn't deny the title of natural psychic, because geniuses often receive preferential treatment within the system. So when faced with Xiao Gu's enthusiasm, Song Chen also cooperated by showing a slightly surprised expression, humbly saying, I just did my best. Xiao Gu chuckled, growing more fond of this young girl. After some words of encouragement, he didn't forget his current role and duty, returning to his previous position, looking at everyone and saying, I know you are exhausted after this second round of elimination, wanting to rest, but unfortunately, there is no time for that because the third round of elimination is starting right now. Xiao Gu's words caused a stir. What? Starting right now? Isn't this too rushed? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, I thought we would have a 3-day rest period like after the first round ended. Others chimed in, their eyes showing concern. Xiao Gu stood at the front of the hall, his gaze sharp, scanning each person. His voice was steady and powerful. I know you are tired, but you must understand that the core duty of the Empire sorcerers you aspire to be is to fight. Some of you will not only fight against terror beasts in the future but also against some illegal civilian sorcerer organizations, and even against your own inner struggles. Now, every bit of effort you put in will give you hope for survival in the future. If you can't even handle this level of pressure, then I think you might as well give up. Now I ask you, is there anyone who wants to abstain? The room fell silent. Of course, no one would choose to abstain. After all, they had come this far, almost reaching the finish line. How could they possibly give up now? Xiao Gu nodded and said, very well, before announcing the content of the third round of elimination matches, we need to change the venue. Everyone, follow me. With that, he walked outside, and everyone hurried to keep up. After walking for a few minutes, Xiao Gu led everyone to a spacious venue. The floor was covered with shiny tiles, and several racks were placed around the room, displaying 18 different weapons made of a special black material, such as knives, guns, swords, spears, axes, and more. Xiao Gu looked at everyone and said, the content of the third round of elimination matches is real combat. You should be able to feel that after the enhancement in the enhancement chamber, your current strength is far beyond what it used to be. Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, when they had just come out of the enhancement chamber, they had noticed a significant leap in their physical abilities. Even those who had been physically weak since childhood now felt as strong as oxen. This was especially true for Song Chen. He looked at his hands. Although he hadn't undergone precise testing, based on his control of his own strength, he knew that his power had at least doubled compared to before, or even more. This before referred to him after taking the double strength pill. Compared to his initial self before obtaining the system, he had at least quadrupled his strength, if not more. The accumulation of this fourfold increase in physical fitness and strength in one person was not as simple as having 4 separate adults. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Excluding the sorcerers who wield extraordinary powers, Song Chen speculated that he might be one of the strongest ordinary people on this planet now. The reason he used one of was out of modesty and caution. One must know that there are always people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. With over 3 billion people on Zhanxing, who knows what kind of extraordinary individuals exist? Not to mention the natural psychic the investigation bureau recruited in the first half of the year, who could stay in the enhancement chamber for 2 hours and 6 minutes solely based on his own abilities. His willpower was truly unimaginable. Therefore, he absolutely could not let himself become complacent over these small achievements. In front of everyone, Xiaogu continued. How to apply this strength of yours in real combat is what you must learn next. This elimination match will be a duel between 2 people, and the opponents will be determined by random matching. The outcome will be judged by the observers outside the arena. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets none. There will be a total of 10 rounds, and after the 10 rounds, those with a total of 5 points or more will advance. Surrender and intentional underperformance are prohibited during the match. Once discovered, immediate elimination will follow. These weapons in the venue are replicas of our country's police anti-explosive standard weapons, with no sharp edges. You are free to choose and use them as you wish. Xiaogu's words echoed in everyone's ears, making them both nervous and excited. Many people secretly glanced at those who had ranked high in the second round, silently praying not to encounter them. The longer one stayed in the enhancement chamber, the higher their physical fitness naturally became, creating a greater gap between them and others. Song Chen received particularly many glances because he had stayed in the chamber for a full 2 hours and 11 minutes, and no one knew just how strong he was now. Song Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. With the excuse of the previous round's enhancement, he no longer needed to hide his strength. After Xiaogu finished his explanation, everyone approached the weapon racks to choose their weapons. Song Chen did not hesitate and selected a long sword. After killing Shi Liangjun, he had acquired the sword mastery talent, which increased all attacks by 50% when using sword-type weapons. Today was the perfect opportunity to put it to the test. In the moment the sword was drawn from its sheath, he felt an indescribable sense of harmony. It was as if the long sword had become a part of his body, moving smoothly and effortlessly with every swing, as if an extension of his own arm, without any hint of awkwardness. Beside him, Xiaogu saw that everyone had chosen their weapons and spoke up. Your numbers correspond to your rankings from the previous round, and now the first round of random matchups begins. With that, the screens above the arena started to change. 50 numbers, 25 pairs of digits began to randomly match up. After a few seconds, the results appeared. Song Chen's opponent for the first round was number 31, Dong Wanyu. Among the crowd, Dong Wanyu looked at the number on the big screen, her expression grim. She hadn't expected to be so unlucky to face Song Chen in the first round. In the previous elimination round, she had mocked her opponent. But she wasn't foolish. After the second round of eliminations, she knew that her opponent's victory in the first round was not due to a fake weapon, but to his own strength. Even if her opponent had been weak before, after the recent enhancement, he had surely surpassed her. Damn it! Dong Wanyu regretted in her heart. If only she hadn't been so rude earlier. Now there must be many people waiting to see her make a fool of herself. To speed up the process, after pairing up the 50 participants, 25 pairs of contestants competed together. 25 huge light shadow arenas were projected on the ceiling, each separated by a considerable distance to avoid interference. Everyone took their positions, ready to begin the match. Dong Wanyu stood opposite Song Chen, silent with a stern expression. She thought to herself, even if she were to lose, she had to lose gracefully, perhaps after a grand battle of 300 rounds. Round 1, 3, 2, 1, begin. As the announcement echoed, the arena erupted into intense combat. Dong Wanyu wielded a long spear, her movements graceful and agile as she advanced towards Song Chen with a determined look in her eyes. This speed! I can take him on! Dongwon Yu's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at her enhanced physical abilities. In the blink of an eye, she reached Song Chen and thrust her spear towards him. Then, bang! Dongwon Yu felt a blur before her eyes, as if the world had turned upside down, and she crashed to the ground. Ha! What happened? She lost? Just like that in one move? Dongwon Yu's expression was blank, consumed by self-doubt. Song Chen stood nearby, deep in thought. When Dongwon Yu rushed towards him, he drew his sword in preparation to counterattack. In that instant, he felt a stroke of inspiration. Almost instinctively, his sword smoothly striking at the weakest point of Dongwon Yu's spear, followed by a sweeping kick that sent her tumbling head over heels. The entire process was a swift execution. So, the 50% attack boost meant this. Initially, he thought it referred to a 50% increase in attack power, but now it seemed to elevate his mastery of sword weapons to a sublime level, allowing each strike to turn decay into wonder, thereby boosting his attack power. So now, have I become a master of the sword? A master who can only wield it, not teach it. Song Chen pondered, a gentle smile on his face as he extended a hand to Dongwon Yu on the ground. Get up quickly, the ground is cold. Dongwon Yu lay on the ground, staring straight at Song Chen, dumbfounded as she asked, Don't you hate me? I said those things to you before. Song Chen maintained his smile, shaking his head. How could I dislike someone for such a trivial matter? Gentle, kind, and powerful. This was the persona Song Chen had crafted for Chen Yuchio's identity. Dongwon Yu, someone who had no conflicts of interest with him and could potentially be of use in the future, naturally had to be avoided from making enemies with, and reassured as much as possible. Dongwon Yu looked at Song Chen's gentle and sincere expression, feeling a bit like crying for some reason. A young girl with a long sword slung diagonally around her waist stood on the light and shadow arena, her posture graceful like a crane. No one would underestimate her because of her delicate appearance and slender figure, as she had won 9 consecutive victories, all by knockout. Victory was determined the moment the sword was drawn. She's so strong. Is she really not some senior here to infiltrate and challenge us newcomers? Yeah, she's like from a different dimension compared to us. Everyone who paid attention to Song Chen's battles couldn't help but marvel and be amazed by his strength. Currently, Song Chen's 10th round began. A young man who had ranked 16th in the second round of elimination matches approached Song Chen. Unlike Song Chen's neat attire, the young man, who had gone through 9 battles, was covered in bruises, his eyes swollen unevenly, clothes torn and looking quite comical and disheveled. Sister Yuchio, I know I can't beat you, but I can't give up due to the rules. So when you strike, could you please be a bit gentle? The young man awkwardly requested. Song Chen smiled gently and nodded, sure. The match began, and it ended. Song Chen didn't knock the young man down but held his sword to the young man's neck, and the offstage observer declared his defeat. Thank you, the young man expressed gratitude. You're welcome, Song Chen replied with a smile. A few minutes later, the third round of elimination matches concluded, with a total of 21 people advancing. Needless to say, Song Chen made it through, and Luo Xiuqi, having healed his previous injuries in the enhancement chamber, performed quite well in this match with 8 wins and 2 losses, successfully advancing. Several others familiar to Song Chen, such as Si Xiaowei, Qin Haoxi, Zhou Hanyan, including Dongwon Yu from earlier, also advanced. Among them, the most precarious was Qin Haoxi, who only scored 5 points, barely crossing the passing line. Originally not very strong in physique, being somewhat of a homebody and even a bit frail, he managed to endure nearly an hour in the previous round of enhancement chamber segment through sheer willpower, gaining physical enhancement surpassing most people, thus advancing in this round. The 29 eliminated individuals left the arena crestfallen with the staff. What awaited them was a return to their daily lives after having their memories erased, oblivious to the other side of this world. The successful qualifiers were not particularly jubilant either, but rather felt a sense of solemnity. Because their journey was not all smooth sailing, with the final assessment still looming ahead, failing it would mean elimination. Xiao Gu addressed the 21 qualifiers, congratulations, you 21 have emerged from over 300 people, truly the elite. I know some of you might think it's luck, but if you keep relying on luck to pass each time, then luck itself becomes part of your strength. So, you can be proud of yourselves. Contrary to Xiao Gu's usual demeanor, he wouldn't usually praise a group of trainees who hadn't yet passed the final assessment. But today, he was genuinely happy. Song Chen's performance in all aspects far exceeded his expectations, making him the most perfect newcomer he had trained in years. Xiao Gu continued, as for the final assessment, you don't need to worry about it for now. Because before that, you 21 will undergo a 3-month training to cultivate your teamwork, weapon proficiency, and receive ideological and political education, understanding the reason for your battles. After these 3 months, it will be time for you to face the final assessment. Details of the training will be discussed tomorrow, for now, let's end here. I know you're all tired, so go rest. Oh, and if you're not satisfied with your previous accommodations, you can now apply for better dormitories. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly exhausted today, fearing that Xiaogu might come up with some unexpected trouble. Upon hearing they could leave, they bid each other farewell and dispersed. When Song Chen was about to leave, Xiaogu called out to him. Chen Yuqiu, wait a moment, Xiaogu said. Song Chen was taken aback. What is it, Instructor Xiao? Xiaogu walked up to him, wearing a kind smile on his face, and said, Chen Yuqiu, you are the most outstanding trainee I have seen in so many years, a true genius. I hope you will continue to stay true to yourself and persistently improve. Song Chen smiled softly. Thank you for your praise, Instructor Xiao. I will continue to work hard. Well, if you encounter any difficulties in the future or need help, feel free to come to me anytime, Xiaogu said. Song Chen remained humble and respectful. Alright, thank you, Instructor Xiao. Please continue to guide me in the future. Xiaogu was even more pleased with Song Chen and chuckled. Well, although you didn't get injured today, you must be mentally exhausted too. Go back and rest. Okay, then I'll leave now. Song Chen bowed slightly to Xiaogu and then turned to leave the venue. As he walked out the gate, he noticed Luo Xiuqi, along with Si Xiaowei, Qin Haozi, and Zhou Hanyan, still lingering at the entrance. Luo Xiuqi had his eyes closed, resting, while Si Xiaowei and the others looked at him with some disdain. What are you guys? Song Chen began. Si Xiaowei warmly greeted him as he saw Song Chen coming out. Haha Yuqiu, we finally made it through the 3 rounds of elimination. We thought of relaxing together. I heard there's a great restaurant on the 25th floor. Let's go together? It's a good opportunity for our small team to gather again, and Hanyan and Haozi miss you too. Ahem. Qin Haozi rubbed his eyes. Zhou Hanyan boldly linked her arm with Song Chen's, looking like a good girlfriend. Yes, Yuqiu, it's been a few days, and I've missed you. Since Song Chen had nothing urgent to attend to, he nodded after a brief thought and said with a smile, sure, let's go. As everyone was about to set off, Song Chen turned to Luo Xiuqi and said, Luo Xiuqi, come along too. The more, the merrier. Luo Xiuqi looked at Song Chen, but before he could respond, Zhou Hanyan raised her eyebrows and said, Yuqiu, why are you inviting him? Didn't he question you before? Song Chen shook his head gently, smiling. Questioning is everyone's right, and we shouldn't exclude someone for that reason. We will be training together for the next 3 months, and we might have to fight side by side in the future, so building a good team relationship now is crucial. Meeting each other is fate. Besides, everyone has different viewpoints and experiences. By understanding each other, we might discover more shining points in each other. Moreover, Hanyan, didn't you doubt my intuition at first? Now our relationship is good. Zhou Hanyan blushed but nodded in agreement. Yuqiu, you're right, I was narrow-minded. After saying that, she looked at Luo Xiuqi and said, since Yuqiu said so, why don't you come along? Although Luo Xiuqi felt a bit uncomfortable with Zhou Hanyan's somewhat condescending tone, he didn't say anything out of respect for Song Chen. So, the 5 of them set off together to the restaurant on the 25th floor. In the evening, after a lively afternoon with Si Xiaowei and the others, Song Chen returned to the dormitory. Just as he sat down, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, he saw a middle-aged man with a tall figure and sharp features standing outside. Director Lu? What brings you here? Song Chen looked surprised. Lu Jingsong smiled slightly and said, I came to this floor for some business and heard that you have passed the 3 rounds of elimination, so I came to congratulate you. Song Chen knew that the real situation was definitely not as simple as Director Lu made it sound. If I'm not mistaken, the other party must have received the news that he is a natural spiritual perceiver, which is why he couldn't resist coming in person. Song Chen pretended to smile shyly. Thank you, Director Lu. Come in for a cup of tea? Lu Jingtong waved his hand. No, it's not appropriate for an elder to go into a girl's room alone for tea. By the way, don't call me Director Lu anymore, just call me Uncle Lu like Su Suo, we are all family. After genetic testing, he could confirm that the person in front of him was indeed Qin Miaoshi without a doubt. Alright, Uncle Lu, Song Chen nodded obediently. The attitude of Director Lu now was completely different from when he threatened her in the office by grabbing her neck, even saying they were family. It seemed that the title of a natural spiritual perceiver was more useful than he had thought. Keep this. Lu Jingtong took out a necklace from his pocket and handed it to Song Chen. Uncle Lu, what is this for? Song Chen felt a strange yet familiar aura from this necklace, somewhat similar to the aura of that black long sword during the first round of elimination. Indeed, Lu Jingtong's next words confirmed Song Chen's guess. This necklace is a pseudo-artifact. As you may know, pseudo-artifacts are limited not only in power compared to real artifacts but also in usage times. Just like this necklace, it is a defensive pseudo-artifact that can withstand 3 attacks from a late-stage Heartfire Warlock. When you wear it and encounter danger, it will trigger automatically. Songchen pretended to be surprised, covering his mouth and shaking his head repeatedly, saying, No, I can't accept such a valuable thing without merit. Yu Cho, listen to me, Lu Jingtong said seriously, the final assessment you will participate in 3 months from now is different from the previous safe internal eliminations. The final assessment requires you to engage in real combat, meaning if something goes wrong, you could really die. This necklace can provide you with a safeguard for your life. Besides, you are not entirely without merit. There is something I need you to do. Songchen asked, as Director Lu, what task would you need a trainee like me to do? Lu Jingtong shook his head and said, Not now. I hope that after passing the final assessment and becoming an official warlock with the inherited spell, you can choose to join either Team 2 or Team 6. Seeing Song Chen's confusion, he added, we have a total of 6 action teams in the Crane Mountain Investigation Bureau, and after becoming official warlocks, you will be assigned to different teams. But exceptional talents like you have the right to choose, and I hope you will choose to join either Team 2 or Team 6. Song Chen understood that Team 2 and Team 6 were the factions and powers within the bureau that Director Lu and his backers belonged to. By pulling him, a natural spiritual perceiver, into their group early on, it would be a significant achievement for Director Lu. This necklace was an olive branch thrown by Director Lu, concealing deeper levels of interest exchange and power network construction. With a slight smile, Song Chen accepted the necklace without hesitation. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony with Uncle Lu, after all, we are family. Accepting Director Lu's recruitment was the best choice given his status. Otherwise, even if he were to join other factions in the future, Director Lu would still hold the key to his fabricated identity. On the contrary, if he directly joined Director Lu's faction, even if there were risks of exposure later on, as long as he remained useful, those above would help cover for him, ensuring his identity remained intact. Lu Jingtong was very pleased with Song Chen's understanding, gently patting his shoulder and saying, All right, you rest first, I have some matters to attend to, I'll leave now. We'll have a chance another day, call Su Sua, and the 3 of us can gather as uncle and nephews. Song Chen respectfully said, Uncle Lu, take care. After bidding farewell to Uncle Lu, Song Chen closed the door and returned to his room. He took out the necklace and examined it carefully. The craftsmanship of the necklace was exquisite and delicate, with a faint silver sheen on the surface. Even in dim light, one could see its intricate texture. The pendant was a lustrous pearl, smooth to the touch. Song Chen put it around his neck, feeling a subtle energy flow around him before it dissipated. Not bad. With an added layer of protection to his life, Song Chen nodded in satisfaction. The next day, the 3-month training camp officially began. The training included physical fitness, firearms, combat skills, tactical coordination, mental resilience training, as well as knowledge of the sorcerer world and ideological education. With 7 days a week of rigorous schedules, only half a day on Sundays was designated for rest, leaving the other 6 days packed with activities. Apart from Song Chen, everyone, even those who had undergone enhancement, was exhausted daily. Some questioned why they needed to practice firearms if their goal was to become sorcerers. The firearms instructor explained that rare mystical tools were hard to come by, and many newly promoted sorcerers struggled to gather the resources and funds to acquire or craft them in the first 2 years. Moreover, firearms were not ineffective against sorcerers. For instance, a sorcerer capable of releasing flames at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees but lacking teleportation or defensive abilities could still be taken down unexpectedly from a distance with a gun. Song Chen resonated deeply with this point. If he had aimed not at Shi Liangjun but at his partner Luan Weiga on the hotel rooftop, the outcome might have been different after the first shot. Luan Weiga's sorcery was danger perception, but with a sniper rifle's speed, even if she sensed it, she wouldn't have the speed to evade. Therefore, weapons like firearms could be quite useful in battles against low-level sorcerers. Thanks to Xiao Wei's help, Song Chen excelled in all areas with the cheat-like advantage of Xiao Wei's God's Eye view, leaving the other 20 trainees in awe. Even in theoretical exams like ideological education, he scored full marks with Xiao Wei's assistance. Song Chen felt no guilt about this, as the system's abilities were essentially his own. Achieving high scores through his own abilities was fair and reasonable. In the eyes of others, Song Chen had reached the pinnacle in both combat prowess and intelligence, a true hexagonal warrior without blind spots. Despite his perfection, he remained humble, gentle, and kind, making others envious. During this period, apart from Luo Xiuqi and Si Xiaowei, Song Chen had also formed friendships with others. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 21 trainees received news that the final assessment was approaching. The criminal investigation uniforms of the Duyun Empire were predominantly black, well-tailored, with sleek lines, and adorned with the shining imperial emblem on the brim of their police caps. Song Chen never expected that one day he would don a police uniform. This reminded him of the female police officer Lin Shiwan who lived next door to him. He wondered how she was doing now. Shaking his head, Song Chen refocused his thoughts. The final assessment for their group of trainees was to participate in the operation to eradicate the illegal sorcerer group Blue Rose. Of course, as ordinary individuals for now, they couldn't directly confront the sorcerers of Blue Rose. Their task was to seal off the area, clean up peripheral members, and prevent any from slipping through the cracks. Since extraordinary beings didn't reveal themselves in public, Imperial sorcerers operated under the guise of criminal investigators during their missions, just like the deputy from the palace guard Song Chen had seen at the hotel. After changing into the police uniform, Song Chen left the changing room to join the other trainees dressed in police attire. They saw Song Chen coming out, their eyes showing amazement. Chen Yucho's beautiful and delicate face matched with the neat and dignified police uniform, transforming her entire demeanor, appearing heroic, competent, and extraordinary. The black police uniform not only complemented her fair skin but also added a touch of inviolable solemnity to her exquisite beauty. Zhou Hanyan walked over and praised, "Yucho, you look great in this outfit." "Hanyan, you look great too," Song Chen smiled in response, then looked at everyone, his expression serious. "Everyone, this operation is a crucial step for us to become Imperial Warlocks, and it is also a practical test of our training results over the past 3 months. What we are about to face is not just ordinary criminals but an illegal group of warlocks with extraordinary powers. Therefore, we must maintain a high level of vigilance and spirit of cooperation to ensure the smooth completion of the mission. Remember, our top priority is to protect our own safety while assisting the official warlocks in sealing off the scene and clearing the perimeter as much as possible. Do not act on your own, follow orders at all times. Every decision we make could impact the success or failure of the entire operation. Furthermore, the trust and understanding between us are also crucial. In the time ahead, I hope everyone can unite more closely, support each other, and encourage each other. Whatever difficulties and challenges we encounter, we must move forward together and face them together." If someone else present said these words, everyone would surely have been skeptical. After all, they were all trainees, so who was she pretending to be an instructor? But the one saying these words now was Chen Yucho. For a full 3 months, they had all looked up to her like a distant moon, seemingly out of reach. But for those on the ground, she did not hesitate to shed her bright moonlight, showing them the way forward. So when she spoke, everyone naturally believed her. That's right, Yucho is right. We cannot relax our vigilance just because we have undergone so much training. We must be on high alert. Luo Shochi was the first to agree, and others followed suit. Song Chen saw this scene and felt satisfied. By now, he had gained considerable respect among these 20 people, and since these people would be assigned to various action teams in the future, he had essentially arranged his own informants in each team in advance. This would make things much smoother for gathering information or any other tasks in the future. It was not in vain that he had carefully built his reputation during this time. After everyone changed into their clothes, Xiaogu led them to the underground parking lot of Tianhe building. They waited in the designated spot for a while, and then about 10 plainclothes individuals approached. Among them were men and women, and when Song Chen saw a few familiar faces among them, his eyes flickered imperceptibly. The leader of these people turned out to be the deputy from the palace guard whom Song Chen had encountered when he almost got caught in the hotel where he killed Shi Liangjun. Behind him were 4 other familiar faces from that day, and a few others he had not seen before. Xiaogu stepped forward and said to the deputy from the palace guard in a serious tone, "Brother Gong, I'm entrusting these students to you today." Gong Liangbi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the newcomers, finally landing on Song Chen and saying, "Is she the natural empath who persisted for 2 hours and 11 minutes in the enhancement chamber?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people behind Gong Liangbi looked at Song Chen with curiosity. A natural empath was a rare role to come across, and the only one before, named Ji Qinglin, was treated like a treasure by the third team, never sent on any dangerous missions for fear of losing him, and not many people had seen him until now. Today, they finally saw a living one. She's so beautiful, she could debut as a female star. Why bother joining the investigation bureau and risking her life? Ouch, that hurts. A young man who looked like he was not even 20 years old muttered, but before he could finish, he was smacked on the head by a girl with a ponytail next to him, causing him to grimace in pain. The girl glared at him and said, "One's appearance is predetermined by fate, but one's ideals are chosen by oneself. There is no rule that says a girl who is pretty should pursue a certain profession or that an ugly girl should pursue a different one. By your logic, with all these muscles, shouldn't you be a bodyguard instead of wasting them?" A few people nearby stifled their laughter as the young man held his head, pleading, "I'm sorry, Yar, I promise not to judge people by their looks again." Oof. Xiaogu was unaffected by the commotion on the side. He nodded and said, yes, she is Chen Yuqiu, the natural psychic I recently discovered. Xiaogu emphasized the word I a bit, then turned to Song Chen and said, Yuqiu, this is Gong Liangbi, the deputy leader of Action Team 4. Today, he will be in charge of guiding you through the final assessment. Nice to meet you, Deputy Gong. Song Chen looked respectfully at Gong Liangbi. He belonged to Team 4, not the second or sixth team mentioned by Director Liu, indicating that Gong Liangbi was not aligned with Director Liu's faction. Gong Liangbi stared at Song Chen for a few seconds and said, you'll be with me for today's operation. Upon hearing this, Xiaogu's expression changed immediately. Deputy Gong, today's final assessment for trainees involves securing the area and clearing out ordinary members. Yuqiu is just an ordinary person without extraordinary powers. If she follows you, she will have to face those sorcerers directly. Isn't that too? Instructor Xiao, do you lack confidence in me? Or do you not trust me? Gong Liangbi's voice remained calm. No, I just. Let's say, as the person in charge of today's operation, I have the authority to assign personnel duties. Even if you object, you can't stop me. Xiaogu froze, realizing that Gong Liangbi indeed had full command over personnel as the frontline commander of the operation. After a few seconds, Xiaogu forced a smile and shook his head. Gong, you're still as domineering as ever. Alright, I can't stop you. I just hope you can ensure the safety of my students as much as possible. Xiaogu had spent 3 months with them and naturally had developed a bond with them. He didn't want to see them go to their deaths. I can't guarantee that, but I will do my best, Gong Liangbi replied calmly. On the road. In an ordinary-looking off-road vehicle, Song Chen, Gong Liangbi, and several other team members were seated. After leaving Tianhe Tower, they each took different cars to the mission's destination. Yuqiu, your skin is so good. Which skincare brand do you usually use? Recommend it to me, Dongfangya, the girl with the ponytail sitting next to Song Chen, asked with a smile. Song Chen replied with a light smile, Yar, I've always used products from shiau, quite popular and nothing special. Since Song Chen had to establish a fake persona, he made sure to cover all aspects, including knowledge of popular skincare and makeup brands among girls. After all, success often lay in the details. Shiau's products? Strange, I use them too, but why does it feel like they work better for you? Could it be that you're naturally beautiful, Yuqiu? Dongfangya touched her own cheek, looking somewhat troubled. The boy sitting in the front row smirked and said, Yar, I know why your skin isn't good. It's because you have a bad temper, easily irritable, and your liver is too hot, so. Xiang Junming, are you asking for a beating again? Dongfangya raised her fist threateningly, making Xiang Junming shrink back. At this moment, Gong Liangbi, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, spoke up, Chen Yuqiu, what size clothes do you wear? Song Chen blinked, not understanding why the other party suddenly asked this question. He knew he was currently in the identity of a girl, so asking so directly was a bit impolite. Gong Liangbi seemed to have realized this point as well, and he added, it's for the mission. The police uniform you're wearing now is too conspicuous. Since it was put that way, Song Chen didn't need to pretend anymore and directly reported the clothing size for Chen Yuqiu. After hearing it, Gong Liangbi said to Dongfangya, get a dress that fits Chen Yuqiu's body for her to change into. Alright. Dongfangya responded and took out a dress from her handbag, handing it to Song Chen. I'll help you pull the curtain, you can change here. The interior of this off-road vehicle had been modified. In front of Song Chen and Dongfangya's seats in the last row, there was a curtain that could be pulled up to block the view. Dongfangya explained, because sometimes there is a need to change into plain clothes during missions, to avoid embarrassment among team members, this curtain was installed. Yuqiu, don't worry, it's not see-through, they can't see through it. TCH, I am a gentleman, I wouldn't do something like peeping. Xiang Junming's voice came from behind the curtain. Dongfangya rolled her eyes. While Song Chen was changing clothes, Gong Liangbi in the front row began to explain the specifics of today's operation. Although the Blue Rose is just a relatively unknown organization, the highest combat power leader is only at the late stage of the Heartfire realm, they are still a group with extraordinary abilities, gathering a considerable amount of wealth through various legal or illegal means. They are very clever, opening a large integrated entertainment city in the downtown area, operating 24 hours a day, with the organization's headquarters located within it. Moreover, they have a member who can sense the presence of sorcerers within a certain distance, meaning that as soon as a stranger sorcerer enters their territory, they can react immediately, taking civilians in the entertainment city as hostages at any time, even causing chaos to escape. Therefore, we need someone to infiltrate first and eliminate that sorcerer with sensing abilities. Only then can we proceed with the operation. At this point, Song Chen understood why Gong Liangbi had called him. He asked, with so many trainees, why choose me? Gong Liangbi calmly replied, because the sixth sense you showed in the first elimination match can greatly increase your chances of completing this mission. Of course, you have the right to refuse my assignment, and I will find someone else, but in that case, your final assessment will be considered a failure. If you don't even have this level of determination, you don't deserve to be an imperial sorcerer. After changing clothes, Songchen pulled back the curtain and looked at Gong Liangbi. It seems I have no other choice. Gong Liangbi nodded slightly. Rest assured, we won't send you in without any preparation. We have bought off a member responsible for personnel management in the integrated entertainment city operated by the Blue Rose organization. Once you're inside, you just need to wait in the third stall from the inside in the women's restroom on the second floor of the viewing area at the agreed time. That person will bring you a set of waiter's clothes and then take you to the room where the target is to be assassinated, Gong Liangbi said, giving Dong Fangya a meaningful look. Dong Fangya understood and handed a small button-sized device to Song Chen. Gong Liangbi continued, this is a miniature device that combines video recording and synchronous transmission functions. You can stick it in various places. When the time comes, stick it on the front button or similar place, and we will act immediately once we confirm that you have dealt with that person. Song Chen was somewhat puzzled. Since we have bribed an insider, why not let them directly deal with that sorcerer? At first, that person was just an ordinary man. Although the abilities of a target warlock do not have attacking power, his physical fitness is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Secondly, it's that he doesn't have the guts, explained Gong Liangbi. He paused and asked, do you have any other questions? Song Chen shook his head. Alright, then let me tell you about today's specific action plan and the structure of the Blue Rose organization, so you have an idea, Gong Liangbi said. Okay. In the following time, Gong Liangbi detailed the responsibilities of each person for today's actions, showing him pictures of the Blue Rose organization members, including the target he was to assassinate today. Song Chen noticed that although Gong Liangbi seemed indifferent, he was actually very meticulous and thorough, considering various possibilities and risks when planning the operation, doing his best to ensure the safety of all team members. Choosing him to carry out the assassination mission was not out of envy or revenge but because he was indeed the most suitable and had the highest success rate. After another hour of driving, the vehicle finally came to a stop. Through the car window, Song Chen saw across the street a grandly decorated large entertainment complex, with neon lights flashing, bustling with people. Obviously, this was the headquarters of the Blue Rose organization. To avoid drawing attention by entering the entertainment complex alone as a woman, Gong Liangbi had Song Chen choose one of the trainees to accompany him for cover in case of any unexpected situations. Song Chen thought of many faces and finally chose Luo Xiuqi. In terms of adaptability and combat power, both Si Xiaowei and another girl named Lu Qiong were not inferior to Luo Xiuqi. However, in moments of executing dangerous tasks as a pair, emotions were easily deepened, which presented a good opportunity for Song Chen to achieve certain goals using Luo Xiuqi in the future. At this moment, Song Chen, wearing a long skirt, was holding Luo Xiuqi's arm as they entered the entrance of the entertainment complex together. Xiuqi, you seem a bit sweaty, are you nervous? Song Chen smiled, whispering softly. Luo Xiuqi was indeed a bit nervous, not because of the mission, but because. He glanced at Song Chen's hand holding his arm, his face uncontrollably blushing. It had been 3 months since the time Song Chen had helped him heal at home, and they had not been in such close contact since then. Luo Xiuqi cleared his throat. I'm fine, it's just my first time in a place like this, feeling a bit out of place. Song Chen looked surprised, chuckled softly, really? I thought you rich young masters were regulars at these places. Not everyone is like that, Luo Xiuqi said with a hint of awkwardness. I know, just making a joke to help you relax. As they chatted, they passed through the security gate. The metal content of the miniature device Song Chen carried was even less than the hairpin on his head, so it naturally did not trigger any alarms. Let's go to the bar area on the first floor for now. It's crowded and dimly lit, less likely to attract attention. According to the plan discussed with Gong Liangbi, Song Chen and Luo Xiuqi headed to the bar area. Inside, the lights were bright, the music lively, contrasting sharply with the quiet outside. Song Chen and Luo Xiuqi moved through the crowd, appearing like an ordinary couple enjoying the nightlife. What's next? Luo Xiuqi asked in a low voice, a hint of caution in his eyes. Song Chen tilted his head slightly, scanning the surroundings, and after confirming they hadn't attracted any unnecessary attention, whispered, just find a discreet corner to sit in. When the time comes, we'll go upstairs. The two found a corner to sit, where they could observe the hustle and bustle of the hall while remaining relatively secluded. After about half an hour, it was almost the agreed time. Song Chen and Luo Xiuqi left the bar and went to the viewing area on the second floor of the entertainment city. Shortly after they sat down on the sofa, Song Chen gave Luo Xiuqi a look and got up alone to go to the bathroom. There weren't many people in the viewing area at this time, which should have been pre-arranged by Gong Liangbi and the insider. Song Chen walked straight into the third compartment and closed the door. He checked the time, the person should be coming. However, even though 2 people came in to use the restroom, after 10 minutes, no one came to give him the signal. Song Chen frowned. What's going on? Could it be that person has betrayed us again? No, if that were the case, I would have already been surrounded by Blue Rose's people, he thought. Many thoughts crossed his mind and then faded away. After a few more minutes, just when Song Chen had lost hope, 2 women walked in. One of them said, it's a pity about Manager Lee, he was a good person, but unfortunately, he was taken care of by Yang Gu for embezzling business funds. The other woman quickly stopped her, her tone filled with fear and dread. Shu, what are you saying? Do you want to die? If someone hears, stop talking nonsense, finish up in the restroom quickly and continue training the newcomer. Yang Gu will come to pick him up soon. Song Chen, hiding in the compartment, felt a jolt in his heart. Wasn't the manager Lee these 2 women mentioned the person Gong Liangbi had bought off? No wonder he didn't show up. He had already been taken care of by that Yang Gu. When Song Chen learned about the members of Blue Rose in the car earlier, he saw this Yang Gu. He was a core member of Blue Rose, a mid-level fire mage, described as hot-tempered and quick to anger, with many lives under his belt. Today proved those descriptions right. Now that the key figure was gone, how would the plan proceed? Outside the entertainment city, in the off-road vehicle, Gong Liangbi looked at the computer screen, listening to the voice coming through the micro-device on Song Chen, his brow furrowed. He had anticipated many scenarios but hadn't expected Manager Lee to be taken care of by their own people before the plan even started. Truly, man proposes, God disposes. Deputy Gong, what should we do now? The other members of Gong Liangbi's team looked at each other. Dong Fanya suggested, why don't we have Chen Yuqiu and Luo Xiuqi withdraw for now? In this situation, without a guide inside, they are in the dark and can't do anything. It's better to ensure their safety before attracting Blue Rose's attention. No! Our team has planned and invested so much effort in this plan. How can we just give up like that? Someone objected. Dong Fanya argued, the information we gathered doesn't become useless just because this plan is on hold. We just need to regroup. Information has an expiration date. Today, we know everything about the relevant Blue Rose members inside, but we might not get such a good opportunity next time. But we can't just send those 2 trainees to their deaths. How is that any different from some jerks in Team 6? Dong Fanya was interrupted by Gong Liangbi. Enough arguing. I've decided, let them temporarily withdraw. I promised Xiao Gu that I would do my best to ensure the safety of his students, Gong Liangbi said, taking out his phone to message Song Chen. But at that moment, a message from Song Chen popped up first. I request to continue with the plan, please approve. Gong Liangbi narrowed his eyes. After sending the message, Song Chen put his phone back in his pocket. His decision to continue with the mission was not impulsive but carefully considered after overhearing the conversation between the 2 women outside and some findings from Xiao Wei's scan of the surrounding rooms. Song Chen organized his thoughts and pushed open the compartment door directly. He walked quickly behind one of the women, held her head, and slammed it against the water basin. With a loud bang, the woman's eyes rolled back, and she fainted immediately. The other woman was about to scream but was silenced by Song Chen covering her mouth. Don't scream. From now on, you answer my questions truthfully. If you don't cooperate, I will kill you. Meanwhile, Luo Xiuqi appeared to be watching a movie on the big screen but was actually focused on his phone. Song Chen had mentioned that he would contact him through the phone if needed. A notification sound rang, and Song Chen's message arrived, come to the restroom. Luo Xiuqi's gaze sharpened, and he got up without hesitation and walked towards the restroom. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 women in sexy dresses lying on the floor, with Song Chen standing nearby. What's going on? Luo Xiuqi asked. Xiuqi, there's been a change of plans. I need you to move these 2 women to the adjacent men's restroom and hide them there. Make sure they don't cause any trouble or get discovered, Song Chen instructed. All right, what about you? Luo Xiuqi agreed promptly, impressed by Song Chen's capabilities demonstrated over the past 3 months. I will continue with the mission, Song Chen replied as he walked out. Yu Qiu, Luo Xiuqi called after him. What is it? Be careful, Luo Xiuqi said. Song Chen smiled faintly, I will. Don't worry. Song Chen left the viewing area and arrived at a door marked, no entry. He pushed it open and found himself in a dim and narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor was an iron door secured with an electronic lock that required a keycard. Song Chen took out the keycard he found on the 2 women and opened the door. Inside, he saw a dimly lit room with only a simple wooden bed, a toilet, and some disturbing adult items hanging on the walls. A beautiful young girl sat in the corner of the bed, her eyes vacant and full of fear upon seeing Song Chen enter. "Liao, don't be afraid. My name is Chin Yucho, a police officer here to rescue you," Song Chen said with gentleness and compassion. The girl looked at him in disbelief and asked shakily, "Are you really a police officer?" Of course, Song Chen closed the door behind him and approached the bed slowly. "As long as you cooperate with me, I will get you out today and shut down this place of evil. Don't you want those bad people to face justice? I dream of it every day." Liao expressed hatred in pain. "They kidnapped me and forced me to do unspeakable things. They are worse than animals." Liao's full name was Qi Liao, just an ordinary high school student who was abducted a few days ago on her way home from school. Through questioning the woman from the restroom earlier, Song Chen learned that this was done under Yang Ji's orders. Almost every month, the Blue Rose organization's lower members would abduct young girls from the streets for Yang Ji's pleasure. Once he grew tired of them, he would have them killed. Over the years, at least 20 to 30 girls fell victim to Yang Ji's cruelty, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind grieving parents who would never see their daughters again. The crimes committed were countless. However, Song Chen vaguely sensed from his conversation with Gong Liangbi that the main reason the investigative bureau sent people to eradicate the Blue Rose organization was not solely for this. There was no need to tell Qi Liao about these details. Song Chen sat down by the bed and saw that Qi Liao still looked a bit wary. She smiled faintly. "Don't worry, the police have surrounded this place. You will soon be able to reunite with your parents." Qi Liao couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged Song Chen and burst into tears. "I've been waiting for you for so long." Song Chen sighed and patted Qi Liao's back gently. It's okay. After a while, when she calmed down a bit, Song Chen said seriously, "I came in here undercover. If we want to completely destroy this criminal gang, we need to find their evidence of crime. So, I need your cooperation. Tell me, police sister, what do you want me to do?" Qi Liao wiped her tears. "Actually, you don't need to do anything special, you just need to." Song Chen glanced at the room's layout, then lowered his head and said, "You just need to hide under the bed next and not make a sound no matter what happens." Qi Liao asked, "Just hide under the bed?" "Yes, I learned from those two women who bullied you that only the lower level members who brought you back and those two have seen your face. So after you hide under the bed, I will pretend to be you and let Yang's men take me to the third floor, which is their real stronghold. But won't it be very dangerous for you, police sister?" Qi Liao worried. Song Chen reassured her, "Don't worry, I am professionally trained, and my colleagues are all outside. Nothing will happen." "Well then, yes, you should go down now. Remember, once you're under there, don't make a sound, or it will be bad if you're discovered." "I understand." Qi Liao obediently nodded, bent down and crawled under the bed, hiding as far inside as possible to ensure that people outside couldn't easily see her. Song Chen then took out a strange phone, unlocked it with a password, and sent a text message after editing it. After finishing, he sat on the bed, took off the hairpin, messed up his long hair, wrinkled his dress, and imitated Qi Liao's actions from earlier, hugging his knees and sitting quietly on the bed. Then, he remained silent. Qi Liao under the bed also cooperated very well, even her breathing was extremely light, almost inaudible. After about 10 minutes, there was a sudden sound at the door, a drip as the iron door opened, and a man in his 30s with a scar on his face walked in, muttering, "Damn it, Luxian and Min Ke ran out to shop by themselves, making me come to pick someone up." The man was named Zuolong, Yang's right-hand man, a low-level fire realm sorcerer who could turn himself into an unconscious, super high-strength iron rod. During battles, he usually transformed into a weapon in Yang's hand, and the two of them could even exchange a few moves with a high-level fire realm sorcerer. Zuolong saw Song Chen shivering in the corner, walked over, grabbed Song Chen's long hair, and lifted his face. "Ha!" Zuolong was amazed, a strong lustful look flashed in his eyes. He pinched Song Chen's face, leaned in and said, TSK, this little face. It's a pity Yang only likes untouched ones, otherwise. He. Girl, those two old ladies should have taught you the rules. Do you know what to do when you see Yang later? Song Chen nodded weakly. I know, they have taught me. That's good, come with me. Song Chen followed Zuolong out of the room, walked for a while, and after climbing 2 floors, arrived at a rather secluded staircase. At the end of the stairs, there were 2 men wearing bulletproof vests and holding submachine guns on each side of a large door. When they saw Zuolong, they immediately smiled and shouted, "Long brother, hello." Open the door. Zuolong nodded arrogantly. The 2 gatekeepers immediately opened the large gate, revealing a path lined with a red carpet. Zuolong led Song Chen forward, passing through several rooms and around 2 corners. Suddenly, Xiaowei's voice echoed in his mind, Song Chen, I found your target for assassination. Turn left in 40 meters ahead, then right and go straight to the third room. Is there surveillance in that room? No. Good. This was expected, as no one would want all their privacy exposed to others. But Song Chen, you need to be cautious. There are quite a few sorcerers on this floor. Most of the Blue Rose members that Gong Liangbi showed you in the car are here today. If you're discovered, it will be bad. Song Chen, I'll be careful. By the way, is there a restroom nearby? Yes, just around the corner ahead. Song Chen glanced at the surveillance camera in the upper right corner of the corridor, hesitated for a moment, then clutched his stomach, somewhat embarrassed, and called out to Zhuolong ahead, Longge, I'm feeling a bit unwell, like I need to use the restroom. Can I go there first? Longge turned back, looking puzzled. Go to the restroom now? Song Chen blushed, I've had this problem since I was young. I get the urge to go when I'm nervous. Stop. You're such a pretty girl, why do you speak so crudely? It's really off-putting. Forget it, come with me. Impatiently, Longge waved his hand. Song Chen followed and quickly arrived at the restroom around the corner. Longge stared at Song Chen unfavorably and said, alright, hurry up. You have 5 minutes. If you don't come out after that, I'll come in and drag you out. Understand? Yes, I got it. Song Chen obediently nodded and went in. He found a corner out of Long Ji's sight, hid his figure, and took out a fruit knife he had discreetly taken from the bar on the first floor earlier. 2 minutes later, he let out a scream. Longge outside the restroom's expression changed, and he rushed in. In that instant, Song Chen raised the knife in his hand, unleashing a strength more than 4 times that of an ordinary person, fiercely stabbing towards Long Ji's neck. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Long Ji's face changed drastically. Before he could react, the blade had touched his neck. In just a fraction of a second, his cervical vertebrae would have been pierced. At the critical moment, Long Ji's survival instinct kicked in. His secret technique instantly activated, and he transformed into a 2-meter-long black iron rod, falling to the ground. Song Chen looked at the iron rod, sighed, his eyes deep. Sorcerers were indeed not easy to kill, but his goal had been achieved. According to records, after Zhuolong transformed into an iron rod using his sorcerer's secret technique, he would enter an unconscious state for an hour. During this time, unless the rod was destroyed, he would only return to human form when the time was up. The entertainment city was vast, with hundreds of cameras. The Blue Rose organization couldn't have someone monitoring each surveillance camera in real time. They didn't have the manpower for that. The reason for going into the restroom just now was to avoid attracting attention outside. So, the time Zhuolong spent as an iron rod was Song Chen's opportunity to complete the mission. And it was more than enough time. Song Chen picked up the iron rod that Zhuolong had transformed into, recalling the way he had looked at him before. A cold smile played on his lips as he pushed open several partition doors, found a toilet that hadn't been flushed, aimed at the mess, and forcefully plunged Zhuolong's head into the sewer. Song Chen, well done. Well done, ugh. Stop pretending, you're just a system, you can't actually vomit. Hee, caught me. Song Chen closed the door of the compartment, tidied up his appearance in front of the mirror, then walked out of the restroom. Following Xiaowei's directions, he headed towards the room where the target was to be assassinated. Halfway there, Xiaowei urgently reminded him, someone is coming ahead, Song Chen, you better hide. Song Chen's gaze shifted slightly, looking around but finding no good hiding spot. He asked, who is it? Xiaowei replied, according to the information you've seen, he is called Xiatang, also a key member of the Blue Rose, slightly lower in status than that guy Yang. Song Chen pondered for a moment, then decided to continue walking forward. A few seconds later, he came face to face with Xiatang. Xiatang saw Song Chen, stopped in his tracks, squinted his eyes, and asked, who are you? Song Chen timidly replied, I am here to serve Yang. Another lackey of Zhang Yang? He sure knows how to enjoy. Xiatang sized up Song Chen, teasingly said, how about serving me too? I'll make it worth your while. No, if Yang finds out, he will kill me. Song Chen waved his hands in fear. Kill you? Xiatang burst out laughing as if hearing a joke. Killing you would be, well. He stopped mid-sentence, as if remembering something, then waved it off. Forget it, just go. Yes. Song Chen lowered his head, looking like a startled deer, and quickly walked away. Xiatang watched his retreating figure and sighed. What a pity. Song Chen, you are taking too much risk. You should have hidden just now. If I had panicked and hidden in a hurry, that would have been dangerous. Song Chen responded in his mind. The information said that Xiatang's status is slightly lower than Zhang Yang's, so he would probably hesitate to act against me due to concerns about Zhang Yang. On the contrary, if I had hidden and been discovered, there would be no easy way to deceive my way out of it. Alright, you are always right. After walking a while longer, Songchen finally arrived at the door of the room where the target was located. The door looked sturdy, forcing it open would likely cause a commotion. Songchen pondered for a few seconds, then reached out and lightly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A young man's voice came from inside. "Joshi, Sister Lan asked me to call you to the meeting hall for urgent matters. Please come with me immediately," Songchen said seriously, looking through the peephole. Sister Lan, whose full name is Lan Yanyang, is the leader of the Blue Rose organization, founded by her alone. Within the organization, she is unquestionably in charge, and no one dares to defy her will. "Sister Lan asked you to call me?" The voice inside sounded puzzled and wary. "Sister Lan clearly has my phone number. Why didn't she just message me directly, and why send you instead? Also, I have never seen you before. Who are you?" Ah, this Joshi is so annoying. Even in his own organization's core area, he still has such high vigilance, so annoying. Xiao Wei roared. However, Song Chen remained composed. Without hesitation, he replied, "This time, Sister Lan has gathered everyone to discuss something very important, related to that matter, so we must be extra cautious. If we notify you through phones and the internet, and the investigative bureau that has been monitoring our organization catches wind of it, it would be disastrous. That's why I was sent to inform you. Regarding my identity, you will understand once you attend the meeting. Jiaxi, time is of the essence, you better hurry, I am only responsible for notifying you. If you dare to delay Sister Lan's matters, you better be prepared to face the consequences." With a stern tone, Song Chen concluded. In fact, he was not entirely clear about that matter he mentioned earlier. It was just the day when Gong Liangbi and his men surrounded the Blue Rose organization members at the hotel. It was obvious that the Blue Rose people were about to make some kind of deal with the Green Flame organization, a trade that the Bureau strictly prohibited. In addition to the intelligence Gong Liangbi discussed with him before today's operation, he speculated that the Bureau's main reason for directly shutting down the Blue Rose's headquarters this time was precisely because of this unauthorized trade. It could be reasonably inferred that even within the Blue Rose organization, such a dangerous trade should not be openly discussed. Indeed, when Joshi heard the discreet reference to that matter, he immediately gained trust in the outsiders' identities. After all, only core members of the Blue Rose organization knew about that matter. Once the identity was confirmed, Song Chen's threat behind Jiaxi became very effective, and Jiaxi nervously said, "Please wait a moment, let me put on some clothes and I'll be right there." "Done." Song Chen lowered his eyes. 30 seconds later, the door was opened, and a young man with a stubble appeared in front of Song Chen. "Let's go quickly, don't delay Sister Lan's matter." Jiaxi's words abruptly stopped as he incredulously lowered his head, only to see a sharp fruit knife already plunged into his chest. Song Chen gripped the dagger, expressionless, and twisted it forcefully. Jiaxi's heart was directly crushed. Blood gushed out along the blade, mixing with the red carpet on the floor, indistinguishable. Jiaxi lost strength and collapsed on the ground. Although not in the records, to prevent Jiaxi from recovering anything valuable from his dying state, Song Chen decapitated him and threw his head to the other side of the room. Song Chen knew that all of this should have been broadcasted to Gong Liangbi and the others outside through the micro-device in his chest. According to the plan, Gong Liangbi would immediately lead the team in, while Song Chen's fellow trainees would be responsible for evacuating the casino guests and controlling the peripheral members of the Blue Rose who tried to escape. Now, Song Chen's only concern was finding a place to hide until Gong Liangbi and his team arrived, so he could successfully retreat and meet up with the other trainees. Leaving Jiaxi's room, Song Chen quickly walked back. "Xiao Wei, help me find a place to hide." "Alright, there's an empty room on your right ahead, just not sure if it's locked or if you can enter." "We'll see." Without hesitation, Song Chen continued walking forward. Time was of the essence now, and the commotion caused by Gong Liangbi and his team should soon alert the Blue Rose members on this floor. When they rushed out, he would have no way to escape. After walking a while, a loud rumble suddenly came from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of machine gun fire. Song Chen knew that Gong Liangbi and the Blue Rose people were engaging in a confrontation. Soon, all the Blue Rose members would come pouring out. "Song Chen, take a left up ahead, there's an unlocked storage room where you can hide for a while." "Okay. Wait. Song Chen, it's not good, everyone around here is coming out. Now you have Yang Gu in front of you, and 3 other sorcerers from the records are running towards your direction from behind. You won't make it in time to hide." Xiao Wei sounded panicked. Song Chen's eyes darkened, trouble. After thinking for 2 seconds, he chose to continue running towards Yang Ji's position ahead. Turning the corner, a tall, thin man in his 30s appeared before him. This man was Zhang Yang, also known as Yang Gu. Song Chen put on a look of panic, turning back and shouting to Zhang Yang, "Yang Gu, it's not good. Gu Ping, Gao Yijuan, and Zhang Hu, they have turned against me. They are insiders of the Investigation Bureau. now hunting me down to silence me. Zhang Yang frowned as he looked at the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar woman. He had come out to investigate the commotion downstairs, but this woman in front of him puzzled him. Zhang Yang coldly stared at Song Chen and asked, "Who are you? Why do Guping, Gaoijun, and Zhang Hu want to kill you?" Song Chen anxiously replied, "I am from Sister Lan's side. Yang, you may not know me, but I know you well. Sister Lan had me silently investigating the traitors within the organization. Yesterday, I found evidence of Guping, Gaoijun, and Zhang Hu betraying the organization. Unfortunately, they noticed and that's why they contacted the investigation bureau today to act against the organization. Before killing me, they had already taken care of Jiaxi. Yang, we need to quickly deal with those 3 traitors. Otherwise, with their inside and outside collaboration, we will be in deep trouble." After listening to Song Chen's rapid speech, Zhang Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. The amount of information was overwhelming. No wonder Jiaxi didn't react when someone came knocking. "I thought they hadn't sent any sorcerers, but it turns out Jiaxi had already been taken care of. Could this woman really be Sister Lan's secret agent responsible for covert investigations? Are Guping, Gaoijun, and Zhang Hu really after her?" Zhang Yang was uncertain and surprised because knowing Sister Lan's suspicious nature, it was entirely possible for her to do such a thing. Just then, as if to confirm Song Chen's words, Guping, Gaoijun, and Zhang Hu appeared from around the corner. Song Chen pretended to be frightened and hid behind Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Since she was Sister Lan's person, he wouldn't let anything happen to her. He then turned to the 3 approaching individuals and calmly said, "You can't touch this person. In consideration of our past brotherhood, if you 3 can repent and face today's crisis together with the organization, I can overlook your previous betrayal." Zhang Yang's words were obviously deceitful. Who would forgive those who had betrayed them? Once this crisis was over, he would deal with them immediately. For now, it was best to keep them under control. However, Zhang Yang's performance was clearly a waste of words. The 3 of them were collectively confused, staring blankly for 2 seconds before Gaoijun, full of doubt, spoke up, "Yang, what are you talking about? When did we betray anyone? Besides, we have no intention of harming the woman behind you, we don't even know her." Zhang Yang was taken aback. Gaoijun's expression and demeanor did not seem fake at all. So, he suddenly turned around and saw the woman who had been trembling behind him a moment ago now a few meters away, throwing a fruit knife at him. Zhang Yang's anger flared up, activating his secret technique. His hands ignited with orange flames, distorting the air around him as he caught the flying fruit knife. Instantly, the temperature of the knife soared rapidly, turning bright red and melting into molten iron in his palm. Though he hadn't been ambushed, Zhang Yang was furious. He had been played. The sense of humiliation and being deceived raced through his mind like a wild horse. Zhang Yang moved swiftly, chasing after Song Chen. "You wretched woman, I'll make you pay." But Song Chen's speed exceeded Zhang Yang's expectations. Despite not emitting any extraordinary aura and being just an ordinary person, her running speed matched his mid-level Heartfire stage. No, it was even faster. To push an ordinary person's body to this extent, it can only be the Investigation Bureau's spiritual elixir and enhancement chamber. Damn it, so you are from the Investigation Bureau after all. Zhang Yang cursed angrily, watching as the distance between them gradually widened. He clasped his hands together, urging the power of his Heartfire to burn wildly. The dense flames continuously gathered and merged in his palms, then he separated his hands, and a long spear formed slowly between his palms, resembling molten lava. The surface of the spear was flowing with fiery flames, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Zhang Yang gripped the long spear and fiercely launched it towards Song Chen. Die! The blazing long spear swiftly crossed the distance between Song Chen and Zhang Yang, about to pierce through Song Chen's body the next second. In that instant, a faint light emitted from the necklace around Song Chen's neck, rapidly spreading and forming a pale golden light curtain that enveloped his entire body. The blazing long spear struck the light curtain, shattering into pieces in an instant. A defensive pseudo-device? Zhang Yang, filled with extreme anger, watched as Song Chen escaped. He punched the wall beside him, scorching it black. If Zhuo Long were here. Right, where is that kid Zhuo Long? With such a big incident, where did he disappear to? He hasn't even replied to messages for half a day. At that moment, Guping, Gaoijun, and Zhang Hu approached. Guping cautiously asked, "Yang Go, what's going on?" "That woman, shut up." Zhang Yang's temples bulged with veins. "I will personally kill that woman, now go find Zhuo Long for me. We need to support downstairs together." "Understood, we'll go now." The 3 immediately split up to search for Zhuo Long. With many hands, they quickly found Zhuo Long in the women's restroom. "Yang Gu, Zhuo Long is in there. Guping nervously informed Zhang Yang. They all knew that Zuolong and Zhang Yang were close partners, with Zuolong transforming into a high-intensity iron rod that complemented Zhang Yang's fiery power. Even a late-stage Heartfire realm expert could barely withstand 2 moves, but now, Zhang Yang looked at Zuolong, turned into an iron rod and stuck in the toilet, feeling utterly devastated. That disgusting mess wasn't even cleaned up. How could he wield that weapon in the future? On the other side, Songchen had already run downstairs along the path he had taken before. With little Wei's warning, he tried to avoid the areas with warlocks in advance, but there were also many ordinary members of the Blue Rose, making it impossible to evade them all. For instance, at this moment, in the stairwell, several jittery henchmen were holding submachine guns, intending to rush to the battle point for support. They were startled upon seeing Song Chen and were about to open fire. Due to his prior knowledge of their presence, Song Chen had the upper hand. He swiftly moved, closing the distance before they could pull the trigger, and with his immense strength, he broke one person's arm, then used that person as a shield while firing at another. The flames from the submachine gun flickered brightly in the dim stairwell, followed by a brief intense commotion that eventually subsided. With a cold gaze, Song Chen dropped the last body and continued towards the lower floor. Song Chen, the team led by Gong Liangbi, is just around the corner. They are engaged in a fierce battle with Blue Rose's leader, Sister Lan, and several other members. Leaning against the corner, Song Chen stole a glance. 2 groups were entangled in combat, with Gong Liangbi waving his hands, playing cards emitting a faint light floating and spinning around him. With a touch of his hand, an ace of spades shone brightly, transforming into an illusion of a king wearing a crown, adorned in a magnificent robe, wielding a long sword, charging fiercely at his opponent. Gong Liangbi's adversary was a woman in a leather jacket with short hair and a cold expression. The leader of Blue Rose, Sister Lan Yangyang. Song Chen recognized her from the information he had seen. Faced with Gong Liangbi's attack, Lan Yangyang remained composed, holding a golden pen and inscribing a large character 4 cut in the air. At the moment of completion, the word emitted an endless sharpness. The strokes disintegrated and turned into 8 sharp sword lights slashing towards the king's phantom. The king raised his long sword to clash with the sword lights, creating extraordinary fluctuations that far exceeded the effects of other warlocks' battles nearby, the terrifying aura even making Song Chen, who was hiding in the distance, feel extremely shocked. So, this is the power of a late-stage Heartfire realm warlock using a true mysterious weapon. Song Chen was somewhat fascinated. He would eventually obtain such power as well. After glancing a few more times, Song Chen turned and left. The matters here were not something he could meddle in for now. Later, he smoothly arrived at the first-floor hall of the entertainment city, which was now under the control of trainees from his batch. Some were responsible for maintaining order, while others guarded the various exits, intercepting lower-level Blue Rose members trying to sneak out. Yu Qiu, Luo Xiuqi, now in police uniform, waved to Song Chen. The other trainees also nodded in joyous greeting. Initially worried that Song Chen would encounter trouble on such a dangerous mission, they now felt inexplicably relieved to see him return safely. After 3 months of training together, Song Chen had become a pillar of support in their hearts. Yu Qiu, here. Zhou Hanyan walked up to Song Chen, handing him a police uniform and the standard long sword he had chosen, saying, "Deputy Gong said to change into the uniform after you return and join us in the mission." "Okay." Song Chen nodded, took the uniform, found a restroom on the first floor to change, and hung the long sword on his left waist. Coming out, he joined the others in executing the mission. Here, they only needed to deal with ordinary civilians, and occasionally some armed Blue Rose members causing trouble would be swiftly subdued by the group. Overall, it was relatively peaceful. At least compared to Song Chen's experience upstairs, this place was already very safe. However, this calm was shattered after about 15 minutes. With a loud explosion, a young man in a black jacket with a crew cut rushed down from the stairs on the left side of the hall as if flying. "Get out of the way!" A trainee tried to stop him but was slapped several meters away and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked because the trainees present had undergone enhancements, and for someone to easily knock them away, could the person be a warlock? After knocking the person away, the crew-cut man immediately ran towards the nearest exit. Someone nearby intended to stop him but hesitated upon realizing the possibility that the man might be a warlock, causing their steps to pause. The crew-cut man ran out like that. Since Song Chen was a bit far away, he didn't manage to stop him in time. However, he sensed a faint aura of a pseudo-artifact from the man. The man was probably not a warlock but just an ordinary person using the power of a pseudo-artifact. Just then, a voice came from the intercom left by Gong Liangbi. "Intercept the young man in a black jacket with a crew cut at all costs, no matter what." Repeat, intercept the young man in a black jacket at all costs. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned unusually grim. Clearly, the man was an important figure, and they were just watching him run away like that? It's over, will we be considered incompetent? The trainees were downcast, especially the one who had let the crew-cut man go due to hesitation, looking utterly defeated. It's okay, I'll go bring him back. Song Chen's clear and pleasant voice reached everyone's ears, and as they looked up, they saw Song Chen had already chased after him, leaving only a retreating figure. Song Chen's proactive pursuit was not only because of Gong Liangbi's words on the intercom. After all, he had completed the most crucial task so remarkably that he couldn't be eliminated even if everyone else was. The more important reason was that the system had designated that man as the mission target. Therefore, the man had to die. The crew-cut man sprinted onto the street, running wildly. Luckily, it was getting late, and there weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, anyone in his way would have received a slap, resulting in more innocent victims. Even the trained trainees who had undergone enhancement were sent flying several meters away by him. It was easy to imagine the fate of an ordinary person. Song Chen was closely chasing the crew-cut man tens of meters behind because of Xiao Wei's real-time tracking. He wasn't afraid of losing her and, with his faster speed, the distance between them was constantly narrowing. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? She's clearly not a sorcerer, nor did she use any fake artifacts, yet she's running faster than me. The crew-cut man's mouth held a red bead the size of a soybean, emitting a faint light, absorbing the fresh blood from his bitten tongue, and then feeding back extraordinary power to him. However, human blood was limited, and the red bead absorbed blood quickly. The crew-cut man's face was already turning pale, struggling to hold on. This won't work. If I keep being followed by this woman until the reinforcements from the bureau catch up, I'm really done for. Damn it, so what if this woman runs fast? She's not a sorcerer anyway. I have the red bead in hand, with extraordinary power, there's no way I can't take her down. With that in mind, the crew-cut man stopped in his tracks, turned around to face Song Chen, who was rushing towards him from a distance. Soon, Song Chen stood before him. Why stop running? Song Chen smiled slightly. The crew-cut man sneered, do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to waste time being entangled by you. Since you're seeking death, I won't be polite. With that, the crew-cut man suddenly erupted with all his strength, the red bead in his mouth shining brightly, a stronger wave of extraordinary power surging from within him. Clenching his fists, his muscles bulging, he resembled a fierce beast about to pounce on its prey. In the next moment, the crew-cut man suddenly pushed off the ground, charging towards Song Chen like an arrow released from a bow, a shimmering dagger appearing in his hand. Die, 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 die. As he lunged forward, the crew-cut man's dagger relentlessly slashed at Song Chen. The speed was dizzying. However, in Song Chen's eyes, the crew-cut man's movements were full of loopholes, like someone who had not received professional training and was recklessly squandering power far beyond his own. This kind of melee combat had been simulated countless times during the 3 months of training with professional coaches. Weak. Too weak. Relying on external forces, is this all you've got? Song Chen's excitement was evident. He had either faced sorcerers far superior to him in terms of strength or just ordinary people before, but encountering an opponent like the crew-cut man, whose physical abilities were almost equal to his own due to fake artifacts, was a first. He moved agilely, weaving through the cold light of the dagger, skillfully evading each attack. Seeing this, the crew-cut man grew even angrier. He roared, increasing the intensity and frequency of his attacks, trying to force Song Chen to reveal a weakness with a storm of relentless strikes. But it was futile. Song Chen seemed to blend with the night, his movements fluid and precise, evading each attack perfectly, causing all of the crew-cut man's strikes to miss. If this is all you've got, then it's over. Once again dodging the crew-cut man's attack, Song Chen took a step back with his left foot, gripping the hilt of the sword hanging at his left waist, drawing the sword. The sword light flashed like lightning, cutting through the night sky. In Song Chen's hands, the long sword seemed to follow a strange rhythm, leaving the crew-cut man with no escape. Impossible, in the crew-cut man's horrified gaze, Song Chen beheaded him with a single stroke. Under the moonlight, the head soared high, blood gushing like a fountain from the neck. At this moment, by the entrance of the residential area next to the road, a woman in a community police uniform stood motionless, staring blankly at the scene, with scattered documents in her hands. Song Chen sheathed his sword. With a glance, he noticed the woman and his pupils slightly contracted. Lin Qiwan. The woman turned out to be Song Chen's former neighbor and policewoman, Lin Qiwan. Song Chen remembered the last time she came to him for a drink, saying her father had transferred her from the criminal police team to become an ordinary community police officer. He didn't expect to see her here. However, in his current identity, Song Chen obviously couldn't acknowledge her. Moreover, according to regulations, he would have to write a report afterwards, reporting any potential witnesses along the way, and the investigation bureau would have a specialized team to erase the memories of those involved. Song Chen withdrew his gaze, focusing on the headless body in front of him, a pensive expression on his face. The bald man was just an ordinary person, and the fake artifact on him didn't seem like anything extraordinary. The fact that Gong Liangbi was so eager to intercept him must mean there was another reason. Song Chen crouched down and searched the body. Before long, on the left side pocket of the body, he found something peculiar. A piece of material entwined with a black aura, irregular in shape. It looked like carbon, but felt heavy like a stone when held. Just staring at it made Song Chen feel very uncomfortable. Is this what Gong Liangbi is looking for? Song Chen pondered for a moment, knowing that this item, which Gong Liangbi valued so much, was definitely not simple, but he didn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. After all, the person he was chasing and killed was his responsibility. Claiming the item was missing and not taken by him was simply unbelievable. He sent a message to Gong Liangbi on his phone, then walked towards Lin Xiwan, who was still in a daze. You. Perhaps due to the effect of Song Chen's police uniform, Lin Xiwan, although scared, didn't act rashly, just subconsciously took a step back. I am a police officer. The person I just executed was a heinous fugitive who killed many people. My colleagues will come soon. Please cooperate as a witness. Song Chen showed his credentials to Lin Xiwan. He couldn't help but recall the tension he saw in Lin Xiwan when he first bound the system and killed his first person. This scene now felt like a reversal of roles. Oh, okay, I understand, Lin Xiwan nodded blankly. The impact of the previous scene was too great for her, and she still hadn't recovered. Ignoring her, Song Chen waited in place for Gong Liangbi's opportunity, opening the destiny gift box he received after killing the bald man, obtaining a prop called the Perfect Badge. Perfect Badge can designate an item to elevate it to the most perfect existence of its kind. Song Chen raised an eyebrow, finding this to be a practical item. If he could obtain his own artifact in the future, he could try using this. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Gong Liangbi finally arrived with his team. Shen Yuqiu, you did well. Gong Liangbi walked up to Song Chen, giving him a deep look. This praise not only commended Song Chen's performance at the entertainment city but also affirmed his successful killing of the bald man. It's my duty, Song Chen nodded calmly, showing no hint of pride, as if it was only natural for him to do what he did. Through the few interactions with Gong Liangbi, he had roughly understood the man's character. He disliked frivolous talk, was meticulous in his work, and only did what he believed was right. Indeed, after hearing Song Chen's response, Gong Liangbi's face showed a rare hint of satisfaction, saying, when you officially become a sorcerer, come to our fourth team. I will personally recommend you to the team leader. On the side, Xiang Junming looked surprised. He had been following Gong Liangbi for so long and had never seen Gong Liangbi take the initiative to invite someone. What surprised him even more was that Song Chen actually shook his head and refused. Sorry, Vice Captain Gong, thank you for considering me, but I can't join the fourth team. As for the reason, Vice Captain Gong, you should understand that the investigation bureau is not as united as it seems. Gong Liangbi's expression changed slightly. After 2 seconds of silence, he said, I understand, but the doors of the fourth team are always open to you. Thank you, Vice Captain Gong, Song Chen said seriously. Then he asked, what about the Blue Rose organization? Have Blue Yang and the other key members been eliminated? Gong Liangbi looked inexplicably solemn. Most of the members have been eliminated, but Blue Yang and the one you encountered, Zhang Yang, escaped. Song Chen didn't ask how those two managed to escape, just nodded. Seeing that Song Chen had no more questions, Gong Liangbi turned to Xiang Junming and said, find out what's on the bodies. Yes. Xiang Junming was about to start, but Song Chen stopped him and took out the strange substance wrapped in black aura. Is this what you're looking for? Gong Liangbi's gaze sharpened as he nodded. But is this the only thing? Is there nothing else? Song Chen shook his head. Cunning, Gong Liangbi muttered. With that, he reached out and took the diamond-shaped crystal from Song Chen's hand. Can you tell me what this is? Song Chen asked. Gong Liangbi said in a deep voice, this is the Crystal of Fear. Crystal of Fear? Song Chen raised an eyebrow, hearing this term for the first time. Yes, it is refined from an evil artifact called the Spirit Lure, and the process is extremely cruel and malicious. Gong Liangbi's eyes flashed with disgust. In simple terms, it inflicts extreme fear and despair on a person, then tortures and kills them, and finally extracts this crystal of fear from the body using the evil artifact Spirit Lure. We thought that both the crystal of fear and the Spirit Lure were on this person because their auras were similar. But now it seems we underestimated Blue Yang. What a clever diversion. Song Chen said. Blue Rose took such a big risk to refine this crystal of fear, and the investigation bureau spared no effort to stop them. It seems this thing is not simple in its effects. Dong Liangbi nodded. You're right. The main function of the crystal of fear is to serve as fuel for the heart fire, enhancing its power. Normally, to enhance the power of the heart fire, one would either rely on the blood crystals of fearsome beasts through painstaking cultivation, or obtain rare celestial materials. The former is too slow, and the latter too rare. But the crystal of fear is different. By refining it, the efficiency of enhancing the heart fire is several times that of the blood crystals, and if the empire doesn't crack down harshly, you can imagine how these underground sorcerer organizations would go to extreme lengths to enhance their power, plunging the people into fear. This would cause great disruption to the stability of the entire empire and society, which is why it is strictly prohibited. Once discovered, they are mercilessly wiped out. But even so, there are still some who are willing to take risks for power. Just like the Blue Rose organization this time. Song Chen pondered. It seemed that the deal between the Green Flame organization and the Blue Rose at the hotel last time was probably related to this crystal of fear. The members of the Green Flame organization were afraid of the thunderous strikes of the investigation bureau, so they dared not personally refine the crystal of fear. However, unable to resist the temptation of rapid advancement, they acted as buyers on the sidelines. Song Chen actually wanted to ask how the investigation bureau planned to deal with the Green Flame organization, but his current status clearly did not allow him to know anything related to the Green Flame. This question could only be held back. Perhaps in the future, when he officially joined, there would be a chance to find out. So that's how it is. These fear crystals should indeed be severely dealt with, Song Chen said. How will we handle the fear crystals we confiscated? There is a department within the investigation bureau specifically for dealing with these prohibited items. You will understand more about it later. Gong Liangbi paused, looking seriously at Song Chen and said, Chen Yuqiu, you better not harbor even the slightest crooked thoughts about this thing, because once you touch it and experience that rapid increase in the power of your inner fire, you won't be able to endure the slow progress of self-cultivation anymore. Song Chen smiled. Deputy Gong, it might be a bit early for these warnings. I'm not even a sorcerer yet. True, Gong Liangbi nodded. If there's nothing else, you should go back and meet up with your peers. We will take care of the bodies here. Alright, Song Chen replied, about to leave, then suddenly remembered something and said, oh, and that person over there. He pointed to Lin Xiwan, who was staring at them not far away. She must have seen something. I understand, Gong Liangbi nodded. Only then did Song Chen leave. The next day, 20th floor of Tianhe Tower. Song Chen and 20 other trainees stood in the lobby where they first arrived, their faces solemnly awaiting the impending final outcome. It was either passing the assessment and becoming an imperial sorcerer, or failing and having their memories erased to return to normal life, becoming ordinary people once again. Everything depended on the next few minutes. In fact, except for Song Chen, everyone present was feeling quite anxious. In this tense atmosphere, Xiaogu walked out from a side door, his face serious as he scanned the crowd and cleared his throat, saying, Now, I announce the list of those who have passed the final assessment. Xiaogu's gaze first fell on Song Chen, full of satisfaction, and he declared, Shen Yuqiu, outstanding performance. When Song Chen's name and evaluation were announced, no one was surprised, as if he couldn't pass, then no one could. Afterwards, Xiaogu continued to read out the names of the other successful candidates. Each person mentioned breathed a sigh of relief, feeling liberated, knowing that their efforts had finally paid off. In the end, out of the 21 candidates, a total of 17 passed. Only 4 were eliminated due to poor performance, including the person who had caused chaos in the lobby of the entertainment city on the first floor. Seeing the desolate faces of those 4, the other 17 successful candidates couldn't help but feel a bit down. After spending so much time together, they naturally wanted to see everyone succeed together. If it weren't for Song Chen's last-minute efforts, more people might have been eliminated. After a farewell, the 4 eliminated candidates left, while the remaining ones were to receive the bestowal of the legacy spell and embark on the path to becoming imperial sorcerers. In a not very large but exquisitely decorated hall, 17 finally qualified individuals stood in uniform, tall and resolute, standing in unison in the hall. The imperial emblem hung high on the front wall, with golden sunlight streaming through the glass windows, casting a solemn and sacred atmosphere as it interplayed with the radiant light of the emblem. Below the emblem, a middle-aged man dressed in a police uniform, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, slowly entered the hall. Although the middle-aged man did not deliberately emit the aura of a sorcerer, Song Chen couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart, as if an animal had sensed its natural enemy. Song Chen knew this was due to the vast difference in their strengths. The middle-aged man walked to the front of the imperial emblem, facing the crowd, and solemnly said, "I am one of the 3 deputy directors of the Hashan Investigation Bureau, so, first of all, congratulations on passing the assessment. From today onwards, you are officially joining our Hashan Investigation Bureau and becoming a true Imperial Sorcerer. But remember, this is not the end for you, it is only the beginning. You must not slack off or take it lightly. The mortality rate in the Bureau is high every year. If you do not constantly push yourselves, you will eventually become just another statistic. Now, please swear with me. Under the witness of the Imperial emblem, with reverence and honor in my heart, I solemnly swear to become a member of the Du-Yun Empire Investigation Bureau. I will uphold loyalty as the cornerstone and defend the Empire's laws and order to the death." After everyone finished swearing, 2 staff members walked over with trays in hand. Zhong Mingyan pointed to the tray on the left, saying, "This is the blood crystal of terror beasts, an auxiliary fuel you will need when awakening as a sorcerer." He then pointed to the right, saying, "This is the heritage spell that will make you true sorcerers." The 2 staff members approached the crowd and distributed the items from the trays to each person. Song Chen was the first to receive them. He first looked at the blood crystal of terror beasts, similar to the spider infant blood crystal he had received before, both being semi-transparent blood-colored crystals, albeit with slight differences in aura, indicating a different type of terror beast. The heritage spell he had been longing for was a thumb-sized diamond-shaped crystal. Inside the crystal, there was a transparent liquid flowing like mercury, with numerous golden tiny runes dancing and weaving within it, accompanied by about 1/3 of black substance mixed in. Seeing that everyone had received their items, Zhong Mingyan continued, "I believe you all already know that the quality of Heartfire is divided into 5 levels from low to high: green, blue, orange, red, and purple. The higher the quality, the stronger the power of Heartfire you wield, and the more powerful the mysteries you master. The key factors determining the quality of Heartfire are your own physical qualities and this heritage spell. Similar to Heartfire, heritage spells also have varying qualities. The purity is determined by the amount of black impurities present. The heritage spell you hold is of 60% purity. Do not think that 60% purity is low, this is already a treasure that only the Empire can provide. Outside, even a heritage spell with 30 to 40% purity would cause a frenzy among sorcerer organizations, leading to bloodshed. After all, having a heritage spell means there is a chance to become a true sorcerer, not a pseudo-sorcerer achieved through blood sacrifices and prohibitions. As for heritage spells with purity above 60%, only the imperial family or those who have made significant contributions to the empire are qualified to obtain them. Zhong Mingyan gave everyone a few seconds to digest the information before speaking again. "Now, do you have any questions? If not, you may each go to the meditation room to start igniting your heart fire." Song Chen was the first to ask, "Director Zhong, if one wishes to ignite a purple heart fire, is a heritage spell of 60% purity sufficient?" Zhong Mingyan looked carefully at Song Chen. As the deputy director, he naturally knew about Song Chen's talents and outstanding performance in the final assessment. Moreover, this young lady was brought in by his former subordinate Lu Jingtong, which further pleased him. Zhong Mingyan shook his head and patiently explained, "I can tell you definitively, it is impossible. Even with excellent physical qualities, a heritage spell of 60% purity cannot ignite a purple heart fire. Looking at the highest record in the Du-Yun Empire over the years, a heritage spell of 60% purity at most ignited a red heart fire. This is already an astonishing achievement, because under the inheritance of spells of the same quality, the vast majority of people only reach the orange level. To ignite the purple heart fire, it is probably necessary to have an inheritance spell of 80 to 90% purity. That kind of thing, looking at the hundreds of countries in the Jiangxing, is an absolute treasure among treasures, so you don't need to think about it." Song Chen was a little curious and asked, "What about an inheritance spell of 100% purity? 100% purity?" Zhong Mingyan couldn't help but laugh. There is no such thing as a 100% pure inheritance spell, because impurities are inevitable in the refining process. The only difference is the amount. This is a problem that cannot be solved by the whole world. "I see." Song Chen pondered and stopped asking. Beside him, Luo Xiuqi raised his hand and asked, "Director Zhong, does using an inheritance spell guarantee successful ignition of the heart fire? Or is there a possibility of failure?" "There is." Zhong Mingyan nodded. "Once failed, one will become like those who use blood sacrifice prohibitions, a pseudo-sorcerer. Although pseudo-sorcerers are also formal sorcerers, they are ultimately inferior to true sorcerers in terms of secrets and prospects, otherwise so many people wouldn't crave inheritance spells. So, this time you must give it your all, don't waste all the effort you've put in for so long." Everyone looked solemn. Afterwards, seeing that no one had any more questions, Zhong Mingyan let the staff lead everyone to their respective quiet rooms. In the pure white room, there was a complex circular array drawn. The walls were made of the best soundproofing materials, and there were guards at the door to ensure that no noise could disturb the person inside. Song-Chin walked to the center of the array, took out the inheritance spell, and looked at the black impurities flowing within, his face showing a pensive expression. The system item he obtained by killing the man with a buzz cut, the perfect badge, could designate an item to be sublimated into the most perfect existence of its kind. Could it be used on this inheritance spell? If so, could he obtain an immaculate inheritance spell of 100% purity, unprecedented and possibly unmatched in the future? Song-Chin originally intended to use it on his own mysterious weapon in the future, but after some thought, he decided to use it on the inheritance spell before him. After all, no matter how powerful the mysterious weapon was, it was ultimately just an external object. The power of this awakening heartfire was the foundation of his own strength, the basis of all future endeavors. In comparison, it was obviously more suitable to use it here. With determination, Song-Chen asked Xiao Wei in his mind, "Xiao Wei, there are no monitoring devices in this room, right?" "Don't worry, I checked, there aren't any." Receiving Xiao Wei's affirmative reply, Song-Chen took out the shiny golden perfect badge from his mind and selected to use it on the inheritance spell. In an instant, the perfect badge dispersed like sand blown by the wind, turning into countless tiny dots of light that enveloped the inheritance spell entirely. After waiting for a few seconds, these dots suddenly brightened, then all dissipated, leaving behind a crystal clear, flawless, and completely pure inheritance spell. It really appeared, an unprecedented immaculate inheritance spell of 100% purity. Although he was mentally prepared for the miraculous nature of the system item, Song-Chen was still somewhat excited at this moment. This was a 100% pure inheritance spell. Even the imperial family of the Doyun Empire, no, even the highest-ranking figures of those more powerful countries could not obtain such an immaculate inheritance spell. Now, it was in his hands. Such a small thing, if leaked, could possibly trigger a war between nations. The existence of this item must remain a secret, just like the system, forever buried in his own heart, with no one else knowing. Song-Chen calmed his emotions and then officially began to ignite the heart fire. He placed the inherited secret spell in the center of the circle, then picked up the blood crystal of dread beasts. With its sharp edge, he cut his palm, and the fresh blood flowed down the blood crystal, dripping onto the inherited secret spell below. Instantly, a subtle connection was established between the fresh blood crystal, and the inherited secret spell. Song-Chen closed his eyes lightly, serving as the conduit between the two, forming a closed loop. The crystal-clear inherited secret spell gradually melted within the circle, countless intricate runes spreading out from within, starting from Song-Chen's feet and spreading throughout his body. Soon, Song-Chen's entire body was covered by these runes. He felt the blood crystal in his hand burning hot, a rich energy gathering along his arm towards his heart. As the energy converged, the area around his heart grew increasingly warm. Finally, as the heat reached its peak, an indescribable tremor spread from Song-Chen's heart throughout his body, every inch of his skin and every bone undergoing a rebirth like baptism. This power was not just an infusion of external energy but also an awakening of his inner potential, a resonance at the soul level between him and the inherited secret spell. Song-Chen's consciousness began to blur but was exceptionally clear. He felt as if he were immersed in an ancient sea of fire, surrounded by swirling flames and ancient runes containing endless knowledge and power. At that moment, he seemed to hear the whispers of ancient sages and feel their purest and most powerful will left in this world. Finally, Song-Chen felt an invisible yet undeniably existing flame containing a heart-pounding energy manifesting within his heart. This flame started as green, then rapidly shifted to blue, followed by orange, red, purple. Just when Song-Chen thought it wouldn't change again, a hint of gold emerged from within the purple flame. This gold color quickly spread from the core, transforming the flame into a dazzling pure gold flame, burning fiercely like oil on fire. The heart flame was completely ignited. Gold! It's actually gold! Song-Chen's eyes revealed shock. Zhong Ming had said that the highest quality of a heart flame was only purple, yet he had ignited a gold flame? Could it be the effect of the flawless inherited secret spell? The unprecedented inherited secret spell created an unprecedented heart flame? Song-Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down. He carefully felt his body and noticed his heart beating strongly, the circulation of blood in his veins feeling as mighty as a great river, and his strength, at least 5 times greater than before. In other words, his physical qualities were now at least 20 times that of an ordinary person. This level of enhancement was incredibly exaggerated, and Song-Chen was certain that no other novice sorcerer could match him. Besides these fundamental physical changes, Song-Chen had a thought, and his heart flame suddenly ignited, a strange energy appearing around his body. This energy was so dense that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but as the user, Song Chen could clearly perceive all its characteristics and manipulate it at will. This was an extremely dense energy, and depending on the intensity of Song Chen's heart flame, the amount he could control varied. This is my secret technique? But how can this thing be used in battle? Song Chen whimsically changed its shape, making it long or flat, thick or thin. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he wrapped it around his palm, compressing it infinitely until an invisible hand blade appeared. Because Song Chen had absolute control over the substance, he could distinctly feel the thickness of its thinnest part. If described using the physics knowledge he had learned before, the blade of this hand blade was only 10 nanometers thick, equivalent to the width of more than 30 iron atoms. In terms of sharpness alone, this thickness is not considered much, as the most cutting-edge surgical blade for humans is only 14 nanometers thick. However, while surgical blades are sharp, they are also quite fragile. They tend to dull upon encountering slightly hard objects. On the other hand, Song Chen's energy hand blade is different. Its energy density is extremely high. Song Chen estimates that even if he were to strike directly at an iron block, the only thing left behind would be an imprint on the block, not on his palm. Song Chen attempted to shoot it out or condense it from a distance, but perhaps due to his insufficient cultivation level, the energy he could generate was not enough, and he could never achieve it. He had to temporarily give up. The current limit he could reach was around 30 centimeters around his body. Beyond that, it would automatically dissipate. The profound meaning of the golden heartfire will never be ordinary. Its power is probably greater than I imagine. It requires careful study. Song Chen stood in place, exhaling deeply. After experiencing so much, he finally became a sorcerer and henceforth possessed his own power. As long as he continued to grow stronger, one day he would be free from constraints. He tidied up his clothes, pushed open the door, and walked out. The staff outside saw Song Chen coming out, their expressions solemn, and they saluted him. "Congratulations, you have officially become an honored imperial sorcerer." Song Chen returned the gesture solemnly. At the same time, the doors of the other meditation rooms were also opened one after another. Most people's faces were filled with joy at becoming sorcerers, but a few had gloomy expressions. Song Chen and the others chatted and learned that most of them had ignited orange heartfires, with a few having blue and green ones. Of course, the most pitiful were the two who only ignited white heartfires and became pseudo-sorcerers. Sun Hongfang, Jiang Ying, don't be too discouraged. Igniting a white heartfire doesn't necessarily mean you can't become stronger. That's right. Didn't instructor Xiao say before that it's harder for pseudo-sorcerers to advance than others, but it's not impossible? For example, a certain executive from the Imperial Investigation Bureau, it said that he climbed up as a pseudo-sorcerer. Everyone comforted the two who were feeling down. By the way, Yu Cho, what color heartfire did you ignite? It's not red, is it? Suddenly, someone brought the topic to Song Chen, jokingly. That's right, I ignited a red heartfire, Song Chen smiled and admitted. The matter of the golden heartfire was too sensational for him to mention. Otherwise, he might be seen as a guinea pig. Igniting a purple heartfire with 60% purity was also unprecedented. With his current strength, if some big shot noticed, the outcome wouldn't be good. Red was more acceptable. Some had achieved it before, so by doing it again, he would showcase his genius status without seeming too outlandish. And when the person heard Song Chen say this, they were stunned. They had only wanted to lighten the mood, but they didn't expect Song Chen had actually ignited a red heartfire? Everyone was equally amazed. After all, Vice Director Jin Mingyan had said that igniting a red heartfire with 60% purity through the legacy spell was a national record. They knew Song Chen was a genius, but they never expected him to be this exceptional. After all 17 people came out of the meditation rooms, Xiao Gu, as their instructor, gave them the final lesson. He talked about some essential points that imperial sorcerers must know, as well as how to fulfill their duties and obligations in the future. As an organization hidden beneath the surface of society, imperial sorcerers did not need to work 9 to 5 like government officials in other agencies. Apart from some major tasks, they mainly relied on the voluntary work of the staff. This voluntary aspect did not mean that everyone was expected to have a high level of consciousness and work as volunteers for the empire. Instead, within the Investigation Bureau, there was a complete contribution mechanism. Although E Mountain City is just a 4th-tier city in the Kingdom of Clouds, it still has a population of millions and covers an area of over 6,000 square kilometers. With a constant stream of cases occurring every day, even the government would be overwhelmed if all cases were to be assigned. Therefore, apart from major events that could disrupt social stability, all other cases are unified, integrated, and uploaded to the Investigation Bureau's task center. All imperial sorcerers can accept tasks based on their own judgment. Upon completion, the Investigation Bureau will assign corresponding contribution points based on the importance of the task. Contribution points can be exchanged for almost anything sorcerers need, incentivizing them to actively take on tasks to earn contribution points and enhance their combat capabilities. The more tasks completed, the stronger the Imperial sorcerers become, enabling them to undertake more tasks in a positive cycle that keeps society seemingly functioning normally on the surface. Human agency is indeed crucial. However, being in a public position, there is a minimum fixed target of solving at least one case per week to prevent negligence. After the last class, Xiaogu took everyone to a restaurant for a meal. He had reserved a large private room where everyone had a great time, drinking a lot of alcohol. As the bright moon in everyone's eyes, Songchen was also inevitably persuaded to drink. Songchen had a good tolerance for alcohol, coupled with his strong physical condition now, he was not far from being able to hold his liquor. However, Songchen knew that being too perfect could lead to alienation from others. Therefore, when in a position of power, showing some harmless flaws could make one appear more amiable and lovable. So, after drinking for a while and having a few extra glasses, Songchen pretended to be a bit tipsy, with a flushed face. With his current control over his body, this act was not difficult for him. Shou-chi, come, cheers! Songchen walked up to Luo Shou-chi, patting his shoulder. Seeing Songchen's delicate face flushed and his clear eyes slightly blurred, Luo Shou-chi knew he had already had too much to drink. Yucho, you've had enough, don't drink anymore, Luo Shou-chi said softly. Not drink? Why not? Songchen looked puzzled. Today is such a happy day, we've finally turned the corner. What's wrong with me having a bit more to drink? Besides, I'm not even drunk yet. If you won't let me drink, do you look down on me? Songchen leaned in front of Luo Shou-chi, staring at him with a puffed-up look. Songchen hadn't forgotten about the vast family business of the Shangyun Group. Resources for cultivation weren't only obtainable through the contribution points of the Investigation Bureau. With enough money, they could also be acquired in the world of private sorcerers. Luo Shou-chi, this important piece, couldn't be wasted. Seeing Songchen so close, Luo Shou-chi, who usually had a fair complexion, quickly blushed, and even stuttered, No, I'm just worried about how you'll get back after drinking so much. Songchen replied nonchalantly, you can just take me back, you know where my house is anyway. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them suddenly felt off. At another table, Qin Haoxi lowered his head, the glass in his hand shattered. On the side, Si Xiaowei and Zhou Hanyan showed sympathetic looks. Having been together for so long, they knew that Qin Haoxi had liked Chen Yuqiu since the first time he saw her, and even continued to participate in the elimination rounds mainly because of her. This scene was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Haoxi. Damn it, I was here first. Qin Haoxi felt frustrated. To be honest, he didn't really have to be with Chen Yuqiu, especially considering how outstanding she was compared to him, a mere homebody goblin. If the other party could have remained single, it would have been fine, but now unexpectedly, he's really living it up. Woo-woo. Fueled by alcohol, Qin Haoxi sobbed quietly. On the other side, Luo Shou-chi heard Songchen's misunderstood words and felt the ambiguous gazes around him, quickly waving his hands to deny, it's not what you think, we just happened to meet near her house last time, sat for a while, and had a cup of tea. He couldn't mention the incident of him killing someone. I see, it was just a chance encounter. I told you, although Luo Shou-chi is also outstanding, he's far behind Yuqiu. Don't you think Yuqiu looks cute when she's drunk? Such a strong, intelligent person usually, but when drunk, she shows another side, I like her even more. Well, who isn't? Relieved that the topic finally shifted away from him, Luo Shou-chi let out a sigh. Just as he turned around, he felt a weight on his chest. Songchen had actually closed his eyes and fallen asleep on him. The party ended, and everyone parted ways at the restaurant's entrance. Luo Shou-chi, the responsibility of taking Yuqiu home is on you. You must make sure to safely escort her. If anything happens, none of us will spare you. Exactly, and don't you dare take advantage of her being drunk to do anything, otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding our friendship. Princess carrying the soundly sleeping Songchen, Luo Shou-chi listened to the words of the crowd, veins popping on his forehead. As the legitimate eldest son of the Shangyun Group, how could he do something so despicable? Carefully placing Songchen in the back seat of a taxi, Luo Shou-chi sat in the passenger seat, waving goodbye to everyone. Over half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the Happiness Community. Building 7, Apartment 502. Following his memory from last time, Luo Shou-chi found Songchen's home and opened the door with the key on him. Gently placing the still sleeping Songchen on the sofa, Luo Shou-chi covered him with a blanket from the air conditioner, ready to leave. Don't go, Shou-chi. Suddenly, Songchen murmured, grabbing Luo Shou-chi's hand. Startled, Luo Xiuqi turned around to see Song Chen still with closed eyes, seemingly muttering in his sleep. Struggling internally, after a dozen seconds, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his expression was composed as he softly said, "I will stay, just not now." With that, Luo Xiuqi released Song Chen's hand and left. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Song Chen opened his eyes, calmly sat up from the sofa, and poured himself a glass of cold water. At this moment, his gaze was sharp, devoid of any trace of drunkenness. "Song Chen, your acting skills have reached the pinnacle. I declare, this year's Best Actor award goes to you. Isn't it all because of you, this system forcing me?" It's not entirely like that," Xiao Wei muttered quietly. Ignoring it, Song Chen stood up to study his own secrets. Calm breaths, igniting the inner fire, an invisible high-density energy gathered in front of him. Song Chen tried to elongate and widen it. With his current cultivation, although he could form a protective shell around his body with this energy, it would become very thin. To test its defensive power, Song Chen took out Hu Ji's handgun, attached a silencer, and fired a shot at the thin energy film. After the gunshot, the bullet did not penetrate the film, but the film itself shattered. Hu Ji's handgun was small caliber, accurate but not very powerful. For other sorcerers, being able to defend against firearms from all angles right after becoming a sorcerer would be a cause for great joy, but for Song Chen, he was not satisfied yet. Song Chen contemplated for a moment. In most combat situations, there was no need for all-round defense capabilities. It was sufficient to defend key attack points, allowing for the exchange of defense strength for coverage. As Song Chen's thoughts shifted, the energy body gradually contracted, increasing in thickness. Eventually, 8 palm-sized energy bodies, several centimeters thick, hovered around him. When Song Chen fired a shot, the bullet hit an invisible steel wall, flattening into a copper coin that dropped to the ground, while his defense shield remained unscathed. Not bad, this level of defense should be enough for now, he thought. With Xiao Wei's real-time observation support, unless the intensity exceeded the defense limit, Song Chen was confident in intercepting any attack. Subsequently, Song Chen experimented with the offensive aspect of the energy body. After multiple tests, he found that while the energy body could only condense to a thickness of 10 nanometers when formed out of thin air or on his palm, attaching it to a kitchen knife with a sharp blade could achieve an astonishing 5 nanometer thickness at its thinnest point. Considering this was just an ordinary household kitchen knife, what if it were a sword already extremely sharp? Song Chen decided to act on his thoughts and immediately opened his computer to search for a shop that crafted swords. After some selection, he found a local shop known for producing high-quality custom swords. Without hesitation, Song Chen paid a deposit of 50,000 and requested an urgent custom-made long sword, with the primary requirement being sharpness as sharp as possible, ideally reaching the level of a surgical blade. Flexibility and hardness were not within Song Chen's considerations, as these could be resolved by covering the invisible energy body. Finally, Song Chen named this invisible energy body Xian Gang, as its characteristics resembled the martial arts novel's concept of gang energy. The newly appointed Imperial Warlock enjoyed a half-month vacation, free from worrying about mission targets during this time. After the half-month, they were to report to the Tianhe Tower and join their assigned team. The Hashan Investigation Bureau had a total of 6 action teams, each led by a captain and 10 vice-captains, with each vice-captain leading a squad, such as Gong Liangbi, who was a vice-captain of the 4th team. The newly appointed Imperial Warlocks would join these squads led by vice-captains. Song Chen had already informed Xiao Gu of his intention to join the 6th team, so he would report directly to the 6th team when the time came. He was unsure which squad led by a vice-captain he would be assigned to, but it didn't matter to Song Chen. On the second evening of the vacation, Song Chen felt that he had been in the guise of Chen Yuqiu for too long and decided to return to his true form, planning to live in the house he had rented before. Otherwise, he was at risk of forgetting what it felt like to be his true self. Just as he was about to set off, an unexpected phone call disrupted his plans. "Hello, I'm from Sanlapu Street Police Station. Is this Chen Yuqiu, the criminal investigator from Yuanling Sub-Bureau?" A young man's voice came from the phone. As Imperial Warlocks were a profession that officially did not exist, their identities were affiliated with various police stations. For instance, Song Chen's current official identity was a criminal investigator at the Yuanling District Police Sub-Bureau. Of course, this only applied to the persona of Chen Yuqiu. If he switched to Qin Miaoshi, he would be seen as a ruthless murderer. As for his true identity as Song Chen, he remained an ordinary person unnoticed by anyone. Speaking of the existence of the extraordinary realm, the high-ranking leaders of the police stations were aware of it. For instance, when Lin Chuan's father forbade her from continuing as a criminal investigator, it was likely for this reason. Therefore, if Song Chen needed a mission, he could request police cooperation at any time. Song Chensalu pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. It's me, what's the matter? Phew, that's great. Here's the thing, there's a girl named Chi Liao on my end who's attempting suicide. No matter how we try to persuade her, she insists on seeing a police officer named Shen Yucho. I found your contact information in the system. The man on the phone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Chen's expression shifted slightly. Chi Liao? Wasn't she the high school girl he rescued at the Blue Rose Entertainment City? She was saved, so why is she attempting suicide now? This girl is a victim I rescued in a previous case. Why does she want to commit suicide? What about her parents? Song Chen inquired. The young police officer on the other end sounded somewhat bitter. Chi Liao's parents died in a car accident while searching for her after she went missing. They had moved from the Northern Empire and had no relatives in our Hushan city. Now she's all alone, which is why she's emotionally distressed and attempting suicide. Song Chen fell silent, feeling sorry for Chi Liao's tragic fate. However, that wasn't the main point, as there were plenty of unfortunate people in the world. Some are abandoned by their parents at birth, while others are abused by human traffickers without limbs. Even he himself was living on the edge, never knowing when the system would assign him a highly dangerous target like the last time with Shi Liang Jun, putting his life at risk. So, could you please ask Detective Chen to come over and at least persuade her to give up on suicide? The young police officer requested. I understand. Send me the address. Song Chen didn't hesitate to help in a situation where a life could be saved by just making a trip. After all, given Chen Yucho's character, he couldn't turn a blind eye to someone in need. Shortly after hanging up, Song Chen received a text message from the young police officer with the current address. Glancing at it, he went downstairs, hailed a cab, and headed straight there. The location where Chi Liao was attempting suicide was on the rooftop of a hospital ward. When Song Chen arrived, the area was already crowded with onlookers, and safety air cushions were laid out on the ground. However, the building had over 20 floors, making the air cushions almost useless. Showing his detective credentials, Song Chen passed through the police cordon and took the elevator to the top floor. You're Detective Chen? The young police officer who called Song Chen widened his eyes upon seeing him. Song Chen glanced at him and calmly said, Yes, is there a problem? No problem, I just didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. The young police officer awkwardly remarked. That's not the point. Tell me the current situation, Song Chen said, looking towards the rooftop edge where Chi Liao was sitting with her back to them, swinging her feet outside, with the wind blowing, making it look quite dangerous. Yes, the young police officer composed himself. The situation hasn't changed since I spoke to you on the phone. No matter how we communicate with Chi Liao, she insists on talking only to you. If we get close, she threatens to jump. Song Chen furrowed his brows. It seemed that Chi Liao, having lost all her family and support, saw him, who had once rescued her from a nightmare, as her only emotional anchor. I understand. Let me go and talk to her. Alright, but Chi Liao is very sensitive and fragile right now. Please be careful with your words and don't upset her, the young police officer cautioned. Song Chen nodded, then slowly approached Chi Liao. Halfway there, he smiled and said, Liao, you wanted to see me, right? I'm here. Upon hearing Song Chen's voice, Chi Liao turned around excitedly, police sister. Song Chen maintained a smile, his steps uninterrupted as he continued towards her. Unexpectedly, Chi Liao suddenly shouted, Sister, don't come over. Song Chen paused, sounding somewhat sad as he asked, What's wrong, Liao? Why don't you let sister come over? Don't you like sister anymore? Chi Liao appeared flustered. No, it's not like that. I'm just afraid. Song Chen, puzzled, asked, Afraid? Chi Liao lightly bit her lip. I have no family left in this world. Sister, you are the person I most want to see, but you are going to leave me after all. I don't want to go through that kind of pain and sorrow again, so please just stay there, sister. Being able to see sister for the last time today, I am already content, Song Chen suddenly interjected, interrupting. Who said we have to part ways? Liao, you are still underage. As a police officer, I can apply to be your guardian, and from now on, we can live together. How about that? Song Chen's words were not impulsive but rather a deliberate attempt to realize an idea he had before. Humans, as social animals, need to rely on organizations to survive in this world, and the existence of a country stems from this. As the saying goes, strength in numbers, and having more resources leads to greater power. As long as an individual is not powerful enough to overturn the entire world, the strength of an organization will always surpass that of an individual. Therefore, if he could establish an organization completely loyal to him, he would have a solid backing in this unpredictable world. The girl in front of him, who had lost everything and only had him as a spiritual support, was undoubtedly a good starting point. Emotional bonds formed during youth are undoubtedly more enduring than control through interests and threats. If he could nurture her into a subordinate who absolutely trusted and obeyed him, then he wouldn't have to personally handle many things in the future. Indeed, Shiau was stunned. Song Chen's words were like a brilliant ray of sunlight piercing through the darkness, illuminating the devastated land in her heart. This proposal was incredibly tempting for her. In a world where she had no one, having someone willing to accept her felt like a shipwrecked survivor finally finding a vibrant island, bringing immense joy. Shiau, somewhat incredulous, asked, Can this really happen? Can I really live with sister? Song Chen nodded earnestly, smiling as he opened his arms. Of course it's true. If Liao agrees, you can come over now, and I'll take you home together. Shiau's bright black eyes welled up with tears. She wiped them with her sleeve, then crossed back into the rooftop and ran towards Song Chen. Sister! Shiau hugged Song Chen tightly, unwilling to let go. Good girl, Song Chen gently stroked Shiau's soft, long hair, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable radiance. Tianhe Building, a certain conference room. The once orderly conference room was now in disarray, with tables and chairs askew, various debris scattered around, half-eaten snack wrappers, and even clothes and pants strewn on the floor. Deputy, I heard that a new team member will join our squad next month. A young man with red-dyed hair and ear studs sat casually in a chair, feet propped up on the table, chewing betel nut nonchalantly. That's right. Zhang Jiamu sat in the main seat at the conference table, his chair stacked with books. He slammed the table suddenly, exclaiming, and she's not just any new member. She's a legendary natural psychic, not only exceptionally gifted but also excelling in training and final assessments, igniting the flames of passion. Next to her, a woman with pink bobbed hair furrowed her brows and fished in her ear. Deputy Zhang, can you stop being so jumpy? Always slamming the table. Do you know how many times the table has been broken this month? Every time I have to go find someone from the logistics department, and I'm starting to develop a bond with the Xiao Zhang. Oh, isn't that perfect? After all, Deng Sun, you're almost 30 and still single, you better hurry up. Zhang Jiamu looked spirited, his eyes shining. Deng Sun's mouth twitched, picking up a bag of potato chips from the table and throwing it at Zhang Jiamu. I'm single because I want to be single, it's none of your business. Unlike you, this greasy middle-aged man who goes on blind dates every day and still no one wants you. Yes, deputy, you're really embarrassing our team like this. Do you know how people outside talk about you now? TSK, I'm embarrassed to even repeat it to you. The redhead with an earring youth held his phone horizontally, playing a game, his fingers swiftly sliding on the screen. Dang Sun, Shan Boudoir, you two are speaking out of line. Do you even have me, the deputy, in your eyes? He Jin, Beiwenwen, can you two say something fair? Zhang Jiamu slammed the table again, speaking loudly. The man and woman he called out pretended not to hear, keeping their eyes on their own business. You, how did I end up with you disrespectful bunch of juniors? Zhang Jiamu looked frustrated. Alright, stop it and get to the point. Deng Sun's expression turned serious. Zhang Jiamu said, the point? You mean? Of course, it's about the new recruit, deputy. You haven't forgotten our team secret, have you? If the new recruit is a greenhorn who doesn't cooperate or causes trouble after coming in, won't we be in trouble? Deng Sun said. It's not that serious, just a new recruit. We can handle her as we please. Zhang Jiamu chuckled. Deng Sun said calmly, but as you said, she's not an ordinary new recruit. She's a genius. Geniuses tend to be arrogant. So what do you suggest? Zhang Jiamu raised an eyebrow. Shen Boudoir put his legs down from the table, stood up coldly and said, of course, we need to show her who's in charge, crush her spirit, let her know that when she joins our team, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must crouch. Deng Sun said calmly, then who will carry out this task? Of course, whoever suggests it should do it, right, Shen Boudoir? Zhang Jiamu looked at Shen Boudoir. No problem, just a new recruit who has just ignited her inner fire, I can easily suppress her. Shen Boudoir said proudly. What's there to be proud of in bullying a newcomer? Deng Sun gave Shen Boudoir a disdainful look. Don't forget, she ignited a red inner fire, one quality level higher than our orange inner fire. Don't underestimate her, you might end up in trouble. Shen Boudoir sneered, so what if it's a red inner fire? She's just a rookie who has just entered the initial stage of the inner fire realm, probably not even proficient in her own secrets, and she wants to cross a small realm to defeat me, an intermediate inner fire realm? It's simply a pipe dream. Alright, you're the best, you're invincible, we'll see your performance then. Deng Sun rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Zhang Jiamu looked at Jin and Beiwenwen, who had been silent all along, and asked, Jin, Beiwenwen, what do you think? Beiwenwen, a girl with flaxen hair, looked soft and gentle, her voice light. I think, in the future, we are all part of the same team, there's no need to bully and intimidate, it will only sour the atmosphere. Hee-jin, polite and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, nodded at Bae Wonwon's words. I think Wonwon is right. Shen Budwa's face darkened. Hey, you two don't get it wrong, I suggested this for the good of our team, otherwise, what will we do if something goes wrong in the future? If you two have a better way, just speak up. What's the use of just denying others' ideas? Hee-jin and Bae Wonwon fell silent. Shen Budwa said, Tisk, two dull gourds. Alright, since no one has come up with another solution, let's do as Shen Budwa suggested. When the new recruit reports for duty, it will be up to you to show her who's boss, Jean Jamu said. Shen Budwa confidently patted his chest. No problem, I've got this. Happiness Community, Building 7, Unit 502. Songchen pushed open the door, leading Chi Layao into the house. Wow, sister, your home is so beautiful. Chi Layao looked around at the pink room, her eyes sparkling. Songchen carried the suitcase containing Chi Layao's personal items and clothes into the living room, smiling as she said, Do you also like pink, Loyao? Yes, I've always loved pink since I was little. Sister, let me show you. Chi Layao walked to a suitcase and opened it, revealing 4 or 5 pink plush toys. These were all bought for me by my parents when I was in elementary school. I've kept them for so many years and couldn't bear to throw them away. Chi Layao's voice trailed off, her emotions turning melancholic. It's okay, Loyao. In the future, sister will buy them for you. Whatever you want, sister will get it for you, Songchen said, walking up to Chi Layao, gently placing her hands on her shoulders, her gaze tender. With the identity of an imperial warlock, all procedures were swiftly completed, and Songchen was now Chi Layao's legal guardian. Next, through the subtle influence of daily life, he would transfer all of Chi Layao's emotions towards her parents to himself. Not only that, he also needed Chi Layao to have absolute trust in him, standing firmly by his side no matter what, whenever, wherever. Only then would she be the perfect subordinate in Songchen's eyes. Sister. Chi Layao stared at Songchen, her eyes misty. Songchen smiled, patted Chi Layao's head, and said, Come, let me show you your future room. Sister, I'm off to school. Chi Layao, dressed in her high school uniform, bid farewell to Songchen at the entrance. It had been a week since she moved into Songchen's house. Over the past week, Chi Layao had already adapted to her new life and resumed her studies. Take care on the way, Songchen, in a white shirt with a warm-tone apron, responded with a gentle smile as he tidied up the breakfast dishes on the table. Okay, see you later, sister. Chi Layao closed the door and went downstairs. Songchen's expression returned to calm as he continued to tidy up the table. Songchen, how do you plan to nurture her? Xiao Wei suddenly asked. No rush, the first priority now is to deepen the bond between us. It's like boiling a frog in warm water, patience is key. As time goes by, I will gradually show her the harsh reality of this world. Let her know that I am the only justice in this world, Songchen said lightly as he placed the dishes in the sink. It's so scary, Songchen, you now seem more like an antagonist boss, nothing like a protagonist. If being an antagonist allows me to survive, I don't mind. In the afternoon, a tightly wrapped package was delivered to the door. Songchen opened it to reveal the sharp long sword he had custom-made at great expense. The long sword had an ancient and elegant retro style, without any extra decorations. The hilt and scabbard were black, and the blade was engraved with exquisite patterns in alloy. Songchen drew the sword, its blade sharp, reflecting a cold light like autumn water, breaking through the clouds like a cold moon, instantly illuminating the entire room, casting light on Songchen's eyes. Great sword. Indeed, a custom long sword that cost 50,000 just for the down payment, with a total price of up to 200,000. According to the shopkeeper, this sword was crafted using their most advanced alloy quenching technique, combined with traditional hand-forging methods. In order to achieve the surgical sharpness requested by Songchen, they even rented special equipment for blade sharpening. It can only be said that money can make the devil grind. With a thought, Songchen's heart ignited, the mysterious energy condensed and quickly spread to the sword. In an instant, Songchen's eyes widened. 1 nanometer. The mysterious energy attached to the blade reached a thickness of 1 nanometer at its thinnest point. This thickness could easily cut through most materials in the world, whether it be steel or diamond. In the face of this extreme sharpness, they were insignificant. Songchen lightly sliced a fruit knife with the long sword covered in mysterious energy, effortlessly cutting it in half like tofu, with a smooth and unobstructed cut. Very good, worthy of the secret brought by the golden heartfire. With this, my attack and defense are both assured. The only drawback is that I still can't achieve long-range attacks, but it's not a problem. With my increasing realm, my control over the mysterious energy will also improve. Songchen nodded in satisfaction. From now on, this sword shall be named Supreme Mystery. After playing with it for a while, Song-Chen put away the supreme mystery sword, returned to the bedroom, took out the blood crystal obtained from slaying the spider infant beast on the high platform, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began absorbing its energy to enhance his golden heart firepower. The pure energy within the blood crystal flowed along his palm, absorbed by the golden heart fire burning at his chest, becoming nourishment for his own growth. Perhaps because Song-Chen possessed the unique golden heart fire in the world, he did not find the refining of the blood crystal as slow and arduous as Gong Liangbi described. Instead, he felt the efficiency was quite good. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely absorbed and refined the blood crystal of the spider infant beast. In the evening, Shi Liao returned home from school, and Song-Chen personally cooked a warm home-cooked meal for her. After eating, he took her out for shopping and a movie. Shi Liao was very happy. Besides finding spiritual solace in Song-Chen, she gradually began to feel a sense of attachment reserved for family. And just like that, another week flew by. On this day, Song-Chen went to the investigation bureau to report to his squad. Tianhe Building, Activity Hall of the 6th Action Team. Yu Qiu. As soon as Song-Chen walked in, he saw a man and a woman waving and smiling at him. They were his two fellow trainees, Yin Jimin and Lu Qiong. Lu Qiong was an ordinary-looking girl who had persevered in the enhancement chamber for a long time. Her combat ability ranked among the top of all trainees, and she was also very quick-witted. I didn't expect you, Yu Qiu, to be assigned to the 6th Action Team. That's great. Lu Qiong took Song-Chen's hands and sincerely smiled. Yin Jimin shrugged beside her. It's a pity we're not in the same squad as Yu Qiu. Do you already know your squad? Song-Chen asked curiously. Yes, look over there. Yin Jimin pointed to the notice board not far away. Song-Chen walked closer and saw the notice listing the squads they belonged to. Yin Jimin and Lu Qiong were both under a deputy named Tai Shui, while he was assigned to a deputy named Zhang Jiamu. Song-Chen smiled and said, you two being in the same squad is a good thing. Let's continue to help each other along the way. Of course, Lu Qiong patted Yin Jimin's chest firmly. The bond between me and this guy runs deep. Back in the first round of the forest elimination match, we teamed up, and now we've become Imperial Warlocks together in the same squad. Yin Jimin pretended to be in pain, grimacing. Lu Qiong and Song-Chen laughed, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Three people chatted for a while, and suddenly a young man in his 20s walked towards them from outside the conference hall. He glanced at the three of them, then said to Lu Qiong and Yin Jimin, I am Vice Captain Tai Shui. Let me take you to the office of the squad. Follow me. Okay. Lu Qiong and Yin Jimin bid farewell to Song-Chen and followed the man. Song-Chen found a place to sit down and quietly waited for Vice Captain Zhang Jiamu's people. However, even after an hour past the agreed time, Zhang Jiamu's people did not come to find him. Only a few members of the other squads of the 6th squad who passed by occasionally curiously glanced at him. The look in Song-Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. It seemed that this squad was not very welcoming to him. Although the 6th squad belonged to Director Lu and his backers faction, obviously not everyone below would know about it. The direct superior would definitely be only one person from the 6th squad. As for how many deputy captains below understood who their backers were, that was an unknown. Moreover, talents like Song-Chen at this level would have been approved by the higher-ups long ago and would not publicly proclaim whose subordinate they were, which was equivalent to causing internal division. It should be noted that even the Investigation Bureau had a special Imperial Supervision Organization, and leaders were not without concerns. As for this squad led by Zhang Jiamu, whether they knew they belonged to Director Lu's faction or not, they certainly did not know Song-Chen's background, otherwise they would not have done such a thing. Finally, after another 10 minutes, a young man with red hair and an earring walked over. The young man looked proud and said, You are Qin Yuqiu? Yes, Song-Chen replied. Qian Budua looked down at Song-Chen and said, I am Qian Budua. Vice Captain Zhang Jiamu asked me to pick you up. From now on, we are in the same squad. Song-Chen smiled and nodded. It's an honor. You should indeed feel honored. After all, every member of our squad is an elite among elites. Ordinary people cannot enter. So, if you really want to join our squad, you have to pass a test, understand? Qian Budua crossed his arms, looking down his nose at people. Song-Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart towards this low-end provocation and arrogance, but rather felt like laughing. He was a bit curious about what tricks the members of this Zhang Jiamu squad could come up with and the reasons they targeted him. May I ask what the test is? Song-Chen maintained a gentle smile. Qian Budua was very satisfied with Song-Chen's cooperation, so there was less contempt in his words. He said, Go to the martial arts arena, fight me once. I won't use my realm to bully you. As long as you can hold on for a minute without being defeated, you will pass the test. At that time, I will personally welcome you to join our squad with flowers. But if you fail, Hee hee, don't blame us for being ruthless. I see, I understand. Song Chen nodded gently. The martial arts arena was a place within the investigation bureau for sorcerers to practice and hone their combat abilities. It turned out that the other party wanted to give him a warning, but what was the real purpose of doing so? Since you understand, let's go. Follow me to the martial arts arena. The vice captains are already waiting for you. Qian Budwa turned and left. Okay. Song Chen stood up and followed. Judging from his previous experiences with sorcerers, an ordinary Heartfire Realm early-stage sorcerer probably would not be his opponent now. Qian Budwa seemed to be at the mid-stage of the Heartfire Realm from his aura, making him a good target to test his combat power. Moreover, he took the initiative to come forward, so he had no reason to refuse. The martial arts hall was not on the ground but 5 floors underground. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened, revealing to Song Chen's eyes a world underground that was a blend of high-tech gadgets and ancient charm, where rugged stones and sophisticated high-tech instruments were wonderfully combined. Inside the martial arts hall, the lighting was soft and bright, illuminating every inch of space clearly without being too harsh. In the center was a huge suspended combat platform, where 2 sorcerers were currently sparring. Scattered in the audience seats around were dozens of people. Not all of them were sorcerers. There were also staff from the investigation bureau responsible for other affairs, who came here in their leisure time to enjoy extraordinary battles. Oh, it's Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan, the 2 brothers, fighting again. Qian Budwa crossed his arms, watching the 2 on the platform with interest. He said, although Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan are identical twins, their relationship has never been good, like water and fire. I mean it in the physical sense. Zhao Ji's ability is water, while Zhao Huan's ability is fire. They are regulars in the martial arts arena, but every time they duel, it's always Zhao Ji who wins without suspense. I heard a few days ago that Zhao Huan had some insights into the use of secret techniques. I wonder if a miracle will happen this time. Song Chen watched the match between the brothers on the stage and found it somewhat boring. Although the clash between water and fire was visually impactful, he felt their movements, strength, and the attacks of secret techniques were somewhat lacking. There was too much flashy stuff, not pure and extreme enough. A few minutes later, Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan determined the winner, with Zhao Ji narrowly winning in the end, activating the automatic protection on the combat platform for Zhao Huan, declaring his defeat. In the martial arts arena, the 2 fighters could fight without reservation, as there was a real-time monitoring protection system below the combat platform. Once it detected a life-threatening situation, it would activate the automatic protection, indicating the person's defeat. There was a sparse applause and a few sighs from the audience seats, indicating that such results were already commonplace. As expected, nothing surprising. Qian Budwa shook his head disinterestedly, then turned to Song Chen and said in an indifferent tone, "It's our turn next. Are you ready?" Of course, Song Chen nodded with a faint smile. Good, let's go. Song Chen followed Qian Budwa onto the suspended combat platform, standing on opposite sides. Instantly, dozens of eyes in the martial arts arena focused on them. Here, Qian Budwa is bringing that newcomer onto the combat platform. Wake up, Deputy Captain. Deng Sun sitting in the audience seats brightened up, quickly tapping Zhang Jiamu who was sleeping with a hat covering his face. Zhang Jiamu lazily said, "He's here, he always wins easily anyway, nothing much to see." Deng Sun was furious. "Zhang Jiamu, are you out of your mind? Either be excited like a lunatic or be as dull as a salted fish. Can't you be normal?" Ugh. Zhang Jiamu sighed, took off his hat, sat up, and said helplessly, alright, I'll watch, is that okay? I really don't get you. What's there to watch when you already know the outcome? He Jin, Bei Wenwen, don't you agree? Bei Wenwen softly said, Deputy Captain is right. He Jin echoed, Wenwen is right. You see, they all agree with me. Hey, Deng Sun, why did you run so far away? Zhang Jiamu looked bewildered as Deng Sun sat several meters away. Deng Sun's voice came, I don't want to sit with you anymore, afraid of being infected by you. Zhang Jiamu was speechless. Damn, what kind of talk is that? Just then, the battle between Song Chen and Qian Budwa began on the suspended combat platform. Are you ready? Here I come. Qian Budwa's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He intended to let Song Chen experience what it meant to be crushed. Qian Budwa ignited the fire in his heart, waved his right hand, and dozens of sharp ice edges, reflecting dazzling light under the light, continuously condensed around his body, emitting a strong cold air, and then swiftly rushed towards Song Chen. Song Chen, with a mysterious sword hanging from his waist, stood upright, quietly watching the countless ice edges approaching without any intention of dodging. What does she mean by this, giving up? She must be a newcomer, I've never seen her before. I know, this girl is called Chen Yuqiu. Do you remember Ji Qinglin from the first half of the year? She is just like him, a natural spiritual sensitive person. Whether it's the elimination rounds, training camps, or the final assessment, she has performed perfectly. Is she really that amazing? She looks completely stunned. The man's words abruptly stopped as he witnessed a stunning scene on the combat platform as the ice edges approached Song Chen. They seemed to hit an invisible film, shattering and disintegrating, dissipating in the air. Song Chen remained indifferent. Although Chen Buduo's ice edges seemed formidable, each piece's attack power was still less than the bullets fired by Brother Hu, so he didn't need to adopt the plan of thickening the Shingang with 8 moves. He simply enveloped his whole body with Shingang in a 360-degree angle, effortlessly blocking all attacks. I see, it's an overwhelmingly defensive secret technique. No wonder he's so confident. Across from him, Chen Buduo's eyes gleamed. Well then, let's see how you handle this move. His fire of the heart silently burst forth, taking a step back with his right foot, his muscles tensed, and an exquisite ice crystal spear condensed in Chen Buduo's hand. Suddenly, the ice crystal spear turned into a dazzling stream of light, piercing straight towards Song Chen's chest. If nothing unexpected happens, future updates will generally be at exactly 7 in the evening. Chen Buduo was quite confident in his move Ice Crystal Giant Spear. If the previous ice edges were just ordinary attacks, then this Ice Crystal Giant Spear was his finishing move, a powerful attack that fully condensed all his extraordinary strength after burning the fire of his heart. Although it seemed a bit unfair for a mid-level Heartfire practitioner to use such a move against a novice warlock, there was no other choice. To achieve a crushing victory, this move was necessary. As the Ice Crystal Giant Spear cut through the air, even the air solidified into frost, trailing behind like a tail. Song Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Chen Buduo's move did indeed make him feel some pressure, showing that the gap in their levels was a real and objective existence. With a thought, the Shingang enveloping his body contracted and condensed, forming 8 thick Shingang shields. He raised his slender right hand, fingers naturally spread open, gently pressed forward, and the 8 invisible Shingang pieces arranged themselves into a straight line, directly facing the incoming Ice Crystal Giant Spear. The entire movement exuded an indescribable fluidity and elegance. In fact, even without any movement, Shingang could operate according to Song Chen's will. However, adding this action could mislead others, making those watching this battle think that in order to use such a defense, he needed to make a move, creating a false weakness about himself. If this false weakness spread, and someone in the future thought that by restricting his movements during battle, they could do as they pleased with him, they would suffer a great loss. Secondly, it was aesthetically pleasing, handsome, and with so many spectators, it was a great opportunity to shape his own image. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Crystal Giant Spear collided with the first Shingang piece. Boom! In an instant, as if bearing a tremendous weight, the Ice Crystal Giant Spear disintegrated with a deafening roar, turning into countless ice shards bursting out, accompanied by a dazzling mist of cold air, appearing extremely beautiful under the light. As for the 8 mysterious energy shields stacked by Song Chen, only the first one was shattered, while the remaining 7 were intact. Song Chen himself was unscathed, maintaining his elegant posture with a slight raise of his hand. As the ice fog dispersed, Song Chen's figure appeared before everyone. Impossible! Chen Buduo widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. His powerful attack was completely blocked by a rookie sorcerer? And the opponent seemed completely unharmed. Is this reasonable? Is the power of the Red Heart Fire truly this terrifying? In the audience stands, there were murmurs of amazement. Zhang Jiamu sat up straight, squinting as he looked towards the combat arena. This newcomer has some skills, he remarked. Chen Buduo's face alternated between pale and green. He had agreed that if the opponent could withstand for a minute, they would pass the test. But now, he couldn't even break through her defense, feeling utterly embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Chen Buduo forced himself to say, "Well, your mastery in defense, even among defense types, is exceptionally strong. I acknowledge that you have passed the test. But," Song Chen tilted his head, "I haven't made a move yet." "You haven't?" Chen Buduo was astonished. "Isn't your mastery in defense? What will you use to attack? Perhaps the long sword at your waist?" "Of course not. You are not worthy of me drawing my sword," Song Chen smiled. Faced with Song Chen's impolite words, Chen Buduo's expression darkened. "You are too arrogant." Before he could finish, Song Chen moved. With a forceful step, he unleashed a tremendous power, more than 20 times that of a normal adult, propelling his slender and agile figure towards Chen Buduo like an arrow. Seeing Song Chen's speed, Chen Buduo's face changed slightly. Dozens of ice shards materialized in his hand, aimed at Song Chen. He knew he couldn't break through Song Chen's defense. His goal was merely to obstruct. The opponent's speed indicated exceptional physical prowess, suggesting that any threat must be taken seriously. However, despite the storm of attacks, Song Chen did not falter. The ice shards, upon nearing him, shattered as if hitting an insurmountable barrier. Seeing Song Chen approaching, Chen Budwa exerted all his strength, veins bulging on his forehead, conjuring a thick ice wall in front of him. I can't break your defense, but you can't break mine either. Why not stop here? Chen Budwa shouted. That's not necessarily true, Song Chen chuckled. The mysterious energy extended to his palm, forming an invisible blade only 10 nanometers thin, effortlessly slicing through Chen Budwa's ice wall. The momentum continued towards his neck. In Chen Budwa's horrified gaze, a golden light emanated from his feet, enveloping him instantly. The real-time defense system of the combat arena activated, declaring Chen Budwa's defeat. He swallowed hard, looking at Song Chen's fair hand beyond the protective barrier, realizing that if this were not a duel on the combat arena, he might have lost his head. In the audience stands, Zhang Jiamu could no longer remain composed. He stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Her mastery is not in defense. Witnessing Song Chen's performance, if anyone still thought her ability was solely defensive, their understanding was clearly flawed. A defensive ability capable of effortlessly cutting through an ice wall cast by a sorcerer slightly above her level? The ferocity of her attack surpassed even his own at the same level. Her physical prowess far exceeds those of the same level, combining perfect defense and extreme offense. What exactly is her ability? Zhang Jiamu's excitement grew as he realized his team had struck gold. Lost in thought, he saw Song Chen leaving the combat arena and hurriedly descended from the audience stands to follow her. Deng Sun, He Jin, and Bei Wenwen followed along. Despite their usual antics, they were still part of the same squad and had to welcome the new recruit together. Chen Yuqiu, Zhang Jiamu called out with a smile, stopping Song Chen who was about to leave at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Hello, I am Zhang Jiamu, the deputy leader of the team. Welcome to join us. Zhang Jiamu warmly extended his hand to Song Chen. Song Chen glanced at Zhang Jiamu's hand, did not shake it back, and said with a hint of doubt, I heard some people say that every member of Zhang Jiamu's team is the elite of the elites. As a newcomer like me, I have to pass a test to truly join. Zhang Jiamu's face showed a hint of embarrassment. So, after the match just now, you have already perfectly passed our test, even exceeding expectations. We warmly welcome you to join us. Song Chen shook his head lightly and calmly said, It's not like that. Choice is a two-way process. Since you chose to test me, I am also testing you at the same time. And the result disappoints me. The so-called elite of the elites, clearly one level above me, yet still lacking the skill to make me draw my sword. It's too weak. I don't want to join such a weak team. Goodbye. After saying that, Song Chen left directly. Chen Yuqiu's character was gentle and kind, but that didn't mean tolerating others' insults at will. Without a firm stance, there would be many troubles ahead. Zhang Jiamu stood red-faced, unable to say anything, his mouth twitching. Got carried away, didn't you? Deng Sun said coldly. I was against this from the beginning, Bei Wenwen whispered. Me too, He Jin echoed. What's the point of saying this now? If you had strongly opposed from the start, I wouldn't have made this decision. Zhang Jiamu clenched his fists, his voice filled with shame and indignation. A great humiliation, it's simply a great humiliation. Deng Sun rolled his eyes. Here we go again, the most familiar part, the blame-shifting performance by Deputy Zhang. No, we can't just leave it like this. Zhang Jiamu's tone was resolute. Deng Sun raised an eyebrow. What, you want to retaliate against them? No, for a monstrous genius who can cross realms and reverse adversity like her, I must make her join our team, even if it means kneeling down to apologize. Zhang Jiamu's gaze was sharp and unwavering. Deng Sun, Bei Wenwen, He Jin. On the other side, after leaving the martial arts arena, Song Chen went straight to Lu Jingtong's office. In his own faction, such a thing had happened. He had to go to him for an explanation and also make his stance clear. A crying child gets milk. If you endure grievances without speaking up, there will be countless more grievances waiting for you in the future. As he approached the office door, Song Chen was about to knock when Xiaowei's voice echoed in his mind. Song Chen, Gong Liangbi is also inside. Gong Liangbi? What is he doing in there? Song Chen was slightly puzzled, but then he guessed the reason. Xiaowei's words confirmed his guess, because during the final assessment last time, Gong Liangbi let you undertake a dangerous task without authorization, and Lu Jingtong is questioning him. Besides Lu Jingtong and Gong Liangbi, there is another man inside, who seems to be the leader of Action Team 4, specially coming to apologize. Song Chen pondered, realizing that Lu Jingtong and the leader of Action Team 4 were not the highest leaders in their factions. The fact that this matter was being handled at their level indicated that the higher-ups had already given their approval. Honestly, Gong Liangbi had been somewhat reckless in this matter. After all, he was able to sit in the position of deputy team leader in the investigation bureau, so he should be clear about all the factions and their ways. At that time, he already knew he was of natural psychic, so he must have realized that he had been recruited by a certain faction, yet he still chose to take on dangerous missions. Perhaps Gong Liangbi himself didn't consider this at all, he was solely focused on selecting the most suitable person to complete the mission. However, such behavior was undoubtedly seen as provocative by the higher-ups in his own faction. If he couldn't explain it clearly, it might even lead to serious consequences. Song Chen, this Gong Liangbi, really is stubborn. Even though his captain came over to apologize to him in person, he still insisted he did nothing wrong, completely disregarding their faces. Now his captain is almost driven mad by him. Oh, he's indeed being punished. Apart from the weekly fixed targets, he's not allowed to take on any contribution tasks for 3 months. This punishment was undoubtedly severe because if there were no other channels, Imperial Warlocks could only earn contribution points by accepting official tasks to exchange for cultivation resources. Being prohibited from doing contribution tasks for 3 months meant not being able to improve one's strength during that time. Song Chen respected and understood Gong Liangbi's persistence, but if it were him, he would never act in such a way. The situation is stronger than individuals, so why stubbornly confront it? It would be better to quietly develop oneself until strong enough to overturn everything in the future. Xiaowei, Song Chen, someone is coming down the corridor again. It's Lu Jing's assistant, Zhang Yuanfeng. Song Chen regretted silently. He had wanted to continue observing the situation outside, but now that someone was coming, he could only go inside first. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. By the time Zhang Yuanfeng had turned the corner, he saw Song Chen and looked somewhat surprised. Miss Chen? Zhang Yuanfeng's appearance was different from last time. He had cut his hair short, giving him a very refreshing look. Song Chen smiled and nodded. I'm here to see Director Lu about something. Zhang Yuanfeng nodded knowingly and didn't say anything, standing next to Song Chen waiting for the person inside to open the door. Miss Chen, congratulations on becoming an Imperial Warlock, Zhang Yuanfeng said softly. Thank you. The two fell silent, and a few seconds later, the door opened. Gong Liangbi and a man in his early 30s walked out from inside. Deputy Gong? What are you doing here? Song Chen feigned surprise. Gong Liangbi hesitated for a moment and said, Director Lu wanted to talk to me about something. I see, Song Chen nodded. The man in his 30s beside them had a displeased expression at first, but after glancing at Chen Yuqiu, he suddenly relaxed his brows and smiled. You're the newly appointed Imperial Warlock, the natural psychic Chen Yuqiu? Song Chen replied, I am Chen Yuqiu, and you are? I am the team leader of Action Team 4, Shu Tao, the man said seriously. I want to apologize to you on behalf of Gong Liangbi for his reckless behavior last time. Song Chen felt unworthy and quickly waved his hands to deny. There's no need. Deputy Gong's arrangement last time was indeed the best, and among those trainees, I was the most suitable for that task. Shu Tao shook his head. You, with such exceptional talent, are the hope of our investigation bureau. Gong Liangbi actually let you take such risks before officially becoming a warlock. No matter how well planned his scheme was, it's unacceptable. I have severely criticized him and given him the appropriate punishment, hoping you can understand. Actually, Song Chen wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Gong Liangbi. Chen Yuqiu, you don't need to say anything. I was indeed wrong in this matter. Shu Tao looked at Gong Liangbi in surprise. He had adamantly refused to admit his mistake in the office earlier, so how did he suddenly realize it now? I am willing to accept any punishment from Team Chu. After saying this, Gong Liangbi nodded to the others present and then turned and left. Song Chen looked at Gong Liangbi's back and felt that this person's character was really a bit twisted. This kid. Shu Tao shook his head helplessly, then bid farewell to Song Chen and followed suit. Inside the office, Lu Jingtong asked Song Chen to come in first, while Zhang Yuanfeng continued to wait outside. Miaoshi, why do you have time to come see uncle today? Lu Jingtong sat behind the desk, speaking to Song Chen on the sofa in a very friendly tone, as if he were really Song Chen's uncle. Since the other party was trying to get close, Song Chen naturally wouldn't be rude. After all, Lu Jingtong was a senior member of the investigation bureau, and being on good terms with him wouldn't hurt, especially since he was well informed about Song Chen's false identity. So he affectionately said, Uncle, it's like this. Song Chen truthfully recounted the incident with Zhang Jiamu's team, ending somewhat indignantly, as if a niece was complaining to her uncle. Uncle, do you think they went too far? Lu Jingtong furrowed his brow. He knew Song Chen had no reason to lie about such matters, so he felt a surge of dissatisfaction towards Zhang Jiamu. Song Chen was a promising talent both he and his superiors had high hopes for, and it was at his request that Song Chen joined the 6th team. Yet on the first day, he was bullied by his own people. What was going on? Wasn't this akin to slapping him in the face? Lu Jingtong said angrily, I know this Zhang Jiamu, he's always out of line, has no boundaries with his own team members, and now, as the deputy leader of the Investigation Bureau's action team, he dares to bully a newcomer like you. It's simply unreasonable. Niaoshi, rest assured, Uncle will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. After Lu Jingtong finished speaking, he called out to the outside, Yuan Feng, go contact Zhang Jiamu from Action Team 6, tell him to come to my office immediately. If he doesn't come, I'll have Zhu Guiyuancheng personally go find him. Zhu Guiyuancheng was the leader of Action Team 6 and Zhang Jiamu's direct superior, with direct jurisdiction over him. Honestly, even though Lu Jingtong, as the head of the archives, had a higher rank than Zhang Jiamu, he didn't have the authority to intervene in the affairs of the action team. However, both he and Zhu Guiyuancheng belonged to the faction of Deputy Director Jin Mingyan, so the boundaries of their powers were not so clear-cut, and it was common for them to exchange some power when needed. Yes, Zhang Yuanfeng responded. Lu Jingtong then looked at Song Chen and said, Niaoshi, before Zhang Jiamu comes, there's something else Uncle needs to tell you. Uncle, go ahead. Song Chen sat obediently. Lu Jingtong thought for a moment, then said, Deputy Director Jin Mingyan already knows about your true identity. After Lu Jingtong finished speaking and saw that Song Chen remained calm and composed, without any panic, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his eyes, and continued, You don't need to worry too much about this. Deputy Director Jin Mingyan is my former boss, as well as the backing for me, Action Team 2, and 6 in the Investigation Bureau. As long as he doesn't want to pursue your matter, then your identity will not be a problem in the future. Chen Yuqiu's life from birth to entering the Investigation Bureau will be clearly recorded in all the necessary places, including her family and friends during her growth process, who will also exist truthfully. Family and friends will exist truthfully. This statement sent a chill down one's spine. Song Chen couldn't help but think of the identification photo Gon Liangbi showed at the hotel when capturing Blue Rose, which put everyone present into a hypnotic state upon seeing it, almost obeying the holder of the photo. If it weren't for Xiao Wei waking him up in time, he probably wouldn't have fared well. Since there was such a temporary hypnotic tool, then there should also be something that could permanently and directly alter a person's memory. As long as you have that kind of thing, you can completely change a person's life at any time. For example, find a couple who are of suitable age and have a daughter, and replace all the memories of their daughter from childhood to adulthood with Chen Yuqiu. This way, isn't it having relatives? Even replace the entire family, classmates, anyone who knows this daughter, and go through all their memories once, then there will be no flaws. As for the numerous and half-familiar people, it's just your own memory error. What business is it of yours to meddle in something accepted by their relatives and friends? Upon careful consideration, such things are not groundless fantasies. At least from Lu Jingtong's words, it can be heard that this kind of thing is realistically achievable and likely has precedence. Ordinary people in this world do seem to live happily. Song Chen self-mockingly thought. Lu Jingtong continued, Of course, all of this is on the condition that Vice Director Jinming doesn't want to investigate. Niaoshi, do you understand what I mean? After speaking, he glanced deeply at Song Chen. Song Chen naturally understood. It was nothing but a reminder of whose person he would be in the future, to use them well and not get conceited because of his talent, lest he fall into the abyss at any time. Being under someone's control is not pleasant, but considering the price of inheriting secret spells, becoming an imperial sorcerer, and having a legitimate identity, it is not unacceptable. Moreover, this kind of relationship will change with his strength and status in the future. Who knows who will control whom later on? Song Chen thought so, but nodded seriously, Uncle, I understand. That's good, Lu Jingtong sighed, Su Sua is a child I watched grow up. I have long regarded him as half my son. The fact that he can use his parents' favor to coerce me for you shows his deep affection for you. If possible, I really don't want to see any bad ending between you two. Rest assured, Uncle, I will not put you in a difficult position, but... Song Chen hesitated. Lu Jingtong asked, But what? Go on. But I have some things that must be done using Qin Miaoxi's identity, and it may cause some commotion. Song Chen said softly. Lu Jingtong fell silent for a moment and said, I won't ask you what you need to do. In any case, just remember, no matter what commotion you cause, do not let anyone link Qin Miaoxi and Chen Yuqiu together. Can you do that? I can. Song Chen decisively nodded. Good, from now on, when you act using Qin Miaoxi's identity, I won't inquire much. I will inform Vice Director Jin about it. Of course, the wanted task for Qin Miaoxi will be issued as usual, so don't get caught outside. Song Chen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. At this moment, the genius's value was fully displayed. As long as he didn't touch the red line in the leaders' hearts, it was basically smooth sailing. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a knocking sound was heard, and Zhang Yuanfeng's voice came, Director, Zhang Jiamu is here. Director Liu, did you call for me? Zhang Jiamu walked in with a smile on his face, but when he saw Song Chen sitting on the sofa next to him, he was stunned. Chen Yuqiu, what are you doing here? Before Song Chen could speak, Lu Jingtong behind the desk spoke first, his tone cold. Yuqiu is my niece, why can't she be here? Niece? Niece? Zhang Jiamu looked bewildered, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. There was only one thought in his mind, in trouble. The thunder has struck the tiger. Zhang Jiamu, you are quite capable now, bullying newcomers. Lu Jingtong's tone was unfriendly. This is actually a misunderstanding. How should I put it? It's about this matter. Zhang Jiamu hesitated for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. Lu Jingtong impatiently waved his hand. Alright, you don't need to explain to me. I will inform Zhuge Yuancheng about this matter, and you can explain it to him in person when the time comes. Then he looked at Song Chen and said, Yuqiu, uncle will contact the leader of the 6th team to transfer you to another team. Song Chen sweetly smiled, I will listen to uncle. Zhang Jiamu was dumbfounded. Zhuge Yuancheng has always been strict in managing his subordinates. If he finds out about this, what good will come out of it for himself? He might end up in big trouble. Even a genius like Chen Yuqiu is being transferred to another team. He is really losing out, making a mess of things and suffering losses beyond measure. No, absolutely not. Zhang Jiamu has never suffered such a loss before. With a determined heart, Zhang suddenly turned around and looked straight at Song Chen. Just when Lu Jingtong thought Zhang Jiamu might be losing his mind and about to do something irrational Zhang Jiamu knelt down in front of Song Chen. Chen Yuqiu, all the faults, every single one of them, are mine. I failed to recognize the situation, I was confused, and what I did was simply outrageous. I formally apologize to you. Zhang Jiamu felt bitter in his heart. He never expected that his joking remark just now would come true at this moment. However, on the surface, he remained composed, showing a face that seemed like it was the right thing to do. Song Chen and Lu Jingtong were both silent when they witnessed this scene. Big brother, are you quite experienced in this? Have you knelt down to people often before? Ahem. What are you doing? A dignified imperial warlock, the deputy of the investigation bureau, how can you just kneel down like that? Get up quickly. Lu Jingtong coughed dryly, unable to bear looking directly at him. Zhang Jiamu firmly stated, no, when there's a mistake, one must admit it, and when facing punishment, one must stand upright. Chen Yuqiu, I beg you to give me another chance, stay in my team. I promise that such a situation will never happen again in the future, and I will always respect your opinions in any future plans. Please. With a loud thud, Zhang's head knocked on the ground. Song Chen was somewhat shocked by him. It was the first time he had seen someone like this. A deputy of the investigation bureau in the later stage of the Heartfire realm, actually had no dignity, shamelessly knelt down and apologized to him, a newcomer. This was simply an example of a real man who can bend and stretch as needed. Seeing Zhang go to such lengths, Song Chen felt it would be harsh not to relent further. It didn't fit his character. So, Song Chen stood up, went to Zhang Jiamu, and helped him up. Deputy Zhang, there's no need for this. I'm new here, there are many things I don't understand yet, and I still need your guidance. Let's end this matter here. We are all here for work, there's no need to make it so unpleasant. Song Chen smiled lightly, speaking gently. So, you forgive me? Willing to stay in our team? Zhang Jiamu ecstatically asked. Song Chen nodded with a smile. Instead of joining another team, it was better to join Zhang Jiamu's team, which he could already manipulate. For him, there was no real difference between any teams, and he could never truly trust so-called teammates. Moreover, he was curious about why Zhang Jiamu was so eager to assert dominance over him as a newcomer. Judging by the way he acted, it couldn't be for the sake of a deputy position and reputation, those intangible things. There must be another reason behind it. Great! Zhang Jiamu stood up, smiling awkwardly at Lu Jingtong. Director Lu, since your niece has forgiven me, let's forget about informing the team leader. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. But if I find out you dare to bully our Yuqiu again in the future, it won't be so easy to get away with it, understand? Lu Jingtong's voice carried a hint of threat. Director Lu, rest assured, I guarantee that no one in my team dares to bully her. Zhang Jiamu vowed solemnly. Lu Jingtong nodded and said to Song Chen, Yuqiu, if anything happens, remember to come find me at any time. Okay, uncle. Song Chen said obediently, then we'll leave first, so as not to delay your work. Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu left the office together. In the corridor, Zhang Jiamu warmly said to Song Chen, Yuqiu, I hope you don't mind me calling you that? Song Chen replied, it's fine. Alright, Yuqiu, how about I introduce you to the other members of our team first? They are all good people, you will definitely like them. Okay, but before that, Deputy Captain, is there anything else you haven't told me? Song Chen stopped in his tracks, looking at Zhang Jiamu with a half-smile. Zhang Jiamu's heart skipped a beat. Yuqiu, are you suggesting? Of course, it's about the secrets of our team, Song Chen said lightly. Zhang Jiamu forced a smile. Ah, Yuqiu, where did you hear that from? There are no secrets in our team, ha. Song Chen furrowed his brows. Deputy Zhang, do I look like a fool to you? If your team has nothing to hide, why go to such lengths to intimidate a newcomer like me? You don't seem like someone who cares so much about saving face. Well, actually, that. Zhang Jiamu was sweating profusely. Forget it, since Deputy Zhang is not willing to trust me even this much, there's no need for us to be teammates. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by you on the battlefield in the future. I'll go find Uncle Lu and ask him to contact Captain Zhuge for me. Song Chen's face hardened as he turned and walked back. Wait, it doesn't have to come to this. Zhang Jiamu hurriedly blocked Song Chen's path. I'll tell you everything. He nervously looked around and whispered, but this is not the place to talk. Let's find somewhere outside. I'll tell you everything. Song Chen raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. In a private room of a restaurant near Tianhe Building, Song Chen, Zhang Jiamu, and 4 other members of the team sat around a round table, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Zhang Jiamu cleared his throat and said, Ahem, from now on, Chen Yuqiu is one of us. Regarding that matter, I think there's no need to keep it from her, so I gathered everyone to talk about it, to avoid any future misunderstandings that might affect the harmony of our team. Actually, this matter is not that complicated. As Zhang Jiamu narrated, Song Chen understood the whole story. The origin of this matter had to start with a spiritual herb called 9-ring grass. The 9-ring grass was the main ingredient for refining a spiritual secret medicine called solidifying powder, which could fetch a good price in the underground market belonging to the sorcerers. Generally, all spiritual herbs growing within the empire's territory belonged to the empire, and it was strictly forbidden for any individual or organization to harvest them. However, this was just in theory. With the empire's vast land area of over 3 million square kilometers, it was impossible for the imperial government to completely monitor every piece of land, especially in remote and rarely visited areas. Therefore, despite clear prohibitions on harvesting, the extraction and trade of spiritual secret medicines remained in a gray area in many places. It was not uncommon for some poaching groups to bribe and collude with local investigation bureau task forces to avoid being targeted. Zhang Jiamu's team was one of them. They had been accepting bribes from a poaching group for over a year now. Every month, they would receive 5 9-ring grass plants from them, just enough for each of them to sell in the underground market or exchange directly for the cultivation resources they needed. As a return, the Zhang Jiamu team would also disclose relevant information to the investigation bureau about cracking down on local looting gangs, allowing them to evade in advance. That's about it, Zhang Jiamu finished, took a sip of water from his cup. So, this is your secret, Song Chen pondered, then furrowed his brow. This is quite tricky. Yuchen's sister. Yuchen boss, please don't reveal this matter. I'm counting on this extra income to survive. With a head of red hair, Shen Budwa no longer displayed his previous arrogance. He clasped his hands together, bowing to Song Chen in supplication. Shen Budwa's humble posture wasn't just because Song Chen knew their secret, but mainly because he had been completely defeated by Song Chen in the martial arts arena, and he was genuinely impressed. Deng Sun scratched his head and spoke up, we apologize for what happened before, Yuchen, please forgive us for our past mistakes. And although this matter goes against the Empire's regulations on extraordinary matters, it's not really a bad thing in essence. After all, the Empire prohibits the private looting of spiritual herbs for the sole purpose of monopolizing them for the use of the high-ranking imperial relatives and officials. What we are doing is helping with social mobility, allowing ordinary people to obtain the resources they need in the black market. Deng Sun's voice trailed off nervously. He Jin and Bei Wenwen noticed and offered some symbolic words of advice. You misunderstand, Song Chen shook his head. When I say it's difficult, I mean that the looting gang only gives you 5 9-ring grass each month. Originally, each of you would get one, but now that I've joined, there's one less to go around. Ah, everyone was stunned, so that's what you meant by difficult? Zhang Jiamu was the first to react and said, it's okay, we can sell the 5 9-ring grass in the underground market in the future, then divide the money or resources we earn equally. How about that? Upon hearing this, the other 4 readily agreed, but Song Chen shook his head. No, this way, each of you will end up with less than before. If you don't speak up now, over time, you will start to resent me in your hearts, thinking that it's all because of me that you're getting less. Zhang Jiamu tried to interject, but Song Chen continued, let me finish. I have an idea that can keep everyone share the same as before. What idea? It's simple, since our team has one more person now, just have the other side provide one more portion. Song Chen smiled. This. Zhang Jiamu hesitated. We've maintained this understanding with that gang for so long, always with 5-9 ring grass. Suddenly breaking the rule unilaterally, they might not accept it so easily. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chen asked, when is your next meeting with them? Tonight, Zhang Jiamu replied. Good, I need you to cooperate with me in staging a play. If we perform well, I'm confident they will willingly offer an extra 9 ring grass, Song Chen said calmly. Zhang Jiamu was puzzled. What play? It's simple, we just need to. 8 o'clock in the evening. A half-finished building in Bianyang district. The cold moonlight seeped through the broken window, casting a chilling light on the rough cement floor, adding to the desolation of the building. Apart from the occasional sound of the wind and the faint city lights in the distance, everything was quiet. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Zhang Jiamu, dressed casually, emerged from the stairwell. He looked around before speaking. Lao Wu, I'm here, where are you? Here, behind a pillar, a man wearing a duckbill cap and sunglasses revealed himself. Deputy Zhang is as punctual as ever. Zhang Jiamu smiled. Who wouldn't be concerned about making money? Alright, hurry up and give me the stuff, my teammates are still waiting. No problem. Lao Wu's ring on his left ring finger glimmered, a cloth bag appeared in his hand, and he tossed it to Zhang Jiamu. Zhang Jiamu took the cloth bag, looked inside, nodded in satisfaction. Very good, everything is fine, so let's just then, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind him. Deputy Zhang, why are you acting so suspiciously today? Turns out you're here for an illegal transaction. With the voice, a young woman wearing a criminal police uniform with a long sword at her waist emerged from the darkness. Despite her extremely beautiful appearance, she stared coldly at Zhang Jiamu. Seeing the woman appear, both Zhang Jiamu and Lao Wu's expressions changed. Chen Yuqiu, you actually followed me? Zhang Jiamu's face turned ugly. If I hadn't followed you, how would I know you were engaging in this illegal transaction? Song Chen coldly snorted. Lao Wu's face darkened, asking Zhang Jiamu, Deputy Zhang, who is she? Zhang Jiamu said bitterly, she's a new member of our team. Today, while chatting with a few other teammates, she overheard something accidentally, which made her suspicious and led her to secretly follow me. Sorry, Lao Wu, it's all my fault for being careless for a moment, falling into her trap, being tracked by a newcomer. I'm afraid our cooperation ends here. End our cooperation? Lao Wu was shocked. How could this be possible? As a small team of thieves specializing in mining in the late Heartfire realm in Hushan City, they relied heavily on their cooperation with Zhang Jiamu's team to live a fulfilling life. Without the advance intelligence provided by the other party, they might have been investigated and taken down like some other mining gangs. Lao Wu's voice was hoarse. No, our cooperation absolutely cannot stop. Zhang, you should know we're all in this together. Your rapid progress in cultivation, along with your teammates, is largely thanks to the 9 rings grass we provided. Just relying on the meager earnings from the tasks assigned by the Investigation Bureau, when will you break through to the Illumination realm? At this point, Lao Wu's voice took on a hint of fierceness. Instead, let's join forces and take care of this woman. With her blood as a bond between us, we can forge a strong cooperative relationship. In Lao Wu's view, newcomers like Song Chen could be easily dealt with by any one of them. The purpose of proposing to join forces was mainly to bind the two of them together completely through a joint crime. No! Zhang Jiamu opposed without hesitation. Seeing Zhang Jiamu's opposition, Lao Wu had to compromise. If Deputy Zhang can't bring herself to kill a colleague, I can do it for you. As long as this woman died, their cooperation could continue. He dared not force Zhang Jiamu, even though they were both in the late Heartfire realm. Zhang Jiamu was a true sorcerer with an ignited orange Heartfire, while he was just a pseudo-sorcerer with a white Heartfire achieved through blood sacrifice. If they really fought, he would be the one to die. Zhang Jiamu said in a deep voice, Lao Wu, you don't know her identity, that's why you're saying such absurd things. What's her identity? Lao Wu was puzzled. She's Director Lu's niece from the Investigation Bureau. Zhang Jiamu said slowly, you should know, Director Lu is a genuine Illumination realm powerhouse. Killing her, you and I, is no different from crushing 2 ants. After killing a relative of such a powerful figure in both status and strength, do you still have the confidence to survive in Hushan City? After hearing this, Lao Wu was stunned. The niece of an Illumination realm powerhouse? What a joke! The gap between the great realms is insurmountable. A powerful individual could crush him with just one finger, especially when the other party holds a high position. By simply issuing a wanted notice, countless sorcerers would be alerted, and he probably wouldn't be able to leave Hushan City alive. Lao Wu's forehead started to sweat. He showed a smile to Song Chen that was even uglier than crying, saying, "Miss Chen, it's all my fault for not recognizing the situation. I spoke nonsense for a moment, offended you, and hope you, as an adult, can overlook our ignorance and not treat us like common folk." Upon hearing this, Song Chen just snorted coldly. Zhang Jiamu witnessed this inexplicably familiar scene and felt a sense of satisfaction for some reason. Outwardly, he suddenly seemed to remember something important and brightened up, saying, "Wait, Lao Wu, I think I have a solution." As Zhang Jiamu spoke, he walked over to Song Chen, pulling him aside and adopting a secretive demeanor. "What else do you have to say to me?" Initially, Song Chen remained cold, but after Zhang Jiamu whispered something to him, he displayed a profoundly surprised expression and then fell silent. Lao Wu didn't know the specifics of their conversation, but when Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu returned, Song Chen's attitude seemed less resolute. Zhang Jiamu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Lao Wu, it's fine. She won't disclose our matter. We can continue to cooperate in the future." "Really?" Lao Wu was overjoyed. "Yes, but..." Zhang Jiamu was interrupted by Song Chen, who added, "However, from now on, the 9-ring grass you hand over each month must increase from 5 plants to 8. 8 plants? Upon hearing this, both Zhang Jiamu and Lao Wu widened their eyes. Zhang Jiamu was surprised because they had agreed on only 6 plants with Song Chen previously, while Lao Wu was shocked by the sheer number. He waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, 8 plants are too many. There aren't many 9-ring grass in that area. We can only find a dozen or so each month. If we give you 8 plants, our team will have to go without." Song Chen remained unwavering, insisting, 8 plants, not 1 less. Regarding Lao Wu's claim that they could only harvest a dozen or so plants each month, he didn't believe a single punctuation mark of it. Previously, their group had to hand over 5 plants of 9-ring grass to Zhang Jiamu's team each month. If what he said was true and there were only a dozen or so plants, wouldn't that mean almost a third of their harvest was being given away? Taking such a huge risk, handing over a full third of their profits to others, Song Chen didn't believe the other team would be so charitable. Hearing Song Chen's resolute tone, Lao Wu's expression turned ugly. "Can't we discuss this further? What about 7 plants?" Song Chen shook his head. "No, it has to be 8 plants. If you disagree, I'll go back and find my uncle." Lao Wu's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. "Fine, 8 plants, just 8 plants." Song Chen reached out her hand to Lao Wu. "Miss Chen, what does this mean?" Lao Wu's voice trembled. Song Chen calmly replied, "I gave you 5 plants just now, 3 more are needed." Lao Wu's vision almost darkened. "Isn't it supposed to start from next month?" "No, it starts now." "All right. I'll give them." Lao Wu took a deep breath and took out 3 9-ring grass from the storage ring on his left hand, handing them to Song Chen. Song Chen accepted them, encountering the so-called 9-ring grass for the first time. The leaves were slender and flexible, but the most striking feature was the 9 clearly visible ring-shaped structures on the stem, each with varying colors from light green to deep purple, creating a colorful and beautiful appearance. "Very well, I hope we can continue to maintain this pleasant cooperative relationship in the future. I'll take my leave for today." After saying this, Song Chen didn't pay attention to Lao Wu's disgusted expression and simply turned and walked away. Zhang Jiamu patted Lao Wu's shoulder insincerely and said, "Sorry, Lao Wu. Ah, this Chen Yuqiu is just like this, with the temperament of a young lady. She must get what she wants. I did my best." Lao Wu calmed down and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. At least our cooperation can continue, which is better than anything else. You don't need to blame yourself too much." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each went their separate ways. Zhang Jiamu caught up with Song Chen, excitedly saying, it's done now." Song Chen smiled faintly and said, "I did it, not you." "Ha! Today's breakfast was very rich, with wontons, dumplings, buns, parcels, clear soup, wonton noodles, flatbreads, and flat meat. These 3 extra 9-ring grass plants were obtained by my own ability. The deputy captain wouldn't want to split them with me, right?" Song Chen stopped in his tracks, giving Zhang Jiamu a sidelong glance. Zhang Jiamu touched his nose and said, Why would I have such thoughts, Yuqiu? You misunderstood. In the future, the 9-ring grass each month will still be distributed as before, 1 plant per person, and the remaining 3 plants are all yours. But speaking of which, today Lao Wu was led by us unexpectedly. When he comes to his senses and realizes that we tricked him, what should we do?" Song Chen said, "Even if he finds out, it doesn't matter because Uncle Lu is a real person. The matter is settled. Either he completely turns against us, or he pays the price of 3 extra 9-ring grass plants each month to have a slight chance of gaining favor with Director Lu. Which do you think he will choose?" "I see, Yuqiu, you were so clever, truly worthy of being the niece of the wise and martial Director Lu." Zhang Jiamu flattered with a smile. Song Chen looked at Zhang Jiamu's fawning expression and wondered if he became the deputy captain by using this tactic. I heard Lao Wu just now saying that we, as Imperial Warlocks in the Investigation Bureau, don't seem to earn much? Song Chen looked up at the moon hanging high in the night sky and continued walking forward. It's not that little. Zhang Jiamu caught up, suddenly raising his voice by several decibels. Why are you suddenly speaking so loudly? Song Chen gave Zhang Jiamu a strange look, almost startling him, thinking he was crazy. Sorry, I sometimes tend to do that, maybe my brain is a bit faulty. Song Chen said. Go on. Zhang Jiamu said seriously, well, compared to the civilian warlocks outside, we don't earn little in the Investigation Bureau. Most ordinary tasks are worth around 5 contribution points, and exchanging for a micro-menace level blood crystal requires 20 contribution points. Doing about 4 tasks can exchange for 1 micro-menace level blood crystal. In the black market, the market price of a micro-menace level blood crystal fluctuates like gold, but generally stays around 100,000 yuan. This means that every time we complete a task, it's like earning 25,000 yuan, which is already a pretty high salary for a job. However, as a warlock, this is still too little. We are left with almost no blood crystals for basic exchange, let alone other resources. Anyone who seeks to improve their own realm and strength will not be satisfied with this. Of course, there are high contribution tasks, but with high returns come high risks. One small mistake could cost you your life. Zhang Jiamu sighed, the path of cultivation is tough. Song Chen remained silent, and Zhang Jiamu's words made him realize the importance of cultivation resources. Under the moonlight, the two walked silently along the quiet street. Song Chen spoke again. The deputy captain mentioned the extraordinary world's black market before. Can you take me to see it? The black market? Of course, can we go now if the deputy captain is available? Of course, it's convenient, too convenient, let's go. But before we head there, Yukiya, you need to change out of your police uniform. Zhang Jiamu glanced at Song Chen's clothes. Song Chen nodded, alright. Tianshui Road, Wanbao Shopping Mall. Although it was already past 9 in the evening, customers were still coming and going, the lights were bright, and the place was bustling with noise. Are you sure the black market is here? Song Chen, dressed in a discreet white shirt and black pants, wearing a hat and a mask, stood at the entrance of the busy mall, asking Zhang Jiamu, who was dressed similarly beside him. Yes, there's no mistake, I've been here many times. I know you must be wondering how a black market, a place that avoids the light, could be located in such a lively and prosperous area. But as they say, the greatest concealment lies within the city. Our investigative bureau is also located in the city center, Zhang Jiamu said. Song Chen shook his head, but how can you compare the two? Even though the investigative bureau is not a public institution, it is still an official organization of the empire, and it can be established anywhere. The black market, on the other hand, should be the target of crackdowns, so how can it operate in such a densely populated area? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiamu said, Yukiyu, in the Cloud Empire, besides the official authorities, what is the most powerful force? Song Chen shook his head. Zhang Jiamu's expression turned solemn. It's the noble families, especially those great noble families with long-standing legacies. No one knows how much heritage those great noble families have accumulated over the long years. Even the authorities cannot suppress all the noble families, they can only make compromises in certain aspects, like the black market beneath this Wanbao shopping mall, Zhang Jiamu said, with a meaningful tone. To speak boldly, the imperial family of our Cloud Empire is the largest noble family in the entire empire. Song Chen pondered and asked, so, which are the biggest noble families in Hushan City? Are they the ones behind this black market at Wanbao shopping mall? Zhang Jiamu replied, there are several noble families in Hushan City, but the ones with the deepest heritage are mainly the Jing family, the Chu family, and the Zhuge family. They are the ones behind this Wanbao shopping mall. Song Chen's gaze flickered slightly. 2 of these 3 major noble families seemed familiar to him. Could it be that the leader of Action Team 4, Chu Tao, and our leader of Team 6, Zhuge Yuancheng, are from the Chu and Zhuge families? He asked. Zhang Jiamu nodded slightly in surprise. That's right, Yukiyu, you are very perceptive. Sharing a portion of the city's governance power with the local noble families is also part of the compromise. After all, without the cooperation of the local noble families, many things would be difficult to execute. So, the internal factional struggles within the investigative bureau are closely related to the political power play between the noble families and the authorities? Song Chen thought of Director Lu's faction led by Deputy Director Jinming Yan, whose surname did not belong to the 3 major noble families, but their team leader, Zhuge Yuancheng, was from a noble family. Could it be understood that Jinming Yan was supported by the Zhuge family to rise to his position? Even if not, there must be close cooperation between the 2 sides. Song Chen shook his head. deciding not to dwell on it. These matters were still distant from him. He was just a newcomer who had recently stepped into the world of the extraordinary. If he were to rashly get involved in the power struggles, his fate might not be too pleasant. Song Chen changed the subject and walked into the mall with Zhang Jiamu. The real location of the black market is naturally not somewhere ordinary people can casually stroll into, but underground in this Wanbao shopping mall. Zhang Jiamu led Song Chen through the crowd, walking further away, until they reached a large door with a sign that read "No entry for visitors." Ordinary people can't push open this door, only a sorcerer who has ignited the fire in their heart can do so, Zhang Jiamu explained to Song Chen as he reached out and pushed the door handle forward. The doorknob shimmered slightly, and the door swung open effortlessly. What caught Song Chen's eyes was a very spacious elevator apartment, with 5 elevators lined up opposite each other. When Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu entered, one of the elevators happened to arrive, and more than 10 people came out after the doors opened. The vast majority of them, like Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu, wore hats and masks, concealing their identities. They glanced briefly at Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu before leaving on their own. "Let's go." Zhang Jiamu casually chose an elevator with Song Chen and pressed the only button inside. The elevator doors closed, and after a brief descent, they opened again to reveal a corridor with a blue plush carpet in front of them. At the end of the corridor, there was a window with the words "payment" written on it. As they approached the window, they saw a woman with thick eyebrows and dressed in what seemed like aesthetic clothing from the last century sitting inside. She coldly glanced at the two and said, "Entrance fee is 10,000 per person, card or cash?" "Card." Zhang Jiamu flashed a cool smile and, at some point, had already taken out his bank card, handing it over to the woman inside with 2 fingers. He turned to Song Chen and said, "I'll cover the entrance fee today, no need to be polite, Xiao." "Deputy team leader, if you're always this slick, blind dates will indeed keep failing," Song Chen said lightly. "These little brats, already blabbering about this on the first day." Zhang Jiamu's expression stiffened momentarily, pretending not to hear, and took the 2 cards handed over by the woman at the payment window. The woman stated, "The entrance ticket is only valid once and becomes void upon leaving." As a frequent visitor, Zhang Jiamu knew the rules and didn't ask much. He handed one of the entrance ticket cards to Song Chen, then led him towards the right-hand corridor, saying, "Like the card I just used, it's not in my name, so if you come alone in the future, I suggest you do the same, or just use cash." Song Chen nodded in understanding, to avoid exposing his identity. Although the forces behind the black market welcomed guests, they were unlikely to harm customers. It was always wise to be cautious. Walking down the corridor, the walls painted with alternating white and green paint gave a somewhat old-fashioned sanitary wall style. People occasionally brushed past them without any interaction, each going their own way. 2 minutes later, a very dilapidated red-painted wooden door appeared in front of them. "Yuchio, don't be fooled by the appearance of this door, it's also a mystical artifact. If you trespass without an entrance ticket, you'll be instantly blasted into pieces," Zhang Jiamu cautioned. Song Chen's gaze turned serious. He indeed felt a very oppressive aura from this door. It was like standing unprotected in a wide-open space on a stormy night with thunder rolling, the fear of being struck by lightning at any moment. Fortunately, they had the entrance tickets and safely passed through the red-painted wooden door. The scene behind the door was completely different from before, devoid of modern decorations, replaced by a simple stone path and neatly arranged, exquisitely crafted wooden stalls. The air was filled with a faint scent of incense and herbs. The intertwining pathways were bustling with people, and as far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight. There were no lights above the underground space, only the oil lamps on numerous stalls emitted a soft, dim yellow light, weaving a warm web that illuminated the marketplace. "Welcome to the true location of the wondrous black market," Zhang Jiamu whispered. Song Chen looked around and saw various peculiar items displayed on nearby wooden stalls, each labeled with prices. "I didn't expect the currency in the transcendent realm to still be cloud coins, I thought it would be something else," Song Chen remarked. Zhang Jiamu, "Of course, the cloud coins are the imperial currency. As long as they are not detached from the public life, they are definitely useful, especially for those of us who are still in the lower levels of the extraordinary realm. However, bartering is also a common means of trade, as long as both parties recognize the value of the exchange. As for those treasures so valuable that they cannot be measured in worldly money, they basically won't appear here. Naturally, there are unique trading methods among those big shots." As they spoke, they walked along the stone path. On both sides of the wooden stalls were various extraordinary items emitting a mystical aura, precious materials, secret medicines, fake artifacts, mysterious scriptures, prohibitions, everything you could think of. Zhang Jiamu said, "Although the variety of items here is rich, you also need to be careful. The people at the treasure black market are not responsible for inspecting the goods they sell, so some people use tricks to sell inferior goods, or even completely fake and shoddy products. If your eyesight is not good and you end up buying fake goods, you can only accept it. Aren't those who sell fake goods afraid of offending people? There aren't many rules in the treasure black market, but they must be followed. The most important rule is to prohibit violence. No matter who is right or wrong in a dispute, as long as the rules are violated, one will taste the taste of the aristocratic fist's punishment. Zhang Jiamu laughed. As they walked, they came across a stall surrounded by many people. Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu approached and saw a blood-red bead on the stall, priced at a whole 100 micro-level terror beast blood crystals. The stall owner was an old lady with a wrinkled face and white hair. Her body shrunk into a small ball due to aging. Probably too lazy to explain, she had written all the information about the goods on a sign next to them. Attack-type mystical artifact, Crimson Blood Bead, containing Blood River, extremely powerful, but due to damage, it requires burning double the power of Heartfire to use. After reading it, Zhang Jiamu was somewhat puzzled. Madam, have you priced this wrongly? 100 blood crystals are equivalent to 10 million cloud coins. Even some slightly inferior quality but intact mystical artifacts can be bought for that price, let alone your Crimson Blood Bead, which is damaged and requires double the power of Heartfire to use. It should be noted that using mystical artifacts already consumes a great deal of Heartfire power. Even a late-stage Heartfire practitioner can only sustain it for 2 to 3 minutes, let alone an early-stage practitioner. With this bead requiring double the consumption, it would be drained in a matter of seconds, making the cost-effectiveness too low. However, the old lady at the stall just said calmly, "It's worth this price." She made no further response, showing no intention of lowering the price. Seeing her attitude, the crowd dispersed one after another. Song Chen's gaze lingered on the words "extremely powerful" on the sign for a while and said, "Grandma, may I pick it up to take a look?" The old lady raised her drooping eyelids slightly and gestured for him to go ahead. Violence was prohibited in the black market, so naturally, robbery was also forbidden. Therefore, the stall owners were not worried that someone would grab the goods and run, as that would be suicidal. After Song Chen picked up the Crimson Blood Bead, he ignited his golden Heartfire and infused his power into it. In an instant, Song Chen felt a connection established between himself and a certain energy within the Crimson Blood Bead, an extremely fierce and formidable energy, even making him, the holder, secretly alarmed. What surprised him was that, perhaps due to his high-quality golden Heartfire, the rate of power consumption was not as fast as he had imagined, completely within an acceptable range. However, he did not show this. Instead, he deliberately made his face look somewhat pale, then put down the Crimson Blood Bead, shook his head, and said, "This bead does indeed have great power, but the consumption is also extremely severe." The old lady remained silent. Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu left the stall and continued on their way. Zhang Jiamu said, "Things like what just happened are purely preying on the gullible. Even if it has tremendous power, it's useless if it can't even sustain a battle. Once the power of the Heartfire is depleted, one can only be at the mercy of the enemy. In my opinion, if that old lady doesn't lower the price, even if she puts it up for sale for a few months, she won't be able to sell it." The deputy leader is right, Song Chen agreed on the surface, but his mind was already calculating. His warlock secret had been demonstrated in the Investigation Bureau's martial arts arena, a skill unique to Chen Yuqiu. Instructor Xiao had mentioned that there might be similar secrets in the world, but none would be exactly the same. If he were to act as Qin Miaoshi in the future, unless he could ensure the target's elimination without any witnesses, using the secret would easily lead people to associate it with Chen Yuqiu. Therefore, having a combat ability distinct from Chen Yuqiu was necessary. And in his view, the Crimson Blood Bead was very suitable for this purpose. While it might be mediocre to others, for Song Chen, it was very cost-effective. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money at the moment, and it was also impossible to buy it under Chen Yuqiu's identity, which would be meaningless. So, he could only set it aside temporarily and come back to acquire it when conditions were more favorable. Although he felt a bit sorry for the old lady, he hoped that, as Zhang Jiamu said, the Crimson Blood Bead wouldn't sell even if left on display for a few months. "Deputy, how should we handle the 9-ring grass? Should we set up a stall like them?" Zhang Jiamu had mentioned earlier that the price of 9-ring grass in the black market was generally around 500,000 per plant. Song Chen currently had 3 plants, totaling 1,500,000, plus the 8 million he had won before, making it 9,500,000. He was only 50,000 away from buying the Crimson Blood Bead, and with his current abilities, he should be able to figure out a way to earn that amount. If all else failed, he could just casually ask those classmates who had borrowed money before, as they wouldn't know what he needed the money for anyway. Given his status in their eyes, many would probably be willing to lend him the money. Upon hearing Song Chen's question, Zhang Jiamu said, "The solidifying body powder, a secret medicine that enhances physique, although not comparable to our bureau's strengthening chamber, accumulates decent effects over time. Therefore, almost all warlocks will purchase it, and the 9-ring grass used to refine it has always been in high demand. Following my usual practice, I will directly ask those professional stalls if they are willing to take it. This way, we don't have to set up our own stall and pay an additional stall fee. However, since today is your first day here, Yuchio, we should showcase more things for you to understand. Let's invest and set up a stall. Zhang Jiamu put on a pained expression and walked behind an empty stall without a lit oil lamp. Watch closely, Yuchio. With that, Zhang Jiamu took out the entrance ticket card from before and inserted it into a slot on the stall. A few seconds later, the oil lamp hanging in the upper right corner of the stall suddenly lit up. Now, our stall is set up. We just have to wait for customers to come, Zhang Jiamu said. Songchen suddenly realized that the lamps on the previous stalls were all lit up like this. How is the stall fee collected? Songchen also walked to the back of the stall and stood next to Zhang Jiamu. Zhang Jiamu replied, 24 hours, 100,000, or you can use something of equivalent value at market price. When leaving, pay the fee to the woman at the payment window earlier. What if someone doesn't pay and sneaks away? Then they'll have to sneak away with their lives. Zhang Jiamu smirked, stop thinking about these dreadful ideas and quickly take out the 9-ring grass to display. Okay. Shortly after displaying it, customers started coming in. It was a handsome young man with an elegant and refined appearance, seemingly in his early 20s, followed by a middle-aged man who looked like a bodyguard. Unlike most people in the black market, these two did not wear masks. Songchen looked at the young man and felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. How much for this 9-ring grass? The young man's voice was as gentle as jade, with a soft smile on his face. Zhang Jiamu replied, market price, 50,000 per plant. The young man nodded and asked, do you want cash, blood crystals, or equivalent goods? Blood crystals, Songchen said. This was what he had discussed with Zhang Jiamu before. Blood crystals were essential resources for every sorcerer's cultivation, and when Zhang Jiamu used to sell 9-ring grass, he would usually exchange them directly for blood crystals. Alright. The young man's storage ring on his right hand glowed faintly, and 42 blood crystals appeared on the stall. Songchen raised an eyebrow. The 9-ring grass was 50,000 per plant, so 8 plants should be 400,000. Micrograde blood crystals were 10,000 each, so there should only be 40. Why did the young man give 42? Sensing Songchen's confusion, the young man smiled slightly. I happen to urgently need this 9-ring grass. You've solved my urgent need. Consider these 2 extra blood crystals as a token of my appreciation. Please accept them. Songchen. A token of appreciation worth 20,000. Quite generous indeed, but he didn't mind. Who would complain about earning more money? After the handsome young man left, Zhang Jiamu watched his retreating figure and praised, truly worthy of young Master Xiaoziyu, just as good as the rumors say, generous in his actions and kind to people. With Zhang Jiamu's words, Songchen finally remembered where he had seen the young man's familiarity. Before he came into contact with the extraordinary, he had seen him in the news. Probably some news about how much the heir of the Xiao group had donated, or attending some charity banquet. But for him to appear here, then that means, is this Xiaoziyu from a prestigious family? Zhang Jiamu nodded, that's right, but just by looking at his surname, you can tell he doesn't belong to the top 3 prestigious families in Hushan City. He's just one of the many smaller noble families. Because he is upright and never abuses his power, he is also a rare well-regarded noble in the investigation bureau. It's indeed hard to dislike someone who is so generous with their money. Song Chen agreed. The 9-ring grass had been sold, and there was no point in keeping their stall open. Even though they would be charged 100,000 for an hour, calculated as if it were 24 hours, Zhang Jiamu reluctantly closed the stall. As for the 2 extra blood crystals given by Xiaoziyu, Zhang Jiamu felt it wouldn't be right to divide them among their team of 5, so he graciously gave them all to Song Chen. With his own share of 15 crystals, he received a total of 17 blood crystals tonight. After casually strolling around and gaining some understanding of the Wanbao black market, the 2 of them left together. At the entrance of the market, Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu parted ways, thanked each other, and returned home alone. As soon as he entered the happiness community, Song Chen heard Xiaowei's voice in his mind. Song Chen, there's a new mission. Who to kill? The noble youth you met today, Xiaoziyu. Xiaoziyu? A sense of foreboding surged in Song Chen's heart. After all, the other party was a noble youth, even if not from the top 3 prestigious families of Hushan City, just a regular minor noble family. Their background was not to be underestimated. Being called a noble family meant they had at least a century of heritage. Like the Shang Yun group of the Luo Shouqi family, even though it had become one of the top enterprises in Hushan City, it was just a prominent social capital of the new era. To become an extraordinary noble family, even if they started accumulating from Luo Shochi's generation, it would take at least 100 to 180 years. And what Xiao Wei said next confirmed Song Chen's premonition. Song Chen, this mission might be a bit tricky. Xiao Wei's tone unusually conveyed a sense of despair. Song Chen solemnly said, "Tell me more." This Xiao Ziyu appears to be a kind and upright young master from a prestigious family, but in reality, he suffers from a severe mental illness. He is extremely obsessed with kind and pure-hearted girls, but, as soon as he discovers even a slight flaw in their morality, or if they don't give him their complete love, he mercilessly kills them. In his eyes, being kind is not enough, it's either complete kindness or complete lack thereof. So far, dozens of girls have fallen victim to him, and if this continues, he might end up killing hundreds or even thousands of innocent people in his lifetime. His criterion for judgment is mind reading. Mind reading? Yes, Xiao Ziyu's awakened ability is mind reading. When he activates this power, he can hear the thoughts of his target. Most of the girls he killed hesitated or showed uncertainty when faced with Xiao Ziyu's choices, leading to their demise. Additionally, Xiao Ziyu is currently at the mid-stage of the Heartfire realm, possessing two mystical weapons for offense and defense. The most troublesome part is that he is always protected by a strong expert in the God Reflection realm, the middle-aged man you just saw. He was entrusted by Xiao Ziyu's father to never leave Xiao Ziyu's side under any circumstances, even standing guard outside the bathroom, fearing assassination attempts by their enemies. Song Chen fell silent. He knew that one day would come. The system would assign him a target he couldn't touch. With mind-reading ability surpassing his own realm, possessing two mystical weapons, and having a God Reflection realm expert by his side at all times, how could he possibly kill him? He had felt the aura of the God Reflection realm on Director Lu before becoming a sorcerer. That power was so immense that even if he ignited the golden heartfire now, he wouldn't stand a chance. The gap in realms was insurmountable. How long is the deadline for this mission? Song Chen inquired. If he had ample time, say a year or so, he could attempt to break through to the God Reflection realm before completing the task. 3 months, Xiao Wei's response shattered Song Chen's hopeful thoughts. 3 months might seem like a generous time frame compared to previous missions, but for Song Chen, it was clearly insufficient. In just 3 months, he couldn't possibly break through to the God Reflection realm. Song Chen took a deep breath, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, a hint of bitterness on his lips. He had struggled for so long, disguising his gender, abandoning his long-held moral principles and personal beliefs, all to escape the looming shadow of death brought by the system. Yet, in the end, was he still destined to die? Ha! It was truly absurd and ridiculous. Song Chen's expression was blank as he walked back home. Song Chen, don't worry, let me think of a solution. Xiao Wei's voice sounded anxious. If he had a physical body, he would probably be sweating profusely by now. I've got it. Tell me, Song Chen replied. Mind reading, I have a way to deal with Xiao Ziyu's mind reading ability. Just like how I could keep your mind alert during the second round of elimination matches by expending energy, due to the system's binding, our minds are somewhat connected. So, when Xiao Ziyu uses mind reading on you, I can send him false information, making him believe it's your true thoughts. And because of his extreme confidence in his mind reading ability, thinking no one can deceive him, he won't conduct thorough background checks on the people he interacts with. Perhaps that could be an entry point. Song Chen paused in his steps. If what Xiao Wei said was true, then he would have the ability to deceive Xiao Ziyu. Once deception was possible, many things could be resolved through non-violent, indirect means. However, I do not have the ability to conceal my own realm. Even if I fully converge my breath, I will definitely not be able to deceive the powerful being in a realm higher than mine. Even if I deliberately approach, I can only use the identity of a warlock, which poses a much greater threat than an ordinary person, so they will inevitably be cautious of wait. Maybe I can find what I need in the Wanbao Black Market. The Wanbao Black Market is the main trading place for warlocks in the entire Hushan city, where all sorts of strange things can be found. It is not impossible to find something that can conceal one's own breath. Lost in thought, Song Chen had already arrived at his doorstep. Just as he was about to take out his keys to open the door, his phone received a text message. Song Chen opened it and saw that it was from Luo Shochi. Yukio, I have successfully regained some power of the Shang Yun group. This is a token of my gratitude for saving my life back then. Please don't think too much about it and do not refuse. If you still consider me a friend. Following the message was a transfer notification, 2 million yuan in total. Song Chen narrowed his eyes, surprised that he was seeing returns so quickly from his earlier investment. He had indeed not misjudged Luo Shochi. Song Chen was not surprised that the other party knew his bank account details. After all, The Shangyun Group was one of the leading secular enterprises in Hushan City, so it was not difficult to find out the bank account of someone like Chen Yukio. With this, he felt more confident about his next trip to the black market. Upon opening the door, he heard noise coming from the living room. Song Chen changed his shoes and walked in to see, besides Chi Liao, a girl of similar age to her playing video games on the TV with a game controller, both of them smiling happily. "Big brother, you're back." Chi Liao saw Song Chen and greeted him happily, then pointed to the other girl, introducing her. "This is my classmate, Sun Shui." "Hello, big brother." The other girl, with braided hair and freckles on her face, shyly said to Song Chen. Song Chen smiled and replied, "You two continue playing, I'll go back to my room first." "Okay, big brother, rest early, you've worked hard," Chi Liao said. As Song Chen walked back to his room, he overheard Chi Liao telling Sun Shui, "Let me tell you, my big brother is a criminal investigator, busy catching bad guys every day, he's really amazing." The next day, Dongli Park. The sunlight today was not as harsh, with thin clouds in the sky acting as a natural filter, blocking out some of the ultraviolet rays. Song Chen was not wearing his illusion mask, instead sitting on a swing in the form of Qin Miaoshi. He watched the lively children playing in the park, a faint smile on his face. "Miaoshi." Su Sua's figure appeared, walking quickly to Song Chen's side, looking around warily, then lowering his voice to say, "Miaoshi, why did you come out so openly? You know you are currently wanted internally. If the investigators find you." However, Song Chen just smiled and pointed to the swing beside him, saying, "Little coconut, you sit." Su Sua's heartstrings seemed to be touched, as it had been many years since he heard Qin Miaoshi call him that way. His somewhat anxious mood was instantly calmed, and Su Sua obediently sat on the swing beside him. Only then did Song Chen speak. "Little coconut, have you forgotten that my identity has successfully entered the investigation bureau? Because Qin Miaoshi has had no trace for several months, the wanted task has long been buried at the bottom, no one is paying attention. Unless I use Qin Miaoshi's identification to enter public places like hotels, it may attract attention again. So, there's no need to worry too much." "That's good." Su Sua breathed a sigh of relief. "So, why did you come to see me today?" "I wanted to see you, is that not allowed?" Song Chen's autumn water eyes gazed steadily at Su Sua. In an instant, Su Sua felt like his heartbeat had slowed down a beat. Before he could react, he saw Song Chen chuckle, his gaze shifting away towards the distant sky. "Just kidding, Zaiwai easy, you're still as silly as you were when you were a child," he said. Su Sua scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. The Qin Miaoshi in front of him was wearing a denim overall skirt, a style she often wore in her childhood, which inevitably plunged him into the past. "Actually, I have something to ask for your help today," Song Chen said seriously. "Miaoshi, as long as I can do it," Su Sua replied. Song Chen whispered, "I want to kill someone, but he's not easy to kill, so I need some extra preparation work, I need your help." Xiao Ziyu was a prominent figure even in the public eye. If Song Chen succeeded in assassinating him, it would definitely cause a sensation in the news, and Su Sua would find out sooner or later. Rather than causing a rift later on, it was better to be honest now. After all, Su Sua was still a useful pawn, and Song Chen didn't want to waste him. Su Sua frowned. "You want to kill again? Can't you not kill?" "No, it must be done," Song Chen shook his head and added, "but this will make you an accomplice. If you're not willing, I can understand." "I'm willing," Su Sua immediately retorted, firmly stating, "Whatever you want to do, I'll support you no matter what. Tell me, how can I help you?" "Su Sua, you're really kind. I knew you would help me." Song Chen's eyes curved into crescent moons as he said, "I want you to help me rent a house as a residence, and then find me a job that doesn't require identification." By renting a house in Su Sua's name and using his connections to find a job, the identity of Qin Miaoshi would not have any new activity records, thus avoiding alerting the investigative bureau. "I understand, wait for my message," Su Sua agreed after some thought. "Thank you, Su Sua," Song Chen said. "Miaoshi, you don't have to be polite with me. I'm willing to do anything for you," Su Sua said calmly. In the following time, Song Chen chatted with Su Sua for a while, reminiscing about their childhood adventures as a reward for his help. After leaving the park, Song Chen went to the ordinary black market he learned from Zhang Santon, bought a dozen bank cards with no spending limit, and transferred the 20 million from Luo Shouqi and his own 7.5 million in installments. That night, Song Chen returned to Wanbao shopping mall once again, this time assuming the identity of Qin Miaoshi. Of course, to be cautious, he still wore a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Following the steps Zhang Jiamu showed him yesterday, Song Chen skillfully entered the underground black market, first finding a shop specializing in selling blood crystals, spending 10 million to buy 100 blood crystals at a price of 100,000 each. He had initially planned to buy 83, adding to the 17 he earned yesterday, totaling exactly 100. However, since he also needed them for his own cultivation, he decided to buy 100 to make it a round number. Afterwards, Song-Chen arrived at the stall of the old lady who sold the crimson blood beads last night and found that she was still there. There were still a few onlookers around, but no one was bidding. Song-Chen pretended to be seeing the crimson blood bead for the first time, curiously picked it up and played with it for a moment, then put on an expression of "this thing is really good but the price is too high," and began to haggle with the old lady. No matter how Song-Chen tried, the old lady refused to budge, insisting on 100 blood crystals, not one less. In the end, Song-Chen gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, dropped 100 blood crystals, and bought the crimson blood bead. The old lady looked at him with deep affection and reluctance, handed the crimson blood bead to Song-Chen, and after saying "please use it well," she closed her stall and left, her small figure filled with loneliness. Song-Chen looked down at the crimson blood bead with a crack in it, knowing that there must be a twisted and bizarre story behind it. That old lady might have been spirited and adventurous in her youth, exploring the extraordinary world with a few close friends. But now, as time passes by, friends have passed away, mystical artifacts have shattered, everything has become the past, submerged in the vast river of history. Can a sorcerer achieve immortality? If not, will he one day face such a desolate fate as well? Song-Chen shook his head, no longer dwelling on these thoughts. If he couldn't pass this current trial, he wouldn't even be able to live out his natural lifespan, let alone achieve immortality. Next, he needed to find something that could conceal his cultivation level in front of high-level practitioners. It had to be said that the variety of items in the treasure black market was astonishing, with all sorts of bizarre extraordinary items that widened Song-Chen's horizons. For example, a pillow that could give nightmares, a pen that could never write one's own name, a fan that blew warm air in summer and cold air in winter, a coffee cup that turned water into coffee but was super undrinkable, socks that changed color according to one's mood. Although most of these bizarre items were fake, Song-Chen really wanted to know why the creators made them, or perhaps, were they accidental failures during the production of genuine mystical artifacts? After browsing through the stalls for a while, Song-Chen finally found what he was looking for. Concealment Mystic Scroll, when attached to the skin, can hide all of one's aura, making it indistinguishable from an ordinary person, undetectable by those below the illusionary realm, priced at 7 million cloud coins or equivalent blood crystals. In front of a certain stall, Song-Chen's gaze was fixed on a light blue piece of parchment and the accompanying description. Mystic scrolls were a special type of extraordinary item different from fake or genuine artifacts. Only skilled sorcerers well-versed in ancient rune techniques could create them. Nowadays, the circulation of such scrolls in the market was decreasing because becoming a qualified scroll maker required decades of extensive study. With the availability of fake artifacts that could replicate most of their functions, few were willing to pursue the path of scroll making. "May I have a discount?" The stall owner, a man wearing a black motorcycle helmet and traditional attire, responded to Song-Chen's inquiry. "Exclusive premium item, only one available, price is non-negotiable." The muffled voice of the stall owner came from within the helmet. Song-Chen found the situation amusing, wondering why the owner was so afraid of revealing his identity. Nevertheless, he was only concerned about whether this mystic scroll was as miraculous as claimed. "Can I try it out?" "Please do." The stall owner's tone exuded confidence. Song-Chen carefully examined the light blue mystic scroll. It felt substantial in his hand, not like ordinary paper but more like a type of fabric. Covered with intricate patterns and runes, it was almost dizzying to look at. After playing with it for a while, Song-Chen attached it to his arm. Instantly, a cool sensation emanated from the scroll, spreading gradually throughout his body. Even without consciously concealing it, he could sense his extraordinary aura completely dissipating under this cool sensation. It seemed the effect was real, but he wondered if it was truly undetectable by those in the divine realm. Sensing Song-Chen's doubt, the stall owner spoke up. "There are practitioners in the market who can see through illusions. You can ask them to test your disguise." After a moment of contemplation, Song-Chen asked, "How long can this concealment mystic scroll last?" The stall owner replied, "If properly preserved, it can last for a year or more without any issues." After further consideration, Song-Chen nodded and said, "All right, I'll take it. Thank you for your patronage. Will you be paying by card, cash, or blood crystals?" Perhaps due to making a successful sale, the stall owner's voice sounded somewhat joyful. "By card. All right, please wait a moment." The stall owner retrieved a card reader from beneath the stall. After Song-Chen completed the payment with his bank card, he left the stall. Today's main objectives have all been completed, but there was still something he had been eyeing for a long time to purchase, and that was storage props. These things were too convenient, essential tools for killing and plundering. There were many types of storage props, such as rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and so on, with rings being the most common. Although these items looked different on the outside, their essence was quite similar, all made of the spiritual material void darkstone. The production of this void darkstone was not particularly rare, but the refining method was controlled by a few, causing prices to soar. Song Chen arrived at a self-operated store in the Wanbao black market and spent 3 million to buy a standard mass-produced storage ring. The advantage of this ring was that, being mass-produced, all the styles were the same, so no matter what identity Song Chen used in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being recognized based on the ring's features. With this final purchase, Song Chen had 7.5 million left. December, minor cold. The weather suddenly turned cold, and Hashan City welcomed its first snow of the year. In an orphanage located in Pingyang Town, Longxi District, children were playing in the snow, wearing thick down jackets and woolen hats, their laughter filling the yard. Among the children, there was a girl with a red scarf covering half of her face, revealing only a pair of bright black eyes, playing with the children while carefully looking after them. Xiaofeng, slow down, don't fall. Liang Lei, don't climb there. The girl's voice was gentle yet firm, making the children instinctively follow her guidance. This girl was Song Chen disguised as Qin Miaoshi. Song Chen, be prepared, Xiao Ziyu is about to arrive. Understood. After investigating Xiao Ziyu's life history, Song Chen discovered that he personally donated supplies to this orphanage in Pingyang Town every month. After careful consideration, Song Chen judged this to be the best place to make contact. Therefore, half a month ago, he started taking care of the children here in the name of a volunteer, coming over every few days. Today, it was finally time for the plan to officially begin. Before long, a black luxury car and a small truck arrived at the orphanage's gate. The car door opened, and Xiao Ziyu, dressed in expensive formal attire, stepped out, followed closely by a middle-aged man dressed like a bodyguard. The orphanage's director was a 70-year-old woman who stood at the gate to greet them in advance. Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Xiao Ziyu quickly walked up to support the director, shaking his head helplessly. Directorly, I've told you several times, you don't need to come out to greet me personally. At your age, if something were to happen to me, how could I live with myself? Oh, I know my own body well, these old bones are still strong. Director Li smiled. Alright, Director Li, don't push yourself, let's go inside quickly. It's snowing today, and the temperature has dropped significantly, you mustn't catch a cold. Xiao Ziyu's expression was sincere. Director Li patted Xiao Ziyu's hand, her face filled with joy. Alright, I'll listen to you. Xiao Ziyu instructed a few of his subordinates who came out to unload the goods, then walked inside with Director Li. As they passed by the yard, Xiao Ziyu saw a girl with a red scarf playing with the children and asked Director Li, this girl seems familiar, is she new here? Director Li followed his gaze and said, oh, that's Xiaoshan, she arrived about half a month ago and comes to take care of the children every 2 to 3 days, playing with them. She's a nice girl. Just then, perhaps feeling a bit overheated from all the activity, the girl called Xiaoshan took off her scarf and wiped the sweat from her face. A cold and beautiful face emerged from the mist and clouds before the two. Xiao Ziyu was first stunned, then his expression darkened. Too deliberate. Why would a woman with such extraordinary beauty suddenly come to this remote orphanage to volunteer? He had seen this tactic before. It was nothing but a materialistic woman who somehow got wind of his plans and came early to coincidentally meet him. Disgustingly predictable. Xiao Ziyu stopped looking, supporting Director Li as they continued walking into the house. Not long after they entered, the young Shen also walked in. This scene further confirmed Xiao Ziyu's judgment. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he decided to see what tricks this materialistic woman could come up with to catch his attention. What lay beneath this golden exterior, after all? So, do you all prefer salty or sweet tofu pudding? Director, there's a damaged section in the east fence. I'm afraid the children might accidentally bump into it and get hurt. Shall we have someone repair it? Song Chen took off his gloves, rubbing his hands together as he spoke to the director. Director Li slapped his thigh, shaking his head. Oh, I noticed that spot a couple of days ago but forgot about it. Getting old, memory's not what it used to be. No worries, it's normal. We young folks forget things too. Director Li, you don't need to worry about the fence, I'll arrange for someone to fix it later. Xiao Ziyu poured a cup of hot tea for Director Li, smiling. Song Chen glanced at Xiao Ziyu, then turned to Director Li with a puzzled expression. Who is this? Before Director Li could respond, Xiao Ziyu interjected with a half-smile. What, Miss Shen, don't you recognize me? Song Chen shook her head in confusion. Director Li then explained, Xiao Shen, this is the young master Xiao Ziyu I've mentioned to you many times. If it weren't for his monthly donations, our orphanage would have closed down long ago. Song Chen finally realized, so you're young master Xiao. Sorry, I've only seen you once in the photo album at the orphanage. You look much better in person than in the pictures, so I didn't recognize you at first. Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brows slightly. This woman was quite the actress. Oh well, he didn't want to waste time with this materialistic woman. He might as well use his ability to see into her inner thoughts. With that in mind, Xiao Ziyu ignited his inner fire and activated his power. Suddenly, he heard the woman's inner voice. Xiao Ziyu is really handsome, but he seems a bit too arrogant, asking me if I know him right off the bat, as if I should recognize him. He's not a big star, why would I remember him? It's a bit annoying, but he's been supporting the orphanage all along, so he must be a good person. I'll forgive him. Xiao Ziyu was stunned. Things were completely different from what he had anticipated. The girl in front of him really didn't recognize him and wasn't intentionally staging a coincidental encounter as a materialistic woman. She was indeed a kind girl volunteering at the orphanage. Young Master Xiao, are you alright? Song Chen noticed Xiao Ziyu's daze and waved her hand in front of him. I'm fine. Xiao Ziyu focused on Song Chen. Once he set aside his prejudices and looked again, he found the girl's appearance truly rare and beautiful. Her clear eyes were as pure and flawless as a cloudless sky. Xiao Ziyu felt a rare stir in his heart and apologized. I'm sorry for my presumption, Miss Shen. I thought you should know me. I apologize to you. Oh, it's okay, no big deal. Song Chen waved her hands. Xiao Ziyu activated his mind-reading ability and heard Song Chen's thoughts. Xiao Ziyu is indeed a good person. Xiao Ziyu smiled faintly and said, Miss Shen, are you here volunteering because you like the children? Song Chen nodded and said, yes, children are the most adorable creatures in the world. They have no complicated thoughts like adults, pure and innocent, just like a blank piece of paper. Unfortunately, there are too many irresponsible parents in this world, only concerned with giving birth but not raising their children, leaving many innocent little angels without the warmth of a family from a young age. So I want to do my part, try to make these children feel the warmth of a family as much as possible, give them a happy childhood. The girl looked serious, her eyes seeming to contain a galaxy. Xiao Ziyu was moved. If he didn't have mind-reading abilities, he might have thought it was just polite words, but through mind-reading, he knew that what the girl thought in her heart was completely in line with what she said. He hadn't met such a pure and kind girl in a long time. Xiao Ziyu asked, may I ask Miss Shen for her name? Linqi, Shen Linqi, Song Chen blinked and said. Shen Linqi, nice to meet you, Xiao Ziyu smiled. The next day, in a flower shop on a certain pedestrian street, Song Chen wore a straw hat, carefully taking care of flowers and various plants. Will Song Chen, Xiao Ziyu really come? He will. Didn't you already find out yesterday? He secretly asked Director Liu about my workplace, presumably wanting to have a chance encounter with me. Song Chen had a faint smile on his face, seemingly delighted by the growth of the flowers and plants. In the afternoon, while Song Chen was squatting to trim a pot of plum blossoms, accompanied by the wind chimes signaling a visitor, a clear voice came from behind him, Shen Linqi? Song Chen turned around and saw Xiao Ziyu and the middle-aged bodyguard standing not far behind. Today, Xiao Ziyu was dressed casually, with a bit less nobility and a bit more youthful vigor. Song Chen pretended to be surprised, stood up and said, Xiao Ziyu, what are you doing here? Then he realized he might have misspoken, covered his mouth, and added, no, I should call you young Master Xiao. Xiao Ziyu shook his head with a smile, saying, it's the modern era, young master is just a courtesy title for everyone, with a hint of teasing. If you call me that seriously, I would feel embarrassed. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief, laughing. To be honest, I also felt it was strange. Since you said that, I'll just call you by your name then? Of course, Xiao Ziyu nodded. So Xiao Ziyu, why are you here? Song Chen asked. Xiao Ziyu said, I also have a habit of raising flowers. I happened to pass by here today and wanted to come in for a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Are you working here? Yes, the work here is quite leisurely, so I can go to the orphanage to accompany the children from time to time. Song Chen said with a smile. Xiao Ziyu was extremely infatuated with kind and pure girls, so he created a scenario for her to work in a flower shop, volunteer at the orphanage, live a simple life, and have a pure heart. He believed Xiao Ziyu would be moved. From Xiao Ziyu's life experience, it was known that due to his mind-reading ability, he was extremely self-confident, thinking that no one could deceive him, so he wouldn't conduct additional identity checks. File information could be falsified, but it couldn't compare to the authenticity of what he directly heard. Xiao Ziyu looked at the girl, knowing that every word she said was true, and the inner flutter was getting stronger. He spoke, it's almost lunchtime, a rare encounter, how about having a meal together? As soon as Xiao Ziyu said this, Song Chen knew that he was attracted to the identity she had fabricated. However, Song Chen did not relax because of this, but became even more cautious. Because making Xiao Ziyu fall for her was just the beginning. She would soon face his almost harsh moral test. If she showed even the slightest flaw, Xiao Ziyu would transform from a gentle and kind young man into a ruthless killer. A hint of hesitation appeared on Song Chen's face. Having a meal. Xiao Ziyu immediately used mind-reading technique and heard Song Chen's inner thoughts. Usually, when boys ask girls out for a meal, it's because they like the other person, right? Does Xiao Ziyu like me? No way, we've only met for the second time, and he's from a prominent family. How could he like an ordinary girl like me? Shinlinshi, don't be so self-absorbed. It must be just a formality. Yes, it must be a formality. Since the conversation has reached this point and it's about time, just to avoid awkwardness, he's just being polite. If I really agreed, that would be foolish. Xiao Ziyu's lips curled slightly, hearing the rich inner world of the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but find her even more pure and lovely. Song Chen spoke up, having a meal. Let's forget it, I brought my own lunch. Hearing Song Chen's thoughts, Xiao Ziyu naturally knew she would respond that way, understanding that she declined because she took his invitation as a formality. So Xiao Ziyu wasn't upset at all, he smiled gently and said, it's rare for us to meet like this, it's just a casual meal. If rejected, I would be very sad. Hearing this, Song Chen feigned a somewhat surprised expression. Strange, if it's just a formality, being rejected once should be enough. Could it be not just a formality? Does he really want to invite me for a meal? No way, in novels, it's always the overbearing CEO male lead falling for the commoner female lead. Could I, Shinlinshi, also encounter such a plot? But this Xiao Ziyu is indeed good-looking and gentle in character. What should I do? So conflicted. Xiao Ziyu listened to Song Chen's thoughts and almost burst out laughing, finding this girl truly amusing. A blush appeared on Song Chen's face. After some hesitation, she lowered her head and said in a very soft voice, okay. Xiao Ziyu held an umbrella, walking side by side with Song Chen along the road. It wasn't because of snow. The first snow in Hushan City had stopped late last night, and now the sky was drizzling lightly. The drizzle had melted much of the snow on the roadside, forming many small puddles. Song Chen glanced back and whispered to Xiao Ziyu, is that uncle behind you your bodyguard? I remember he's been following you since yesterday. Xiao Ziyu nodded, he's called Uncle Yong, my father sent him to protect me. Song Chen looked pensive, are there many people wanting to harm you? Not really, it's just, you know, wealthy people always have some paranoia about being persecuted. Anyway, saving money is saving money, might as well buy some peace of mind, Xiao Ziyu shrugged. Song Chen chuckled softly. Suddenly, a ragged-looking homeless man approached them. As he passed by Song Chen, he viciously stomped on a puddle, splashing muddy water onto Song Chen's clean long skirt. Ah! Song Chen instinctively cried out, looking at the man with a helpless expression. The man continued walking without a care. How can you be so rude, not even saying sorry, that's too much, Song Chen said with a hint of tears in her voice. Seeing this, Xiao Ziyu reached out, placed a hand on the man's shoulder, and sternly said, we're talking to you, didn't you hear? The man turned around, revealing a scruffy middle-aged face. He glanced indifferently at Song Chen and said, sorry, okay? Before Song Chen could respond, Xiao Ziyu said, your apology is insincere. Sincere my foot, get out of my way, or I'll beat you to death. The homeless man arrogantly retorted. Xiao Ziyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, you're asking for trouble. With that, he gave Uncle Yong a look. Uncle Yong immediately understood, stepped forward, and pushed the vagrant to the ground. Xiao Ziyu turned to Song Chen and said, Linshi, what do you think we should do with this person? Scum like him is a menace to society. Should we teach him a lesson by beating him up? Don't worry, with our family's connections, nothing will happen over such a trivial matter. Watching this scene, Song Chen had a moment of realization. This was clearly the first moral test Xiao Ziyu was subjecting him to, whether to rely on the power of the Xiao family to beat up someone who offended him or to refuse to bully others. Song Chen believed that if he chose the former, Xiao Ziyu would turn hostile in the next second and find an opportunity to kill him. So, violence isn't a good idea. Maybe he didn't mean any harm. My clothes are just dirty, a wash will do, no need to make it a big deal, Song Chen whispered. Using mind reading, Xiao Ziyu heard Song Chen's thoughts. Moreover, this old man looks pitiful, he must have encountered some misfortune. With Song Chen's consistent response, Xiao Ziyu was satisfied. Alright, since Linshi, you say so, let's let him go. But, it's because I suggested having a meal that we ended up on this path, staining your skirt. As a gesture of apology, how about I buy you a new one? Which brand do you like? Ziyun Pavilion or Sky Pavilion? Xiao Ziyu mentioned these two brands, both top luxury brands in the Cloud Country, each exorbitantly expensive. Song Chen waved her hands repeatedly, no need, no need. I bought this skirt from a roadside store, it doesn't warrant such an expensive purchase. Besides, a wash will make it wearable again, no need for a new one. With Song Chen's firm refusal, Xiao Ziyu had to drop the idea. After walking a bit further, they arrived at a street food stall. Here we are, the skewers here are exceptional, Linchi, you must try them, Xiao Ziyu said, observing Song Chen closely to see if she would feel disappointed that a wealthy person like him was taking her to eat at a roadside stall. However, Song Chen's face lit up with joy, showing no sign of disappointment but excitement instead. Great. I love street food stalls. I was worried you'd take me to high-end restaurants where I wouldn't be comfortable, but Xiao Ziyu, you have good taste. Xiao Ziyu's smile deepened. As long as you like it, let's go in quickly, or we might not get a table. At the end of the day, Song Chen returned home and collapsed on the sofa. So tired. Indeed. Xiao Ziyu is a total super weirdo, constantly testing and probing you, trying to find any moral flaws in you, almost using a microscope. What's wrong with him? Who knows, but Xiao Wei, you better be prepared. This is just the first day, his tests will only increase, not decrease. Stay vigilant at all times, it's a matter of life and death for us. I understand, Song Chen, rest assured, I won't let him find any loopholes in us. Song Chen nodded, then lay on the sofa for a while before going to freshen up. In the following days, as Song Chen had anticipated, Xiao Ziyu intensified his various tests, using money, power, reputation. Everything people generally desire is tools to test him. In short, if someone could pass all of Xiao Ziyu's tests with sincerity, they would have reached the realm of a saint. Fortunately, with Xiao Wei's cooperation, Song Chen finally became the perfect girl in Xiao Ziyu's eyes. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, apart from the weekly tasks from the investigation bureau, Song Chen had been playing the role of Shenlinqi almost constantly. As for Qi Liao, she used the excuse of business trips and overtime to evade the issue, so Qi Liao had no doubts. She just felt that her sister spent too little time with her and often felt lonely. One day, Xiao Ziyu invited Song Chen to row a boat on the Tanhua Lake. Xiao Wei, today should be a crucial day, Xiao Ziyu might confess his feelings. Doesn't that mean our plan is already halfway successful? Be careful, don't take it lightly. Got it. In the afternoon, the Tanhua Lake shimmered with waves, a small boat drifting far from the shore. On the boat, there were only Xiao Ziyu and Song Chen, but through Xiao Wei's detection, Song Chen knew that Yangshu was hiding under the boat. With his cultivation at the god realm, holding his breath for a few hours was nothing. Ling Sixi, there's something I want to tell you, Xiao Ziyu gazed affectionately at Song Chen with his beautiful eyes. Ah, what, do you want to say? Song Chen shyly lowered her head. In fact, after this period of time, both of them were well aware of each other's feelings, especially Xiao Ziyu, who could read minds and completely understood Song Chen inside out. Now, it was just a matter of breaking the ice. Ling Sixi, I like you. Would you like to be with me? Xiao Ziyu sincerely said to Song Chen. Song Chen lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I would. That's great. Xiao Ziyu was overjoyed. However, at that moment, the boat suddenly cracked open, and the lake water rushed in frantically. How did the boat start leaking suddenly? Ziyu, let's row back to the shore quickly, or we'll sink. Song Chen was terrified. Xiao Ziyu frowned but remained calm. No, at our current position, with the speed the boat is taking in water, we won't make it back in time. Can you swim, Link Sixi? I can't. Song Chen was on the verge of tears. What about you, Ziyu? Xiao Ziyu shook his head. Right, let's call for help, quickly. Song Chen took out her phone, only to find no signal. In a moment, the boat was already half submerged, and they were half immersed in the water. In a moment of despair, Xiao Ziyu suddenly remembered something, turned around, opened a partition behind him, rummaged through it, and finally pulled out a bright orange life jacket. Found it, I remembered this boat had life jackets, Link Sixi, put it on quickly. Xiao Ziyu handed the life jacket to Song Chen. Song Chen was surprised, about to take it, then hesitated. Ziyu, is there only one life jacket? Xiao Ziyu nodded reluctantly. Song Chen was speechless. This guy was waiting for him to make a decision. If she agreed to use this single life jacket, Xiao Ziyu would immediately turn against her. So, Song Chen lowered her head, remained silent for a few seconds, then looked up with tears streaming down her face, mixed with a smile. Ziyu, I'm really happy to have met you. I don't want to die, but, compared to my own life, I'd rather see you live well. So, Ziyu, you wear this life jacket. As Song Chen spoke, the entire boat had already sunk into the lake, with only half of their bodies and heads above the water. Seeing Song Chen's determination and hearing her desire for him to survive, Xiao Ziyu's heart was deeply moved. He had never imagined that someone would sacrifice their life for him. He had never thought that he would meet the perfect girl of his dreams in this lifetime. This girl was the one he truly sought as his other half. At that moment, Xiao Ziyu was genuinely touched by Song Chen, not the pretense he had shown before. Seeing Song Chen about to sink completely into the water, Xiao Ziyu moved swiftly, embracing her. Link 6e, don't be afraid, I will protect you. No, Ziyu, this life jacket is for one person only, it can't support both of us. Let go quickly, or you'll sink too. No, I will never let go. Just as the two were staging a cliché love and death drama, a speedboat suddenly approached from a distance, cutting through the waves. Song Chen knew this was intentionally arranged by Xiao Ziyu, and he pretended to be surprised, saying, Ziyu, we are saved. It's other tourists who have spotted us. Yes, we are saved. Xiao Wei, we can proceed to the final step. On the second day of the shipwreck incident, Song Chen received a message from Xiao Ziyu, stating that he would take her back to the Xiao family to meet his parents tomorrow. It's not easy, finally reaching this step. Now that Xiao Ziyu has shown sincerity, it's time for you to seize the moment. Exactly. Song Chen smiled faintly, threw the SIM card belonging to Shon Linchi directly into the toilet and flushed it away. He then used the illusion mask to transform back into the appearance of Chen Yuqiu and returned to the home he shared with Qi Liao. The plan to hunt down Xiao Ziyu had reached its final stage. All that was left was to keep him hanging for a while and complete the final harvest. Song Chen sat on the living room sofa, watching news on TV about a nuclear weapons test in a certain location. Suddenly, the phone rang. Song Chen picked it up and saw it was Zhang Jiamu calling. He answered, and Zhang Jiamu's excited voice came through the receiver. Yuqiu, we've got a great team task with a significant contribution point. Do you want to join? If we were to change the title of the book, what do you all think would be a good name? A significant contribution point? How significant is it? Song Chen leaned back on the sofa, sounding lazy. Zhang Jiamu's voice was enthusiastic. It's a total of 500 points, even if divided among everyone, it's over 80 each. You can exchange it for 4 blood crystals and still have some left. But we always distribute based on the effort put in. With your skills, Yuqiu, you will definitely get more. Interested? This task was almost equivalent to the total gray income of Zhang Jiamu's team each month. No wonder he was so excited. To be honest, for Song Chen, who had casually traded over 100 blood crystals, this amount wasn't very tempting, especially with his savings of over 8 million. However, he realized that this money was all thanks to Luo Xiuqi, not a stable source. He couldn't keep asking for money every now and then, or his carefully crafted image would be ruined. Song Chen calmed himself, carefully considering, trying not to let his mind wander too much. Earning 4 blood crystals in one task wasn't considered little for most warlocks. Besides, he had almost used up the blood crystals he had saved before, so earning contribution points this time would save him from spending his own money again. Of course, the most important thing was not the money, but the actual achievements. Contribution points could be spent, but achievements were permanently recorded. If Song Chen wanted to continue climbing up in the official system, then the achievements as a grassroots member of the Investigation Bureau's action team were essential. He had been slacking off for the past month to deal with Xiao Ziyu, so this was a good opportunity to make up for it. With this in mind, Song Chen asked, 500 points? Why so many? Aren't regular tasks just single digits? Zhang Jiamu replied, you said it yourself, that's for regular tasks. This one has been assessed by the task center as having a certain level of danger and requiring teamwork. If it were just a walk in the park, who would do it? Alright, tell me the specifics. Can't explain over the phone, let's meet at the Koi restaurant. The Koi restaurant was where Song Chen and Zhang Jiamu's team first met. Okay. Koi restaurant, private room on the second floor. When Song Chen arrived, the 5 members of Zhang Jiamu's squad had already gathered. After Song Chen took his seat, Zhang Jiamu picked up a teacup, took a sip, and said, this mission is like this. Recently, something strange has been happening in the Qingbi district of Wuji. In the residential buildings of Block 6 in the Qingbi community, there have been 3 consecutive deaths in the past 3 days, and the deaths were gruesome and bizarre. They all stabbed themselves to death with a knife alive at midnight. According to the relatives of the deceased had been behaving very strangely before their deaths, looking nervous and muttering to themselves incessantly. At the same time, from the surveillance footage, these 3 deceased individuals all had one common feature: they encountered a black cat in the hallway during the day. The incident has already caused panic in that building. The residents say that the black cat is a grim reaper, and anyone who sees it will die. Now, at least more than half of the residents have chosen to move out of that building due to fear. The ones who stayed behind are either facing various inconveniences, such as financial constraints preventing them from moving, or they are simply materialists who do not believe in these supernatural things. Deng Sun scratched her pink chin-length hair and muttered, this sounds like some awakened sorcerer messing around with mind control techniques. What's the deal with the black cat in the surveillance video? Qian Boudoir asked while chewing gum. Deng Sun rolled her eyes and said, how would I know? There are all sorts of strange abilities in this world. So, do we go into that building and catch this black cat? Song Chen asked. Zhang Jiamu shook his head and said, this black cat appears and disappears mysteriously. It's there in one corner of the surveillance video, and the next camera angle can't capture it. It's like it vanishes into thin air. So, I strongly suspect that this black cat is not a real cat but something created by the abilities of a sorcerer. If all of us enter together, we will surely alert the enemy. Even if they flee due to fear and spare this residential building, the next location will be targeted. We need to address the root cause, not just the symptoms. Therefore, I suggest that one of us pretends to be a relative of one of the residents and moves into the building to observe secretly, gather some information first, and then discuss a specific action plan. Considering the danger of this matter, the person who does this will receive an additional 20 contribution points. Who is willing to go? Everyone looked at each other. 20 contribution points were equivalent to a blood crystal, which was worth 100,000 cloud coins. Although it was a bit risky, fortune favors the bold. Just as several people were about to volunteer, Song Chen spoke up first. I'll do it. Song Chen had the hidden scripture of the hidden realm. As long as the opponent's realm did not exceed the illumination god, it would not discover his sorcerer identity. If things went well, he would earn contribution points, and if not, he would pretend nothing happened and live peacefully as an ordinary person. However, there was no need to inform Zhang Jiamu and the others about this. Yu Cho, are you sure? Although your combat strength is considered strong at the same realm, judging from your last battle with Chen Boudoir, you can probably handle the late stage of the Heartfire realm, but your experience is still shallow. What if there are unexpected situations you can't handle? Zhang Jiamu said seriously. Song Chen smiled faintly and said, Deputy Leader, it seems you don't know about my final assessment. Before becoming a sorcerer, I infiltrated a civilian sorcerer organization and completed a crucial assassination mission. If I could do that as a regular person back then, what more now? Can my courage diminish? You did that too? Zhang Jiamu was shocked. Who was in charge of that mission? How could they let a talent like you execute such a dangerous plan? Weren't they reprimanded by the leadership? It was led by Gong Liangbi from Action Team 4, Song Chen replied. I see. If it was that guy, then it makes sense. Zhang Jiamu suddenly realized, then pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, Alright, since Yu Qiu, you are determined, then we'll entrust this infiltration mission to you. Any objections? The other four shook their heads. Song Chen was the strongest in their team besides Zhang Jiamu, who was in the late stage of the Heartfire realm, so they had no qualifications to oppose. Well, since there are no objections, then. Zhang Jiamu took out his phone, dialed a number, and after a few seconds of ringing, the call connected. Zhang Jiamu spoke first. Hey, Lao Huang, are you free to talk now? On the other end of the phone was a middle-aged man with a strong voice. He replied, Officer Zhang, I'm at the company now, not at home, so no need to worry about eavesdropping. Alright, here's the plan. The investigator we sent over has decided, it's a female officer. Go along with her story that she's a distant relative from the countryside coming to seek refuge with you tonight at 8 o'clock. Zhang Jiamu said. Okay, Officer Zhang, rest assured, I will cooperate fully. On behalf of the police, we thank you for your cooperation. Oh, your work is for the safety of us residents, no need for thanks. Okay, you go ahead. Alright, goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Jiamu said to the others, Lao Huang is one of the residents in that building, and also a staunch materialist who dismisses the rumors of the Black Cat Reaper in the building. I've talked to him before as a criminal police officer, saying that the police will stay at his place for 2 days for a covert investigation, and he agreed. Tonight, Yu Qiu, you go directly to his place. Zhang Jiamu paused, then added, Oh, remember to change into clothes that fit the role of a poor relative from the countryside, can't be too fashionable. Song Chen, is it necessary to have this poor relative from the countryside role? Can't we just set it as a regular relative coming to stay for 2 days? Zhang Jiamu explained, this identity is more misleading. We assume that the mastermind behind this incident controls the Black Cat and also monitors every move of each household. So, if a sudden arrival like a poor relative from the countryside happens, he won't be able to judge its authenticity based on the usual information he has. Alright. Song Chen reluctantly accepted the explanation, although he still felt the role was unnecessary. Zhang Jiamu stood up, clapped his hands, and said, Alright, everyone get ready. After Yu Qiu infiltrates tonight, we'll have to stay up late. At 10 minutes to 8 in the evening, Song Chen, dressed in a plain floral coat, carrying a suitcase, stepped into the residential building where the incident occurred. It was no different from other ordinary residential buildings, with a normal layout. On the left side of the ground floor were the doors of 2 adjacent residences, and on the right, after a corner, was an elevator lobby, brightly lit, without any eerie atmosphere. Song Chen thought to himself, Xiaowei, have you found anything strange? Nothing yet, everything is normal. If you find anything, let me know immediately. Okay. After ending the conversation with Xiaowei, Song Chen took the elevator and arrived at Lao Huang's house, whom Zhang Jiamu had contacted earlier. He rang the doorbell, and soon someone opened the door. A middle-aged man in a white shirt saw Song Chen, hesitated for a moment, then showed a warm expression, took the suitcase from Song Chen, and welcomed him in, saying, "Ah, my niece, you finally arrived. Uncle has been waiting for you." Song Chen's face lit up with a simple smile, somewhat shyly saying, "Thank you, uncle. Is Aunt and Xiao Jia at home?" "Your aunt is on a business trip, but Xiao Jia is at home." Lao Huang shouted into the house, "Xiao Jia, come out quickly, Dad told you this distant cousin you met this afternoon is here." After that, he gave a slight wink to Song Chen. In order not to arouse suspicion from the potential secret observer, he did not reveal his son Song Chen's identity, fearing the child might inadvertently expose himself. "If you're here, just be here, why are you calling me?" A 15 or 16-year-old boy with short hair walked out of the room. His originally impatient expression froze when he saw Song Chen, then visibly blushed and said, "Cousin, hello." Old Huang's forehead twitched, cursing inwardly, "Unreliable kid." "Hello, Xiujie," Song Chen smiled. "Niece, you haven't had dinner yet, go sit at the table first, I'll put your luggage away and then heat up your meal," Old Huang said, carrying the suitcase inside. Xiaojie followed him, whispering, "Dad, is she really my cousin?" "Of course, who else could she be?" Old Huang glared at him. "It shouldn't be, I can tell that cousin, although dressed plainly, has an absolutely beautiful face, our Huang family genes can only produce such good-looking people." Xiaojie muttered to himself. Smack! Old Huang slapped Xiaojie's head directly, scolding, "That's your cousin, stop overthinking, if you have nothing to do, go do your homework." "Oh." Xiaojie rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. After dinner, Song Chen went to the room prepared for him by Old Huang. It was a standard guest room, everything neatly arranged. He looked around and didn't find anything special. In fact, there shouldn't be anything special, because according to the analysis of the surveillance video, although the 3 dead people stabbed themselves to death at home, every encounter with the black cat happened outside. So, Song Chen didn't plan to stay only at Old Huang's house, as it was unlikely to find any useful clues there. Song Chen sat on the bed playing with his phone for a while, then got up and left his room, walking to the living room where Old Huang was watching a football match. "Uncle, I think the lights downstairs in our neighborhood look nice, I want to go for a walk," Song Chen said. Old Huang knew Song Chen's real purpose was to investigate the case, so he naturally wouldn't stop him, nodding, "Sure, be safe, come back soon." "Okay, uncle." Song Chen headed to the entrance. At this moment, Xiaojie ran out of the house, shouting, "Wait, cousin, I'll accompany you, I know where it's fun. Go back and do your homework." Old Huang scolded Xiaojie angrily. "The police are investigating, whether it will disturb their work or not. If they really encounter any criminals, this kid will be in danger." Seeing his father so stern, Xiaojie could only give up reluctantly. Song Chen changed his shoes, took the elevator downstairs. Since the black cat only appeared in Building 6, Song Chen didn't expect to encounter it outside. But the person controlling the black cat might be nearby. Song Chen pretended to stroll around, actually letting Xiaowei investigate the surroundings. Over an hour passed, everything around was calm, no unusual phenomena, so Song Chen had to return to Building 6. He entered the elevator and pressed the floor where Old Huang's apartment was located. As the elevator ascended, when it reached the 5th floor, suddenly, the light on the top of the car flickered, went out, and then the elevator stopped running. "Song Chen, the black cat has appeared, right outside the door," Xiaowei said in his mind. Song Chen's gaze sharpened, was he being targeted on the first day? With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened. A black cat with green eyes was crouching at the elevator entrance, staring straight at Song Chen, then meow. Meow. With a meow, Song Chen felt an inexplicable energy invading him. This energy exuded a strong malice, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, the intensity of this energy was not high, only at the level of the mid-stage of the Heartfire realm. If it's only at this level. Song Chen's lips curled up, Heartfire, ignite. Boom! The golden flame in his heart was suddenly ignited, like a blazing sun radiating infinite light and heat, instantly dispelling the invading evil energy. The black cat's pupils contracted, revealing a hint of human-like shock. Then, it turned and ran. Trying to escape? Song Chen stepped forward, his body leaping out as if flying, and in a blink of an eye, he was behind the black cat, reaching out to grab its tail. Meow! The black cat let out a loud cry, a shadow of a cat's paw condensed in the air, exuding a sharp intent, flashing towards Song Chen and fiercely clawing at his head. Song Chen remained calm, his thoughts moving, and the profound energy formed a thick protective layer on his face. The cat's claw swiped over it, unable to break through the defense. Seeing this scene, the shock in the black cat's eyes deepened, and it desperately ran forward. However, Song Chen's hand had already grabbed its tail and squeezed hard. The black cat let out a piercing scream, then a hint of ruthlessness appeared in its eyes. It lifted its hind legs, made a strange gesture, and with a swift motion at the base of its tail, the tail suddenly broke off, and the black cat's body shot forward, passing through the crack in the door into the stairwell. Futile. Song Chen's eyes turned cold, his body exerted force again, his physical abilities bursting more than 20 times that of an ordinary person. He stomped his right foot forcefully. With a loud bang, several cracks appeared in the floor tiles beneath his feet. He charged forward like a cannonball, directly smashing through the door, and his figure was level with the black cat. In the terrified eyes of the black cat, Song Chen embraced its entire body, holding it tightly, preventing it from moving. Above the stairs, a short-haired young man stared in astonishment at everything. Xiao Jie could hardly believe his eyes. He had intended to sneak downstairs to find his beautiful cousin, avoiding the noise of the elevator to not disturb his father, so he took the stairs, only to witness such an astonishing scene. His beautiful cousin actually broke through a door like a superhero, and then hugged a tailless black cat? What on earth was happening? Wait, a black cat? Wasn't there a rumor recently about, cousin, is this the legendary Grim Reaper black cat? Xiao Jie nervously swallowed and asked. Song Chen smiled, it's just an ordinary cat. But, Xiao Jie wanted to say more, but Song Chen had no time to pay attention to him. From the previous surveillance video, he suspected that this cat appeared and disappeared at fixed times, so he needed to quickly take it to Zhang Jiamu and the others to see if they could find any clues. As for the things Xiao Jie saw, he would report them later, and someone would naturally handle them. So, Song Chen carried the black cat and rushed downstairs. Xiao Jie wanted to follow, but he couldn't catch up with Song Chen's speed at all, so he could only watch him disappear down the hallway. On an off-road vehicle outside the Chengbi community. Stay alert, Chen Yuqiu may call for backup at any time. We must not drop the ball at a critical moment, understood? Zhang Jiamu sat in the driver's seat, shouting to the 4 team members behind him. Don't worry, deputy team leader, when have we ever dropped the ball at times like this? Xian Budua leaned back in his chair, playing games on his phone intently. Observing the entrance of the community with full concentration, Deng Sun's mouth twitched, gritting his teeth. Put away your phone before you speak. Yeah, Budua, are you harboring a grudge because Yuqiu defeated you and deliberately slacking off? Bei Wenwen said softly from behind. He Jin also chimed in, Wenwen is right. Xian Budua retorted, nonsense. With so many pairs of eyes watching, how could I slack off? Besides, wait, Yuqiu is coming out. Deng Sun suddenly exclaimed, she's holding a black cat? Is it true, so soon? Xian Budua jolted, putting down his phone and sitting up straight, looking outside. Zhang Jiamu squinted his eyes and carefully examined, saying, yes, that cat seems off. Quickly come with me to take a look. With that, he opened the car door and walked towards Song Chen. The others also got off the car one after another. This cat must be up to something. I guess it will disappear at a fixed time. Hurry and check it out, Song Chen said concisely. Zhang Jiamu's gaze sharpened as he spoke. When you give it a try. Okay. Bai Wenwen with her flaxen hair extended her fair left hand and placed it on the black cat, igniting the flame in her heart to activate her ability. A faint strange wave spread out from her. Zhang Jiamu explained, Bai Wenwen's left hand can sense information related to the object she touches. I asked her to try and see if she can find the mastermind behind this cat. What about the right hand? Song Chen asked curiously. Zhang Jiamu smiled, you'll know in the future. Song Chen remained non-committal. After a short wait, Bai Wenwen opened her eyes after about 10 seconds and pointed towards a hotel on the north street of Qingbi district. Found it, over there. In the dim hotel room, 6 figures sat on the bed, chairs, and floor. Damn it! At that moment, one of the women wearing a hood sitting on a chair suddenly opened her eyes and angrily slammed the table in front of her. What's wrong, Gungsun? A pale-faced man sitting cross-legged on the bed asked her. My cat has been caught. Gungsun's voice was hoarse, and it seems like they have found our location. What? Another man with a high-nose bridge opened his eyes and rebuked her. Didn't we agree not to expose ourselves in front of the warlocks? Creating a small-scale panic. You can't even handle such a small matter properly, you useless. The woman who caught my cat is so strange. She has no aura of a warlock at all, just like an ordinary person. Gungsun defended herself. Even so, before the man with the high-nose bridge could say more, he was stopped by the pale-faced man. Alright, now is not the time for this. The woman who deliberately caught Gungsun's cat is probably from the investigation bureau, and now that they know our location, we must evacuate immediately. With that, he stood up. The other 5, including the man with the high-nose bridge, followed suit. Just then, the door of the hotel room shattered. You can't escape. Zhang Jiamu kicked open the door and entered the room, releasing the aura belonging to the late stage of Heartfire realm. Behind him were Song Chen and 5 other team members. It's the deputy-level investigator, coming so fast. The pale-faced man's expression darkened, and the other 5 people in the room also became wary. The man with the high-nose bridge stood up with a grim expression. So what if it's a deputy level? We have 2 late-stage Heartfire, for mid-stage, more than enough to deal with them. Zhang Jiamu showed a mocking smile and said, with your amateur methods, you dare to compare yourselves with us, the elites trained by the Empire? Today, I'll give you 2 choices, either surrender and come back with me for interrogation, or be shot on the spot. Choose one. Arrogant. The man with the high-nose bridge was furious and about to make a move, but was stopped by the pale-faced man. He looked at Zhang Jiamu and said, I admit that the investigators from the Empire do have a significantly higher average quality than the civilian warlocks, but you should know, there is nothing absolute in this world. Do not underestimate others. His gaze turned dark, and he suddenly shouted at the man with the high-nose bridge, Ma Gang, I'll use the battlefield of life and death to trap this deputy level, the rest is up to you. With that, the pale-faced man formed a strange seal with both hands, and a black chain instantly emerged from the seal, connecting to Zhang Jiamu. This is. Before Zhang Jiamu could react, he and the pale-faced man disappeared together in the hotel room. What's going on? Chen Budwa was dumbfounded. Deng Sun analyzed, the life and death battlefield mentioned by the missing man should be a mysterious tool, but its specific function is unknown. The man with a high nose, Ma Gang, sneered and said, the life and death battlefield can pull 2 people of the same realm into a void space. The only way out is to defeat the other person, and the user's strength will increase by 50% compared to the outside world. Your deputy captain will pay for his arrogance. Furthermore, you will also accompany him in death. Attack! With Ma Gang's command, the 4 people behind him made their move. Including the former Black Cat controller Gungsun, they all used their own secret techniques to attack Song Chen and the others. Deng Sun's expression changed, saying, not good, the enemy is numerous and powerful, with a late-stage Heartfire realm among them. Vice Captain Zhang is not here, we are at a disadvantage. He Jin, use your ability to let us retreat first. Okay. He Jin nodded, ignited his Heartfire, and a faint blue light ring spread from under his feet, covering Song Chen and the others. They suddenly felt lighter, relaxed their resistance, and were swiftly led by He Jin towards the outside world. He Jin's secret technique allowed him to move people quickly, provided they did not resist. This was also the reason they arrived here so quickly. Trying to escape? Earth Seal. Seeing this, Ma Gang flipped his palm, revealing a palm-sized Bagua disc. After a flash of light, a light wall rose from the gate, blocking everyone inside. A ceiling-type mysterious tool? He Jin took out a blue drill from his clothes and pressed it against the light wall. With a bang, a shockwave spread, but the light wall remained unscathed. This is bad. He Jin's expression turned serious. We are trapped. At this moment, attacks from the others also came. Deng Sun drew a pink heart in the air with both hands and gently pressed it, facing the incoming secret techniques. Meanwhile, Shen Budwa condensed dozens of ice blades and attacked the enemy. Although the enemy was numerous, Deng Sun and Shen Budwa, as officially trained sorcerers, clearly had stronger abilities than their opponents. In the confrontation, they held their ground and even had a faint trend of overpowering the enemy. Gungsun, who had transformed into a giant black cat, dissipated back into human form due to his previous injuries. A bunch of useless people, get out of my way. Ma Gang snorted coldly, activated his secret technique, and conjured a huge fist 2 to 3 meters wide out of thin air, heading straight towards Song Chen and the others. It should be noted that each late stage of a major realm would have a significant improvement compared to the early and middle stages. Although Ma Gang's green Heartfire ignited was one quality lower than Deng Sun and Chen Budwa's orange Heartfire, he still crushed their secret techniques with the realm's dominance. As the giant fist was about to strike the group, Song Chen prepared to defend with his profound energy. Just then, Bi Wenwen suddenly raised her right hand, fingers spread, and then clenched it tightly. A white light enveloped everyone, and their bodies became semi-transparent. The incoming giant fist passed directly through them, causing no harm. Phantomization? Song Chen was astonished. Bi Wenwen's right hand possessed such an incredible ability. However, when he looked at Bi Wenwen again, he noticed her pale face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, almost unable to stand, clearly indicating that using this ability was a huge burden for her at the moment. 1-1. He Jin was extremely nervous, supporting Bi Wenwen. Ma Gang narrowed his eyes. An interesting ability, but with your current realm, I'm afraid you won't be able to use it a second time, right? Then rest in peace. With that, he activated his ability again, summoning another huge fist, attacking the four of them. Seeing this, Deng Sun and the others couldn't help but show despair on their faces. Song Chen's eyes flashed with determination. At this critical moment, he had a clear understanding of most people's abilities on the field, and now, with the team facing destruction, it was his time to act. So Song Chen took a step forward, raised his hand, and 8 thick invisible mysterious auras condensed and blocked various parts of the giant fist. With a loud bang, the giant fist collided with the mysterious auras, erupting waves of energy. Although the 8 thick mysterious auras showed slight cracks, the giant fist came to a sudden halt in front of Song Chen like a train stopping abruptly. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as if Song Chen had effortlessly blocked Ma Gang's energy fist with a wave of his hand. Ma Gang's expression changed. To be able to withstand my ultimate fist at the early stage of Heartfire? Absolute defense? What quality of Heartfire does this woman possess? Is it red? Or? The thought of purple Heartfire only flashed briefly in Ma Gang's mind before he dismissed it, as someone holding such a supreme quality of Heartfire was unlikely to be found in a small city like Hushan, let alone an ordinary investigator. In that case, I want to see if you can truly withstand my attack. A fierce glint flashed in Ma Gang's eyes. With a thought, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of his ultimate fist, and a scorching light burst out from the cracks, turning the entire fist into a bomb that exploded. Song Chen's pupils contracted. He could feel the immense power of the exploding fist. If he continued to maintain the 8 thick mysterious auras, he wouldn't be able to fully protect himself. However, using the all-encompassing defense mode would not be sufficient, as even though it could offset some damage, the time needed for the mysterious auras to reassemble after shattering was not conducive to the upcoming battle. In an instant, he made a decision. With a thought, Song Chen retracted all the mysterious auras, converting them back into the power of Heartfire. In place of defense, he relied on the fake necklace hanging around his neck, given to him by Director Liu, which could withstand up to 3 attacks from late-stage Heartfire. He had used it once before with Zhang Yang from the Blue Rose organization, leaving him with 2 more uses. That time was somewhat wasteful since Zhang Yang was only at the mid-stage of Heartfire, but it was necessary for survival. This time, however, it was a truly efficient use. In the blink of an eye, the raging energy from the exploding fist engulfed him entirely, even knocking down Deng Sun and the others behind him, who spat out blood as they hit the wall from the shockwave. As the dust settled from the explosion, Song Chen stood unscathed before Ma Gang. This time, Ma Gang was not surprised, as he sensed the fluctuations of the fake necklace used by Song Chen. He sneered, "Humph, that's all you've got. Your ultimate defense is not enough to completely withstand my attacks. Now that your defense is broken, let me see what else you have to stop me." Song Chen's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Stop you? Have you ever heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense?" With that, Song Chen retrieved the upper mystery sword from his storage ring, released the mysterious auras once again, covering the sharp blade, reaching an extreme level of sharpness down to a nanometer. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he crouched his left leg, coiled like a spring pressed to its limit, then suddenly released, his figure shooting towards Ma Gang like an arrow released from a bow. "Offense is the best defense? Coming from you? How laughable." Ma Gang's eyes showed a hint of mockery as his Heartfire burned, conjuring another giant fist that flew towards Song Chen. Song Chen raised his sword and slashed diagonally. A flash of light passed by, like a cold moon breaking through the clouds, dazzling and magnificent. The giant fist split in half and dissipated in the air. How is this possible? Ma Gang's pupils contracted. He could confirm that the sword in the opponent's hand was just an ordinary weapon without emitting any extraordinary fluctuations. How could such a simple sword effortlessly cut through his ultimate fist? Seeing Song Chen swiftly approaching, Ma Gang's storage ring glowed faintly, and a set of 7 green circular pseudo-devices appeared, emitting light as they converged from 7 different directions towards Song Chen, aiming to kill. Song Chen's gaze was calm, without a hint of panic. The long sword in his hand was extremely agile, drawing beautiful arcs in the air as if it could cleave through the void, facing the 7 rapidly flying green circular pseudo-artifacts. His movements were swift and precise, each sword swing accompanied by a fierce sword intent, as if containing a strange and mysterious path within its trajectory. This was the effect of his proficiency in the system's swordsmanship talent. The black sword clashed with the green circular rings in the air. The seemingly indestructible green rings, under Song Chen's sword, were as fragile as paper, being cut in half in an instant, turning into scattered green lights in the air. 7 consecutive green circular rings could not stop Song Chen at all. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Ma Gang. Ma Gang's expression was shocked. He never expected to be pushed to this extent by a fire element novice warlock. Wait, I surrender. Before Ma Gang could finish his surrender, Song Chen beheaded him with a swift strike, sending his head flying high, blood spurting from his neck under pressure. Song Chen sheathed his sword. Ma Gang's head fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The reason Song Chen didn't spare his life was mainly because most of his own team members were almost out of combat effectiveness, while the opponents were still in good shape, especially with Ma Gang, a fire element late-stage expert, who could potentially turn the tables at any moment. It was difficult for him alone to suppress them all. Moreover, Zhang Jiamu had been pulled into that life-and-death battlefield, and the current situation was unclear. If the pale-faced man won in the end, they would be in real trouble. Therefore, killing Ma Gang, the leader of thieves, to intimidate the rest was the best choice. Indeed, when the others saw Ma Gang being beheaded, they were all shocked, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Song Chen. If you don't want to die, stay still, Song Chen coldly warned them. The group nodded in agreement. Song Chen searched Ma Gang's body and found the gossip plate that sealed the hotel room. He infused fire element energy into it, studied it briefly, and understood how to operate it. Then he approached Deng Sun and the others, asking, "How are you all doing?" The group was astonished by Song Chen's strength, taking several seconds to regain their composure. Although they knew Song Chen was powerful, the fact that a fire element novice could defeat a late-stage expert seemed unbelievable. Chen Budwa stared straight at Song Chen's face, recalling their duel on the dueling platform and Song Chen's words, "You are not worthy of drawing my sword." Now it seemed to be true. Deng Sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "We're fine, just a bit of blood, nothing serious." Indeed, for a warlock with a physique far beyond ordinary people, spitting some blood was nothing, as their self-healing abilities could restore them to normal. What should we do now? Deputy Zhang is still in that so-called life-and-death battlefield. What if the enemy wins? Bai Wenwen expressed her concern. Just in case, let's contact headquarters first for reinforcements. These criminals also need to be escorted back. What do you think, Yu Qiu? Deng Sun suggested. Song Chen replied, "I have no objections." "Alright, let's do that." After everyone agreed, Deng Sun took out her phone. Just as she was about to contact headquarters, a figure appeared out of thin air in the room. It was Zhang Jiamu, his clothes tattered, almost half naked as he landed on the ground. "Damn, this guy is tough, but at least he won." Zhang Jiamu scanned the room, noticing everyone's strange looks. He looked down and realized his pants had been burned during the battle. Blushing, he quickly grabbed a sheet to cover himself. Ahem. So, how did this guy die? Zhang Jiamu noticed Ma Gang's body on the ground. If he remembered correctly, Ma Gang was a late-stage fire element expert. Who among them could have killed him? "Congratulations, deputy, on defeating your opponent." Song Chen walked over, smiling. "Ha, this is nothing. As long as you persist and work hard, one day you will also." Zhang Jiamu suddenly stopped. He looked at the body of Ma Gang that had just been beheaded on the ground, then looked at Song Chen's long sword, and asked suspiciously, "Wait, this guy, wasn't he taken care of by you?" Song Chen smiled lightly, "Just a stroke of luck." Zhang Jiamu gasped. Initially, it was already surprising that Song Chen could defeat Chen Budwa by crossing a small realm, but now he had successfully killed even a late-stage Heartfire realm cultivator. Monstrous. Besides this word, Zhang Jiamu couldn't think of any other way to describe it. But fortunately, this monster was now a member of his team. "Well done, Yu Qiu, you are excellent. The future of our team will depend on you." Zhang Jiamu patted his shoulder earnestly. Before Song Chen could respond, He Jin, who was holding Biwin beside him, suddenly said anxiously, "Vice Captain, something seems off with Wenwen's condition." "What's wrong?" Zhang Jiamu's face changed. He walked to the two of them, crouched down to observe Biwin, only to see her face pale, her breath weakening, and she had fainted. He Jin explained, Wenwen used her right hand's virtualization ability before, and then she was injured by the explosion aftermath of that late-stage Heartfire criminal's secret technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiamu took out a glass test tube containing a light green liquid from his storage ring and said, "Let her take this first." He Jin, seeing the test tube, exclaimed, "A healing elixir worth 30 contribution points? Vice Captain, this. If the contribution points from this mission were evenly divided among the 6 people, each person would receive 83 points, and the healing elixir Zhang Jiamu took out exceeded 1/3 of the contribution points obtained this time. Don't say it's useless. Biwin is my team member, and I brought her out on this mission, so I must take responsibility for her. Quickly let her take it," Zhang Jiamu said without hesitation. "Vice Captain." He Jin was moved, but he knew it was not the time to waste time, so after thanking him, he took the healing elixir and poured it into Biwin's mouth. Soon, the healing elixir took effect, Biwin's face gradually regained color, and she woke up, though still pale. Zhang Jiamu said to Hijin, Biwin is no longer in danger, but she is still very weak and needs proper care. You should take her to the hospital first, and leave the rest here to us. Okay. Hijin nodded, picked up Biwin, activated his ability, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. So, next. Zhang Jiamu turned to the remaining 4 criminals, clenched his fist, his expression grim. You dared to harm my teammate so severely. Before taking you scum back to the bureau, I must teach you a lesson. The 4 of them turned pale. Gongsun said with a stiff face, You are official personnel, you can't abuse your power. TSK. Zhang Jiamu flashed forward, stood in front of Gongsun, and slapped her face. Smack! The sound was loud. Did I ask for your opinion? Scum! You think you can abuse civilians with your abilities, but we can't lay a hand on you? There's no such rule under my command. Zhang Jiamu's expression was icy, his gaze cold and sharp, completely different from his previous appearance. Gongsun's right cheek swelled high, and fear was already evident in her eyes as she dared not speak again. After that, Zhang Jiamu vented his anger by beating up all 4 of them, then notified the team responsible for handling the aftermath to come to the hotel, and he, along with Song Chen, Deng Sun, Shen Budwa, and the 4 criminals, returned to the investigation bureau together. Since there were other departments responsible for interrogation, at this point, the mission of Zhang Jiamu's team was considered complete. The 500 contribution points for the task reward were divided according to the proportion of contributions made in the task, as agreed at the beginning. Undoubtedly, the one with the most contributions was Song Chen. He first took the risk to sneak into Building 6 of the Chengbi district, and then bravely killed the criminal mob gang in the later stage of Heartfire, saving the other team members. Next was holding off and defeating another Heartfire late-stage member, Zhang Jiamu, followed by Bai Wenweng, who found the location of the criminals using his abilities, then Hijin, Deng Sun, and finally Chen Budwa. Deng Sun couldn't help but joke, Shen Budwa, you really don't have much money left now. This made Shen Budwa speechless, and he turned and left. A few days later, Song Chen received a call from Zhang Jiamu, informing him that those people had been interrogated. How did it go? Why were they killing an innocent civilian every day? And why specifically choose people from the same building, as if they were intentionally trying to create some kind of panic? Song Chen asked curiously. Zhang Jiamu replied, You're right. They are members of an organization called the Black Light. This Black Light organization is different from other civilian sorcerer organizations. Their nature is extremely malicious, specializing in creating panic and disrupting order. Song Chen was puzzled. I don't quite understand. What is their purpose in doing this? What benefits do they get from it? There must be a motive for everything, right? Zhang Jiamu explained, the Black Light organization is very secretive. They internally classify members from high to low into levels 1 to 9. The ones we caught this time were just a few level 9 lackeys. The 2 Heartfire late-stage members who died were only level 8. They have very limited information and only follow orders from above. As for the specific purpose, they are also unaware of it. It seems that this is indeed very complicated. Far beyond what our current strength can explore. Exactly, so this matter ends here for us. Yuchen, don't be curious anymore. Organizations like these lunatics are capable of anything, Zhang Jiamu reminded. Don't worry, Vice Captain, I'm not overestimating myself, Song Chen responded. By the way, Yuchen, I heard from Yijin that Bai Wenweng has been recovering well these past few days. Have you gone to see her? Zhang Jiamu asked. You asked at the right time. I was just about to go to the hospital to see her, Song Chen replied. He always remembered his persona as the investigator Chen Yuchen, gentle, kind, and powerful. Alright, you go ahead then. I won't keep you. Song Chen hung up the phone, bought a fruit basket, and then took a taxi to the hospital where Bai Wenweng was. Walking into the ward, he saw Bai Wenweng lying on the bed looking almost fully recovered, with Hijin by her side peeling an apple. Seeing Song Chen enter with the fruit basket, Bai Wenweng smiled softly and said, Yuchen, you've come to see me. She always had this delicate appearance. Song Chen nodded, handed the fruit basket to Hijin, and found a chair to sit down. You seem to be recovering quite well, Song Chen smiled. Yes, thanks to Hijin taking care of me every day, Bai Wenweng said, looking at Hijin with an indescribable emotion in her eyes, not intense love or sweet affection, but not just a plain friendship either. Don't be so polite with me, Hijin smiled and handed the peeled apple to Bai Wenweng. Song Chen looked at the two of them thoughtfully and then said, I'm sorry. If I had acted sooner that day, maybe you wouldn't have been so badly injured. Bai Wenweng shook her head, Yuchen, don't say that. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. Everyone is responsible for their own lives. When to act is one's own judgment and freedom. Others have no right to say much. Song Chen fell silent. Anyway, nothing serious happened in the end, so don't feel guilty or anything. There's really no need. Bai Wenwen said as she took a bite of the apple. So sweet. After leaving the hospital, Song Chen looked up at the blue sky for a long time. Song Chen, what are you thinking about? Xiao Wei asked. I'm thinking. Forget it, it's nothing. With that, Song Chen walked away. Hey, do you know it's the most annoying thing to stop talking halfway? Another peaceful month passed quietly. During this time, apart from going on missions with Team Zhang Jiamu, Song Chen spent his time at home desperately cultivating with blood crystals. Due to his ability to absorb blood crystal energy much faster than others due to his golden heart fire, he had quietly advanced to the mid-stage of the heart fire, improving his strength. In addition to enhancing his physical fitness, he could now condense more profound energy than before. If before he could condense a palm-size thick profound energy, now he could condense 10 pieces. When switching to a 360-degree all-round defense mode, it was slightly thicker than before by a few millimeters. At the same time, the maximum distance he could separate from his body had increased from 30 centimeters to about 40 centimeters. In the blink of an eye, the 3-month deadline for hunting Xiao Ziyu was nearing its end. On this day, Song Chen finally began to implement the final step. Xiao Ziyu felt like he was going crazy. It had been over a month since Shen Linqi disappeared. Since the shipwreck incident that day, he had not seen her again. In this month, he had exhausted all means to find Shen Linqi's whereabouts, but no matter where he looked, he could not find a single clue, as if this person had never existed. He regretted deeply now, wishing he had investigated Shen Linqi's background earlier. His subordinates said that since they couldn't find her now, it meant there was something wrong with her identity, but Xiao Ziyu didn't believe it. His mind-reading ability would not deceive him. Shen Linqi was a real and kind girl. He had never seen such a pure girl in his life. Xiao Ziyu silently vowed in his heart that as long as he could find her, he would be willing to pay any price. Fortunately, it seemed like heaven had heard his plea. One day, on his way home from the company, Xiao Ziyu saw a familiar figure on the street. Stop the car. Xiao Ziyu's pupils constricted, immediately shouting at the driver. Before the car had come to a complete stop, he impatiently opened the door, rushed out, and ran towards the figure he had been yearning for. Linqi. Xiao Ziyu grabbed the girl's arm, excitedly calling out. The girl trembled, not turning back, her voice hoarse. Sir, you've mistaken me for someone else. Linqi, why are you avoiding me? Why pretend not to know me? Don't you love me anymore? Xiao Ziyu angrily turned the girl's body around with both hands, but when he saw her face clearly, his anger vanished, replaced by shock and heartache. What's going on, Linqi? How did you become like this? The girl before him was emaciated, withered, devoid of the innocence and vitality she had before. Her sunken eyes revealed endless fatigue and despair, as if she had endured the most painful torment in the world. In the Wanbao black market, there were all sorts of bizarre things, and Song Chen's current appearance was transformed by a terminal illness late-stage transformation pill he had obtained. As the name suggests, after taking it, a person's appearance could resemble that of a late-stage terminal illness patient, with the effect lasting for 24 hours before the body automatically returned to its original state. Struggling to break free from Xiao Ziyu's grip, Song Chen's voice was weak but firm. Let go of me, I'm not Shen Linqi. No, I can't be mistaken, you're Shen Linqi, you. Anxious to know what had happened, Xiao Ziyu used mind reading on Song Chen, but what he heard left him stunned on the spot. Linqi, you've been diagnosed with late-stage pancreatic cancer? Song Chen looked shocked. Ziyu, how did you know? After speaking, he realized he had let slip a secret, a flash of regret crossing his face. He lowered his head and said softly, after we were rescued that day, I felt a bit unwell. The next day, I went to the hospital for a full-body checkup, and the result? I found out that I had this terminal illness and it had progressed to the final stage, beyond cure. With my current appearance, how can I stand by your side? Let me go, let me find a quiet corner and leave this world alone. Even in the extraordinary world, curing a patient in the late stage of a terminal illness was no easy task. Perhaps those from powerful factions might have a way, but Xiao Ziyu, a scion of a small family like him, certainly did not possess such means. Song Chen knew this very well, which was why he staged this act. It was cliché, but effective. Xiao Ziyu found it hard to accept Song Chen's words for a moment. He had finally found a perfect girl who suited his taste. How could he be willing to give her up like this? No, Linqi, I will find a way to cure you. I won't let you die. Trust me. Xiao Ziyu held Song Chen's hand, his expression determined and sincere. Although he knew deep down that he couldn't save her, no matter what, he didn't want to let go like this. Ziyu. Song Chen's expression was complex. After a long while, he smiled softly and said, "Actually, there's something I've always wanted to do with you, Ziyu." "What is it?" "You say it, I'll agree to anything," Xiao Ziyu said. "I heard before that if a couple kisses at the highest point of a Ferris wheel, they will gain eternal love, so I want to ride the Ferris wheel with you," Song Chen said, looking at Yongshu behind Xiao Ziyu, then added, "Just the two of us." "Alright, I promise you." "Young Master Ziyu, this is not possible, Mr. Xiao ordered that I cannot leave." Yongshu frowned, wanting to stop, but was interrupted by Xiao Ziyu raising his hand. "Yongshu, Linqi's request, I must agree to no matter what." Xiao Ziyu's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Seeing Xiao Ziyu's expression, Yongshu knew he couldn't persuade him. Fortunately, he had observed the Linqi for a long time. She was truly just an ordinary person, and now she was even suffering from a terminal illness, extremely weak, incapable of posing any threat to Xiao Ziyu, who possessed both an offensive and a defensive mystical weapon. With him watching from below, there shouldn't be any problems. So, Yongshu nodded and said, "Alright." Dream Xiao Paradise, located on the northwest side of Pingying Mountain National Forest Park in Hushan City, was a leisure and entertainment amusement park themed around natural forests. The park boasted the largest Ferris wheel in the entire Hushan City, standing at a height of 165 meters. When the cabin reached the top, one could overlook a vast expanse of lush Pingying Mountain National Forest Park, hence whether on a workday or a day off, there were always many visitors here. In the evening, Xiao Ziyu, Song Chen, and Yongshu arrived beneath the Ferris wheel. Xiao Ziyu instructed Yongshu, "Yongshu, you wait for us here." Yongshu wanted to advise once more but was stopped by Xiao Ziyu, who then supported the weak Song Chen into the cabin of the Ferris wheel. "Linqi, take it easy." Xiao Ziyu carefully helped Song Chen sit on the chair. A few seconds later, the cabin door closed, and the cabin began to ascend slowly. "Ziyu, I'm so tired," Song Chen said weakly. Xiao Ziyu hugged Song Chen tenderly. "It's okay, I'm here. Look at the scenery outside, isn't it beautiful?" "Yes, it's really beautiful." Song Chen's eyes shimmered. The cabin ascended slowly, and after about 10 minutes, they were about to reach the highest point of the Ferris wheel. At that moment, Song Chen looked up at Xiao Ziyu and asked affectionately, "Ziyu, would you be willing to?" Before Song Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Ziyu immediately nodded. "I'm willing, Linqi, if it's you." Ike suddenly, Xiao Ziyu's pupils constricted, his words abruptly cut off. Because he saw a dense blood light rushing towards his head, at the critical moment, he ignited the fire in his heart, and a bright white shield appeared in front of him, blocking the blow. But, puff, Xiao Ziyu suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see another blood light emanating from Song Chen's palm, piercing his abdomen completely. "Linqi, you." Xiao Ziyu's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why Song Chen, who was clearly an ordinary person, could use extraordinary abilities, and he couldn't fathom why the girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for him would want to kill him now. They were so close to each other, and he had no guard against her. Song Chen attacked from both above and below, so even with his mysterious weapon, Xiao Ziyu couldn't completely defend against Song Chen's sneak attack. Blood splattered on Song Chen's face, looking somewhat eerie. He grinned madly and said, "The scenery here is so beautiful. Dying here, what more could you ask for?" Those two blood lights came from the damaged mysterious weapon, the blood bead. In order not to be discovered by the powerful divine realm expert Uncle Yong, he didn't carry it on him but swallowed it into his stomach. With his current control over his body, he could easily keep the blood bead obediently in his stomach. Then, he used the concealment mysterious script to hide all traces of his extraordinary aura. During this time, Song Chen seemed relaxed, but he had been carrying a heavy burden in his heart. As long as Xiao Ziyu was alive, it was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making him unable to relax. Now that he had succeeded, his emotions were unleashed. Although Xiao Ziyu didn't understand the specifics of everything that had happened, one thing was clear to him: with the current amount of bleeding, if he didn't find a way to treat his injuries immediately, he would undoubtedly die. Enduring intense pain, Xiao Ziyu activated the only teleportation mysterious script on his body. This teleportation mysterious script was the final life-saving method left to him by his father. It could teleport a person to the location they were in 30 minutes ago, and could only be used once, making it extremely precious. However, as the light flashed by, Xiao Ziyu remained in place, not moving an inch. "What's going on?" Xiao Ziyu was shocked. "Did you think I wouldn't be prepared for this move from you?" Song Chen laughed heartily. He had almost turned Xiao Ziyu's life upside down, so naturally, he wouldn't miss the fact that the other party had a teleportation mysterious script. On Song Chen's right hand, a palm-sized 8 trigrams disc slowly rotated. It was a mysterious weapon he obtained from the Black Light Organization member Ma Gang, the Earth Seal disc. According to custom, the spoils obtained by an investigator after defeating an opponent automatically belonged to them, which was also a hidden benefit of being an Imperial warlock. As a true mysterious weapon, the Earth Seal Disc not only physically sealed off individuals within a space but also nullified the effects of most teleportation items. Before obtaining the Earth Seal Disc, Song Chen had planned to use a large amount of high-explosive bombs to instantly kill Xiao Ziyu, preventing him from escaping with the teleportation mysterious script. However, this approach was clearly riskier and more likely to expose him. Fortunately, fate was on his side, allowing him to obtain the Earth Seal Disc before the final hunt, leaving Xiao Ziyu with no way to escape. "You despicable person. I trusted you so much, and you want to kill me?" Xiao Ziyu's eyes were filled with rage. At this point, even he understood that everything about Shen Linshi was a conspiracy against him. "Trust me?" Song Chen sneered. "Did you really trust me? You were actually trusting your own telepathy." Xiao Ziyu wanted to say more, but Song Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He had to kill him quickly, otherwise, there would be more troubles in the long night. So he activated the blood bead, and the powerful blood force kept surging from his palm, turning into two blood rivers swirling towards Xiao Ziyu to kill him. Xiao Ziyu's abdominal wound was too large. At this moment, he had lost too much blood, his consciousness was blurred, and he could only reluctantly activate the translucent white shield for defense. As for the other attacking artifact, he had no extra strength left to use. On the ground, Yang Shu frowned and waited. Suddenly, he looked up at the cabin where Song Chen and Xiao Ziyu were riding, which had already ascended to the highest point of the Ferris wheel, emitting intense extraordinary waves at this moment. "Oh no!" Yang Shu's eyes widened, his unease reaching its peak. That Shen Linshi indeed had a big problem. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Yang Shu exerted force under his feet, his body leaped out as if flying, then leaped high, stepping on the steel ring structure outside the Ferris wheel, rushing towards the highest point. This scene was seen by the tourists below, causing a wave of exclamations, and many people took out their phones to take photos and videos. After several tens of seconds, Yang Shu finally approached the cabin where Song Chen and Xiao Ziyu were. Just then, bang! The entire cabin suddenly exploded, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a waterfall. "He's useless now, take him." Song Chen, covered in blood, had a crazy smile on his face as he forcefully threw Xiao Ziyu and his hand towards Yang Shu as if throwing away trash. Yang Shu caught him, only to find that Xiao Ziyu had already passed away, becoming a lifeless body. "I'll kill you." Yang Shu was furious and was about to attack Song Chen. Unexpectedly, Song Chen smiled slightly, stood on the steel structure, bent his legs slightly, then suddenly jumped towards the direction of Pinjinshan Forest Park from a height of over 160 meters. "You can't kill me." With a triumphant laugh, Song Chen's figure disappeared into the lush forest. "Is she crazy?" Yang Shu was shocked, knowing that this was over 160 meters, equivalent to more than 50 floors high. Jumping from this height, even he, at the Illumination realm, couldn't guarantee not dying, let alone a junior at the Heartfire realm? The wife of a male soldier is called a military wife, so what is the husband of a female soldier called? I've been thinking about it all day, my head is almost bald, please help me. Facing the icy cold wind, Song Chen fell towards the forest of the national park, flying freely. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Xiao Ziyu's death was like dispersing a dark cloud that had been hanging over his head for a long time, allowing his long-suppressed heart to be liberated again. He had to survive. No matter what happened, he had to ruthlessly eliminate anything that hindered him from living like today. A few seconds later, Song Chen landed in the forest, accurately landing on an air cushion. If it were an ordinary person, falling from such a height, even with an air cushion, they would probably not survive. But for Song Chen's physical fitness, having such a cushion was already enough. He had placed this air cushion in advance, and in order to land accurately here, he had used the fate dice twice. At this point, there were only 2 uses of the fate dice left. After landing, to avoid being hunted down by Yongshu's men, Song Chen left the place without stopping. The extraordinary world of Hashan City was in an uproar. A scion of a prestigious family was killed in broad daylight, in front of everyone, at an amusement park. Although the Xiao family was not a particularly prominent great family, they were still a member of the Hashan prestigious families. In a sense, the prestigious families shared honor and disgrace, and when faced with outsiders violating the dignity of the family, they often faced collective retaliation from the prestigious families. The last person who did such a thing, well, not even a grave remained. And now, after many years, another madman who acted recklessly and without regard for consequences had appeared. Blood Witch. This was the nickname many people gave to that madman. Because of Uncle Yang's actions that day, many tourists captured the woman surrounded by blood. Although these video recordings were later deleted by the authorities, the noble families always found a way to obtain backups, so this title spread. When the Blood Witch was with Xiao Ziyu, she called herself Shenlinshi, but according to the information released by the Bureau of Investigation, her real name is Qin Miaoshi. She had been wanted internally by the Bureau for over half a year due to murder. Bureau of Investigation, a high-level meeting room. 2 men and a woman, 3 middle-aged people with deep breaths, were sitting in front of the conference table. These 3 were none other than the 3 deputy directors of the Hushan Investigation Bureau. One of them, who looked like he was under 40 but already had gray hair, sighed and said, "This Qin Miaoshi, with so many disciples from noble families, could have killed anyone, but she chose to kill that young man from the Xiao family. He was also a rare clean stream among the children of noble families, born into such a family yet never bullied others. It's a pity, so young." Sigh. Vice Director Yuan, your words are quite strange. Are you saying that it's okay to kill people from other noble families but not the young man from the Xiao family? The only woman among the 3 raised an eyebrow. She looked about the same age as Vice Director Yuan, with a neat short hair, a plain face, and a sharp glint in her eyes. Shouldn't those who misuse their family background and abilities to do evil in society be punished? Jiang Dexia, I know you've been getting close to the Jing family recently, but don't forget your own identity. Yuan Changji snorted coldly. Jiang Dexia slammed the table in anger and said, Yuan Changji, don't talk nonsense. My closeness to the Jing family is solely for the sake of stability maintenance. The Jing family has always been aloof and disdains mingling with other noble families. If I can gain the support and cooperation of the Jing family, it will make our work in the Bureau much smoother in the future. As for those who misuse their family background and abilities to do evil, if they are guilty, our Bureau will naturally investigate and punish them, instead of letting a murderer who kills indiscriminately execute them. It's you, Yuan Changji, who should clarify your own identity as an imperial sorcerer. How can you say such nonsense? Yuan Changji was furious and said, you speak so lightly. How many means do those powerful and influential people have to cover up their crimes? Moreover, our Bureau is not a monolithic entity. How many people from noble families have infiltrated it? Don't you have any doubts in your mind? Jiang Dexia said, these are completely different matters. Enough of the arguing. Both of you, say a few words less. Today's meeting is not for listening to your quarrels. There are many other things to resolve. Seeing the two getting louder and fiercer, Zhong Mingyan finally couldn't bear it and interrupted Jiang Dexia, saying, what we should discuss is how to handle the pressure from the united noble families. Yuan Changji said, as long as the 3 major noble families remain quiet, those small clans can mind their own business. As for Qin Miaoshi, we'll issue a standard wanted notice and proceed with the arrest. Jiang Dexia said, when those small clans unite, they also pose a significant threat. Moreover, after analyzing Qin Miaoshi's behavior patterns since birth, our people have confirmed that she is truly a deranged, inhumane antisocial personality, not to mention that she now possesses extraordinary powers. If she is not eliminated soon, she will be a constant danger in society. Yuan Changji did not object this time. As much as he disliked noble families, he detested habitual criminals even more. The former at least had a veneer of civilization, while the latter blatantly disrupted social order. In that case, let's pursue her with a high priority wanted level. Do you both have any other opinions? Zhong Mingyan said. None. Jiang Dexia leaned back gently in his chair. Let's proceed this way. Yuan Changji waved his hand. Alright, that's settled then. Moving on to the next agenda, regarding the upcoming visit of the provincial leaders next month, I would like to discuss with both of you. Zhong Mingyan flipped the meeting schedule to the next page, concluding the discussion about the Qin Miaoshi incident. In fact, for the 3 deputy bureau chiefs, criminals like Qin Miaoshi were not worth mentioning at their level. It was only due to pressure from several prominent families that this matter made its way into their meeting agenda. In the afternoon, after finishing the meeting with the other 2 deputy bureau chiefs, Zhong Mingyan returned to his office. He didn't turn on the lights, and the curtains remained closed. Sitting at his spacious desk, Zhong Mingyan interlocked his fingers, his gaze deep. After a while, he dialed a number on the phone on his desk. When the call connected, he said, Lu Jingtong, come to my office. With that, he hung up. 10 minutes later, Lu Jingtong arrived at the office, respectfully saying, Director Zhong, you wanted to see me. Lu Jingtong, you should know why I called you, Zhong Mingyan began slowly. I understand, it's about the Qin Miaoshi matter, Lu Jingtong replied cautiously. She killed a scion of a prominent family. I recall you mentioning before that she intended to continue using that identity to carry out certain activities, Zhong Mingyan stated. Lu Jingtong's heart tightened. I did report that to you. But you didn't mention she would commit such shocking acts. Zhong Mingyan's voice grew more serious. It's my negligence. Zhong Mingyan fell silent, then stood up and walked slowly to the window, his back to Lu Jingtong, seemingly contemplating a significant decision. After some consideration, Lu Jingtong cautiously asked, "Director Zhong, are you planning to abandon her?" If Zhong Mingyan chose to cut ties with Qin Miaoxi now, there was still time. Besides the two of them, no one else knew that Chen Yuqia was Qin Miaoxi. By assigning her a deadly mission, everything could be discreetly ended, burying all secrets. Abandon her? Zhong Mingyan gazed at the howling wind outside the window, the tiny cars and pedestrians on the ground below, and said meaningfully, "Jingtong, you've been with me for so many years. You should know that my appointment as deputy bureau chief was thanks to the support of one of the three major families, the Zhuge family." Lu Jingtong's forehead beaded with sweat. He knew about this matter, but was it something to be mentioned? Afraid to speak out of turn, he remained silent. Zhong Mingyan continued, "As a gesture of goodwill, I have done many things for the Zhuge family over the years, even promoting Zhuge Yuancheng to the head of Action Team 6. The Zhuge family and I have complemented each other for many years. However, now they offer me less and less, while the tasks I must do for them increase. At my position, who wouldn't want to progress further?" Lu Jingtong initially thought Zhong Mingyan was implying a deep connection between him and the family, hence Qin Miaoxi's actions forced him to abandon her for the greater good. But as he listened, the tone of the conversation took an unexpected turn. Qin Miaoxi is a natural spirit awakener, also known as a jade body seed. She is more likely than any of us to advance to the jade body realm. The jade body realm, Jingtong, do you understand what that means? Our current bureau chief, Sikong Xin, is only at the illusory realm level. Of course, as a mere illumination realm cultivator, using only to describe the illusory realm might seem disrespectful, but in front of the jade body realm, the illusory realm truly pales in comparison. If I fully nurture Qin Miaoxi and she truly reaches the jade body realm, Jingtong, what do you think I will gain at that time? Lu Jingtong gritted his teeth and said, "Director Zhong, forgive my bluntness. Although those born with spiritual perception are rare, across the country, at least hundreds are discovered every year. Yet, in all these years, only a few have truly achieved the jade body realm. Their probability of achieving the jade body realm is higher than that of ordinary people, but it is still limited. The so-called jade body seed is more of a beautiful wish. Placing all hope on her is not a wise move." Zhong Mingyan chuckled lightly and said, "How could I not be aware of what you're saying? So, I am not placing all my hope on her, but rather seeing her as a possibility for the future. After all, people never cherish things that come too easily." Lu Jingtong said, "So, Director Zhong, do you decide to continue helping Qin Miaoxi conceal her identity? What if she continues to do even more shocking things in the future?" Lu Jingtong wasn't trying to harm Qin Miaoxi by saying this but was helping her prepare in advance. It was much better to say these things now than to be questioned later. As the deputy director of the Hushan City Investigation Bureau, I have the confidence and ability to cover up everything. Zhong Mingyan said calmly, "Qin Miaoxi is currently just a mere heartfire realm, so there is a limit to what she can stir up." "I understand." Lu Jingtong nodded. The warm sun shone. In a certain chain fast food restaurant, Zhang Jiamu's team of 6 was dining around a table. "This blood demoness Qin Miaoxi is really outrageous. Young Master Shiau is such a good person. Last time at the Wanbao Black Market, he even gave us 2 extra blood crystals, and she just went ahead and killed him. It's simply unforgivable and insane. Don't you agree, Yu Qiu?" Zhang Jiamu slammed the table, angrily speaking. Song Chen nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this Qin Miaoxi is truly heinous, a disgrace to both humans and gods." It had been several days since he successfully hunted down Xiao Ziyu. Now, Qin Miaoxi's name resounded throughout the extraordinary world of Hushan City. After all, people daring to kill aristocratic descendants are rare these days. Fortunately, he was Song Chen, wanted by the aristocratic families in the investigation bureau for Qin Miaoxi, and had no connection to her. From Xiao Ziyu, Song Chen had gained quite a valuable loot. Apart from the hundreds of blood crystals and some secret medicines in his storage ring, the teleportation talisman that failed to activate was also retained. The most precious items were the 2 mystical artifacts, the Luotian umbrella and the Xian frost shield. If the ambush hadn't succeeded at that time, even if Yangshu wasn't by Xiao Ziyu's side, with these 2 mystical artifacts, Song Chen might not have been able to do much to him. It was a big gain. Moreover, what surprised Song Chen the most was what he obtained from the Destiny gift box this time. A clone card. It could create a clone identical in appearance and abilities to the current self, with the clone strength defaulting to 1/10 of the original body's, but the original body could transfer strength to the clone at any time, allowing it to unleash up to 100% of the original body's power. After considering it, Song Chen created a clone in the image of Chen Yuqiu. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, although Chen Yuqiu had Lu Jingtong and Zhong Mingyan as protective umbrellas, his face was ultimately made of the illusionary face. Its essence was still Qin Miaoxi. If he wanted to continue climbing up in the investigation bureau in the future, encountering experts who could see through the illusionary face was still a possibility. It was better to create the real Chen Yuqiu now using the clone card, completely separating him from Qin Miaoxi, so that no one could ever confuse the two again. Secondly, as the original body, Song Chen could now do what he wanted more freely without being bound by the tasks of the investigation bureau. At this moment, the one gathered with Zhang Jiamu's team was the clone Chen Yuqiu, while Song Chen's original body was happily strolling down the street. This feeling is quite magical, like having two perspectives at the same time without influencing each other. When his consciousness mainly focuses on one side, that side's body becomes dominant, while the other side continues to act along its original trajectory, without feeling stiff or fake. To some extent, there is no difference between the doppelganger and the original body. Even if one of them is killed, Song Chen can continue to live in the other body. Just like Xiao Wei said, produced by the system, it must be a fine product. Song Chen walked down the pedestrian street with a smile on his face, feeling joyful. It had been a long time since he had walked openly under the sun in his true form. Indeed, compared to a woman's body, I am more accustomed to this male body that I have used for over 20 years. Is that so? Xiao Wei drawled, somewhat teasingly. Some people seem quite adept at seducing others while pretending to be young girls. Song Chen replied calmly, work is work, life is life. You can flatter your boss for the sake of your job, even do it brilliantly, but flattering your boss will never become your hobby. Fine, I give up arguing with you. Drop the I give up. Fine. Song Chen continued walking, feeling the breeze on his face, the scent of flowers along the road, and the appetizing smell of food. With the sense of security equivalent to having two lives, Song Chen felt that everything in the world was so beautiful. Xiao Wei, if the power between my two bodies can be transferred at any time, theoretically, with mutual cooperation, wouldn't it be possible to practice continuously for 24 hours? Furthermore, if both bodies practice simultaneously, wouldn't it double the speed of cultivation? It seems that's really the case. Thinking about this, Song Chen couldn't wait to go home and try it out. Just then, Song Chen received a text message from Suasua, Miaoxi, Yushualan has gone missing. She left a note with a number and your name on her dormitory bed. I suspect this is a conspiracy against you. You must be careful recently. Song Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Of course, he remembered Yushualan. She was a friend of Qin Miaoxi during college, the one who invited Song Chen to go on a road trip, only to encounter the spider infant on the overpass. Of course, it was only Yushualan who considered Qin Miaoxi a friend, while the real Qin Miaoxi just saw her as a toy. Could it be that because the aristocratic families couldn't find Qin Miaoxi, they shifted their focus to Qin Miaoxi's former friend, trying to force him to appear using this method? But now the investigative bureau's attention was also on Qin Miaoxi. If the aristocratic families did this, they would undoubtedly be discovered by the investigative bureau. This would give them a handle to pressure the investigative bureau collectively, creating a self-contradictory situation, wouldn't it? After pondering for a moment, Song Chen texted Suasua, please send me the number on that note. Rest assured, I'm just verifying some things and won't act recklessly. A few seconds later, Song Chen received a number from Suasua, along with his concern and advice. Song Chen put down his phone, continued strolling on the street for a while, then had Xiao Wei find a place without people or surveillance, transformed into Qin Miaoxi using mimicry, took out a phone and an anonymous SIM card bought on the black market from his storage ring, and dialed the number Suasua had sent. Beep. After a simple waiting sound, the call was quickly answered. Song Chen didn't speak first but waited for the other party to speak. Hello, who is this? A young man's voice came through the receiver, deep and powerful like a whale in the deep sea. Song Chen remained silent. Let me guess, is this Miss Qin Miaoxi? Or should I say, Miss Shenlinxi? Or perhaps you prefer the title Blood Witch? There was a hint of relaxed amusement in the man's voice. Sir, do you have something to discuss with me? Qin Miaoxi's voice was clear and pleasant, with a calm demeanor that showed no hint of extra fluctuations. Song Chen didn't mention anything about Yu Xuelan. In fact, this was a technique known to anyone who frequented street stalls to buy things. Once you showed interest in an item, the stall owner could raise the price. Only by appearing indifferent could one handle things effortlessly. The man's reaction to Song Chen was somewhat unexpected, and it took him a few seconds before he responded. Miss Qin, have you heard of Black Light? Song Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He naturally knew the name Black Light, the antisocial organization encountered during the last mission with Zhang Jiamu's team, specializing in creating panic and disrupting order. What did this organization want from him? could it be? Song Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I've heard of it, seems like an organization that enjoys doing interesting things. Ha, Miss Jean, I like your assessment. Since that's the case, then things are much easier. The man chuckled a few times before continuing. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shu Qing'an, a 5th-level member of the Black Light Organization. The purpose of contacting Miss Jean in this way is to invite you to join our organization. Song Chen was not surprised by this answer. The Black Light Organization was an evil antisocial group, and Qin Miaoxi's actions seemed no different from what the Black Light Organization did in the eyes of the outside world. It was not surprising that members of the Black Light Organization noticed him and wanted to recruit him. Why should I join you? What's in it for me? Song Chen asked. Shu Qing'an replied, Miss Qin, I know your interests include playing with and killing humans, instilling fear and despair in ordinary people, enjoying their incredulous expressions. But you should know, individual power is limited. With the Investigation Bureau and the aristocratic families hunting you down, your future activities will become increasingly restricted. However, if you join our Black Light, you can receive the organization's assistance to better pursue your hobbies. Song Chen said, Mr. Shu's words are so enticing, I'm starting to feel tempted. But, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What price do I need to pay? Shu Qing'an did not directly answer Song Chen's question but threw back a question. Miss Qin, do you know why the authorities are so strict in concealing the existence of fear beasts and warlocks from ordinary people? After being with the Investigation Bureau for so long, Song Chen already had some speculations in his mind about this question, but he still honestly replied, I don't know. Shu Qing'an explained, the surface reason is to maintain social order, but the real reason is that the more fear there is in the world, the more fear beasts there will be. We warlocks ignite the fire in our hearts to wield extraordinary power, and although ordinary people may not ignite this fire, as long as they are alive, the power of the heart objectively exists. You can also understand it as the power of the spirit, the power of will. In any case, this power is extremely weak when individual or in small numbers, almost non-existent, but once it reaches thousands, or even more, it becomes a power that surpasses imagination. If this power is filled with fear, it will become the best nourishment for fear beasts. If this world could be filled with fear, then fear beasts would increase tenfold, 100-fold. At that time, governments around the world will no longer be able to conceal the existence of fear beasts and the extraordinary. Those ordinary people will completely prostrate themselves at the feet of our warlocks, and the world will be turned upside down. The strong will dominate everything, not like now, where we clearly possess such powerful abilities but still have to live by societal rules like ordinary people. The vision of our Black Light Organization is to create such a beautiful world. Regarding your question, Miss Qin, when you join us, you don't need to give anything. You just need to unleash your nature, have fun, kill, spread fear and despair among people, said Song Chen. His suspicions were confirmed after hearing this. Human fear was indeed one of the reasons for the birth of terrifying beasts. However, this was just the surface truth. The specific reasons behind this phenomenon remained a mystery. I have something to attend to. If Miss Qin is interested, then tonight at 12 o'clock, at the abandoned factory No. 7 in the northwest corner of Yining Street, Songtao District, I look forward to meeting you in person, Shu Qing'an said before hanging up the phone. He never mentioned Yu Shualan, the kidnapped girl, throughout the conversation. Obviously, in his eyes, Yu Shualan, as an ordinary person, was not worth mentioning. Song Chen, what do you plan to do? Will you go tonight? Song Chen pondered for a moment and replied, if I join the Black Light Organization, then when I encounter targets like Xiao Ziyu in the future, with their help, perhaps it won't be so difficult to kill. But the members of the Black Light Organization are clearly lunatics, coming up with such outrageous plans. Most importantly, as a member of the Black Light Organization, you have to do bad things. Xiao Wei expressed some opposing views. When I carry out system tasks, in the eyes of outsiders, isn't it just indiscriminate killing? There's no difference between that and being part of the Black Light Organization, Song Chen's eyes flashed. If they are lunatics, then I'll be even crazier than them. But what if there's danger? I have a teleportation talisman on me. If there's any unexpected situation or ambush, I will leave immediately. Even if the other party has a ceiling-type mystical weapon, the worst-case scenario is my body falling. Don't forget, I have 2 lives now. Compared to the possible conveniences in the future, some risks are worth taking. I've come this far living like this, haven't I? Xiao Wei fell silent. Indeed, as Song Chen said, every step he had taken so far had been risky. It was said that one must face death to truly live. If he had sought stability and peace from the beginning, Song Chen might not have survived until now. Midnight. Songtao District, Yining Street, abandoned factory complex. Song Chen, disguised as Qin Miaoxi, wore a black and red dress, paired with Mary Jane leather shoes, walking lightly in the night. Humming an unknown tune, his figure elongated under the dim streetlights, his slender figure appearing both mysterious and charming with each step. The outline of the abandoned factory was faintly visible in the night. Occasionally, the sound of metal friction and collision from the wind added a touch of eeriness to the silent place. Of course, this was just Song Chen's superficial disguise. In reality, his vigilance was at its peak. Just like Qin Yucho's gentle, kind, and powerful persona, now that he was playing the role of Qin Miaoshi, a lunatic with an antisocial personality, he had to embody that madness and not be judged by common sense for his actions. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at a factory with a large number 7 printed on the outer wall. Factory No. 7, this was the location where Zhu Qingyan had arranged to meet. Song Chen stepped inside. There was no pretense. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw a young, handsome man in a black suit with a luxurious gold monocle on his face. Zhu Qingyan smiled and opened his arms to Song Chen, saying, "I knew you would come. Welcome to our Black Light organization, Miss Qin." Song Chen tilted his head, looked around, then turned to Zhu Qingyan, smiling as he asked, "Are you the only one here? There are some less important people. They will be here soon." Before Zhu Qingyan could finish his sentence, the girl in front of him suddenly attacked, her body swiftly moving forward as a downpour of blood materialized out of nowhere, rushing towards him. Zhu Qingyan was slightly stunned, then helplessly smiled and gently pressed his hand into the air. An indescribable pressure instantly descended, trapping both the torrential blood rain and Song Chen's body in place. Zhu Qingyan walked slowly to Song Chen, carefully examining his face, and asked, "Why did you do this?" Song Chen blushed slightly, shyly smiled, and said, "You're so good-looking, I couldn't help but want to kill you." Zhu Qingyan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "So that's how that young Master Shiau died. Miss Qin, it seems I haven't misjudged you, you're even crazier than I imagined. However, with your current strength, it's too early to try to kill me. Wait until you reach the illumination realm before attempting it." Song Chen blinked innocently and nodded. "Oh, can you release me now?" "Sure." Zhu Qingyan nodded, and with a thought, he withdrew the suppressing force on Song Chen. Feeling his body relax, Song Chen regained his freedom. He didn't try to attack Zhu Qingyan again but instead retracted the power of the crimson blood bead. There is a difference between madmen, and the Black Light organization seeks rational madmen, not those who cannot grasp the situation and lack intelligence. "Miss Qin, keep this." Zhu Qingyan took out a black ring and handed it to Song Chen. Taking it, Song Chen noticed the number 7 engraved on the ring, emitting a pseudo-artifact-like aura. Zhu Qingyan said, "This ring is the proof of membership in our Black Light organization, and the number represents your rank. Miss Qin, please keep it safe." Song Chen was puzzled. "As far as I know, an 8th-level member of the Black Light is in the late Heartfire realm, while I'm just a mid-level Heartfire realm. How can I be a 7th-level member?" Zhu Qingyan smiled. "Regarding membership levels, it's generally as you said, but not absolute. For example, someone like you who can successfully assassinate a scion protected by an illuminated realm expert in the mid-Heartfire realm is definitely not comparable to a white Heartfire pseudo-artisan in the mid-level, even if you are in the same realm." "I see." Song Chen realized. "So, am I officially joining the Black Light now? Do I need to go through some ceremony?" "Of course, you are already officially a member. We in the Black Light don't bother with useless ceremonies," Zhu Qingyan said. Song Chen asked, "What about the benefits you promised me?" As she spoke, 10 figures entered the factory. "Here they are," Zhu Qingyan smiled. "Mr. Zhu." The 10 people approached Zhu Qingyan, bowing respectfully. Each exuded the aura of an artisan, with 5 in the early Heartfire realm, 3 in the mid-level, and 2 in the late stage. In Song Chen's perception, their aura seemed somewhat lacking compared to artisans of the same realm, likely achieved through blood sacrifice and prohibition methods to become pseudo-artisans. Zhu Qingyan said, "Miss Qin, these people will be your subordinates in the future. You can command them to do anything." "Anything?" Song Chen's mouth curved into a malicious smile. "Can I really order them to do anything?" "Of course," Zhu Qingyan replied. Song Chen asked, "If I give them extreme orders, won't they resist?" Zhu Qingyan smiled faintly. These 10 were once ordinary people in society, but to gain extraordinary power, they dedicated themselves to the organization. Superior orders are absolute for them. You can check your Black Light ring, their lives are in there. If you wish, you can make them suffer or even die at any time. "Alright, in that case." Song Chen glanced at the 10 people and casually pointed at a plain-looking man, saying, You're too ugly, go die now." "Miss Qin, The man's face turned pale. He had just become a sorcerer by offering blood sacrifices not long ago, thinking that he could finally have a riot with the big shots of the organization as he pleased. But he never expected to encounter a crazy woman as his boss right from the start. "I told you to die, didn't you hear me?" Song Chen tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. Or is it that my verbal orders are ineffective? With that, he picked up his black light ring, seemingly preparing to use the ring's power to take away the man's life directly. The man's face was full of fear, and he looked to Zhu Qingyan for help. Mr. Zhu. Zhu Qingyan spoke up. Miss Qin, if you have decided to take his life, I won't stop you. After all, he is already your personal property. But I must remind you that the life and death of your subordinates are precious. If they die, unless you can achieve great deeds, the organization will not replenish them. So, it's best to use caution. Song Chen pondered, a slender white finger against his chin. Since that's the case, you don't have to die now. Let's talk about it later. Thank you, Miss Qin. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. The man finally breathed a sigh of relief, having been on the brink of death. Others also felt uneasy. To have such a lunatic as their leader, their fate was worrying. But in order to gain extraordinary power, their bodies and souls no longer belonged to themselves, and they could only accept reality. By the way, my little toy, Mr. Zhu, should you return her to me? Song Chen said casually. The little toy he mentioned naturally referred to Yu Shuelan. No problem, I'll have her released in a moment. Zhu Qingyan smiled. Afterwards, Zhu Qingyan briefed Song Chen on some relevant knowledge of the Black Light Organization, encouraged him a few more words, and then left. Song Chen also temporarily dismissed the 10 subordinates, instructing them to wait for his call. Because Yining Street in Song Chen's residence was quite far away, by the time he returned home, it was already dawn. Song Chen looked at the residential building covered in ivy and broken wall plaster, feeling somewhat sentimental. Since he had assumed the identity of Chen Yuqiu and entered the investigation bureau, he had never returned here in his true identity. After more than half a year, it truly felt like things had changed. Xiao Wei said in his mind, it's really nostalgic. It was here where the great Xiao Wei met the deceased Song Chen, and the gears of fate began to turn. Hey, I haven't finished yet, Song Chen. Don't talk about the gears of fate here. Song Chen carried a large suitcase and headed upstairs. Because the rent was paid annually, it had not expired yet, so he still had the right to live in this house, and the landlord wouldn't care if anyone was living here during this time. As for acquaintances, there was only the neighbor next door, Lin Qiwan. Before going to the investigation bureau, he had told her that he was going on a long trip. The suitcase he was carrying was meant to make it look like he had returned from his travels. As Song Chen reached his doorstep, about to unlock the door of the neighboring room suddenly opened. Lin Qiwan emerged dragging a suitcase from inside, and upon seeing Song Chen, she froze for several seconds. Song Chen? You're back from your trip? Song Chen nodded, just got back. What about you? Oh, I'm moving out. By the way, I quit my job, so I'm not a cop anymore. Lin Qiwan smiled, her tone devoid of any other emotion, just plain. Song Chen remembered that Lin Qiwan had once said her biggest dream was to become an excellent police officer, and now Before Song Chen could figure out what to say, Lin Qiwan glanced at her watch and said with a smile, well, it's about time. My ride should be here. I'll be going now, Song Chen. Goodbye. The figure of Lin disappeared in the corridor as if it had never appeared. After a while, Song Chen turned back to his room. After taking a shower, Song Chen returned to the bedroom and sat cross-legged on the bed. On the other side, his doppelganger Chen Yuqiu was also sitting cross-legged on the bed. Song Chen was about to try the idea from the day before, practicing with both bodies simultaneously. Would the progress of cultivation double? He first distributed 50% of his power to each body, then took out the blood crystal to start absorbing cultivation together. Several hours later, Song Chen felt a slight progress in both bodies, so he withdrew all the power from the doppelganger's side. A surprising scene appeared before Song Chen. The growth of his heart fire power was indeed the result of the cultivation of two people. The speed of my golden heart fire cultivation is already much faster than others, and now with this double speed golden finger, I can reach the late stage of the heart fire realm in just a few months. Song Chen's heart surged. Once he entered the late stage of the heart fire realm, the next goal would be the God realm. This realm belonged to the strong in the entire Hashan city. Thinking of this, Song Chen felt full of boundless motivation and immediately controlled both bodies to start cultivation simultaneously, enjoying the rapid advancement of his cultivation. For the next few days, Song Chen spent almost every day like this. Until 1 week later in the early morning, he received a call from his hometown. Do you think it's better to update 3 chapters a day or 2 chapters a day? Song Chen's hometown was located in a remote town under the jurisdiction of Hashan City, called Yunin Town. Although Yunin Town was under the jurisdiction of Hashan City, due to being surrounded by mountains and inconvenient transportation to the city, It had never caught up with the fast lane of economic development and was just one of the many ordinary rural towns in the Duyun Empire. Sitting in a taxi, Song Chen looked at the familiar land gradually approaching and couldn't help but feel a sense of homesickness. It had been almost 2 years since he graduated from university and stayed in the city to work, and later encountered the extraordinary after binding with the system. If his sister hadn't called this time saying there was trouble at home, he probably wouldn't have gone back anytime soon. In the past, when he was working, it was because he was too busy with work, and now it was because he didn't want his family to come into contact with those dangerous extraordinary things, subconsciously avoiding them. Song Chen, it's okay. Your identity is just an ordinary citizen of the Duyun Empire, completely unrelated to those messy things, Xiao Wei comforted. Song Chen nodded. The pale yellow taxi drove over the last stretch of smooth asphalt road and entered the mountainous cement road that had become somewhat bumpy and uneven due to long-term disrepair. This road is really hard to drive on, the car wears out too much, the driver complained. Song Chen understood his implication and said, "Thank you, brother, I'll give you an extra 30 later." "Okay, I like passengers like you who are generous," the driver said with a smile. More than half an hour later, after crossing an iron bridge over a river, the taxi finally arrived in the area of Yunin Town. Although Yunin Town was not economically developed, basic water and electricity were guaranteed, and there were elementary and middle schools in the town. However, for high school, one had to go to the economically developed town of Heishui several kilometers away. Song Chen directed the driver and arrived at his own building. After paying the fare to the driver, Song Chen walked into the entrance, went all the way to the 3rd floor, and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and a girl with a 3/7 side-swept bangs, bright black eyes, and delicate features appeared in front of Song Chen. It was his younger sister, Song Ting. "Brother?" Song Ting saw Song Chen, her eyes widened, then she hugged him and cried out, "Brother, you finally came back. I haven't seen you in 300 years. If you don't come back, this family will fall apart." Song Chen's mouth twitched. His sister's habit of exaggeration had persisted unchanged for so long. "Don't cry in a hurry. Where did Mom and Dad go?" Song Chen pushed away Song Ting, who was clinging to him like taffy. Song Ting huffed, "Where else could they go? Didn't I tell you over the phone? They were pulled into that Tianli church by second aunt, and now they pray there every day. In this day and age, how can so many people still believe in this nonsense? Clearly, it's a cult. Moreover, not only do they go to pray, but they also throw real money into it. They would rather go without food at home than donate money to the church. Can you believe they've lost their minds? I understand the situation. Don't worry, little Ting, I'll figure something out," Song Chen said calmly. The more remote the place, the more likely it was to breed all sorts of strange beliefs. This cult appearing in Yunin Town was not the first time. Even before Song Chen went to high school in Heishui Town, it had been dismantled 2 or 3 times by the local police station. However, in the previous instances, Song Chen's parents had never been involved. The main reason they fell into the trap this time was that the person who brought them into the church was a relative. Not a distant one, but Song Chen's father's second brother's wife, Song Chen's second aunt. Song Chen asked, "Little Ting, do you know the location of this Tianli church?" "Yes, I secretly followed Mom and Dad. That cult is near the open space where you used to take me kite flying when I was a child. After the old factory there was demolished, many abandoned buildings were left behind. They gather in the largest factory building every day," Song Ting replied. Song Chen frowned, "You secretly followed. Don't do such dangerous things in the future." "Oh, I see," Song Ting immediately promised obediently when she saw her brother's displeased expression. "Anyway, don't worry about this matter. I'm a bit tired from rushing back early in the morning. I'll go back to my room to rest for a while. Call me when Mom and Dad come back. I'll talk to them," Song Chen said, then turned and went back to his room. Looking at the room that had been empty for a long time, Song Chen felt both familiar and unfamiliar. He didn't lie down as he had said. Instead, he used the illusion mask to change his appearance, then opened the window, made sure no one was around, and jumped from the 3rd floor. Relying on Xiao Wei's detection, Song Chen moved through the alleys, avoiding everyone's sight, and arrived at the abandoned factory building where Song Ting had mentioned the Tianli church was located. As for surveillance cameras, there were none in this rural town. Song Chen moved agilely, jumping a few times to reach the external staircase above the factory building. After opening the door and entering, he saw dozens of people kneeling sparsely on the ground, bowing to a man in a black robe at the front. Among them were his parents and second aunt. The man in the black robe held an exaggeratedly large holy grail in his hand, muttering incomprehensible words. After a while, the man in the black robe selected a few people to come forward and receive the holy water, and those who received it were ecstatic and grateful to him. Song Chen squinted and observed for a while, confirming that the man in the black robe had no extraordinary aura, he was just an ordinary person. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he had a treasure similar to a hidden aura scripture that could completely conceal his extraordinary aura. However, the probability of that was very low. A sorcerer with such a treasure was unlikely to come to a remote place like this to deceive a few elderly people. In other words, there was a 99% chance that the man was a charlatan. Song Chen left without a word. Following the same route back, Song Chen climbed back into his room through the window, without alerting anyone, as if he had never left. In the evening. Knock, knock, knock. Song Chen's door was knocked on by Song Ting, who shouted from outside, "Brother, Mom, Dad, and second aunt are back." Song Chen opened the door and saw his parents looking excitedly at him. "Xiao, you're back." The elderly couple in their 50s had many wrinkles on their faces, which became more prominent when they smiled. Unlike the joy of the elderly couple, Song Chen looked serious. He glanced at his uncle and aunt standing not far away and said, "Dad, Mom, I need to talk to you about something. That Tianli Church is a scam organization, don't go there anymore." As soon as Song Chen spoke, the joyful expressions of the elderly couple froze, turning quickly into grim faces. Song's father sternly said, "Xiaowen, I won't allow you to speak ill of the Tianli Church." "Yes, Xiaowen, you just came back and know nothing. How can you say such things? Did Xiao Ting tell you something?" Song's mother's expression turned unpleasant, and she also directed her criticism towards Song Ting. Song Chen did not deny it and continued, "Xiao Ting said you gave all the family's money to that Tianli Church, is that true? That's offering. Money is the root of all evil, it must be purified by the leader to cleanse our sins, otherwise, we will all go to hell sooner or later." Song's father's tone was intense. "Besides, how we use our money, your mother's and mine, is none of your business, including the 100,000 yuan I transferred to you last time?" Song Chen said calmly. Song's father paused, then grew angrier. "If you came back just to say these things, you can leave now. Your mother and I are healthy now that we believe in the church, we don't need your concern." Song's mother agreed, "Xiaowen, your father is a bit agitated, but he's right. The Tianli Church is the church of the true God of the universe, we must show respect to it." Song Chen fell silent. Seeing his parents so brainwashed, he knew conventional methods might not work. "Oh, stop arguing, the three of you." Xiaowen finally came back, "Don't ruin it with this argument." Auntie Air walked over at this moment and said to Song Chen, "Xiaowen, let me tell you, don't think you know everything just because you've read some books. There are many things in this world that science can't explain. Our church leader is the incarnation of the true God of the universe. Only by believing in him can we ascend to heaven and eternal bliss. Otherwise, we will all fall into hell. I advise you, come with me and your parents to the church tomorrow to pray. Oh, bring your sister along too. By then, you will understand your parents' intentions, and your family won't argue like this anymore." Song's mother brightened up and nodded repeatedly. "Auntie Air is right, Xiaowen. Tomorrow you come with us to listen to the teachings of the leader." "Mom, did you and Dad join the church because of Auntie Air?" Song Chen asked casually. Song's mother replied, "Yes, luckily you're Auntie Air." Song Chen didn't listen further to his mother's explanation. Instead, amidst the puzzled looks of everyone, he walked to the kitchen, took out a kitchen knife, and before anyone could react, he ran over and held the knife to Auntie Air's neck. Internally calm but outwardly feigning madness, he said, "Dad, Mom, you now have two choices. First, from today, give up going to the Tianli Church and cut all ties with it. Second, you continue as believers, but I will kill Auntie Air right now and then commit suicide. Now, make your choice." Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Song's father and mother were dumbfounded, their minds blank, never expecting their son to do something so extreme. Song Ting stood by, stunned, finding her brother's solution beyond her imagination. As for Auntie Air, her face turned pale instantly, trembling all over, her body shaking like a sieve. How did her nephew, who used to be so easy to handle, turn into this after 2 years in the city? "Xiaowen, I am your second aunt, I have watched you grow up since you were little. How can you treat me like this, you?" "Stop." Before second aunt could finish her sentence, Song Chen gave her a cold look, silencing her instantly. Song Chen observed the reactions of the few people present, his inner self as calm as still water. He did this to give his parents a chance, and also to give himself a chance. If his parents were willing to give up the Heavenly Principles Society for him, that would be the best outcome, but if even under the threat of life and death they still insisted on their faith, then it would prove they were beyond saving. He would take Song Ting and leave this place, letting them face the consequences of their choices. Song father pointed at Song Chen, his body trembling slightly. "Xiaowen, why do you have to do this?" "Ah, Xiaowen, put down the knife first, let's discuss this, please don't act impulsively." Song mother tried to reason. I've said it, you only have two choices, either choose one or choose two, there's no other way. Now, I'll give you the final 10 seconds, if there's no response after 10 seconds, then I'll assume you've chosen two. 10, 9. Song-Chen still maintained a frenzied expression, gripping the kitchen knife tighter, the sharp blade even leaving a trace of blood on second aunt's neck. Song father and Song mother struggled visibly, and just as he counted to 2, Song father tightly shut his eyes and slapped his thigh. Ah, what have I done wrong? I quit the Heavenly Principles Society. I won't go there anymore. I won't give them money either. Are you satisfied now? Mom, what about you? Song-Chen looked at his mother. Song mother weakly said, I will too. Song-Chen nodded. Alright, now repeat after me. The Heavenly Principles Society is a fraudulent organization, the leader is the biggest charlatan, a pile of crap, and the so-called universal true God is nothing but nonsense, crap within crap. Song-Chen had considered eliminating the so-called leader directly, but that would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Most likely, the scenario would repeat itself. The Heavenly Principles Society would quickly introduce a new leader, claiming that the former leader, as the incarnation of the universal true self, had been summoned to heaven, and as long as everyone believed devoutly, they could ascend to heaven in the future. This would also harvest another wave of followers' hard-earned money. Moreover, even without the Heavenly Principles Society, there would still be the Heaven and Earth Society, the Universal Society, the True God Society. Therefore, eradicating faith in these so-called societies and gods from the depths of one's heart was the most effective solution. Xiao Wen, you. Song father, upon hearing this demand, stood up with a grim expression. What's wrong? Dad, you don't want to repeat it? Were you lying to me just now? Song-Chen glared angrily, as if he was about to cut second aunt's throat. Alright, Dad will repeat it, calm down. Song father, with a dark face, repeated the words Song-Chen had just said. Then Song mother did the same. Strangely, after saying those words, the two elders suddenly felt inexplicably relieved, even somewhat pleased. It turned out that the revered leader they had worshipped day in and day out, along with the universal true God, were just terms that could be insulted at will. Song-Chen then released second aunt. Second aunt scrambled to the door, shouting at the people inside like a shrew. Song-Chen, you madman, I'm telling you this isn't over, I won't let you off so easily. How dare you insult the great leader and the universal true God, you'll wait for retribution. With that, she swiftly ran downstairs, fearing that Song-Chen might use the knife on her neck again. Brother, you were amazing today. It was past 8 in the evening. Song-Ting, in pajamas after taking a shower, sat at Song-Chen's desk, looking at him with admiration. I can't believe you actually did that. I was so shocked at the time, you know. Song-Ting exclaimed excitedly, brother, were you serious back then? If mom and dad really didn't repent no matter what, would you really have laid hands on second aunt? Song-Chen smiled, stood up and patted Song-Ting's head, saying, I was just scaring them. I could never do something like killing. But our parents are in too deep. Normal persuasion won't work anymore. Only extreme measures offer a glimmer of hope. Song-Ting agreed. Indeed, all my talking before didn't do anything. If you hadn't come back, things might have escalated. Song-Chen reassured, don't worry, everything will be fine. Due to the significant age gap between Song-Chen and Song-Ting, he had always taken care of his younger sister. Their bond was strong, and they shared almost everything. During Song-Chen's long absence, Song-Ting seemed to have endless stories to share, from schoolmates and teachers to encounters with street vendors. By the way, brother, tomorrow is Sunday. Will you accompany me to Mount Baishan to pick sweet fruits? The ones we buy in town never taste as good as the ones we used to pick together. Song-Ting suddenly suggested. Mount Baishan was located to the east of Yunnan town. Legend had it that in ancient times, the mountain was abundant with wujin trees, but they were cut down, turning it into a barren hill. One day, a celestial being passed by and blessed the mountain with various sweet fruits. Whether the legend was true or not, the presence of sweet fruits was undeniable, and children in Yunnan town used to love picking them. Song-Chen nodded, alright, I'll accompany you tomorrow morning. Great! After chatting for over an hour, Song-Ting, eager to gather energy for the fruit-picking trip, bid goodnight and retired to her room. Song-Chen locked his door, his eyes darkening. The words his second aunt left him before departing lingered in his mind. She won't let me off easily. Very well, I have no intention of letting her off easily either. A fierce determination flashed in Song-Chen's eyes. Whether at the Temple of Heaven during the day or at home in the evening, he always felt something off about his second aunt's demeanor. Compared to the zealous believers around her, her faith seemed superficial. Even if a true believer led my parents into a cult, it's unforgivable, let alone if it was intentional. Such a sin deserves severe punishment. Song-Chen, are you planning to? Song-Chen changed into different clothes, activated his illusion mask once more to alter his appearance, then opened the window and leaped out. The distance between Song Chen's house and his second aunt's was not too far but not close either. For an average person, it would take over half an hour to walk, but for Song Chen, it wouldn't take long. Soon, he arrived near his second aunt's residence. Unlike his house, his second aunt's home was a standalone courtyard surrounded by a cement wall, with a large iron gate at the front. As he approached, he overheard voices from the yard. "That son of the Lao San family is outrageous, daring to hold a knife to my head. It's lawless." His second aunt's voice sounded furious. "If it weren't for this troublemaker, the Lao San family's house would have been mine in a few days." "It's a 50-50 split," the voice of the leader of the Temple of Heaven said. "What about now? Just give up like this?" "Their location will be part of a government redevelopment project next year, and they could get compensation in the millions." A young woman's voice, likely his cousin, said. "Shoo, lower your voices. This isn't something to discuss openly. It could be disastrous if someone overhears." His second uncle's voice cautioned. "Yes, keep it down," his cousin added. In the following conversation, the four people in the room lowered their voices, but Song Chen, with his extraordinary hearing, could still hear everything clearly. Second aunt said coldly, "I've spent so much effort, how could I easily give up? Song Chen, this little brat, won't stay in town forever. He'll leave for the city in a few days at most. When the time comes, we'll find a way to cause trouble for him. We'll tell third uncle that it's because he insulted the Church of Heavenly Principles that he must surrender all his property to cleanse his sins. He won't have a choice but to believe it. I have a great idea. Isn't it necessary to pass by that iron bridge when leaving town? That bridge has long been neglected and rusty. Let's tamper with it so that he will face divine punishment when he leaves that day. What do you think?" said the cousin excitedly. The church leader added, "Yes, since Union Town is so remote, such an accident is quite normal. By then, no one will suspect a thing." At this point, Song Chen felt there was no need to listen further. The situation was already crystal clear to him. His second aunt's family was scheming to take over his family's house, which might be demolished, in collusion with the Church of Heavenly Principles. They wanted to use religion as an excuse to make Song Chen's parents voluntarily give up the house. Now, they even wanted to get rid of him, their nephew, because he was in the way. It was worth noting that when second aunt's family was destitute, it was Song Chen's father who lent a helping hand, while the eldest uncle didn't lift a finger. Now, they were actually capable of such heartless and unscrupulous deeds. Song Chen smirked coldly, took out a long knife from his storage ring and placed it behind him, then knocked on second aunt's door. There was a commotion inside, and shortly after, a young girl opened the door. "Who are you?" Song Chen's cousin looked at the unfamiliar face in front of her, feeling puzzled. Without a word, Song Chen drew the long knife from behind and ruthlessly struck at his cousin. At first, his cousin was stunned, then she looked at the huge scar on her body in horror, blood gushing out like a spring. Soon, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Song Chen had held back most of his strength with that strike, otherwise, his cousin would have been cut in half. He did this because he needed to disguise himself as a common bandit robbing passers-by, concealing any traces of extraordinary power. Stepping over the threshold, Song Chen walked towards the few people in the yard who were stunned by the scene. Chapter 100, Hooray! Song Chen, seeking reviews, seeking ratings. This is really important to me. Crying face. The next day, early in the morning, several police cars whizzed past Song Chen's house. "What's going on with all this commotion?" Song asked curiously, sticking his head out of the window. In their small town, with a sparse population and few serious crimes, there wasn't even a proper police station. Usually, when there was a case, people from the neighboring Blackwater town would come over. It was rare to see several police cars passing by like this. Sitting in the living room, calmly sipping porridge, Song Chen said, "Maybe the government is cracking down on that cult of the Church of Heavenly Principles." His parents, sitting opposite him, looked embarrassed, not knowing where to look. Song's parents were not irredeemably foolish. Their previous obsession with the Church of Heavenly Principles was mainly due to second aunt's instigation and being swept up by the collective emotions at the church. Even the smartest person could easily have their psychological defenses broken in such circumstances. However, after the incident caused by Song Chen the day before, they had spent the night thinking it over and had come to a complete realization. They felt regret for their previous actions. "Xiaowen, it's our fault. We believed your second aunt's slander before, got brainwashed, and gave away all the money in the house. Now, thinking back, we are really ashamed to face you," Song's father said shamefully, lowering his head. Song's mother also said, "Xiaowen, your father and I have agreed to go to the Tianli church later to demand an explanation. We need to find a way to make them return the money to us. That money represents our years of hard work, and also the 100,000 yuan you sent us, we must ask them to return it. Songchen put down his chopsticks, took a sip of water from a glass, and said slowly, you don't need to worry about the money. I am now partnering with others outside to start a business, and I can earn quite a bit every month. Upon hearing this, Song Ting's eyes lit up, and she sweetly said, oh, so my dear brother is doing so well now. Can you buy the latest top-of-the-line Tianqi phone for your poor, helpless little sister? Song's father reprimanded, shouting, stop fooling around. Our family is facing such a big issue, we don't have extra money to spend like this. Song Ting looked resentful and muttered softly, I don't know who caused this trouble in our family. No matter what I said back then, no one listened, and now they blame it on me. You. Song's father was momentarily speechless. What Song Ting said was true, and he couldn't argue. He sighed and softened his tone, shouting, Dad knows we've wronged you. This is our fault. But even if your brother is successful now and can earn a lot of money, we still need to learn to save. The whole family can't rely on your brother to support us. That would be like leeches. Song Chen spoke up, alright, let's consider this matter settled. The money we were cheated out of won't come back. Let's take it as a lesson. In the future, try to avoid dealing with those shady people. The world is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Okay, we'll listen to you, Mom and Dad. Song's father nodded in agreement. Since it was Sunday, Song's parents didn't need to go to the factory, and Song Ting didn't have to go to school, so the family chatted in the living room for a long time. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Song Chen planned to fulfill the agreement he made with Song Ting the night before, to accompany her to pick Ganluo fruits on by Xiang Mountain. Just as the two were about to set off, the doorbell rang. Song Ting ran to open the door, and there stood two police officers in uniform. Is this the home of Song Shiau? Asked one of the slim police officers. Song Shiau was Song's father's full name. Song Ting blinked and said, he's my dad. What's the matter, officers? Well, we would like to inquire about information regarding Feng Rifeng. Could you please ask your father to come out? Said the other chubby police officer. Song's father heard the commotion and came out of the room. Was she arrested because of the Tianli Church? Officers, we joined the Tianli Church because of my sister-in-law Feng Rifeng's instigation. We invested all our savings, but we didn't harm anyone like she did. Song's father explained nervously. It seemed that Xiaowen's earlier prediction about the police car passing by was accurate. They were here to arrest members of the Tianli Church, and now they were at their doorstep. However, what the police said next shocked him. Feng Rifeng is dead. She died last night in her own courtyard, along with her husband, daughter, and the leader of the Tianli Church you mentioned. We are here today because you are relatives. She visited your home yesterday, so we wanted to ask if you have any clues to provide. What? Song's father could hardly believe his ears. His second brother's family of 3 was actually wiped out? And why was the leader of the Tianli Church in his second brother's yard? Could it be they had been colluding all along? What is going on? Song's father was at a loss. According to our preliminary investigation, this is likely a case of home invasion, robbery, and murder. The perpetrator seems to be a habitual criminal, ruthless and deadly, leaving no survivors, and all the valuable items in the house were taken. Because he was a close relative of the victim, the lean police officer spoke a few more words, but he did not reveal a single word about the key clue that an eyewitness saw the killer. Officers, come in and have a cup of tea. My father and my second uncle grew up together since childhood and had a good relationship. They might not be able to accept this fact for a while. I was at home all day yesterday. If you want to know anything, just ask me directly. Song Chen helped his father back to the room, then ushered the two police officers into the living room and poured them 2 cups of tea. After that, he cooperated with the police, recounting everything that happened yesterday in detail. Of course, the fact that he held a knife to his second aunt's neck had to be concealed, even though the police had now identified the suspect as the image he conjured with his illusion face technique. It was best to avoid this unnecessary suspicion. Song Ting, on the side, observed in silence. With her cleverness, she would never expose her own brother. Over half an hour later, the two police officers left. With the suspect basically identified, their visit was just a formality. However, due to this incident, Song Chen and Song Ting postponed their plan to go to Xiang Mountain, staying with their elders until the afternoon when their emotions calmed down before setting off again. Song Chen rode his bicycle with Song Ting on the back. Along the way, Song Ting said with emotion, "Brother, do you think there really is karma in this world?" "Perhaps," Song Chen replied lightly. "Green mountains, white clouds, fragrant flowers, and chirping birds." The bicycle could only go as far as the foot of Xiang Mountain. The rest of the way had to be covered on foot. However, for Song Chen and Song Ting, who were accustomed to climbing mountains since childhood, this was not torture but a pleasure to roam in nature. Following the familiar path, they headed towards the growing place of Gonluo fruit. I really miss the days when we picked wild fruits together when we were young. Songting, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat and long-sleeved pants to prevent mosquito bites, moved lightly through the woods, her body shining golden under the sunlight, like an earthly elf. Songchen watched this scene with great peace of mind, a faint smile on his face. Gonluo fruit is a fruit that grows on trees, with a rough green skin and juicy segments inside, sweet and delicious, much loved by the locals. Perhaps due to its limited production area, despite its good taste, Songchen rarely saw this fruit outside his hometown. Brother, there are so many fruits on this tree. Quickly crouch down so I can stand on your shoulders to pick them, Songting said eagerly, seeing a lush Gonluo tree. Songchen chuckled, you can climb trees, why do you need to step on me? Climb by yourself. Oh, it's been so long since I climbed, I've forgotten how. Brother, please crouch down. Songting coaxed. Alright, I'll crouch down. Songchen smiled helplessly, crouching down beside the tree, letting Songting step on his shoulders, then slowly lifting her by supporting her small legs. Songting was already very light, and for his current strength, her weight was negligible. Did you pick them? I'm picking. The Gonluo fruits here are really good. Songting, holding a net bag brought from home, picked the Gonluo fruits from the tree branches and dropped them one by one into the bag. Songchen, someone is approaching. Xiao Wei's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Songchen's gaze sharpened. How many people? How far away? There are 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, now 90 meters away from you. No, 80 meters. It seems they know you're here and are coming straight towards you. Xiao Wei replied. They can detect our location from such a distance. They are definitely not ordinary people. Songchen's heart sank. If he were alone here, it would be fine, but with Songting here, if any conflict were to arise, this ordinary person couldn't bear it. What is their purpose? Why are they looking for them? Should he take Songting and run away immediately, or stay put and adapt to the situation? 2 seconds later, Songchen made a decision to stay put. Since the other party had means of long-distance sensing, escaping would be futile and might only alert them prematurely, exposing the fact that he was not an ordinary person, which would inevitably endanger his sister, Songting. By pretending to know nothing and staying put, at least he would be in the light while the enemy remained in the dark. With the effect of the hidden scripture, as long as he didn't make a move, the other party wouldn't realize he was a sorcerer. Xiao Wei added, Songchen, there is someone among these 4 that you should know. Oh, it's the sorcerer who was stolen by Qin Miaoshi at the beginning, Tao Zhao. Tao Zhao, a person who only existed in Qin Miaoshi's life story, someone Songchen had never actually met. He was also the starting point of my contact with the extraordinary. I never thought I would encounter him in this way. The world is indeed small. Songchen ended his conversation with Xiao Wei in his mind, pretending to know nothing. After a while, there was a commotion from the right side of the forest, and 4 figures, 3 men and a woman, appeared in front of Songchen. They were all young people, with Tao Zhao being the oldest at 26 or 27, emitting the aura of the late Heartfire realm. The youngest was a boy who looked about 15 or 16, similar in age to Qiliao, in the early Heartfire realm. The other 2 appeared to be in their early 20s, both in the mid-Heartfire realm. They were all dressed in sturdy combat gear, carrying backpacks, looking like a group of hikers. Oh, finally, we see people. Tao Zhao, upon seeing Songchen and Songting, feigned surprise and said, What are you guys doing? Songchen asked, puzzled. Well, we are tourists from the city. We heard there is a famous spot called Tiger Head Hill on this White Elephant Mountain. We've been looking for it for a while but couldn't find it. We thought we'd ask a local, do you know? Tao Zhao said with a smile. Songchen had heard of Tiger Head Hill. It was located on a cliff edge of White Elephant Mountain, named after its terrain resembling a tiger's head. But calling it a famous spot was a bit of an exaggeration. In his impression, only residents of nearby towns would know about it. What were these sorcerers doing here at this place? Regardless, the most important thing now was to ensure Songting's safety, so Songchen had no intention of getting involved. Just as he was about to shake his head and say he didn't know, Xiao Wei's voice sounded, Songchen, there's a mission. The target this time is the 15-year-old boy over there, named Bei Gongshiyu. Like Tao Zhao and the other 2, he is a member of an organization called the Peace Dove. His ability is electricity. He can release electric attacks with extraordinary power. After hearing Xiao Wei, Songchen held back the words he was about to say. If he claimed ignorance now, perhaps the other party would let him and his sister go safely, but he would undoubtedly lose the opportunity to get close to the target because one of them had sensing abilities, making it difficult for him to approach later. Moreover, he was quite interested in their purpose for coming here. Songchen carefully observed the target, Bei Gongshiyu, a young man with pure white, tousled hair and light blue eyes, giving off an unapproachable vibe. I thought the tasks assigned by the system would only get harder, but unexpectedly, they've given me an early Heartfire realm target. Is this considered a bonus? After complaining to Xiao Wei in his mind, he spoke, Tiger Head Hill, I know. It's a bit of a distance from here. You guys head up from the west and then follow the easternmost mountain path all the way to the end, and you'll see it. Tao Zhao scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. None of us are very good with directions. It would be troublesome if we get lost again. Could you please lead us there? After a moment of contemplation, Song Chen nodded. Alright, but I need to first take my sister down the mountain and then come back for you. The path over there is a bit steep, and my sister isn't very strong. Brother Song Ting seemed visibly unhappy. She had finally convinced her brother to come and play in the mountains, so why did they suddenly have to go back? Be good, Xiao Ran. You still have homework to finish. If you don't complete it, you'll be scolded by the teacher. I'll take you back now and we can play another day, Song Chen said with a smile, patting Song Ting's head. When Song Ting heard Song Chen calling her Xiao Ran, her expression faltered slightly. Xiao Ran was a nickname they had come up with when playing around before, a code name to use in case of danger. She never expected to hear it again in her lifetime. Okay, brother, I understand. Song Ting immediately nodded obediently. At the foot of the mountain, Song Ting felt uneasy. Brother, what's going on? Why did you suddenly call me Xiao Ran? Is there something wrong with those people? Xiao Ting, do you trust your brother? Song Chen asked, looking at her steadily. Song Ting nodded, of course, I trust you, brother. Then don't ask so many questions. Listen to your brother. Go home now, tell mom and dad that I have something to do, and come back for dinner, Song Chen said. But brother, are you really going back? Since you clearly know those people have a problem, Song Ting looked at Song Chen's deep and resolute eyes, her words stopping as she felt a tremor in her heart. After a few seconds of silence, she said, okay, brother, I understand. I'll go home now. Song Ting turned around and walked towards home along the path. After a few steps, she paused, turned back, and said, brother, I believe in you. You will definitely come back safely. With that, she left without looking back. Song Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Song Ting was not around, he had nothing to worry about. With his current strength, Tao Zhao, the strongest of the four, was no match for him, let alone the others. Once he figured out their intentions, it would be time to reap the rewards. Brother Zhang, how much farther is it? Tao Zhao asked Song Chen, who was leading the way. Even though Song Chen had already put all four of them on today's hit list, he cautiously gave a false name. We're almost there. Just around the bend up ahead, another 10 minutes or so, Song Chen replied, looking back at the four behind him. Seeing them all relaxed, with no sweat on their skin despite climbing the mountain for so long, he pretended to be surprised. Your stamina is really something. Climbing this mountain for so long and not breaking a sweat. Wiping away a bead of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, he effortlessly controlled his body to produce some sweat. Tao Zhao and the others exchanged a glance, seeing the faint disdain and mockery in each other's eyes, foolish ordinary people who had no idea about the power of their sorcery. But for now, this person still had some utility value. Therefore, Tao Zhao smiled modestly and said, oh, we've been climbing mountains for many years. We're used to it. Even the little kid? Song Chen looked amazed, pointing to Shigongshiryu. Impressive, having years of mountain climbing experience at such a young age. Tao Zhao's expression froze for a moment, forgetting about this detail. He could only force a couple of awkward smiles. Enough chit-chat, lead the way quickly, the red-haired woman among the four said coldly to Song Chen. In her eyes, there was no need to be polite to this insignificant ant. After all, he would be sacrificed later, and if he didn't cooperate, she had ways to deal with him. Song Chen raised his eyebrows. I kindly offered to lead the way for you, and this is how you speak? The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint shining through. Just then, Tao Zhao stepped in front of her, lowering his voice. Why bother arguing with a dead man? Let him lead us to our destination first. Before that, let's not do anything to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tao Zhao then turned to Song Chen, his face filled with apology. Sorry, brother Zhang, my friend here has a bad temper and tends to be irritable with everyone. It's not personal against you. I apologize on her behalf. It's fine, I'll let it go for Tao Ji's sake. Song Chen shrugged indifferently and continued walking ahead. Ignorant fool. The redhead woman watched Song Chen's back with disdain and killing intent. After a dozen minutes, the five finally reached their destination. We're here, this is Tiger Head Hill, Song Chen said, panting slightly, pointing below his feet. This is Tiger Head Hill? The remaining young man among the four looked puzzled. I don't see how it resembles a tiger's head. You can only see it from below the cliff. We are currently standing above the tiger's head, so of course, you can't see anything. It's like not recognizing the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in this mountain. Song Chen explained with a smile. I see. The young man turned to Tao Zhao. Since we're here, can we start now? Yes, get ready. If this is indeed the place, once I sprinkle the black deer blood, the 100-eyed demon will appear. This beast is a minor threat demon beast, comparable in power to the peak of a Fireheart realm sorcerer. We must not underestimate it, Tao Zhao said solemnly. Understood, the other three responded. Wait, what are you talking about with black deer blood and 100-eyed demon? Are we going to play a game here? Song Chen scratched his head, looking confused. For someone who's about to die, there's no need to know so much, Tao Zhao said, no longer pretending. A faintly glowing rope flew towards Song Chen from his storage ring. Song Chen's gaze sharpened, realizing the rope was just a tool for restraining enemies, the lowest quality at that. With his strength, he could easily break free, but he didn't resist and let himself be bound. What is this? The legendary immortal binding rope? Are you guys immortals? Song Chen's expression was shocked. The redhead woman chuckled at Song Chen's clueless look. For ordinary people like you with no abilities, we might as well be immortals. Even if you're immortals, you shouldn't do this. I just helped you, how can immortals be so ungrateful? Song Chen said, feeling wronged. The redhead woman was about to say something to Song Chen but was interrupted by Tao Zhao. Enough, don't waste your breath on this ant. Let's begin, get ready. Tao Zhao took out a white porcelain bottle from his storage ring, slowly pouring out a thick, black-red liquid. As the liquid spread on the ground, following the cracks and crevices of the rocks, the white porcelain bottle, palm-sized on the outside, surprisingly held a large capacity inside. Tao Zhao poured for several minutes before it was empty. By now, the black-red liquid had spread over a considerable area on the ground. After another 10 minutes, just as Tao Zhao began to doubt if they were in the right place, black mist started rising from the cracks filled with black deer blood, accompanied by a slight tremor like a mild earthquake. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, rocks flew as a giant demon beast burst out from underground, its massive body covered in jet-black scales gleaming with a cold light under the sun. The most striking feature is the densely packed eyes covering its entire back, each pair of eyes rapidly moving, emitting deep malice when looking at the humans present. A minor terror beast, the 100-eyed fiend. Review: terror beasts are classified into 4 levels of harm, calamity, desolation, and catastrophe, each level further divided into micro, minor, moderate, and major. The unique terror field enveloped the surroundings, causing Tao Zhao and the other 3 to unconsciously feel fear. This sudden and uncontrollable emotion, especially when facing a more powerful terror beast, made it feel like their hearts were being tightly gripped, a suffocating sense of despair creeping in. Fortunately, although Tao Zhao and the others did not claim to be seasoned in facing terror beasts, they had hunted and killed many, so they quickly adjusted their mindset. According to the previously established battle plan, let's begin. Tao Zhao took a deep breath and said solemnly. Understood, the other 3 responded. The redhead woman first brought out a net resembling a spider web, infused it with her heartfire, causing it to rapidly expand and fly over the 100-eyed fiend, covering it entirely. Before the fiend could tear the net apart with its claws, the young man beside her summoned a jet-black inkstone, which, when exposed to the wind, transformed into a thick slab several meters in diameter. With a heavy thud, it fell on the fiend, rendering it momentarily immobile. Although both the redhead's net and the young man's inkstone were pseudo-artifacts, their quality was excellent, specifically designed for restraining enemies, displaying formidable power. However, even so, they couldn't completely immobilize the 100-eyed fiend. Its densely packed eyes on its back blinked rapidly, its robust limbs, as thick as adult thighs, swelled with strength, attempting to break free from all restraints. At this moment, Beigong Shirmu took action, not utilizing pseudo-artifacts but extending his palm, unleashing a dazzling blue-white lightning bolt that struck the struggling fiend. Due to Beigong Shirmu's early-stage Heartfire realm, the attack didn't cause significant harm to the fiend, but the lightning's paralyzing property momentarily drained the fiend's strength. Seeing this, the redhead woman and the young man exerted all their efforts to control the 2 pseudo-artifacts to suppress the fiend. With all 3 teammates contributing, Tao Zhao naturally wouldn't stand idly by. He had already taken out a pale green mystic scroll from his storage ring, continuously infusing it with his extraordinary power, causing the shimmering light on the scroll to gradually brighten. This green mystic scroll was named the 10,000 Lives Vine-Slaying Scroll, specializing in killing, a one-time use scroll with tremendous power. Its only drawback was the considerable time required to activate it, which was why Tao Zhao had his 3 teammates stall the fiend. After several dozen seconds, the aura on the 10,000 Lives Vine-Slaying Scroll had nearly reached its peak, ready to be fully unleashed in a moment. Sensing the impending danger, the 100-eyed fiend's struggles intensified, causing the redhead woman and the young man to strain to suppress it, feeling a force beyond their control. Tao Zhao, are you ready? We can't hold on much longer. The young man's forehead veins bulged as he shouted hoarsely, "Almost, just hold on a little longer." Tao Zhao also exerted all his strength, pouring his power into the 10,000 lives vine-slaying scroll, sweat beading on his forehead. Just then, the hundreds of eyes on the fiend's back suddenly closed in unison, then abruptly opened, each eye releasing a powerful beam of light, tracing hundreds of chaotic patterns in the air. "This is bad." The redhead woman and the young man's faces turned pale, blood spurting from their mouths. The net and inkstone, infused with all their extraordinary power, were cut into pieces by the beams of light, turning into debris that fell to the ground. After releasing the beams of light, tears of blood flowed from all the eyes on the fiend's back, then they closed simultaneously. Although it came at a certain cost, the 100 Eyes demon also gained its freedom. Its ferocious-looking head turned towards the 4 Taoists surrounding it, then selected the young man as its target. With a powerful kick of its limbs on the ground, its massive body charged towards him. The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking panicked. He took out a palm-sized shield from his body, infused it with extraordinary power, causing it to rapidly expand and block in front of him. However, the shield couldn't withstand the 100 Eyes demon's attack. The demon's hard-skulled head fiercely collided with the shield, shattering it into pieces in less than a second. The young man, terrified, saw himself about to be devoured by the demon in the next moment when a dazzling blue-white lightning struck from the side, paralyzing the demon and allowing the young man to escape. Without the suppression of the 2 pseudo-artifacts by the young man and the red-haired woman, the lightning secret technique of Beigong Shiyu, at the Heartfire initial stage, could not have a significant impact on the 100 Eyes demon. In just a moment, the demon returned to normal. This time, it turned its terrifying gaze towards Beigong Shiyu, who had hindered it with lightning. Beigong Shiyu's expression froze, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of the situation, engulfed in boundless panic. Facing the approaching 100 Eyes demon, he remained indifferent. The red-haired woman wanted to use a pseudo-artifact to obstruct, but this time the demon seemed determined to eliminate Beigong Shiyu first, knocking away the pseudo-artifact sent by the red-haired woman and charging straight at Beigong Shiyu. At the critical moment, Tao Zhao's Wancheng Vine killing scroll was finally fully activated. "Beast, meet your end!" Tao Zhao roared. The Wancheng Vine killing scroll in front of him shone brightly, turning into an intensely green flow of light that leaped above the 100 Eyes demon and then landed on the ground. Several green vines appeared, swelled in the wind, rapidly growing into hundreds of thick vines with thorns, fiercely entwining and attacking the 100 Eyes demon. The demon tried to evade, but the vine's speed was astonishing, agile in their movements. They wrapped around the demon's entire body. The demon's black scales creaked as cracks spread, and the hundreds of eyes on its back that had closed reopened, as if trying to release the beam of light again. However, the green vines gave it no chance. Countless new vines emerged, blinding all the eyes with their sharp thorns. The demon let out a painful roar, and in the next moment, its entire body was completely crushed by the green vines, turning into countless pieces of flesh scattered on the ground. After killing the enemy, the green vines retreated, dissolving into invisible energy in the air. "Finally, it's dead. I almost died. Thanks to you, Beigong Shiyu. I owe you my life. If you hadn't acted in time, I would have been dead," the young man said, breathing deeply, grateful to Beigong Shiyu. Although Beigong Shiyu's realm was lower than the young man's, he just nodded slightly, displaying a cold demeanor. The young man didn't mind, as Beigong Shiyu had always been like this in the organization, indifferent to everyone, and everyone was used to it. Tao Zhao picked up the fallen blood crystal of the 100 Eyes demon from the ground and stored it in a storage ring. "Now that the 100 Eyes demon is dead, we can proceed to the next step," the red-haired woman said as she walked to the spot where the demon had emerged from the ground. A feather fan appeared in her hand, and with a strong wave, all the debris on the ground flew away and fell off the cliff. This feather fan had no attacking power. It was a pseudo-artifact used for cleaning up debris. Similar items were abundant in the Wanbao black market, and Song Chen had also picked up a few during his leisure time. Only to see the ground that was originally covered with rubble, a bronze door with an ancient style, carved with countless flowers, birds, insects, and beasts, all covered in rust, appeared. Tao Zhao arrived in front of this bronze door lying horizontally on the ground and observed carefully. "Yes, it's just like what was recorded in that ancient book." Tao Zhao took out a red bead from his storage ring, infused it with extraordinary power, threw it towards the door. The bead exploded, a red light completely covered the bronze door, but after flashing a few times, it dimmed, yet the door remained tightly closed. "Indeed, a regular breaking seal bead has no effect on it," Tao Zhao said. "To open it through normal means, we need a special key." The red-haired woman couldn't wait and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Haven't we prepared the blood sacrifice method to force the door open long ago? We even have the materials ready." With that, she gestured towards Song Chen, who was still tied up nearby. "You're right, bring him over." Tao Zhao nodded. Then, the red-haired woman eagerly threw Song Chen into the middle of the bronze door, and the four of them stood around the bronze door in the four directions of east, south, west, and north. Wait, what are you going to do? What was that monster just now? Are you legendary immortals? Song Chen was still confused at this moment. Tao Zhao and the others stood above him, looking at him as if he were already dead. Ants, still so noisy even at death's door, the red-haired woman sneered. Daring to disrespect her as an ant, this was the price to pay. The taste of controlling ordinary people's lives made her feel mentally and physically pleased. Enough, don't waste your breath on him, let's begin. After Tao Zhao finished speaking, each of the four took out a disc divided into 4 equal parts, with strange runes written in blood twisting and turning on them. With the influx of extraordinary power, the runes on the 1/4 of the disc in each person's hand began to move like tadpoles. They detached from the discs, spread on the ground, and slowly converged towards where Song Chen was. First, they surrounded him, drawing a black circle around him. Then with a large number of black runic tadpoles flowing in, intricate patterns gradually appeared within the circle, intertwining and entwining with each other. These patterns did not possess any aesthetic sense in the conventional sense. They were extremely ugly and distorted, looking so uncomfortable that it made one want to vomit. As time passed, these patterns became even more bizarre. So that's how it is. A cold smile appeared on Song Chen's lips. Seeing those ugly runes about to spread onto his body by just a few inches, Song Chen's heart ignited, and his extraordinary power suddenly burst forth. The inferior binding rope pseudo-artifact couldn't restrain him at all. It was directly shattered by his powerful force in a second. Then, to the astonishment of the 4 people around him, he leaped up and arrived in front of the red-haired woman, snatched the 1/4 disc from her hand, covered his palm with profound energy, transformed it into a sharp handblade, and the next moment, the red-haired woman's hands and feet were severed from the roots by him. Before she could even feel the pain, Song Chen lifted her up, threw her directly into the center of that ugly circle, filling the gap he had left earlier. At this moment, the woman finally felt the pain, blood gushing crazily from her limbs. She screamed in despair. However, with no limbs left, she was like a maggot spinning in place on smooth glass. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move from the spot. The other 3 were stunned by this scene, never expecting such a shocking turn of events. Song Chen, who was originally like a lamb to be slaughtered, instantly transformed into an immensely powerful sorcerer, directly disabling one of them. This AO1. Tao Zhao shouted at the red-haired woman, preparing to go down and rescue her. At this moment, Song Chen spoke lightly, "If you don't want this operation to fail, you better not move." With that, he shook the quarter plate in his hand. Tao Zhao was instantly stunned as if doused with cold water. Indeed, if they rescued AO1, there would be no blood sacrifice, and the ritual of blood offering would not proceed. Their plan would be a complete failure. As for defeating Song Chen and then bringing AO1 up, that was completely out of Tao Zhao's consideration. Firstly, time was running out, and secondly, judging by the strength Song Chen had just displayed, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they probably couldn't defeat him in a short time. Tao Zhao suddenly remembered what Song Chen had said before, not knowing the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in this mountain. It turned out, he was referring to himself. It was ridiculous that he had treated the other party as an ordinary person he could easily manipulate. Tao Zhao's emotions were extremely complex at that moment. However, he remained still, honestly not moving to save AO1. If Tao Zhao, as the leader, acted this way, then Bei Gongxiu, who was already aloof, would be even less likely to help. The other young man also didn't want to give up the long-planned scheme and the treasure that was about to be obtained, so he stayed put as well. "Save me! Help me!" AO1 was desperate to see that none of her 3 teammates were willing to save her. Ants should act like ants. Stop shouting. Song Chen stood nearby, looking at her indifferently, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. "You!" AO1 wanted to say more, but she ran out of time. The ugly runic tadpoles spread over her limbless body, causing her to suddenly wither, wrinkling up as if she had aged from her early 20s to 80 in a matter of seconds. In just a few moments, AO1 aged beyond recognition, barely clinging to life. However, the circular array was still missing a small section in the middle, preventing the runic tadpoles from closing the circle. After pondering for a few seconds, Song Chen suddenly understood. He picked up AO1's severed hands and feet, tossing them into the center of the array. As expected, after absorbing the hands and feet, the black runic tadpoles continued to spread, finally closing in the central position. Simultaneously, AO1, aged like a centenarian, finally breathed her last breath, her eyes losing their last glimmer. With a bang, the eerie runic symbols of the black circle rose into the sky, transforming into a powerful force that slowly pushed open the bronze gate. "I'm sorry, but it seems like you forgot to provide the source text for translation." Could you please provide the text you would like me to translate into English?